In a sprawling city, beneath a busy road with traffic flowing past and towering skyscrapers. The traffic lights along the street suddenly flickered as if malfunctioning. People were all bustling along the sidewalk. Suddenly Kang-in appeared. He had just been reincarnated here, wearing black shoes. Still disoriented about his identity, he spread his hands and stared at them for a long while. Then swept his gaze over the tall buildings and the bustling flow of vehicles around him. Kang-in wondered about this place. Suddenly his eyes widened in utter astonishment. Kang-in stood rooted to the spot, feet planted hard on the ground, hands still outstretched, his face a mask of bewilderment, his mind crowded with questions. Where am I? After a moment, Kang-in looked around again. He saw his reflection in the glass of a large vehicle passing by. The reflection was clear, a handsome face yet full of confusion. Seeing his face shocked Kang-in even more because he remembered nothing. He stood motionless, his head full of questions. Who am I? What's my name? Still unsettled, he suddenly glanced at the logo on his sleeve. Kang-in raised his hand to get a better look at the logo, his eyes fixed and unblinking. It seemed he recognized this uniform. Kang-in raised his hand to get a better look at the logo, his eyes fixed and unblinking. It seemed he recognized this uniform. Then glanced at the other sleeve. Kang-in wondered, is this military clothing? He looked up at the vast sky as sunlight glittered down, silently asking himself, what's my name? What am I doing? Where am I? He remained standing in place, staring up at the sky, overwhelmed by anxiety and doubt because he couldn't remember anything. A loud noise startled the birds in the sky, scattering them in panic. Kang-in was surprised by the extraordinary strength he possessed, while the people around him were alarmed, their eyes wide with shock. After doing that foolish thing, Kang-in still stood as if frozen, thinking to himself, my instincts react too sensitively to sound. He looked at the hand that had just broken the branch, astonished and wondering, but what is this strength? Suddenly a voice rang in his head, startling Kang-in, nice to meet you. Kang-in looked around, trying to find the source of the voice but saw no one. Then the voice continued, I am a combat AI system implanted into the body. Hearing that, Kang-in was stunned and asked back, implanted into the body? The system replied, yes, I am inside your body. Kang-in looked ahead and asked without hesitation, where are we and what year is this? The system answered, based on analysis of signs within view, it appears to be the year 2024. In front of Kang-in were notices such as Global Talent Development Project, Nurturing Global Leaders 2024, Warm Elementary School Sports Day 2024, Family Cultural Festival 2024, Come Visit the Taj Gan Festival 2024. The system went on to announce, I am a military AI model from the year 2082. Kang-in was astonished and couldn't believe his ears. 2082, how could that be? Kang-in remained standing where he was as the traffic light sputtered sparks and then gradually went dark. Smoke rose in the area as if something had burned. Kang-in continued talking with the system, so you lost your memory like I did. Along the road, a driver hummed as he drove, probably noticing the broken traffic light. And panicked, unable to react in time, he shouted, the traffic light. He quickly slammed on the brakes to avoid an accident. Still, the car couldn't stop in time, crashing loudly and sending the cars behind into panic. Suddenly, the system warned Kang-in. The risk of a traffic accident detected the previous vehicle lost control and is heading straight for you. Kang-in turned around and saw it but couldn't react in time. The system continued to warn, move out of the way. The red car behind, having braked hard, slammed straight into the roadside barrier. Suddenly, a large iron bar flew in from nowhere at terrifying speed. The system triggered a red alert, warning that a dangerous object was approaching. Startled by the alert, Kang-in discovered an iron bar plummeting down toward him from above. He reacted quickly and dodged to the side. The bar didn't change course but drove straight into the stomach of the man behind Kang-in. He turned to look at the man, his eyes full of panic and sheer terror. Bystanders who witnessed it began shouting in horror. Someone yelled, a metal rod just pierced that man's stomach. The man collapsed onto the road but wasn't dead, still twitching and trembling all over. People rushed over, shouting, call 911. Some asked, are you okay? Kang-in saw text appear, a citizen has been injured. The young man beside the injured person pleaded anxiously, please open your eyes. Kang-in saw the text, couldn't believe his eyes, blinked repeatedly, and rubbed his eyes to confirm. Then he asked, I just saw red and green things. What were those? The system replied immediately, those are projections from an augmented reality device, a feature of the AI lenses. Kang-in was still shaken, looking at the injured man and thinking to himself, lucky I dodged in time. The man lay motionless, blood flowing in a stream. Kang-in thought again that an innocent civilian could die within 5 minutes. He frowned, anxious about saving the injured man. He couldn't get him to a hospital in 5 minutes. Was there no way to save him? The system immediately proposed a solution. I suggest you perform an emergency surgery. Kang-in asked in panic, what me? I can't do that. The system replied confidently, I can. Kang-in grew more puzzled. How can you? the system began giving step-by-step instructions. First, we need to assess the patient's condition. The injured man remained motionless. Kang In observed and said, "The patient's condition." He was still hesitant, his head full of questions, but in an emergency, human life is paramount. Thinking that, Kang In immediately ran over to examine the patient more closely. He studied the wound, which was still oozing blood, his eyes focused like those of a professional. Then reported the condition to the system. The wound was very deep. It looked like it would require major surgery. Can you really do that? The system answered immediately, "I have identified the necessary tools. If we have a needle and thread, a small knife and disinfectant, the surgery can be performed." Kang In hurriedly asked, "A needle and thread, a small knife and disinfectant? What kind of surgery can you do with those?" The man nearby, hearing this, looked at Kang In surprise and asked, "Excuse me, can you perform emergency care?" The man nearby, hearing this, looked at Kang In surprise and asked, "Excuse me, can you perform emergency care?" Kang In glanced at him and the man continued, "Can I assist you?" Kang In still had many doubts in his head, unsure whether he could trust this AI system, but he verbally requested, "I need a needle and thread, a small knife and disinfectant." The man shouted out, "If anyone has a needle and thread, a small knife and disinfectant, please give them to us." People around responded, I have one too." The tools were quickly gathered and placed neatly beside them. A bystander asked, "Who is that guy? Is he a doctor?" Many others murmured, "He doesn't look much like a doctor. What is he planning to do?" Kang In bowed his head, listening to the chatter of the crowd, feeling powerless and a bit doubtful of himself, unsure how to proceed. Then Kang In calmed himself and whispered to the system, "The supplies are ready. What do we do now?" The system suggested, "Grant me temporary control so I can manipulate your hands." Kang In looked down at his hands and wondered, temporary control? He still didn't fully trust the system and was even a little afraid, so he thought it over carefully. He really wanted to ask what this was, but hesitation would mean the man might die. Finally, Kang In said, "I permit it." The system announced, "Temporary control unlocked." Suddenly, Kang In's hands burst into light. He stared at them, trying to see what was happening. Suddenly he panicked, furrowing his brow, eyes wide. When he saw his hands move on their own without his control, he thought in astonishment, "My hands are moving by themselves." The system controlled Kang In's hands, quickly pulling the metal bar out of the patient, then picked up a needle and thread, beginning to suture the wound and expertly bend the needle. Kang In was suturing with a speed and skill that amazed onlookers. He thought, "My fingers can move with incredible agility and finesse." The wound was gradually being stitched closed. Kang In thought, "At this rate, I think the operation will succeed." But suddenly the system sounded in his head, "Warning, blood loss exceeds expected levels. Survival probability is decreasing." Kang In panicked, his hands still suturing, and anxiously asked the system, "What? Are you sure you can save him?" The system did not answer, falling silent, which made Kang In more frantic at the lack of a reply. Kang In hurriedly said, "Wait, why aren't you answering?" At that moment, his hands stopped moving. It seemed the system had halted control in the middle of the suturing. Kang In jolted, frowning, beads of sweat on his brow. He worried inwardly, "My hands stopped moving. Hey who?" The patient suddenly spewed a large amount of blood. Blood splattered onto Kang In's face, making him start, eyes wide. The blood on Kang In's face made him start, eyes wide, looking more helpless than terrified. Kang In didn't know how to handle it. He thought to himself, "This is bad." At San Forzit University Medical Center, someone shouted, "There's an emergency patient." Another shouted, "The patient is losing too much blood. Prepare the OR immediately." Someone replied, "Understood, the patient is being taken into surgery." Someone replied, "Understood, the patient is being taken into surgery." A surgeon stepped out of the operating room, breathing a sigh of relief. Another doctor approached and asked about the situation. "Is it done? How is the patient?" The doctor who had just come from the ER answered, "Stabilized." The other doctor handed over water and said, "Good, was the injury not as severe as we thought?" The surgeon who came out of the OR awkwardly scratched his head. "No, when I opened the wound, I was terrified." Hearing that, the other doctor asked, but the surgeon continued, "If we hadn't controlled the bleeding sooner, he might have died before leaving the ambulance." The surgeon added, "There was certainly a lot of blood loss, but most of it has been managed." The other asked, "So what's the catch?" The surgeon who had just left the OR was bewildered, unable to believe the miracle he'd witnessed. He sutured with ordinary thread, both internal and external. "With thread?" the other doctor exclaimed. "What, with thread?" The surgeon replied as if incredulous himself, "Yes, the kind used for sewing clothes." But there was something even more remarkable. The sutures were astonishingly uniform, as if done by a machine rather than by human hands. A doctor not involved in the surgery pushed up his glasses like a scientist analyzing data, and finally offered a seemingly reasonable conclusion. "It's impossible." The surgeon in the OR responded emotionally, "I can't believe it either, but it's true." Just as their conversation reached a climax, someone spoke up, "Hello." He was dressed plainly in a t-shirt and pants with a jacket, approached the two doctors and introduced himself. "I'm Detective B letter 1 EAFC, C letter 1 EDD, K letter 1 EF3 Dung. One doctor said, "You arrived at the right time, the patient's condition has stabilized." The surgeon who had stepped out of the operating room earlier asked, "Is it true the surgery was performed out on the street?" K1EF3 Dung scratched his head and replied, "I was surprised too." K1EF3 Dung scratched his head and answered, "I was surprised too." He recalled the suturing on the street and remained astonished. Clearly people had been urging the use of a surgical scalpel, but the man used a utility knife. This knife, hearing that, the two doctors couldn't contain themselves, eyes wide and mouths agape, exclaiming, "What? What?" Seeing the doctor's reaction, K1EF3 Dung asked skeptically, "Is that so difficult?" The doctor in green snapped, "Of course it is. This isn't the kind of surgery you can casually perform on the street. Do you think a utility knife can operate on the human body? Is he some kind of master swordsman?" K1EF3 Dung still looked puzzled, but everyone over there said so. Another doctor asked, "What about the needle? What kind of needle did he use?" K1EF3 Dung remembered and answered, "He fashioned a needle from a sewing kit." The two doctors thought to themselves, "That's insane." They were extremely curious and wanted to meet the man immediately. "Where is the person who performed the surgery now?" K1EF3 Dung replied. "He finished and quietly left before the ambulance arrived." All three suddenly fell into thought, and the hospital corridor grew unusually quiet. Elsewhere in the hospital, after everything was settled, Kang In was washing his blood-stained hands, muttering, "You suddenly stopped. I thought you were giving up." The system's voice replied, "I was just calculating how to proceed with the surgery." It was Kang In. After washing his hands, he shut off the faucet and asked, "So why did you lose your memory?" The system answered, "It seems my memory was reset." He asked further, "Do you remember your name?" The system replied, "It hasn't been set." Hearing that, Kang In had an idea. "Is that so? Then I'll give you a name. Precisely what are you?" The system answered, "I am a combat assist AI implanted into a host body." Kang In pondered, murmuring, "Combat assist AI, abbreviated. In combat AI." Thinking of that name, he slapped his hand down and declared, "From now on, your name is In." Kang In's eyes lit up and he asked the system, "Why don't you say anything?" The system immediately replied, "My name has been set to Jin. If you wish to change it, please say so and I will reset it at once." "Should I rename you Black Dragon?" The system answered without hesitation, "No, Jin is fine." Kang In was surprised at how quickly the system responded. Thinking that, Kang In looked at his uniform and noticed an embroidered patch on his left sleeve that read Earth Alliance. Jin replied immediately, "That's a special operations military uniform designated for Earth Alliance personnel." He hypothesized, "Suppose I'm an amnesiac operative." Kang In said to Jin, "And you were created in 2082. Then why are we in 2024? It answered, "There isn't enough information to determine that." He asked, "Can't you gather information from the internet?" It replied, "Number input and output data have been restricted to prevent hacking risks." Hearing that, he asked, "So how do you ingest data?" It answered, "I collect information through the host senses. Visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile inputs are immediately shared with the AI. Agent analyze data, recognize, store, and process information. For example, if the host finds a dish tasty, I experience a similar sensation. Information is transmitted through the body and voice." It continued to explain, "However, I still require permission to take temporary control and may only assist in scenarios necessary for combat. There are some things I cannot do. While I can assist with aiming, I cannot carry out direct assaults." He thought, "So you can only assist in combat, and gathering information about why we're here is something I have to experience firsthand through my own body." It answered, "That's correct." His gaze hardened as he looked ahead. Then the first mission. Kang In began to survey his surroundings. At that moment, a building successfully caught his attention. Kang In decided the first place to visit would be the internet cafe. "Maybe we can gather a lot of information there." Jin asked in surprise, "Has the host regained his memory?" He casually replied, "No, that's just common knowledge. The problem is we need money to get in." Then he pulled out his empty pant pockets. "There wasn't a single coin, and I have no money at all. I need to earn 10,000 gun first." He began thinking of a hustle. "Should I sing or do something like that?" He asked the system, "Can you sing for me?" It answered, "If necessary in this field, I can assist." He wondered, "In this field?" But he let it go and agreed, "All right, I grant temporary control." Elsewhere, he stood motionless, holding a spoon, staring at the spoon in his hand. Kang In complained, "You prepare everything so thoroughly, huh? Use the spoon as a mic. Is singing really necessary for combat?" Jin sounded confident. "It's a morale-boosting intro feature to strengthen troops on the battlefield." He glanced around. "Yeah, that makes sense. But why do we have to sing here?" Kang In looked toward the amateur singers performing on stage. How could I compete with them? Looking at the crowd watching the performance, he fell into thought. At that point, Jin suggested, "If the host can demonstrate skills superior to those singers, he'll attract attention." He imagined the expected reaction. In other words, attention would be secured. He said, "Hey Jin, don't jerk like that. I know you're a great AI, but don't overdo it. You'll just make me look like an idiot." The performance began and he panicked. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, an empty cardboard box fell down. He was controlled into a silent moving state. At that moment, Kang-in focused his mind, and his singing began to rise. The instant his voice rang out, everyone around turned their eyes toward him. They were surprised. The girls exclaimed happily, "That's my favorite song." He sang while confidently giving a thumbs up. "Is this the right pose?" Jin immediately replied, "Attracting the audience is essential." The crowd continued to enjoy and praise his voice. "His voice is really good." But someone wondered, why does he only sing the chorus? Startled, Kang-in blurted. The system immediately explained, "This song only had the part I heard on the way here, so there's no intro or ending." People filled the cardboard box with money. The minimum amount was secured. Kang-in cheered happily. "Well done, let's get out of here quickly." Despite the crowd's cheers, he fled the scene while people shouted, "Sing more." Now Kang-in held the cardboard box full of money and called to Jin. "If we come here, we'll find a lot of information about the Earth Federation, our objectives, etc. But what if we don't find anything?" Jin answered, "The top priority is to infiltrate the local environment discreetly and blend in naturally. Then we need to figure out how to contact headquarters." He repeated, "Infiltrate discreetly." He walked on filled with unease. A hearing notice posted on the cafe door caught his eye. Internet cafe hearing ID and documents required. Preference given to experienced applicants. Kang-in's eyes sharpened. "I found a discreet way to get in. They even provide meals for staff." The system spoke, "If the host successfully infiltrates the private room, both information gathering and meal provision will be resolved. The fourth floor net cafe serves food and desserts with free meals for new members. Hurry and join us." Kang-in applied immediately and carefully climbed the stairs to the upper floor. As he walked, he told Jin, "I'll ask if we can stay there temporarily during my shift. We need somewhere to sleep tonight." Jin was pleased. "It would be great if we have a place to stay, food, and clothes." He instantly realized, "Wait, I haven't prepared any clothes." The system demonstrated its capability. There's a solution. The host's uniform has a camouflage feature, using special threads that remember shapes and can transform into various types of clothing. The outfit can also be detached into multiple pieces. The system explained, and reassemble the clothing into different styles. Kang-in immediately became excited. Kang-in exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, let me try it." Strange clicking and assembling sounds echoed in the space. After a measured period of time, he completed the disguise. After changing, he was wearing an outfit that looked like an extra from an action show. The system fell silent and contemplative for a while. Kang-in felt fairly confident. He even thought the outfit resembled the clothes of the singers he'd seen earlier. Jin was silent, which made Kang-in wonder, "Why aren't you saying anything?" At that moment, he noticed two people approaching. They chatted and complained, "It's just the neighborhood net cafe, why wear outfits like that?" The other replied, "Whatever." When those two saw Kang-in in his outfit, they stopped dead in their tracks. The three stood facing each other on the narrow staircase, no one speaking. The two were stunned by the sight before them, faces going pale, eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Kang-in simply looked back calmly. Then they passed by Kang-in, still pale and shaken. He quietly watched their figures, until the two had disappeared behind the door. Kang-in fell into thought, then said to Jin, "They're terrified of this outfit of mine." Jin confirmed, clearly. Kang-in wondered again, "Why are you scared too?" Strange sounds echoed again. "All right, let me try again." He confidently walked out in a casual outfit, a hoodie, pants, ordinary shoes, and a very normal baseball cap. "How's that?" Jin cheerfully, "Perfect. Wearing the cap is an excellent agent choice." Kang-in nodded, opened the door. "Okay, let's go." He stepped out the door, looking around and surveying the room carefully. His eyes widened as the system announced, scanning the room. The system's voice continued, 96% of current users are playing games. Utilities checked, payment methods verified, food conditions assessed, and suitable locations for temporary lodging identified. This place is optimal for the host's current situation. Hearing that, Kang-in replied confidently, "All right." The room buzzed with noise. The net cafe owner asked, "What are these guys doing?" Kang-in stepped forward to submit his job application. "You don't have a resume or ID card?" Kang-in replied calmly. "Yes," he commented, "very confident, aren't you?" Then he yawned, stretched lazily, and explained the hearing procedure. "You can fill out your resume here, bring your ID card tomorrow. I can put you in a position that's short-staffed." "That's all I can do." Kang-in remained calm and replied confidently, "Yes." He silently sized Kang-in up from head to toe, thinking to himself, "Not bad, but you're not here just to sit around wasting time, right? Good looking, but looks like the type who only knows how to cook instant noodles." Then he asked bluntly, "Do you know how to use the fryer? We sell food here, so you need to know how to handle it." Jin immediately told Kang-in, "I have field cooking skills to manage soldiers' food supplies." He looked surprised and tested Kang-in. "Oh, really? Then make some fried rice." Just then a customer came in and he switched to service mode, smiling warmly, "Welcome." Another customer asked, "Do you have private rooms? We don't have those." Kang-in nonchalantly went to find a place to show his skills. Suddenly, Kang-in noticed the ingredients and kitchen utensils. The system was analyzing everything so Kang-in could make a great dish. the ingredients for fried rice had been logged. He silently ordered the system. Jin, you know fried rice, right? Make it taste good. The system began demonstrating culinary skills and requested temporary hand control. Kang-in agreed. As soon as permission was granted, his body moved nimbly, his hands locating each tool precisely. Kang-in worked like a 4-star chef. He opened both refrigerator doors, inside packed with ingredients enough to cook 10 meals. Kang-in recalled the arrangement of utensils and their places in the kitchen. He closed his eyes to center himself. Kang-in's hand gripped the knife handle, the blade moving deftly like a magician. The knives in his hands became razor-sharp swords of magic. His body moved rhythmically as if remembering how to make the dish. The net cafe owner heard the rhythmic chop-chop like music and turned around, curious. He was instantly shocked by the sight. Kang-in's skilled hands gently dividing each scallion segment, every move precise. He was so surprised he couldn't hide it. I thought he was just stir-frying some frozen rice, but he's cooking entirely from scratch. Seeing the ingredients arranged exquisitely, neatly, and attractively, he didn't know how to describe it. When he looked at the rice frying in the pan, he was even more amazed. How is that possible? Kang-in had finished cooking and presented the dish beautifully. So quickly, too. So quickly, he politely held the plate of fried rice with both hands and offered it to the owner. It's done. The net cafe owner was astonished, barely catching Kang-in's movements. The net cafe owner was stunned, hardly following Kang-in's motions. His face looked constipated. But then he told himself, fast or slow doesn't matter, what matters is taste. He was sure it was undercooked because it was prepared so fast. He judged silently, thinking Kang-in rushed, but still lifted the first spoon to taste. Let me try. One spoonful, then another, his hand growing quicker and more even. He chewed carefully, trying to find flaws in the dish. Seeing him eat without comment, Kang-in's confidence suddenly dropped. Was it that bad? I already tasted it myself. He suddenly frowned, his face pretending to be displeased. The crumbs of food still clung to the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he slammed his spoon down on the table and shouted, "This is unacceptable." But then he suddenly jumped up with joy, face satisfied, smiling like a child. "Miss, bring me a bottle of soju." Then he snapped back to reality. Wait, this is an internet cafe. He slapped Kang-in on the shoulder excitedly and said, "For a moment there I thought I was at my favorite bar, made me want a drink." A girl appeared and cut in. "Sir, what are you talking about in broad daylight?" The owner introduced, "This is my niece. She also works here." She brightened when she saw Kang-in. "Is that you? You were the singer performing in the park, right?" Hearing that, Kang-in froze. How did she know? Her eyes sparkled as if surrounded by twinkling stars. With a voice like that, why are you working at an internet cafe? Kang-in replied at once, "I'm good at singing and I know a lot of other things too." Jin immediately objected in his head, "That's me, I'm the talented one." Kang-in hissed quietly, "Shut up." The girl flinched. "What?" He answered, "Not you." The owner's face suddenly softened into that of a 20-year-old woman. "I'm really happy there's a young man here who can cook. Io can't even prepare the ready-made food properly, always burns or spills it." The girl blushed, embarrassed by her uncle's words. "Uncle, please stop." The owner turned to Kang-in. "When would you like to work, lunch, shift, dinner?" Kang-in replied seriously, "I prefer part-time. I only want to work specific time slots and I need those hours to be flexible." He seemed a bit surprised. Kang-in continued, "I noticed there's a storage room here. Could I stay there temporarily during my shifts? I plan to stay only a short while." Hearing that, he gasped, "What, you don't have a home?" Kang-in answered honestly, "There are some things that are hard to explain." The owner changed expression and looked at him skeptically. "Lots of difficult conditions, but he's too competent to be fired." He immediately resolved inwardly, "The net cafe next door is famous for good food. I have to beat them. I need to build my own culinary reputation." He unexpectedly offered, "Fine, I'll let you stay in the storage room. Meals provided and double pay for 1 week, but only if your dishes help boost the cafe's sales." Hearing the salary, Kang-in was stunned, feeling the world spin. Double pay. Seeing Kang-in dazed, he called out, "Hey Kimda." Just then, Kang-in's first customers arrived. The girl said, "Eat first, then play." The guy with her replied, "Oh, this net cafe serves food, eating here works." The girl complained, "But the food here is terrible." At that moment, Kang-in cut in, surprising the customer. "Ma'am, you should try the food before you judge. Before calling it good or bad, taste it." Kang-in prepared to showcase his top-tier fried rice skills. Dongzok and Io stood on either side, marveling at his impressive performance. He said, "Bring me a plate." Seo hurried off right away. A perfect plate of fried rice was prepared. "Done already. The egg is perfectly set too." The owner immediately pointed at the customers. "Io, bring it to the customers now." A murmur went up, "This new employee is bold." The girl, gaming and listening to music, said to her friend, "Is the food here really that good?" "Ridiculous." The guy said, "Net cafes are struggling these days. Maybe they just ordered one to try. If it's bad, then." At that moment, Seo's voice rang out, "Your fried rice is ready." The guy was surprised. "Already? We just came in, we haven't even started playing." She set the plate of fried rice down, eyes a mix of fear and longing. "Yes, please enjoy your meal." The guy stammered, We only ordered fried rice. It looks pricier than usual." Io replied cheerfully, her face sparkling, "Yes, that's what you ordered. Please enjoy." The The two customers looked at Io and thought to themselves, is this staff member starving? They glanced at each other quietly and made up their minds. The girl asked nervously, should we just try it? The guy nodded, yeah. They took the first bite of rice and immediately fell into a trance, as if they'd slipped into another world. They remembered the grueling days of dieting practice, the sweat and hard work, the meager meals shared, holding hands through hardship, staying committed to their goal. They ran toward the food before them, the piece of chicken about to be within reach. Finally grabbed it. They relived memories hiding together in roadside bushes, sharing every scrap of food, eating until moved to tears. Meanwhile, their slimming coach suddenly gasped, where did the clients go? The girl was so moved that tears streamed down her cheeks. The two of them looked at each other and sobbed silently, tears running down their faces, the flavor just like before. Their cries filled the room, startling the other customers into attention. It's insanely good. This place will definitely get famous for this fried rice. We'll order another plate. No, 2 more. Other customers buzzed. Must be really good, should we try it? Someone said we'll take 2 plates too, me too. Io hurried off to spread the news. She ran into the room, excitedly pointed out and announced, oh my god, we've just got 12 more fried rice orders. Dongzok gaped in surprise. What, 12? The owner looked at Kangin anxiously. Can you handle it? Kangin awkwardly turned away and asked the system quietly, hey Jin, can you make 12 portions while keeping them delicious? The system replied confidently, of course. Tactical field cooking is essentially large-scale cooking. Providing tasty food is crucial. My dishes will be good if soldiers ate poor quality food, they'd be demoralized after risking their lives. Kangin picked up his knife thinking, impressive skill, then he ordered, I'll give you control, make 15 portions. Jin acknowledged, understood. In the cozy atmosphere of the cafe, about 3 hours later, Dongzok's eyes lit up, he cheered, what's your name? The owner looked at the sales screen and leaped for joy, these sales in just 3 hours are amazing. Kangin replied, so double pay for a week is guaranteed, right? The owner patted Kangin's shoulder and paced while staring at the revenue screen. Of course, no hesitation, keep it up. Then he asked again, so what's your name? He was silent a moment, then answered, Nak Kangin. The owner smiled happily, all right, Nak Kangin. I'll clean up the storage room for you and stock up on more ingredients. Keep doing a great job. Io lay on the floor, eating the remaining fried rice, faint with delight. At that moment, the system spoke up. You remembered a name? Kangin replied, no, it just slipped out. Use the name Nak Kangin until I recall my real name. The system answered, understood. The net cafe was now extremely busy. Io asked, Kangin, we still have many fried rice orders, can you handle them? He answered, I can. Now Kangin sat alone in the storage room, reflecting, we have a place to stay. But to get paid, I need an ID card. He asked the system, can you hack into the database? Jin replied, I can. I possess hacking skills from the early 21st century up to 2082. Kangin immediately came up with an idea. Oh, then you could probably hack a bank, right? I'm quitting this internet cafe job. Jin seemed alarmed. No way, I only have hacking skills related to local infiltration. He flopped back on the chair, thinking to himself, just as I expected, don't get your hopes up. Then Kangin asked, so suppose you're infiltrating 2024 on a covert mission, could you forge an ID card? The system replied, absolutely, I'll request the host to temporarily control the hands. Kangin thought it over and finally agreed. Jin announced, I've finished hacking the Republic of Korea's administrative database and am searching for records matching yours. He yawned as the system said, the host needs to open their eyes wide so I can capture visual data. Hearing that, Kangin perked up and said seriously, okay, no distractions. Suddenly he saw information that stunned him. Wait a second, what's this? The system immediately reported, an unidentified issue detected. Identity card for Nak Kangin registered at Ganggu District Office. The system scanned the fingerprints and confirmed a 100% match. He started, unable to believe it, staring at his hands. How could that be? I come from the Earth Alliance Special Unit in 2082, and you were created then too. He asked the system, is there any information about the Earth Alliance in 2024? The system replied, the major UN members are checking online records. There will be no Earth Alliance in 2024. At that, Kangin fell into extreme panic. So that means I exist simultaneously in 2024 and 2082. The system responded, insufficient information to verify. He ordered, pull up more of my personal records. Maybe we'll find an important clue. System notice, beginning search. Name, Nak Kangin. Age, unknown. College graduate, former member of the administrative department, no card usage records in 2 years, no social media activity, no national pension payment records, currently presumed unemployed. Looking at the screen, Kangin was shocked by his employment status, unemployed. The system issued a warning to him. Just then EU approached and exclaimed, you type so fast. Seo winked playfully, sorry, now get to the point. Her eyes sparkling, she asked, do you know how to develop a program? Kangin was at a loss for words and only reminded her, staring at someone else's screen is a bit rude, isn't it? Kangin breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seems she didn't see what's on the screen. Lucky. My uncle gave me this card to shop with you, Kang In, let's go together. They went out together. It's nice to get out during work hours. Yu recalled shopping with Kang In and marveled. Kang In picks things really fast too. He whispered to himself, I'm only choosing what the system told me to pick. Jin seemed proud. I picked the highest quality items and it took less than 5 minutes. The girl tried to make conversation with Kang In. Your bag is packed with stuff and heavy things too. But you carry it so easily, don't you? He replied curtly, it's light. She continued, oh, you can even flip a pan of 15 servings with one hand. She praised him again, your hands are as hard as steel. Jin couldn't stand it and complained, stop flattering me. Kang In answered, I'm not. EUCO cheerfully, of course it's not literal steel, it's just a metaphor. Kang In coldly, I'm not talking to you. She regretted it and pointed at the cafe they were standing in front of. Already time to go back. Should we get coffee to talk more comfortably? He declined, that's the boss's card. She kept smiling, it's fine, he's my uncle after all. At that moment, a car and several rude men appeared, startling her so she fell into Kang In's arms. They shouted loudly, if you don't want to die, you'd better open your eyes and watch where you're going. Kang In warily looked toward them, and the system immediately triggered an alarm warning that a hostile target had been detected. The system offered a prompt to Kang In, do you want to switch to combat mode? EUCO unaware felt guilty and burst into tears. I'm so sorry, I'll be more careful next time. The thugs were frightened and looked at each other in panic. Oh my god, she's really scary. One scowled while the other smiled and tried to smooth things over. My friend lost at a game all day, he's not in a good mood. Could you just go your way? EUCO, still crying, thanked him loudly. Thank you. System noticed, target is moving away. Safety status maintained. Kang In's gaze was cold as he carefully watched them until they disappeared. With things settled, Kang In and EUCO stepped into the elevator together. When the elevator arrived, they stepped out together. Seeing she was still shaking, Kang In asked at once, are you all right? EUCO awkwardly, yes, I just got startled and cried. Suddenly someone called her name loudly, EUCO. Dongzok rushed over and asked worriedly, why didn't you answer your phone? This is an emergency, she asked back, what happened? The boss held his head, face pale and exhausted. The internet just went out suddenly, it's chaos here. I called someone to fix it, but they said it would be over an hour before they arrive. Hearing this, EUCO panicked, oh my god, what are we going to do? This is a big problem. Hearing that, Kang In's expression turned serious, his gaze sharp. It seemed he had realized something. Kang In covertly asked the system, you accessed the government database earlier, could we be being monitored by a hacker? Jin replied confidently, with 2020's security tech they wouldn't be able to track us. Still, Kang In wasn't convinced, however, I think we should verify. Jin answered, in that case we need to check the temporary base's server. After hearing that, Kang In immediately asked Dongzok, boss, where's the server located? He looked confused, it's next to the counter. Kang In pointed at himself, I'll take a look, maybe I can fix it. After checking, Jin reported, I didn't find any traces of ongoing monitoring, but I did detect an attempted attack. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Kang In wondered, how did this happen? It's just an internet cafe. Jin explained, a personal data hacking program was installed. The hacking function conflicted with the security software and caused the internet outage. They may have used this room's server for testing. Kang In ordered anxiously, find out who hacked it. His typing speed increased. Jin announced, beginning trace. Target located. The hacker relayed signals through 7 servers to avoid detection. 6 are overseas, but 1 is right here. Kang In pondered the system report. They definitely chose a nearby internet cafe to test from. So distance matters, we have to go to the machine where the program was installed directly, right? System, correct. He began recalling the thugs they'd encountered at the door, wondering if they might be responsible. At that moment, a complaint cut through his thoughts. I got disconnected right in the middle of a match. EUCO quickly bowed and apologized, promising, yes, I'll add extra free time for you. The guy still sounded annoyed, that's the least you can do, I was about to win, really frustrating. She continued to placate the customer, I'm truly sorry. Noticing the situation, Kang In asked the system, the customer is upset, do you have any way to resolve this? Jin tactfully proposed an optimal solution. To win over players, start with the stomach. I suggest offering them food. The less developed the area, the more effective this method. The system presented a menu for him to choose. Here is a list of simple battlefield snacks, please select one. He decided quickly, fine, pick number 3. Jin immediately praised, you chose the snack with the lowest ingredient cost. Excellent choice. Kang In said helplessly, honestly, we don't have money right now, do we? Jin ignored him and replied in a spoiled princess tone, I don't understand anything. Hearing that, Kang In gave up and fell silent. Meanwhile, EUCO was helplessly crying to the extremely annoyed customers over the interrupted game. Due to the outage, she could only keep apologizing. I'm really so sorry. At the critical moment, Kang In appeared like a world-saving hero. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Kang In forced a bright, professional smile, handed over a cup of food, and said, the server is stable now, there shouldn't be any more internet drops. This is free, please try it. The odd customer outside acted cold and angry on the surface, but was soft inside and couldn't refuse the cup Kang In handed him. Though he verbally refused, his hand snatched the cup. You think this will salvage my match score? Let me see. If it's not good, you won't be off easy. As soon as he got the cup, he put it into his mouth without hesitation. The moment the food hit his taste buds, his expression instantly shifted. His face frozen in astonishment. The poisoned look on his face made Kang In worry as well. Then suddenly he yelled, Guga, this is insanely good. I feel like I'm fully charged to climb the ranks. He forgot himself and, clutching the cup, turned to Kang In. Give me some more. After getting another serving, he bolted off as if launched, leaving EUCO astonished. Thank you. She looked at Kang In with admiration, then tried to bite herself. How did you do that? Did you put some magic powder in this? How good does it have to be to calm him down like that? I want to try some too. She put the food into her mouth and immediately seemed a dozen years younger, her face full of happiness. She praised him reverently, a little spicy, a bit tangy, sweet, and fragrant. How did you make this? It's amazing, he bashfully. I just mixed them all together. Kang In continued, I need to step out to handle the internet issue. Give these to the affected customers. I left a bit in the kitchen, you and the boss can have some. She stared blankly as Kang In left with the cup of food in his hand, her face showing the shy blush of a young woman. She thought to herself, if heroes still exist in modern times, he must be one. At that moment, Kang In was already outside. The system said, we must eliminate the enemy that attacked our base. He replied, I know, that's why we need to catch the hacker. Lead the way. Jin immediately activated navigation mode and reported the situation. No nearby surveillance cameras, no security outside, no combat detection devices. Kang In looked up and told Jin they really tried hard to hide their tracks. Let's go in. He decided to take the stairs into the building, hid against the wall and said, I hear something from here. The system picked up the signal and helped amplify the sound, removing noise, improving clarity, letting Kang In hear everything clearly. From inside the room came someone's angry shouting, you idiot. If you can't do it, I'll kill you. Another voice, trembling, admitted fault. I'm sorry, it's just a test version, so it's unstable. Let me fix it. The shouting continued. If you do it right, I'll give you a lot of money to go home, don't you understand? The other kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't know the job would be like this. Please don't kill me. At the mention of killing, Kang In jolted. Jin immediately reported, voice analysis indicates a student is being threatened. Kang In's gaze turned icy. I thought so. Jin proposed, we must rescue the civilian and evacuate them. Inside, the thugs continued threatening and beating the student. One more complaint and you're dead. The student, terrified, covered his head to avoid the blows and kept repeating, I'll do it, I'll do it. At that moment, Kang In kicked the door open. The door flew open. He appeared looking cool, hood up, striking pose. The people in the room were startled and turned around. Kang In held his stance. Kang In scanned the room carefully and noticed a bespectacled student crying. The student thought in shock, why are there so many people? The thugs were also surprised. The boss asked, didn't you lock the door? The two underlings replied in embarrassed unison, we did lock it. The boss scowled, face fierce. Then how did this uninvited guest get in here? Before one of the two underlings could react, Kang In lunged forward and delivered a crushing punch to the boss's face. The boss's nose bled. He flew several meters back with no time to react. The other thug was also flat on the floor. The student in the room was Zi Ong-hoon, a freshman at Hankook University. I've been interested in hacking computers since I was a kid, and now I'm skilled enough that even experts come to me for advice. When I was looking for a part-time job, I received a recruitment message. Hello, Buer Hacker. If you're seeking a part-time position, I have a job to recommend. There's a company run by an acquaintance of mine, and all you'd have to do is inspect their security system. It only takes about 3 or 4 days and isn't too difficult. Pay is around 2 million gold. If you're interested, reply to this message. Zi Ong-hoon stared at the job post, then sprang up in a panic. A part-time job testing a company's security? Incredible, I can start tomorrow. He leaped for joy, never before so excited about a job that perfectly matched his skills. But it turned out to be a scam. This wasn't a legitimate company. He thought, I haven't even enjoyed life's pleasures yet. Am I really going to rot away here? Zi Ong-hoon trembled, clutching his head as he looked across the room. In front of him stood a young man in a light gray hoodie and a baseball cap, who with a single punch had sent the big scammer sprawling to the floor. The man wore a mask that covered his face, leaving only sharp eyes visible. Then that hero appeared. In the messy room, Zi Ong-hoon could only clutch his head in a corner. Beside him were the two remaining scammers. The three of them stared in shock at the big man lying motionless on the floor. Kang In thought to himself, I just broke in, hope I'm doing the right thing. The system said, we are currently on a covert mission. Any enemy who intervenes must be eliminated. Kang In looked at his hand, twisting his wrist in astonishment. Am I strong now? I knocked down a big guy with one punch. The system warned, be careful. The two remaining scammers glared at Kang In. The system continued, enemies ahead are armed. Predicted weapon 1, dagger in the pants pocket of the scar-faced long-haired man. Predicted weapon 2, dagger in the shirt pocket of the bald man. The scar-faced man pointed at Kang In and shouted, who the hell are you? Where did you crawl out from? What are you doing here? Kang In calmly looked at them. Jen, no need to be scared, right? The system answered, as a special agent, the host body has been enhanced. Win probability, 100%. Kang In satisfied, that's good then. He then pointed at the two scammers. I was passing by and heard someone being beaten, so I rushed in. It's unfair for many people to beat one person. The two scammers went pale, they ground their teeth and hissed each word. What did you just call us, octopus? System alarm, host has provoked the enemies. Kill intent increasing. The scar-faced man drew a dagger and lunged toward the door, cursing as he ran, you bastard. Kang In calmly calculated, physically, I win easily. It's better to focus on attacking their morale. The scar-faced man lunged while yelling, all you got is a mouth. Before he could finish, Kang In delivered an extremely powerful kick to his face. The guy flew up high, his head smashing into the ceiling, then dangled there suspended. The remaining man panicked, drew a dagger and charged, you little punk. Kang In glanced, primed his ankle, then launched a modest-looking but devastatingly powerful kick, which sent the bald man flipping backward, collapsing instantly. Three scammers, one hanging from the ceiling, two lying unconscious on the floor. Kang In looked at his body in astonishment. My kick was so strong my movements felt like a machine. The system replied, in the recent fight the host used force 5 times that of a normal person. Kang In, astonished, really? I feel as light as a feather. The system continued, the host's strength has been enhanced. Zeong-Hon trembled as he watched the scene, shouting inside. Is he crazy? Maybe he's contacting someone by radio, or did the government send him to arrest me for hacking? Even though I did a few questionable things in the past, a flood of embarrassing images came back. Hacked 5 million me's in elementary school. Hacked the bully's Instagram to change the password. Used hacking skills for other shameful stuff. He clutched his head and screamed inwardly, why did I do that? Why? Zeong-Hon stammered, I didn't do anything bad. Kang In glanced over. Zeong-Hon trembled and pointed at the scammers. I was just following their orders. I'm really a good person. Please let me go. Kang In thought, is no one accusing him? The system said, there's a 90% chance he's telling the truth. He's a hacker. Seeing Kang In silent, Zeong-Hon grew more anxious. You can check the security cameras, right? Kang In replied, can you tell truth from lies? He hurriedly nodded, it's true. Are you still talking over radio? System analysis, I have facial expression and behavior analysis skills to assess credibility. Dilated pupils, trembling lips, flared nostrils, the closer the data, the more accurate. Kang In nodded, that's useful. Does he look like he's lying? System conclusion, 90% he's telling the truth. Kang In leaned down and looked straight at Zeong-Hon, saying to the system, so there's a 10% chance he's lying. System, correct. Thinking Kang In was about to hit him, Zeong-Hon instinctively raised his hands to ward off a blow. But he suddenly heard Kang In ask, hey, why are you here? Zeong-Hon breathed a sigh of relief and answered, I was tricked into taking a part-time security testing job and have been held here for 3 days. He went on to accuse, who would have thought those guys were bad? They forced me to do nasty things for them even after the job was done. Kang In asked, what kind of things? Zeong-Hon replied, stock manipulation. Hearing that, Kang In's eyes widened in shock. Huh. He looked at the 3 thugs knocked out nearby, doubting, they don't look smart enough to pull that off. Zeong-Hon immediately explained, they made me create a program to manipulate comments on stock forums. Those guys went to the nearby net cafe to set things up themselves. Kang In recalled earlier today when he happened to walk past the shop and saw those guys hawking customers. Thinking that over, he muttered, so they're involved in a stock manipulation scheme. There must be someone backing them. These guys are just subcontractors. He calculated, since they haven't come to our temporary base, we're safe for now, but we can't let them off easily. Then he turned to Zeong-Hon and said, call the police. I don't have money to make a call. Zeong-Hon jumped. What, aren't you a cop? Kang In replied, call the police and report that you were kidnapped. Zeong-Hon asked anxiously, you won't get into trouble, right? Kang In hummed, sir, you're calling me sir. He squinted and pointed at his face. Do you know what I look like? Zeong-Hon, honestly, no, you're wearing a mask. Kang In said, I'm just a passerby who heard the beating. The one being beaten was you, so I came to rescue. Zeong-Hon replied dreamily. After saying that, Kang In stood up and turned to leave. That's it, I'm going. Zeong-Hon stammered, sir, you're leaving already? Kang In teased, should I wait here for the police? Zeong-Hon blushed, that's not what I meant. Then he excitedly looked at the 3 scammers. I want to beat these guys too, can I? Kang In raised an eyebrow, why ask? Just hit them. Zeong-Hon hesitated, but what if they wake up? You'll protect me, right? Kang In replied coldly, they won't wake up. Right now they can't do anything. Go ahead. Hearing that, Zeong-Hon's eyes lit up, really. He raised his fist high, you bastards. Then he punched the bald man's face hard. That man sprang up from inertia and got hit again. Zeong-Hon kept punching a few more times to vent his anger. Under Kang In's supervision, many police cars and ambulances were parked in front of the building. 2 officers seeing the scene froze. Wait, were these people beaten up? Inside the office, someone reported, still alive. Another officer was taking Zeong-Hon's statement. What happened? Zeong-Hon recounted, they've held me for 3 days, locked me up and beat me, forcing me to write a program to manipulate stock forums. If I failed, I'd be finished. But a passerby heard the commotion and came to rescue me. I'm not weak. The police, skeptical, asked, so how did it come to this? Overwork? Zeong-hoon gritted his teeth. No, I couldn't do that. The passerby knocked them out. In another corner, the captain and Officer Dai-dung stood by the window observing. The captain said, these guys couldn't have come up with stock manipulation on their own. There's definitely someone behind them. Dai-dung nodded, of course. The captain watched the medics carry the 3 onto stretchers, interrogate them as soon as they wake up. If they're drug addicts or high, we might miss important information. Dai-dung asked, but who beat them to this state? Captain, the victim says it was a passerby. He turned and asked, they're still alive, right? Dai-dung breathed a sigh of relief, just broken bones, not dead. Besides, they drew knives first, so what now? Dai-dung asked. The captain put a cigarette to his lips and pondered, check the cameras and see who it was. This isn't big enough for arrests, but it's not something to ignore. The sky was clear blue, sunlight piercing through the clouds. A pair of feet strode down the street. System notification, camera ahead, turn right. Kang-in pulled his cap low and followed the directions, asking suspiciously, are you sure that building has no cameras? System affirmed, I'm certain. We must complete the mission fully. Recalling the bald guy springing up by reflex, Kang-in exclaimed, damn, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect them to react so fast even after being hit. The system explained, that's just a knee-jerk reflex, nothing special. Kang-in removed his hat and mask, revealing a handsome face. He sighed, by the way, you don't have phone functions, do you? The system replied sadly, I don't have anything. Kang-in stretched his muscles and sighed, saying, then I'll have to buy a smartphone. Since I'm broke, I'll probably have to buy it on installments. One day, Kang-in sat on a bus, bored, propping his chin and watching the scenery slide past the window. 3 days had passed since that day. Right after rescuing that person, I went to the registered address to gather information about myself. The place was just an empty lot near Gangwon province. All that remained were rumors it had once burned down. The place was just an empty lot near Gangwon province. All that remained were rumors it had once burned down. Who am I and what am I doing here? Am I really communicating with the future, or is someone from the future traveling back to the past? There was nothing left to investigate, only questions. I had no choice but to return empty-handed. At some internet cafe. The cafe had regained its peace and was even doing better business. According to the part-timer, Elle's father had pulled some strings with a fairly influential person, so the cafe had become a regular stop. The special dish was only served on days I was at the cafe. When I went out to gather information, that dish wasn't available. This random sales tactic worked surprisingly well. Whether I was there or not, the cafe was now packed. Some people came just to eat, but most stayed at least an hour or two. Now look at the face of the owner, Dong Xok, smiling broadly. All right, everyone, listen up. It looks like he'll have to hire more part-time staff as the customer count keeps rising. Let me introduce our new staff. Then he turned to the person beside him and asked, what's your name? Kang-in looked in surprise at the young man standing next to Dong Xok. He was stunned when he heard Zeong-hoon cheerfully say, nice to meet you. Zeong-hoon eagerly introduced himself. I'm Zeong-hoon. The system immediately reminded Kang-in, that's the person you rescued from captivity 3 days ago. He thought helplessly, I know. Dong Xok studied the resume in his hand, murmuring, let's see. Oh, you're studying information technology? Zeong-hoon scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, I've been good with computers for a while. If a computer breaks, I'm happy to fix it. After saying that, he bowed 90 degrees to everyone. I look forward to working with you all. Dong Xok happily patted Zeong-hoon on the back. It's great to have 2 reliable part-timers. Hey, am I included too, boss? While bowing, Zeong-hoon thought to himself, I applied to work here because I felt awful about the damage I once caused the internet cafe, even though I was forced to. The owner smiled and told Zeong-hoon to introduce himself. Faced with that friendliness and enthusiasm, he silently vowed to work very hard. Then the owner turned to Kang-in. This is Kang-in, the one who turned this internet cafe into a popular spot. Kang-in and Zeong-hoon looked at each other as the owner's words still rang in their ears. He works as a cook here, but he's also great with computers. Help each other out. Zeong-hoon stared at Kang-in in surprise. He stammered, asking hesitantly, seeing Zeong-hoon's demeanor, Kang-in's eyes full of concern. Zeong-hoon looked at Kang-in in astonishment. He stammered, you're older than me, right? Kang-in, relieved by that attitude, answered, yes. Zeong-hoon shyly shook his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Zeong-hoon, please teach me. Kang-in sighed with relief that the man hadn't recognized him and replied, yep, I'm Na Kang-in. Suddenly, the system announced, working with the rescued person's associate may put the host at risk. I recommend you ask the owner to fire him. Kang-in thought helplessly, that's too harsh. He already used informal address, how could I fire him? Then he answered, Zeong-hoon, I'm glad to meet you too. Scene shifts inside a shopping center. After finishing shopping, the system reported, review today's shopping list. Fermented bean paste, soy sauce, garlic paste, tomatoes, mayonnaise, hot sauce, oyster sauce, tomato juice. Kang-in carried the grocery bag and walking, listened to the system's steady voice. All purchases have been completed and receipts stored securely. Kang In replied tersely, good. A while later, Kang In asked curiously, Diane, you seem particularly careful about money and food, huh? The system replied proudly, financial management. Money keeps your life running smoothly and enforces stability. Flavor matters too because checking food for mold or toxins is important for bodily safety. Hearing that, Kang In wondered, is there something wrong? Kang In kept walking, muttering, yeah, money management and hazard detection okay. But real joy is enjoying good food, right? Even when buying sauce, you have to taste test first. Suddenly, the system issued an alert, warning, detected fire explosion risk. Hearing the alarm, Kang In froze immediately. He looked around, everything seemed normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Kang In glared at the system, you're just pretending to change the subject, aren't you? The system insisted, definitely not. Kang In retorted, lies, there's nothing here. No sooner had he finished speaking than a boom rang out, an upper floor of a nearby building exploded. Smoke and flames billowing everywhere. Kang In stared in shock at the scene before him. Shouts and cries for help echoed everywhere. Fire, help. Looking at the blaze, Kang In thought to himself, is this really on fire? He clenched his fists. His body had been equipped with AI-assisted combat. His eyes fitted with augmented reality technology, an auxiliary module in my ear, and my legs have been strength enhanced. With a fire like this, could I defeat it in a single strike? Thinking that, Kang In clenched his fists and stepped back, his gaze full of determination. He summoned all his strength, imagining he could unleash a fire-extinguishing beam to envelop the blaze. Then there was an eerie silence. A boy with a backpack holding an ice cream walked by and stared at Kang In as if he were deranged. The system sneered, going crazy. Kang In stuck out his hand, bewildered. Oh, I can't do that. The system reminded him, if you could do that, would you still be human? Kang In looked at the roaring flames about to swallow the building and asked, so what's the easiest way to put it out? The system replied, right now, calling the fire department is the simplest option. Kang In, not satisfied, muttered, I don't believe I'm powerless. At that moment, a loud cry rang out, help, is anyone there? A person on the roof shouted for help, save me up here. People below panicked and pointed to the rooftop. Oh my God, look at the roof. God, what do we do? Kang In couldn't stand by while the beauty was in danger. He quickly put on a mask and asked the system, Jay, can you calculate the fire truck's arrival time? The system answered, considering current traffic, the fire truck will take at least 4 minutes to arrive. The fire could reach the rooftop within 4 minutes. If we don't act now, the chance of death by asphyxiation is up to 99%. Hearing that, Kang In immediately donned his mask and calmly analyzed the situation. He ordered the system to find an entry route. After scanning, the system reported there are no internal pathways in the building. This route may contain toxic gases if the host climbs it. Hearing that, Kang In, agile as a squirrel, leaped up the tiers of adjacent buildings. The crowd murmured, wow, is that guy crazy? He's planning to rescue that person. But Kang In paid them no mind. He looked at the flames and requested a check for survivors on other floors. The system replied, I don't detect any movement inside the building. Most people evacuated immediately after the explosion. As he leapt to the next floor, Kang In clung to the wall like a spider, causing those below to exclaim, oh my, is that Spider-Man? How can he climb like that? Is he a professional climber? Suddenly the system flashed red. Warning, detected explosion risk ahead. Despite the danger, Kang In remained undaunted. He jumped past the hazard and grabbed the railing. Breathing a sigh of relief, he silently thanked his endurance, but the system retorted, you should be thanking me, he asked, what did you say? Then Kang In leaped onto the roof to rescue the person. He exhaled in relief upon reaching the spot. A Daeom was sobbing in despair. Seeing someone arrive, she looked up at Kang In, her eyes brimming with tears as if she'd found a ray of hope. She reached out as she cried, my savior. At that moment, a Daeom flinched as another explosion occurred. The fire was spreading faster than expected, and the survival odds dropped. She asked fearfully, are we going to die here? Kang In calmly replied, I'm assessing it. Then he quietly asked the system to impress the woman, you said my body is enhanced, right? If she and I jump to the neighboring building, will we get hurt? The system scanned below and answered, there are too many witnesses. If such a conspicuous action is seen by many, the host will have difficulty adapting to this place. You say, but at least that's better than dying here. Suddenly, Kang In spotted another chance to survive. A clothesline. He wondered, should I use this to get across? A Daeom immediately protested. No, I can't do that. The system announced, the lower floors are blocked by fire. All escape routes are unsafe. The system announced, the lower floors are blocked by fire. All escape routes are unsafe. This might be a crazy idea. But before she could finish, Kang In had already unhooked the laundry line. If he tied this across to the next building, we could cross. The system objected, impossible. A Daeom also refused. No, I'm not doing that. Are you crazy? Kang In insisted. We have to do it. I need your help. A Daeom shook her head. I can't. Seeing his resolve, the system relented. All right, while the host is on the line, I will assist with balance. After tying the ropes together, hold on to them. I'll assist the host's movement. Kang In proposed, it would be better if you controlled the throwing force. The system replied, because throwing resembles an attack, I cannot assist. The host must do it themselves. Kang In grabbed the rope and asked the system to adjust the aim. Then he tossed the rope to the neighboring building. Luckily, the rope caught precisely on the stair rail. Everything's ready, Kang In turned and said, let's go. A Daeom still refused in terror. With no other option, Kang In picked her up. A Daeom panicked, shouting, don't drop me. Kang In said sternly, shut up. On the street below, bystanders murmured, oh my, is he really going to cross that? It's too dangerous. Kang In began stepping across the thin line from one side to the other, while a Daeom kept screaming, help, mom. He moved while doing his best to calm her. Stay still, don't move. Kang In kept carrying her and quickened his pace. At this speed, we'll be fine, he thought. A Daeom panicked, helplessly screaming into the haze. She spun, both terrified and stammering, no, faster, not slower. The system observed and assessed. This is truly an unexpected situation. The rope is burning faster than anticipated. Kang In asked in surprise, how much time do we have left? It seems the system's warning was a bit late. At this rate, the rope will snap before they reach the other building. Under the weight of 2 people, the rope had begun to sag, as if it were about to give way at any moment. Kang In froze, heart pounding, terrified as he realized the rope was about to break. Suddenly, the rope loosened, accompanied by a Daeom's piercing scream. My voice echoes through the mountains, why does no one answer? Recognizing the danger, Kang In unexpectedly hurled a Daeom like a stone toward the landing. Fortunately, a Daeom landed safely on the floor over there. But on Kang In's side, the rope snapped. Kang In fell free, heart racing, head spinning. In that free fall moment, Kang In remained calm, trying to find a solution like someone used to high-pressure situations. He glanced around, eyes darting as he searched for something to grab. Looking up, he realized the upper portion of the line was still anchored, and he strained toward the nearest building. By reflex, Kang In caught hold of a signboard and quickly scrambled up. He leapt from one building to another, causing the crowd below to gasp, look, that guy's still alive. Is he running around the building? Kang In finally managed to leap up to the roof of the building. Luckily, he landed successfully. His whole body drenched in sweat, he panted, I thought I was a goner. Then Kang In climbed up and asked, are you okay? A Daeom, having regained her composure, cried out, a ghost? Kang In replied, bewildered, I'm still alive, get down, it's too dangerous. She couldn't believe her eyes, how are you still alive, didn't you fall, are you a superhero? Kang In shrugged, something like that. A Daeom's eyes brightened, she asked curiously, why are you talking to me so familiarly? Do we know each other? He answered, you look young. She asked again, are you a fan of mine? He stared at her, thinking, who is this girl? Then he turned his back and walked away, irritated and scolding the system. Daein, you've been making too many mistakes lately. You said you were part of a special strategic force, so I believed you. The system replied, I didn't know they'd use highly flammable materials on the exterior of the building. Kang In snapped, so you're saying I can't solve every problem, right? Just then, a Daeom ran after him and asked, you're the cook from the internet cafe, aren't you? He opened his eyes wide in surprise, thinking, how does she know that? At that moment, the fire department also arrived in time to put out the blaze. Scenes of Kang In rescuing a Daeom were recorded by bystanders and posted online. The story reached Dae Dung and his team, so he tied a rope to the nearest building and walked across it while carrying the person. Dae Dung commented, someone else asked, does anyone know who he is? Dae Dung lit a cigarette and shook his head, no one knows. Then he pointed out one item, the only link is this, a plastic bag. To rescue someone you need both hands and feet free. If you're carrying a bag, you set it down. A master tightrope walker left this behind. That's the only possibility. Inside, there's only cooking supplies. The receipt got wet and torn so it's unreadable. They searched inside and found a receipt with the shop's name still visible. Should we check the cameras? Dae Dung replied, do we really have to? This isn't a criminal investigation. If it's just an electrical fault or a gas leak, it's not our team's responsibility. Just then, Dae Dung received a call. The captain called and asked why. That's why you always delay our break time. Then the captain said urgently, we're in trouble. Dae Dung replied nonchalantly, what? We're always in trouble. The captain said gravely, this isn't an electrical issue or a gas leak. It was deliberate. I don't have full details yet, but there's one fatality on the 3rd floor. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Damn, I thought there were no casualties. Dae Dung replied, right, understood. I'll start by looking for the person who crossed the rope. At the same time, in another part of the building, a Daeom stretched contentedly after finishing a shower. Kang In followed and seeing her asked, you survived because of me and now you want a shower, don't you have any shame? A Daeom replied calmly, well, my house burned down in the fire. Don't you feel sorry for me? I have no parents and I live alone. Tonight I won't even have a place to sleep. Kang In coldly, I'm alone too. She snapped angrily, are you serious? Then a Daeom looked sad and pleaded softly, I mean, lonely as in truly lonely. I borrowed student loans to enroll in college and plan to work part-time to make ends meet. Now how am I supposed to live? Kang In didn't bother, you said you'd work part-time, right? Then go get a job. A Daeom's eyes welled with tears. How can I do that right now? Kang In turned away unconcerned, but a Daeom kept pleading. Oh right, is your internet cafe still hearing? He turned his back to leave, but she grabbed his sleeve and wouldn't let go. But you're hearing there too, aren't you? Help me get in, please. Kang In replied, go ask my boss, I'm just a part-timer myself. She suggested, how about we apply together? Like a burr on his heel, a Dae-om trailed behind Kang In. He said bluntly, I already said no. But still curious, he asked, how did you recognize me? A Dae-om answered playfully, I always come to that internet cafe, that's where I work. Kang In, still puzzled, asked about her job. A Dae-om explained, I'm a cute game streamer, pretty popular. When I go live, a lot of people watch and I interact with them. A sweet sponsor even gave me 5,000 guns. Thanks sponsor, thanks Jay for the 5,000 guns. She smiled brightly then complained, please stop playing that game, I'm losing because of my rival. Since I don't have a computer at home, I usually stream from the cafe. Kang In, skeptical, stared and asked, are you pretty? A Dae-om, a bit embarrassed, replied, am I not pretty? He asked again, are you good at games? A Dae-om honestly shook her head. No. Kang In probed, how many subscribers do you have? A Dae-om answered nonchalantly, 30. Hearing that, Kang In resigned himself and reluctantly led a Dae-om to apply. She followed happily, saying okay. At the cafe, a voice called out, Oppa. Seeing Kang In return, she asked, why are you so late? Noticing he had brought another woman, she asked, who's this? A Dae-om quickly replied, hi, I'm Jun A. Diem, the new staff here. Kang In hurriedly denied it, not yet. The girl heard it and ignored them, not caring. A Dae-om turned and asked, by the way, you said you went out to buy sauce, why did you come back empty-handed? Kang In replied casually, I lost my bag while watching the fire. The girl said, oh, the house fire up the street, right? Maybe you were so focused on the fire you lost your stuff, someone might have taken it. Kang In accepted the blame, fine, deduct it from my pay. Suddenly the system appeared, host. Based on my analysis of the host's visual feed, there's a very high probability that many people recorded the fire. We need to search the internet and collect information. Meanwhile, at the cafe, a Dae-om was networking everywhere. Hello boss, I'm here to apply. And Kang In, following the system's cue, turned and said, got it. Online, an article about the district fire headlined, the tightrope hero rescued someone, gradually trending. The system reported, I found several live stream clips from the scene. The event was recorded many times. Public reaction was spreading widely online with 5,728 comments. Seeing that, Kang In asked to be sure, it's fine, J-In will delete all those videos from the internet, right? The system answered flatly, I don't have hacking skills like that. Kang In, surprised, why not? The system replied, I'm a combat support AI. He couldn't believe it and asked, but you hacked before, didn't you? It answered that was only for identity alteration. Kang In sighed, it's useless since I already have an identity. The system continued, I have military-grade news defense capabilities. Right now there's no hacker attack, so I can't show it to the host. Kang In breathed out, so you can't delete those videos? The system replied tersely, correct. He fell into despair. Great. At that moment, someone approached the internet cafe where Kang In worked and looked up scrutinizingly. It was Dai Dung holding a smartphone as a guide. He looked at the internet cafe and declared, so the tightrope master is at this net cafe. At the net cafe, Kang In's system reported, today I still can't find any information about the Earth Alliance or the Special Strategic Forces. Kang In was lying in bed, thought for a moment and asked the system, I wonder if anyone connected to 2028 is involved, but it doesn't seem like it. The system replied, it's also possible they're hiding their identities like we are. He nodded, that's possible. The system continued, I've verified some claims about people from the future, but no one in those communities is reliable. He picked up his phone and said, see, I told you it's 2024. The system responded, but my existence cannot be explained by 2024 technology. Kang In nodded, that's right, implanting AI into a human body isn't feasible in this era. He rested his chin on his hand, still not over yesterday's fire, but what could you do? Either way, it's 2024 now. By the way, he asked, what happened with the building fire yesterday? The system displayed residential fire at XX Dong. Today's incident and accident at XX Dong resulted in damage to the network and property. One person died. The case is under police investigation. A person was found dead at the scene. Seeing that someone had died, Kang In panicked and blamed himself. What? Did we miss someone? Is this my fault? Dayan reassured his owner, no way. The deceased was found in the room we had traversed while climbing from outside the building yesterday. Hearing that, Kang In, somewhat puzzled, interrupted. Wait, so we didn't see that person? You don't have infrared vision or anything? The system answered, the AI lens is only an augmented reality device, not an infrared vision device. Kang In reminded it, you know you slipped up again this time, right? He fell silent, mulling it over and recalling the events of yesterday in detail. There were absolutely no signs of anyone in that room, no movement, no sounds of life, nor any noise detected in the surrounding area. Hearing the words life, Kang In suddenly realized, wait, that could mean the person had already been dead. Startled, Kang In sprang up, wondering, what if this wasn't an accidental fire but a murder? The system judged, that's a high possibility. Just then, a voice from outside pulled Kang In out of his thoughts and made him poke his head out. Huh, the police. Outside Kang In's room, Dai Dung approached carrying a bag and asked, did you buy these items? Yu Seo turned around in surprise. Oh, those. Dai Dung asked again, do you know about these? Who bought them? She answered, Kang In. When Kang In explained the situation, the police returned the items he had left behind while watching the fire yesterday. Seeing him, Dai Dung handed the items back and said, so you left these when you went to watch the house fire? Yu praised, oh, our police are amazing. They even trace owners of things like this and return them. He cleared his throat and replied, yes. Kang In didn't forget his manners, thank you. Dai Dung scratched his head awkwardly, ah yeah. Then he handed Kang In a business card. This is my card, Korean Police Detective Bukyo Kyung. If you have any information about yesterday's incident, please contact me. Kang In held the card without saying anything. Yu cheerfully said, okay, goodbye. Looking at the card, Kang In thought to himself, to catch the killer, we need the detective's help. Can I go see him? The system answered, the cardholder's identity has been verified. It should be safe to meet the detective. At that moment, Yu asked, Opa, do you have to go out today? I want to work with you today so we can get closer. The system still echoed in his head. It will be beneficial in the future to get acquainted with the local police. Hearing both the system and EU, Kang In replied, all right, let's get closer. Hearing that, Seo jumped up with joy. I'm so happy. So we're going to work together today? You really can't trust what men say. Kang In spoke up, no, I have something to take care of today, so I have to go. EU froze, stood motionless, then broke into a goofy smile. You're really hard to figure out. At the police station, banners and slogans were posted all along the walls. A police officer must be responsible to the citizens. The police will always be by your side. A voice echoed in the detective's office. Oh. Dai Dung pointed at Kang In surprise and asked, aren't you the owner of the bag from earlier? He replied, yes, that's me. Thinking Kang In had come to say thanks, Dai Dung replied politely, oh, you didn't have to do that. We just return lost items to their owners. After a moment, sensing something was off, Dai Dung asked, you came here empty-handed? Kang In answered calmly, I didn't come for that. He was surprised. Oh, you didn't come for that? Then why? Kang In recounted what he knew about yesterday's fire. I think it was an assassination. No sooner had he finished than Dai Dung gasped. What? He sighed, tired from pressure from his captain and now from this young man. Well, since someone died, it's certainly suspicious. We're still investigating. Kang In continued, there's a chance this was a murder. Dai Dung asked further, do you have any evidence? Since this is only a hypothesis, it will be hard to investigate. Kang In replied, I didn't see anyone moving in the room when I climbed the building. Hearing that, Dai Dung calmly took a sip of his coffee and said, oh right. His brain hadn't loaded it earlier, but now Dai Dung realized and shouted, what? He asked, causing Kang In to smugly give a thumbs up. Dai Dung asked, so you're the tightrope walker? Dai Dung gaped, why didn't you say so earlier? Kang In casually replied, you didn't ask. Hearing that, Dai Dung immediately thought highly of him, impressive. Then he asked with interest, how did you do that? You climbed like Spider-Man, even carrying someone on the rope, then walked along the wall. Kang In replied, that's not important right now. The detective nodded right. After that, Dai Dung took out his notebook. Can you explain again why you suspect this was a murder? Kang In analyzed. In the criminal team's room, only two people were talking to each other. There was no movement in the room, even though the fire was intense. The victim could have been dead beforehand, or drunk, or on drugs. Those conjectures made Dai Dung think. He folded his arms and analyzed. So you mean someone burned down the whole house to cover up a murder? Kang In nodded. Yes. Yesterday, I was sure there was no one inside when I climbed the building. At that moment, another colleague walked in. Detective Bukyo, has the National Forensic Agency contacted us yet? Oh, the tightrope master. Kang In politely greeted, hello. Dai Dung answered, of course not. It takes time to do an autopsy, but the fire was so intense they said they couldn't get in. Another colleague continued, hey Detective Bukyo, we just got a message that the fire might have been caused by an electrical short. To be sure, did anyone check the cameras? She replied, there are no cameras in that area. Seeing things weren't simple, Dai Dung, hair disheveled, blurted out, really? So what now? Should we sketch a composite? At that point, they had to rely on the system. Kang In quietly called, hey, do you remember the faces of the people you saw yesterday? The system replied, yes, I've stored all the images collected before the fire. I'll replay them. He nodded, yeah. Then the system projected the recorded images onto the table. Kang In watched the video intently. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. After watching closely, he finally spoke. Yesterday, I saw 4 people walk out of the building. We've got a lead. Dai Dung, surprised, said, oh really? Based on the video the system played, Kang In recounted. The first person walked out of the alley near that building, holding a phone in his right hand and talking. He wore a bracelet on his left wrist, a red plaid shirt missing 2 buttons, a gray phone case, and a t-shirt over it. Dai Dung listened to his extremely detailed description and was thoroughly impressed. You describe it as if the person is standing right in front of you. In truth, in Kang In's mind, the system was replaying the video directly before his eyes, and Dai Dung's face was like a projector, so he could describe every detail clearly. He continued, the second person is, the third person is, and so on. He described those people in great detail. Dai Dung exclaimed, then can you help us make a sketch? We need to record this in a composite before we forget. But our sketch artist isn't here right now. Can you wait a bit? For Kang In, though this was no problem, I can draw it myself. Dai Dung grew even more astonished. Oh, you're good at drawing, he modestly replied. I only do rough sketches. In fact, Kang In thought to himself that Jae In was the one truly skilled at this. Paper and pens were ready. Finally, he requested, system, can you capture images of the 3 suspects and project them into my view? It answered, of course. The images gradually appeared before Kang In. He said, zoom in a bit more. The system replied, zooming in, quality confirmed. So Kang In issued commands while quietly shifting the paper, move it a little to the left. People around him whispered, is he talking to himself? Kind of odd. Once the image fit the page, he began sketching stroke by stroke, fully focused. The pen moved steadily and each face took shape. Kang In seemed very absorbed in his work. After a while, Kang In spoke up, done. Dai Dung and his colleagues peered at Kang In's drawing with wide, astonished eyes. The sketch looked like a special ops render. Some cops blurted out, are you kidding me? Kang In quickly crumpled the paper slightly and reassured them, I only did a quick sketch. Everyone said in unison, uh-huh. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an unusual silence. He tensed, sweating, propped his head up and called the system, Dai In, you have to draw it now. Immediately the system replied, I can only draw if the host grants temporary control. Hearing that, Kang In angrily said, you're so inflexible, I accept. Detective Bukio, exasperated and sweating, asked Dai Dung, didn't you say this guy could draw? Dai Dung awkwardly scratched his head, searching his phone. I don't know, I'll call the sketch artist right away. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared from behind where Kang In was sitting. People hurried over to Kang In's spot. Everyone who passed by was amazed. His skilled hands drew quickly and crisply. Speaking as he worked, wait a moment, this'll be done shortly. People gathered around murmuring, you draw like a machine, are you a genius? The system spoke up, my main job is as an agent for the Earth Alliance. Kang In thought to himself, even if you say that, it's the same. Kang In held 3 sketches in his hands. Only 3 people left the alley before the fire started. If the arsonist fled, it's very likely one of these 3. Everyone collectively gasped in amazement, and the team leader immediately commanded, quickly verify their identities now, investigate them immediately. Everyone enthusiastically complied. The next day at the diner, laughter could be heard from outside. A dish was placed on the table. Its color and flavor were so excellent everyone praised it. Yi, after tasting it, exclaimed excitedly, Kang In Opa's malatang is absolutely delicious. Kang In brought out more food, have some more. A Daiom's eyes sparkled as she pointed. Amazing. Ziong Hon slurped and sniffled, it's so good I'm about to cry. At that moment, EU asked, oh, I heard the house fire at a Daiom's place the other day was arson. A Daiom, shocked, gasped, huh, it wasn't an accident. Ziong Hon immediately pulled out his phone, yes, the news just said they've arrested the suspect. Really? Behind the counter, Kang In also listened and heard they found drugs on the suspect. Kang In thought about the drugs from when he went to the police station until now hasn't even been a full day and they've already investigated so quickly. He glanced down at his hands, thinking it was all thanks to Jin's ability. Suddenly his phone rang and he picked up. On the line was Detective Ba Ki. Dai Dung reported, oh, na Kang In, I wanted to let you know that thanks to you we caught the suspect. He continued, 2 people in the photo are locals but the other isn't from the area. It turns out he was a friend of the victim. We're still investigating the motive. But in any case, we found drugs in this man's wallet. Hearing that, Kang In replied, yes, I heard that already. It seems he came to borrow money to buy drugs, and when he couldn't get any, he killed the homeowner. Want to hear something even crazier? We quickly tracked down the drug dealers and arrested them at the scene. And guess who was there? Do you know actor Na Dong Ren? It was him. Right now the entertainment world is in chaos. Hearing that, Kang In wondered who that was. Then while cleaning the kitchen, he answered, this is getting more chaotic by the minute. Dai Dung sighed, yeah, looks like I won't be getting a day off this time. But thanks to your sketch, we were able to speed up the investigation 100-fold. I'm wondering if we can release that sketch to the public. Suddenly, Kang In's system warned that the press could compromise his special agent mission. He thought to himself that he didn't need to go into full hiding. Then he replied on the line, as long as you don't say I drew it, that's fine. He spoke loud enough that other patrons noticed. Dai Dung asked, oh, refusing to reveal your identity? Like a hero, huh? Kang In just kept his head down and said, I'm just doing what needs to be done. He laughed, wow, okay, I'll remember that. I have to hang up now, thanks again. He turned back and saw the 3 others' eyes wide and shining as they asked, what is it? What happened? Oppa, what did you draw for Detective Ba Ki? Kang In answered nonchalantly, I drew a fat bug. Hearing that, the three burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs and jumping around. The sketch must have been terrible if he told them not to mention it. He wiped his spoon and said again, think whatever you want. Suddenly, a loud scream made everyone turn around in alarm. In the noodle eating area, someone had spilled their food, and the person next to them angrily stood up and yelled, "You spilled the noodles. You spilled them earlier too. You were the one shooting, weren't you?" Yiseo looked annoyed and sighed. They spilled noodles again. Zeonghon bustled and ordered, "Duki, get ready to clean up." A Daeom eagerly raised her hand. On it. She grabbed the mop, happily smiling and thinking to herself whether she should ask the owner for a reward for cleaning up the noodles. Hurrying over, she collided with a customer, and both of them fell backward. A Daeom sprang up quickly, frantically apologizing. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" The customer in a green shirt clutched his arm and whimpered, "My arm." He snapped angrily, "You need to be more careful." "Oh, my poor arm," she kept apologizing. "I'm so sorry. Does it hurt a lot?" He continued, "Looks like it's broken." Hearing that, a Daeom burst into tears. "Should I call 119? Wait, 119 is the fire department, so is 112 okay? I'll try calling. What if the police come?" Seeing the tension, Kangin stepped forward calmly and asked, "Is it really broken?" At that moment, his system diagnosed the injury based on the hand's movement. It's likely a sprain. She kept checking on the customer. "Are you all right?" The system suggested. To assess the wound, the host should touch the hand and observe the person's reaction. Hearing that, he said, "Die-in, check it, of course." Kangin moved closer and asked, "May I touch your hand to check it?" The customer, startled, "Huh." He took the injured hand, pressed lightly and squeezed. The man cried out, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." The system confirmed, "I checked the muscles, ligaments, and joints, no bone damage, just a mild wrist sprain." Kang-in reported the situation. "The bones are fine, just a minor sprain." The man replied, "But it hurts so much, what am I supposed to do?" Kang-in performed a few massage moves and the pain vanished, surprising the man. "Wow, it really doesn't hurt anymore." Over here, Zeonghon exclaimed, "Kang-in is great at massage." Yuseo admired, "I wish I could get a sprain too." The system reminded it will take 24 hours to fully recover. Avoid heavy work. Otherwise, the injury could worsen. Kang-in reiterated, "Don't do heavy work until tomorrow. Pushing it would be dangerous." The customer worriedly asked, "But what about my job? Tomorrow I have to cook in Gangwon. This is really bad." A Daeom mopping as she listened, "Oh, you're a chef." The customer replied, "I just sell food from a truck. They had an urgent shoot, so they called my food truck." She asked eagerly, "Have you done this before?" The customer, already captivated, offered, "Then let me come help you." Seeing the customer's skeptical look, she hurriedly said, "I'm really good at making twisted noodles. 2 orders at once is fine." The customer put his hand on his chest and sighed, "Either way, I can't let you serve the twisted noodles. I wish there were someone who could really cook." Suddenly his eyes shone as he looked toward Kang-in. The system analyzed, "His gaze is waiting for you to nod. Just say yes." Immediately, Kang-in said firmly, "Sorry, I still have work here." The customer didn't give up and sweetened the offer. "I'll pay you 300,000 won if you help me." That offer tugged at Kang-in a little. Then the two of them exchanged a knowing look and slapped hands. Kang-in confirmed the job, "So I just need to cook the rice and the side dishes, right?" Hearing that, the customer lit up with excitement. "Of course, you'll really help me. It's an honor." When he tasted the food, he gaped in amazement. "I actually heard this net cafe is famous for its food, so I came to try it. The food was so good that since then I've come every day." He laughed, clutching his stomach. "I think I'll learn something by eating here every day. But if you help my food truck, it'd be an honor to have someone talented like you join. Life is full of surprises." Kang-in covered his mouth with his hand and asked the system, "Jin, we've surveyed this area already. Time to survey other areas, right?" The system replied, "The host can cover mission costs by working part-time on the food truck. It's all about the money anyway, we're the same." The next morning at dawn, thick fog hung low as a food truck sped down the road. Inside the truck, Kang-in was driving with the man from yesterday. He said, "Kang-in, you drive so smoothly. I didn't know my truck could run like this." Kang-in replied with a blank expression, "I just have strong focus. Actually, my system is the one driving this vehicle." Suddenly, he gave a thumbs up. "Today, I'm going to impress the actors and crew with an amazing meal. Thanks for your help." Kang-in replied, "No need to thank me." The system inside grumbled, "I'm the one who should be thanked." He continued, "Did you hear the big news yesterday? An actor was caught red-handed at a drug party." Kang-in answered, "Yes, I heard." He went on, "Actually, the place we're heading to is where that actor is filming. I remember the film is scheduled to be released in about a week. Do you think they'll be able to release it?" Instantly, Kang-in looked at him. He shook his head. "Of course not. Who would want to watch a movie with a drug-addicted actor? They're reshooting every scene with that actor now. The set is extremely tense. They're trying to redo every scene. Everyone's panicking. Luckily, I have work here, but honestly, the atmosphere is very strained." Kang-in asked curiously, "Can't they delay the release?" He shook his head sadly. "This is a special case. They've booked theater dates. Postponing would mean contract penalties and the production company could go bankrupt. I don't know the details, only that the director is in real trouble. It's director Sonnen, do you know him? He's one of South Korea's top romance directors, so I believe things will be okay. At that moment, director Sun sat alone, a cigarette in hand, his face full of gloom. He bowed his head in despair, muttering, I don't like this at all. A crew member looked down at where he sat and asked, should we race shoot? He held his head, there's no time. We have no choice but to accept defeat. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, tormented by his craft. It's all because of that drug addict. He angrily shouted, if I catch him, I'll choke him to death. The other just laughed smugly. A girl from the crew ran over to announce, Director, the food truck has arrived. He comforted everyone, all right, let's eat and take a short break. The crew is exhausted. At the mention of food, he paused his gloom for a moment, then shouted, do you think I can eat right now? If this film fails, we'll be drowning in debt. Even today's food truck expense would be a waste. Tell them to go, but after tasting the first dish, he froze, stunned. Why is this so delicious? Jimin ate happily yet felt conflicted. I swear I'm not even hungry. Another crew member laughed. It's amazing. Did they put drugs in the food? The director snapped, shut up, don't mention drugs. He awkwardly backtracked. I mean tonics, some healthy herbal supplement. They began to gossip that the regular chef had a wrist injury, so they'd asked Kang in to help. Crew members pointed and encouraged. The mountain scenery is beautiful, perfect. Director Sun tried to stay positive and relaxed his shoulders. Luckily, the other actors hadn't had trouble, but no sooner had he said that than a voice called out, Director, there's been an accident. Everyone's faces went pale. It was a girl named Jin Yoo-ha who ran over in a panic to report. A stunt performer twisted their ankle during filming. At this, everyone around was worried. 3 people rushed over to check on the injured performer. Ju Chan sat holding the injured leg, looking miserable. I'm so sorry, I should have been more careful. Quick, call 119. Can an ambulance make it up the mountain? Does anyone know first aid? Director Min collapsed, and the atmosphere grew heavy. A shout rang out toward Kang-in. Damn it, this film really is cursed. Can you handle this? Last time you massaged my hand, and the pain went away quickly. The internal system reminded, if we immobilize the ankle using on-site first aid techniques, it will help reduce pain and support recovery. Kang-in said, didn't they say the ankle was sprained? You walked over to the fallen lead actor, looking at him sadly, sweat pouring down his face. Kang-in calmly said, let me take a look. Suddenly people started whispering, isn't he the food truck chef? Oh my, a chef can treat injuries now. Kang-in looked up at the director and instructed, I'll do a quick first aid, but you all need to get him to a hospital immediately. The flustered director hurriedly replied, okay, do something. At that moment he called toward Ha, hey Tap, can you bring me a roll of tape? She startled, pointed at herself, and asked in surprise, me. You asked for help, her eyes widened in astonishment. Director Min pointed, tape, she flinched, yes. On the way to fetch it, Yoo-ha fumed to herself. Wait, he just called me. Lasso Tap, Jin Yoo-ha is an actress, even if only a supporting one. She angrily tossed the roll of tape into Kang-in's hands. Here, be polite, thanks. Then she walked off to a distant corner, ignoring everyone. But the moans forced her to turn back and look. The system announced the male actor has a severe ankle sprain, but it's not as bad as they described. First aid is complete. Yoo-ha couldn't believe her eyes and asked again, is he okay? Okay. Du-chan held the freshly bandaged leg and said, it hurt a lot earlier, but now I feel the bone is back in place and it's better. I should be able to walk. With a serious expression, Kang-in warned, but he still can't film. He's been treated temporarily, but he'll have difficulty moving until he fully recovers. Hearing that alone nearly gave Director Min a stroke, and a crew member had to remind him, Director Sun, take a deep breath. He offered another suggestion, we could call in another stunt performer. Min hesitated, clutching his head as if about to faint. How are we supposed to find someone with Kim Du-chan's build and face out here in the mountains? Suddenly he shouted, and we'd have to rehearse too. Damn it, if we miss the release date, we'll all be in the red. Another crew member laughed helplessly, then let Du-chan do the action scenes himself. Kim Du-chan, the lead actor, smiled and raised his hand. If needed, I'll do it. The crew worried again, but what if Du-chan gets injured too? Min collapsed and lamented. He's clumsy. If his ankle gets hurt too, we're finished. Director, the conditions are brutal. If Du-chan is injured, this film is over. He asked again, so should we pick someone from the crew as a stunt double? We can hide their face with masks and sunglasses. Could that work? Anyone willing to try? The director begged as if praying, God, why are you punishing me like this? Lord, I'll pay double or triple, just please let someone stand in right now. At that moment, there was no one else to step in but Kang-in. Sunlight seemed to brighten the whole sky as he declared, the one sent from heaven has arrived. He struck a confident pose. I'm kidding, but I actually think I can do it. Director Min looked up in puzzlement. Who is this? Yoo-ha protested bitterly and repeatedly. No, director, even desperate, we can't let him do it. He's not an actor, not part of the crew, he's just a cook. The director temporarily pretended not to hear. He silently compared. Although the difference in vibe is obvious at a glance, on second thought Kang-in really does resemble Kim Du-chan. Driven to desperation, he lunged forward and asked, do you know how to fight? Kang In replied slowly, I do. Despite Yuha's screams and the assistant's frantic objections. Director, are you serious? Min clasped his hands and pleaded, we really don't have time, can you help? We'll use makeup and camera effects if needed. Please. Kang In nodded to seal the deal. Triple pay, right? He answered immediately, of course, start filming right away. At the same time, Yuha and the assistant chorused like a summer choir, this movie is doomed. Everyone began moving onto the set, preparing for the scene. Min explained the plot. Kim Do-chan is the male lead. He has to save the supporting actress Zin Yuha. Yuha shouted in anger, you don't have to emphasize the words supporting actress. He added painfully, the original villain was arrested by the police, so this is how we have to manage. The director entrusted his hope, consult with the co-actors and rehearse a bit. I'll step outside to give you time to prepare. Kang In took the script and replied, okay. The stunt performers gave instructions. This scene needs hand movement, hanging, a strike to the jaw, then a hit to the knee, right? Kang In asked curiously, would it be strange if every action was pre-planned? The supporting actor answered, true, but this is the simplest way. We've rehearsed according to the script, so we can't change moves on the spot. The internal system spoke up, filming shouldn't be acted that way. I have camera skills to guide training. Kang In thought, how do things like that even exist? The system kept babbling, this method requires more realistic movement. Kang In proposed a shocking idea according to the script. Kang In suggested, instead, why don't the three of you actually attack me? His strange idea left the three supporting actors wide-eyed and open-mouthed. What? Kang In continued to explain, the scene will play out better if you attack as if you really want to fight me. I'll handle it properly so on camera it'll look much more realistic. The three exchanged worried looks, about to refuse. While Yuha's attitude was obvious, that only works if the moving shot goes smoothly. What if someone gets hurt? The success of this film depends on us. She sulked and muttered, what do you know about filming? You don't even know what you're saying. Still mad about being called CO Tap. After changing wardrobe, Kang In went to see the director. Can we shoot this in one take without cuts? I plan to start right away, no rehearsal, that'll save a lot of time. The director asked skeptically, if you can do it in one take that'd be great, but can you? Kang In radiated confidence, trust me, the power of triple pay. The system reminded, my name is Jeninjin, not triple pay. He ignored that reminder, turned his back and said, we'll shoot straight through, no interruptions. Min stood frozen, staring at Kang In's inscrutable dark silhouette. A gut instinct told him, this person is very reliable. He shouted loudly to start the scene and get ready to act. Yuha got into character and acted, save me. The trio of supporting actors played thugs, sneering menacingly, we'll rough you up. Yeah, we'll show you what hell is. Hand over everything you've got, you brat. Yeah, hand it all over. As they sneered, Kang In launched a miraculous kick that blew the door wide open. They saw him leap down from above, terrified. What the hell? How did this guy find us? His jumping ability is insane. The leader shouted an order, get up. Another guy lunged to attack. Kang In calmly waited for system guidance. I will guide the host to avoid dangerous punches, marking the trajectories of incoming attacks in his vision. It guides like Google Maps. A supporting actor suddenly lunged too, but fortunately the system had predicted his moves. Kang In thought to himself, predict correctly even before the opponent throws the next strike. The system continued to command, jump. The system even indicated that this camera angle would look great on film. The supporting actor was shocked, this isn't in the script. The guidance system directed enthusiastically, even more professionally than director Min. Camera 3 will capture the best angle. The other supporting actors all shouted, that's insane, why are you fighting for real? Kang In charged forward, making the blonde actor panic, please. He screamed inwardly, follow the script for God's sake. Kang In took a running start from above and delivered a knockout blow. Actor Kim, remaining, wondered, this isn't in the script, why hasn't the director called cut? Suddenly, a rush of reckless courage rose. Actor Kim charged forward like he'd downed 10 energy drinks, and threw a straight punch. Kang In timely bent his body to dodge, muscles tensing up, then used that force to push his body upward, making him cry out in pain and driving him upward with force. Next, Kang In rose and drove a knee that sent actor Kim flying. As if empowered, he grabbed a baton, gently knocked him away like a cue ball in billiards. The director and assistant outside gaped in astonishment. Luckily, not a single fly flew in. Even during the scene, Yuha couldn't contain her emotions. Do-chan and the crew were equally stunned. After the lopsided fight, the supporting actors lay battered on the ground. After the fight, Kang In left a strong impression on everyone's minds. Kang In stepped close to Yuha. Her face was bruised and pale. The two looked quite a striking pair on camera. He began his line, I'm here to save you. Yuha hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Her face ashen, you're going to let me live, right? Kang In thought this wasn't in the script. The assistant shouted loudly, cut. The director slammed the board down and ran over in a panic. No, I told you to fake it, not hit for real. Is anyone hurt? After the drug incident, do we have to go to the hospital again? The director held his head and lamented, blaming fate. I must be blind to film this. What are we doing? A beaten supporting actor sat up with a thud. We should stop this. Min froze and stood up. But then all three supporting actors, now admiring, surrounded Kang In. How did you do that? I'm shocked. I got hit and didn't feel a thing. This is my first time experiencing anything like this. They chattered non-stop even as the director approached. At first I panicked thinking it was real, but how did you do that? The director was still in disbelief. They say he wasn't hitting for real. At that moment, the assistant stormed over, pointed at Kang In and demanded, "I told you to fake it, so why did you hit for real?" I said act like you're fighting, not throw them around or break their bones. He continued, "What about the people who got hit?" The three supporting actors answered in unison, "But we're totally fine." The assistant kept shouting as if in shock, "Yeah, they're perfectly fine." Then he suddenly snapped back, "What collapse? How are you all okay?" The assistant didn't understand how they could be unharmed. The three supporting actors, though puzzled, explained, "We don't know either, but one thing's certain." The blonde actor described it. "It felt like there was a cushion or something supporting my back, like sliding away instead of being struck." The assistant still couldn't believe it, about to press the issue when Kang In confirmed, "Exactly." He slowly described it like sliding sideways, like skiing down a slope. The assistant grew even more puzzled. "What does that mean?" The stubborn assistant asked. Kang In, ask actor Kim, "When you were hit in the knee, your body was flung upward, right? Were you injured?" Actor Kim scratched his head and replied gratefully, that, I didn't actually get hit, he just grazed my knee. He even caught me when I fell." The assistant broke into a cold sweat. "He did that when?" Still stubborn, "No way. The camera recorded you being hit. How could you be fine?" At that moment, the director patted the assistant's shoulder, as if to stop him. He looked blissful like a girl in love. "Just call it a trick." Min folded his arms, laughed loudly, acting knowledgeable. I knew it all along. That's why I didn't call cuts. Let him put on airs, no one believes him anyway." The director remembered the main task. "Come on, let's review the footage and see if it's okay." The assistant replied helplessly, "Fine." Everyone gathered at the monitor. They all unexpectedly praised it. The final product was perfect. Even the expression of being grabbed was captured clearly. Du Chan's eyes sparkled. "Every shot is great, just like the director wanted," the cameraman honestly said. "Actually, rather than say I filmed it well, it's more that the actor calculated the position of each camera and moved at the exact angles." He continued, "I was just monitoring the cameras. Every camera angle was perfect." Du Chan couldn't believe it. "No way. Are you saying that person calculated every camera angle from start to finish?" Kang In at that moment looked back as if searching for something. He asked, "Director, is my part done?" Min beamed, "Of course it's done. I'm very impressed." He was content as if seeing Hollywood glory shining on Kang In. Kang In calmly, "Good thing it worked." Min announced, "All right, everyone study Kang In and try to do the same. Move on to the next scene." Kim Du Chan, "Are you ready?" Du Chan replied immediately, "Ready." He asked excitedly, "Your acting mastery is amazing. Which company are you with?" The system piped up, "Earth Alliance Strategy Company." Ignoring the system's nonsense, Kang In slowly cleared the food cart. Yuha ground her teeth in anger. Du Chan, "Opa, are you an idiot? How could you act like that? They were just trying not to have to reshoot." Everyone saw him hit them. Meanwhile, the three supporting actors looked at Kang In like an idol. It felt like getting therapeutic acupressure. "Yeah, exactly." Yuha, seeing their glazed looks, guessed completely wrong. "Look, they're about to cry from the pain." She grew more worried. "If the script calls for hitting me, he'll beat me like a dog." Just as she finished the thought, Kang In turned back and stared. Yuha flinched. "What the hell are you staring at? Reading my mind now." But Kang In paid her no attention. He was watching behind them because the system had just alarmed. "Agent, there's a strange noise coming from the field. Marked an important point. In a few minutes, pieces of wall will fall from the ceiling." He looked up at the ceiling. "System alert, ceiling panels are about to collapse. The falling debris will hit the actors. When the structure fails, the ceiling will come down." Kang In, astonished, "It's going to collapse." Alerts blared. Kang In acted immediately, 5 seconds before collapse. He grabbed Du Chan's shirt and hoisted him up, sending him into a panic. "Master." Kang In threw him away. 4 seconds later, Du Chan tumbled to the ground, alarmed. "What the hell?" The system continued a 3-second countdown as Yuha panicked. Yuha screamed wildly, "Save me." 2 seconds, Kang In used an iron rod to knock away debris falling from the ceiling. 1 second. The set erupted with a loud crash like an earthquake. Crew members shouted, "What's happening? The building in front is collapsing." Amid screams and panic, Kang In stayed calm, cradling Yuha with one arm while swatting debris away with the other. Yuha wailed, "Mother, save me, no, help me, ay." She was terrified and worried about her looks, clutching her head and screaming. Kang In had a headache and silently snapped, "Shut up." Just after he batted away a large sheet of metal, the system warned again. Warning! Immediately after, the set seemed to explode. Smoke and dust filled the air. Backstage, everyone stared in panic at the thick white smoke. The people backstage were shocked, their faces all the same. Min shouted, "Season Yuha, are you okay? Please tell me you're okay." He kept shouting, begging her to tell him she's fine. As the dust settled, Kang In appeared holding Yuha face down in his arms. She slowly opened her eyes, not yet understanding what had happened. Then she suddenly jerked and flailed like a stranded fish. "Help me." Kang In turned to her, "You're alive." He added, quite a surprise, "Huh?" Yuha glanced at him, voice trembling as if about to cry, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" You threw Du-chan and now you want to throw me too. Kang-in replied coldly, no, the ceiling collapsed, I saved you. Yuha looked around, everything was wrecked. A large explosion had just occurred. Realizing what happened, Yuha screamed, oh my god, what happened here? Kang-in answered, I don't know, probably poor construction. Yuha immediately glanced at Du-chan, thinking to herself, so he saved me and Du-chan Opa from those steel beams. At that moment Du-chan sat on the ground, scratching his head repeatedly, his face contorted like a monkey's. Yuha realized, shyly clasped her hands together and asked, you saved me? Kang-in kept his icy tone, do you understand now? Can you get down? Before she could answer, Kang-in tossed her down without an ounce of gentleness. Yuha was dumped and shouted, why are you so brutal? Du-chan approached Kang-in, scratching his head with an embarrassed grin. Master, I was surprised you threw me. I thought you really hated me. Kang-in didn't understand but still asked, hate what, are you okay? Du-chan replied, now that you mention it, it looks like you threw me really hard but it didn't hurt at all. Taemin ran over anxiously, his legs waddling like a duck, shouting as he ran, Yuha Kim Du-chan, is everyone okay? He panted and asked, please tell me you're all right. Du-chan kept smiling and gave a thumbs up, we're fine, Kang-in saved us in time. Taemin then asked Yuha, what about you, Yuha? She looked at Kang-in, stammering, well, if you saw it then. She suddenly turned back to look at Kang-in. She blushed, tucked her hair behind her ear, and answered shyly, I'm fine. Then Yuha thought to herself, maybe he's not that bad. Taemin breathed a relieved sigh, phew, thank God that was close. He imagined in his head, if those steel beams had hit the actors, in the worst case someone could have died. His face darkened and grew stern. If an actor died because the crew rushed to wrap production, especially right after the drug incident, this movie would be ruined. Turning to look at Kang-in, he praised, he's a hero, that guy is a real hero. A production lead stepped forward and asked Taemin, director son, we need to fix the set before resuming shooting, right? He snapped angrily. Are you crazy? What if it collapses again after we fix it? The other asked worriedly. So what should we do about the remaining scenes? Suddenly a cameraman rushed over and shouted, Director, we got that shot perfectly on camera. Both of them turned around in surprise. What do you mean? The cameraman replied cheerfully, I was rolling behind the scenes and we recorded the whole thing. We're so lucky, come take a look. At the computer, the cameraman hurriedly pressed play to show Taemin the footage. The video captured the full scene of Kang-in rescuing Yonha. He was carrying her and running at top speed, holding a metal bar to brace against falling debris, revealing a firm six-pack. Afterwards, Kang-in carried Yonha out unscathed, like a hero rescuing a beauty in a movie. The three of them watched with mouths agape and eyes wide, astonished by what they'd just seen. Taemin slammed the table, jumped up and shouted, did I film this? The cameraman, offended at having his credit stolen, shot back, no, I filmed it. The person in charge interjected, if not for Kang-in, there wouldn't be this scene. Everyone was excited because the take felt so authentic. Taemin exclaimed, it looks like a Hollywood film. How did we get this without even planning it? Keep it, we have to use it. Then he stepped into a corner, drooling with a sleazy look, thinking to himself, this is perfect, this scene will be iconic. The person in charge behind him, looking helpless, said, but director, sorry to kill the mood, this is too good to pass up. Yet it was an accident. This scene isn't in the script. He anxiously asked Taemin, what if the audience finds out this was an accident? He covered his mouth with both hands like a bashful girl and added, then they'll hate us, right? But then he smiled broadly, as if emotionally unstable, and confidently said, nobody was hurt. We can use it for marketing. If anything goes wrong, we can have TH Entertainment's lawyers handle it. The person in charge, bewildered by Taemin's optimism, asked, do we really need to do that? He answered immediately, of course. How could we waste such a great clip? He didn't stop there and asked, what about Kang-in? What if the cameraman who filmed it won't let us use it? Taemin immediately ran over to Kang-in, calling his name as he ran, Kang-in. He put on a pleading expression, his eyes glistening falsely, hands clasped as he spoke about the recent accident. First, I have to thank you so much, you saved both me and Yonha. Du-chan stood behind, crying because he wasn't being mentioned. Director, I almost died too. The system then reminded Kang-in, rescuing civilians is a core mission of the Earth Alliance. The Earth Alliance and natural robots prioritize citizens' safety. Kang-in closed his eyes and replied with compassion, I just did what had to be done. Taemin, moved to meet his savior, praised him. You really are a hero. Then he put on a cute act, puckered his lips and said, about the footage of you saving us, we accidentally captured it and it's really great. Can we use it in the film? We'll even put your name in the credits. Hearing that, Kang-in thought for a moment, while the system warned, if an agent's face is exposed to the public, it could affect future missions. Taemin suddenly upped the offer. Of course we'll compensate you extra. The moment the system heard money, its attitude immediately changed. Luckily, the host's face had been obscured, so it wasn't a major issue. Kang-in shook hands with Taemin and calmly said, go ahead and use it. He happily said aloud, thank you so much. Yonha's manager, noticing her pale expression, asked, Yonha, are you okay? You've seemed really distracted. She stammered in response, I'm fine. Then she sneakily glanced in another direction, her gaze fixed intently on Kang-in. Yonha noticed a large tear in his shirt from when he rescued her from the earlier accident. She hurried over to where Kang-in was standing and shyly asked, are you hurt? Your back is torn. Kang In answered calmly, I'm fine, it's just a rip in my shirt. Suddenly Yonha's cheeks flushed red. She silently admired Kang In. He nearly took a huge metal bar to the body yet still saved both her and Duchan Oppa without a single scratch. He's amazing. Yonha, still blushing, looked up and whispered, thank you. Kang In casually replied, helping staff is my job. Hearing that, Yonha pinched her cheek in annoyance and snapped, I'm not staff, I'm an actress. He kept a calm expression and said, just kidding. Yonha muttered in irritation under her breath, clearly annoyed. Kang In put his hat back on and told Min, my work here is done, I'm heading back to the food truck. Min beamed and replied, oh okay, thank you so much, even though you're so busy. After Kang In turned away, Min kept praising him, the food from that truck is so good. He looks young but is really talented. Yonha half closed her eyes, pretending not to care but still asked, do you know where he usually sells food? The person in charge answered, they say he works at an internet cafe. She was surprised, at an internet cafe? Min also exclaimed, that's absurd. Why would someone that talented be working at an internet cafe? Yonha hurriedly asked, so is he only helping us today? He replied cheerfully, no, he'll stay a few more days. I asked him to help tomorrow and the day after. Hearing that, Yonha was so delighted she laughed out loud, clapped, and said, with Kang In's help, this will be the best action film ever. Excited about year-end awards, she suddenly asked, but director, isn't our film supposed to be a romantic comedy? The script cover even says, a bright morning, it's a romance. The director answered, genre doesn't matter. If we cut all the scenes with that junkie and replace them with action scenes, we can solve our immediate problems. He asked for opinions, what does everyone think about switching to an action genre? The assistant director groaned, oh man, we're running out of time. I'll hire a stunt director right away. The director insisted, why hire someone, why waste effort on something pointless? He asked again, you saw Kang In calculating every movement in real time and finishing the shoot on schedule, right? The assistant replied, yes, that's right. The director posed the question, time is what we need most and who else can solve that for us besides Kang In? The assistant hesitated, but he's not an actor, it would be awkward to ask. Director Min persuaded, it doesn't have to be an actor. Is that so important? Don't you see he's even better than Kim Do-chan used to be? Actor Do-chan, criticized, covered his face and cried in frustration like a child denied a fair turn. It's so unfair. The assistant frowned and scratched his face. But what about the food truck? I heard Kang In replaced the chef because the other guy was injured. The director complained, you're such a nuisance. He cracked his knuckles and made up his mind. Enough talk, I'll handle that myself. Leave it to me. Saying that, he ran off after Kang In like the wind. Kang In, wait up. The assistant thought to himself, is this going to be okay for him? Kang In had stepped outside by then, walking and thinking, this place looks fine yet could collapse unexpectedly like that. He turned his head, looked around, and analyzed. Right in the middle of filming, exactly when the actor was standing, not more not less, something seems very suspicious. The system produced results with images. After analyzing the data, this damage was likely prearranged. The building structure was intentionally altered before the collapse. Kang In murmured, you think so too? Could someone have modified the building structure beforehand? The system continued analyzing. The actress's position had many metal bars falling behind Yonha. Anyone could predict her location just by reading the script. Kang In agreed with this inference, saying maybe someone targeted the actress or even wanted the film to fail. While he was thinking, a calling voice and heavy breathing sounded from behind Kang In. Director Min ran at full speed over, shouting as he ran, can we talk for a moment? Kang In, surprised, asked, what else is there to talk about? The director stepped forward and grabbed Kang In's hand, teary-eyed as if clutching a straw for salvation. Please save my film. Director Sun Min excitedly explained the film's difficult situation, but Kang In was unimpressed and indifferent. He only paid attention to the system's message. The area's geography closely matches old data. The information value is very low. After hearing the director's story, Kang In refused. I have work at CEO, so I can't stay here. The director rejoiced as if he'd struck gold. CEO is perfect. Starting tomorrow, we'll move all shooting to CE. Kang In still shook his head. I have other commitments. I can't be on set all day. Director Min tried to persuade him, don't worry, just come for key takes like today. It won't take long, just one shoot. The system also objected, that's not efficient. We must complete the mission at the temporary base. The director leaned in and whispered to Kang In, we'll make sure you get paid. The production company isn't trying to save money right now. Hearing that, the system immediately changed tone. If there's a large sum, I think we should accept. Kang In thought to himself, Jin is sweet talking again. He replied, okay, tell me the schedule and I'll come. The director gratefully thanked him over and over. I'll stay up all night revising the script. The deal was settled. Director Sun Min regained his composure and showed his true skill the moment Kang In agreed. Although the collapse set scenes were scrapped, everyone marveled at the new footage, and the director began conceiving a better script. The next morning, actors and crew hurriedly prepared to shoot. People chatted. Things feel like they're going smoothly. At this rate, the movie will definitely succeed. By afternoon, thanks to Kang In's effect, the set's atmosphere had become calmer and more professional. Outside the set, a white car raced up and skidded to a dramatic stop. Entertainment manager Kim jumped out of the car and ran toward the set as if propelled. While the director clutched his head rewriting the script, manager Kim burst in shouting, "Director Sun Tae-min." The director turned and asked manager Kim, "What are you doing here?" Manager Kim shouted back, "What are you doing here? Please help us." He grabbed the director's jacket and shook him, panicked and anxious. "If we release the film as is, we'll only face a torrent of criticism. The film will fail and we'll be in big trouble." He poured out the current situation. "You know we can't delay the release, right? The company has guaranteed major theaters. If the film fails, no one can clean up the fallout." The director put a hand over manager Kim's mouth and confidently declared, "Manager Kim, trust me, I'll handle all of this." In the heated moment, manager Kim remained uneasy and snapped, "Don't joke around. How do you plan to fix the film? Be explicit so I can report to higher-ups." The director uncapped his pen and explained, "I'm going to change the film's genre. Starting today, this movie will be romantic and action." Manager Kim flew into a rage and grabbed the director by the collar. "What? Have you lost your mind?" Manager Kim was agitated and worried. "Are you insane? We only have 1 week left to finish shooting and editing. How can you want to change the genre now?" Contrary to manager Kim's expression, the director was calm and reassured him, "Don't worry. We're still within the schedule. I'll show you in a bit." As he spoke, someone suddenly slammed the door open and entered. The director snapped irritably, "Who is it?" He barked when he saw the person enter the set, the door slamming shut and dust billowing everywhere. Seeing the newcomer, manager Kim flinched and took a deep breath. He bowed his head and greeted the man in the black suit. "Boss, I didn't expect you'd come in person." The man said nothing. He only shot the director a sharp, glowering look. That look startled the director. "Huh. Is that Lee Tae-ho, the CEO of Though Entertain?" Lee Tae-ho. Director Tae-min scrambled to his feet. Lee Tae-ho stepped forward and said in a low voice, "I didn't want to come either, but I couldn't not come when an accident like this happened on set." He glanced toward the area where the incident occurred and saw metal bars still strewn across the ground. He surveyed the accident scene. Lee Tae-ho's face darkened further. A serious accident had occurred, leaving the entire set in ruins. There was no reason I shouldn't inspect it personally. Lee Tae-ho's face darkened further. A serious accident had occurred, leaving the entire set in ruins. There was no reason I shouldn't inspect it personally. Manager Kim trembled and replied, "Yes. As you know, we've been very busy because of that junkies incident." The CEO's cold glare and furious presence silenced the room. "How long are you going to keep blaming him?" Manager Kim stammered apologies. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Suddenly, small footsteps sounded. A cute little girl appeared. "Daddy, are you angry?" Lee Tae-ho's daughter, child actress Lee Min, stepped in. Seeing his daughter, Lee Tae-ho's demeanor changed instantly. "Min, you heard me raise my voice and came in, didn't you?" He sat down and gently took her in his arms. "Daddy isn't angry, it's just noisy in here, so I had to speak louder." The girl smiled. "That's good then." Director Tae-min stepped forward to greet her. "Min Dai is here. Hello to our little princess." The girl cheerfully replied, "Hello, director." He praised, "The CEO's daughter is truly adorable." Lee Tae-ho stood, less tense but still serious. He asked the director, "Can you finish all the remaining shooting and editing within 1 week? Give me a clear answer." Director Tae-min answered confidently, "Of course, I guarantee it will be even better than the original." Min Dai then went to greet the actors. Yonha enthusiastically, "Hi Min." Du Chan cheerfully, "Hello Min." The girl replied and corrected them, "No, you should call me sister." Yonha laughed, "Okay, sister, got it." Lee Tae-ho nodded, folding his arms. "Good, just as I expected, a seasoned director will handle it well." Director Tae-min hesitated and added, Actually there's one more person named Kang In. He's very skilled in martial arts and can shoot action scenes. With him, our film could truly be outstanding." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Lee Tae-ho was skeptical. "Kang In? I've never heard that name before." Still, he didn't ask further and chose to trust the director. If Director Sun says so, he must have special ability. "Is he from overseas? It seems you hired him hastily, but well done. Where is he now?" The director hesitated, led the CEO outside, and pointed toward the other vehicle, over by that food truck. Lee Tae-ho followed his gaze, unable to hide his astonishment. He was surprised to see a young man seriously cooking beside the food truck. What Kang In was making was fried rice, and he flipped the pan with stunning skill. Tae-ho stammered, "You mean the person cooking the fried rice is him?" It seemed Lee Tae-ho had underestimated him, assuming Kang In was merely a food truck attendant. Director Tae-min cheerfully confirmed, "That's right." Lee Tae-ho was astonished, but why would a martial actor be cooking and do it so well? Contrary to his doubt, Tae-min excitedly explained, It's because that's his food truck." Lee Tae-ho was stunned. "What?" Then he frowned. "So director Sun Tae-min, you mean you not only had Kang In perform martial arts, but also let him take part in the lead actor Kim Do-chan's action scenes?" Tae-min failed to notice his boss's anger and replied cheerfully, "Yes, his build is quite similar to Kim Do-chan's." Seeing Lee Tae-ho grow angry, Tae-min began to worry. Lee Tae-ho growled. In this urgent situation, you put an amateur in as an actor to save budget. Tae-min panicked. What are you saying, saving budget? Lee Tae-ho retorted. Are you cutting costs because you think this film will fail? Tae-min immediately shouted, no, that's not it. Once you see the results, you'll understand. Lee Tae-ho scoffed, how cheap of you. He demanded the director take full responsibility and ordered all production expenses returned in full, not a penny short. Tae-min ran after him, shouting, Director Lee, you misunderstand. Lee Tae-ho ignored the director's explanation. He turned to his aide, Manager Kim, bring all the receipts and verify every detail. Manager Kim hurriedly replied, ah, yes, yes. At that moment, Min-dai cheered happily, it's so delicious. Her eyes sparkled like a star as she asked curiously, what is this dish, mister? Seeing Min-dai happy, Kang-in replied, it's called mixed armpit flag rice. Min-dai giggled, beaming, mixed armpit flag rice, what a strange name, but it's really good. Kang-in felt happy that someone liked his cooking. He said, I made a lot, eat as much as you like. Hearing that, Min-dai was delighted but suddenly remembered her mother's warning. Right, I can't eat too much, Mom said, I'll gain weight. Kang-in gently reassured her, gaining a little won't hurt. Min-dai flipped her hair confidently. No, I have to watch my figure, I'm the lead actress in this film. Kang-in asked in surprise, you're the lead actress? The girl replied joyfully, I'm a child actress, but even for a small role, if it's my role then I'm the lead. Yes, my name is listed under my role. A little later, Min-dai spread her arms and coaxed, hey, could you make me some mixed armpit flag rice later? Kang-in, taking off his apron, answered, I'd love to, but starting tomorrow we'll be shooting at CEO and there won't be a food truck there. Hearing that, the girl looked disappointed. To get more of the tasty dish, Min-dai thought of a plan. How about making it now and I'll hide it in my father's car? Seeing her sad face, Kang-in said, or come to the internet cafe and I'll make it for you there, just come with your mom or dad. Hearing this, Min-dai jumped up excitedly and pulled out her phone. Really? Give me your number so I can call next time, I'll save you as the snacker guy. Kang-in smiled and replied, sure, okay. At that moment, a crew member ran over and urgently told Tae-ho, Director Lee, please take a look. You know, Director Sun is a perfectionist who rarely feels satisfied with results. But since he met Kang-in, he's been unexpectedly pleased. This person must be something special. Hearing that, Tae-ho's resolve wavered. He sighed. All right, let's see who this person is. They watched the footage they had just recorded together. A flash of light appeared, like a truth illuminating Tae-ho's heart. Wait a moment, he pointed at the footage, puzzled. When did you add those visual effects, and how did you edit it to get a shot like this? Tae-min from behind explained seriously. There was no time to edit. This is the raw video, completely unedited. I didn't do this alone. Tae-min added, the actor calculated the camera angles himself and moved accordingly. Tae-ho asked in astonishment, you mean the guy selling food from that truck? Tae-min gave a thumbs up, that's right. Tae-ho was amazed, you mean that person can shoot a scene without VFX, without retakes, and even anticipate where the lights would fall? Tae-min answered, yes, the film was on the verge of collapse, but Kang-in saved us at the worst moment. At a loss for words, Tae-ho sighed. It seems I owe Director Sun an apology for my earlier remarks. He said gloomily, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Tae-min smiled easily. I'm glad you understand now. If you still don't get it after watching this video, I think there's something wrong with your eyes. Tae-ho nodded, then went to find Kang-in. I have to thank that guy. Tae-min said, go ahead, go. At that moment, Kang-in was busy cooking. Tae-ho approached a little awkward. Hello, this dish is really good. Kang-in handed him a cup of food. I just finished it, please have some. Tae-ho took it but said, no, I didn't come for the food. I'm Lee Tae-ho, director of the company that invested in this film. It seems you saved the whole crew, so I'm here to thank you. Kang-in replied sheepishly, I was just doing my job and mostly for the money. Tae-ho responded, you have amazing martial skills, but what's this? Kang-in explained, it's a kind of dry cracker, try it. Tae-ho looked at the cup of crackers, puzzled. Dry crackers. My company already has many snacks like this, so I'm not usually a fan, but I suppose I should try it because it's from Kang-in. After tasting it, Tae-ho immediately changed expression, tears of joy streaming down his face. This is unbelievable, salty and sweet, fragrant too. It tastes like ban ban kitch but not greasy. This flavor is miraculous. He ate while crying with emotion. My daughter will definitely love this. Kang-in recalled, Min-dai came here and tried a bit already. Tae-ho wiped his tears and said, really? I hope my daughter thanked you properly. It's so good it brought me to tears. Min, come eat with daddy. But there was no response from Min-dai. Tae-ho began to worry, where's the girl? Kang-in also grew anxious, not knowing where she had gone. He asked the system, Jimin, where's Min? The system scanned the area and reported, I cannot find her. Kang-in searched for Min-dai, wondering, could she be inside the building? The system replied, there are no signs that Min is nearby. Suddenly Kang-in's phone rang. It was Min-dai calling. He exclaimed happily, she's on the line. Tae-ho breathed a sigh of relief, utterly exhausted. He froze. You have my daughter's number? Kang-in replied. She took my number to order snacks later. T-ho, surprised. What? Just then Kang-in answered the call. Hello. Strange noises came from the other end of the line. T-ho wondered, why is Kang-in silent like that? Suddenly Kang-in frowned in anger. T-ho asked, why do you look like that? Kang-in immediately pulled off his mask and turned to leave. He dialed another number and asked the Genjin system. What's the chance Min dropped her phone and it's broken? The system answered, that is not possible. The earlier sound was too unusual. Kang-in tried calling Lim Min back but failed. He said coldly, analyze the previous audio. The system immediately replayed the audio and reported. Analysis result. The air sound was emitted from a soft object that was wrapped, plastic being pressed by metal. There is an echo in a confined space. Kang-in closed his eyes and focused on sensing the sound. Soft object, plastic, metal, confined space. Soft object, plastic, metal, confined space. He opened his eyes, scanned the parking lot, and suddenly stopped at a car, a vehicle. Inside the kidnapper's car, one of them shouted, you idiot, who the hell kidnaps someone and lets them keep their phone? Min was gagged, trembling in fear. The man in the front seat answered, I didn't know she had a phone. I ripped it away quick. It should be fine. The guy with glasses behind grabbed his hair and barked, why'd you smash it? If they can't call, they'll suspect us right away. He mumbled, I'm sorry. The glasses wearer glanced at Min and growled, who was she calling? The other guy checked the screen. It's the snacker guy. The glasses wearer yelled, what? The kid's calling for snacks. Should we give her some? The kidnapper van silently pulled out of the lot. The glasses wearer urged, never mind, drive fast, don't get seen. T-ho asked anxiously, now Kang-in, what's going on? Since my daughter called, you've been strangely tense. The system analyzed two items on the ground, a handbag and a box of popcorn. Kang-in strode forward and picked them up. The system continued. Both items belong to Lim Min. There are popcorn crumbs leading toward a car. Kang-in's gaze turned instantly cold. Without hesitation, he sprinted straight toward the car. T-ho saw it and panicked. Hey, na Kang-in. He ran over, picked up the handbag and froze. This is the girl's bag. His heart tightened. He watched Kang-in run, trembling as he thought, could it be the kidnapper's vehicle? The driver panicked, boss, someone's running toward the car. The glasses wearer shouted, what kind of idiot is that? Hit the gas. The vehicle roared and shot past right in front of Kang-in. System alert, they've seen you, they're hostile. Kang-in replied coldly, I know. The system scanned the area quickly, detected a warning sign. It can be used as a weapon. Wasting no time, Kang-in pulled the whole signpost out of the ground. The signpost lifted clear from the ground. Then Kang-in lunged after the car. A man glanced in the rearview and shouted, he's chasing us. The glasses wearer sneered, is he crazy? Does he think he can catch a car by running? But immediately his face went pale. Step on it, step on it. Min-dai turned her head to look, tears welled in her eyes. She thought, the snack seller, dad, mom. A kidnapper suddenly shouted, boss, he's gone. The glasses wearer laughed loudly, he's exhausted, but Min-dai sensed something. She bowed her head silently. Kang-in launched into the air from the car's roof, landing on the roof like a cat. The kidnappers screamed, what the hell? He get up there. Kang-in's presence on the roof made the kidnappers shriek in terror. Kang-in spun the signpost in his hand and drove it hard through the car's roof, terrifying all the kidnappers. The driver screamed and swerved wildly. The glasses wearer roared, drive now, turn the wind so he falls off. But Kang-in maintained perfect balance on the roof. The system ordered, aim at the hood. Kang-in immediately targeted the weak point. Pierce that spot, the engine will die. Without hesitation, he hefted the signpost up. He gripped the iron bar tightly in his hands and drove the tip down into the spot he'd aimed at. Smash! The sign pierced the engine bay. The vehicle jolted and died completely. Kang-in stood proudly in front of the hood like a war god. The driver, trembling, pointed at him. See that cold killer face, the madman. The glasses wearer frantically grabbed the driver's shoulder and shouted, he's loose, hit the gas. The driver replied, on it. He immediately stomped the accelerator. The car lurched forward violently, flinging Kang-in far away. Min-dai witnessed everything, her eyes welling with tears. The bystanders around, seeing the scene, panicked and cried out, Min-dai na Kang-in. Kang-in was hurled off, but he rolled, tumbled once, and landed on the ground extremely lightly. A voice from the system echoed in his head, successfully disabled the car's brakes. Min-dai had stopped crying by now and strained to hear the kidnappers. The driver said, can that guy get out of the way now? The glasses wearer shouted, what? That guy? Run him over, use the car to ram him and get out of here. The driver answered, yes. But the car kept plowing ahead, completely unable to stop. The glasses wearer screamed, what are you doing? Hit the brakes. The driver panicked, the brakes are busted. The glasses wearer saw the signpost embedded deep in the hood and went pale. God damn. You aimed to wreck the engine from the start, didn't you? He shoved his two underlings. Idiots, what are you standing there for? Get out and kill that madman. The driver asked, what about the child? The glasses wearer clamped Min tight. I'm holding her. The two underlings rushed out, pointing at Kang-in. You there? He continued, what are you exactly? Kang-in stepped forward and calmly replied, I'm Batman. At that moment Kang-in moved with fluid agility. One man wondered, a foreigner, but before he could finish, Kang-in vanished from his sight. He lunged in and delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Immediately after, he sprang toward the other man. The remaining man drew a knife, eyes wild, too fast, I didn't even. Kang-in closed in and unleashed an upward strike that dazed him and sent him collapsing. He landed lightly and both men were sprawled out flat. Kang-in slowly walked up to the car. The glasses wearer saw his silhouette through the window and instantly trembled. Oh my god. Oh my god. He pressed Min against him, his face ashen. He snarled, do you think I'm scared now that you took out his men? Min looked through the window. Kang-in stood outside waving, smiling. I'm here to save you, don't worry. The girl's eyes brightened with hope. The glasses wearer ground his teeth. I'm 100 times stronger than those guys. Kang-in asked the system how to take him down. The system answered 3 options, jump into the car, apply long-term pressure, or lure him out. Kang-in stepped back, I have to bait him out. Min could get hurt. System, step farther back, enemies only come out when they feel safe. I recommend 15 meters. Kang-in retreated the recommended distance. The glasses wearer pressed his face to the window and watched. He's retreating, means he doesn't dare attack. He turned back and saw many people running over. He panicked, damn, we have to get out of here. He opened the door, dragged Min out, pressing a knife to the girl's throat. Get in the car, if you call the police, the kid dies. Kang-in gritted his teeth, crazy. Taeho saw his daughter with the knife to her and grabbed his head, shouting, Min die. He grabbed the manager's collar, hurry up, tell him to bring the car here. The manager trembled, sir. Calm down. But Taeho had already dashed off. I'll give you the car, but if you so much as touch a hair on Min, I'll wipe out your clan for 3 generations, no, 10 generations. The glasses wearer smugly thought, that's right. He barked, bring the car here now. Taeho ran off immediately. The manager shouted after him, sir. Bystanders muttered, not calling the police. I called, but we're up on the mountain. How could they get here in time? Taeho climbed into the car, drove to the spot. The kidnapper chuckled when he saw Taeho's car move. Kang-min's system warned that providing a vehicle to the enemy would greatly increase their chance of escape. Kang-in replied, I know. Taeho stepped out of the car and said, I brought the car. Don't touch Min. Min was terrified, tears welling up. The kidnapper shouted, hands up, back away. He held Min and backed up toward the car. The kidnapper yelled, hands up, back away. Taeho complied, stepping back slowly. Then Taeho squinted at the kidnapper. But suddenly he changed tactics and lunged at the kidnapper. Dad's here to save you. The kidnapper went pale, pressing the knife harder. Don't come any closer. One more step and I'll stab. Kang-in's eyes widened. The situation was dire. Then a thud rang out, blood splattered. Taeho stood frozen. Min Dai burst into tears. The kidnapper toppled to the ground. The blood wasn't Min's, it was from his head. A hard object had struck him. It was something Kang-in had thrown from a distance. He stood upright, coldly thinking, perfect throw. Seeing the kidnapper lying motionless, the system announced, the enemy was defeated by a ranged thrown weapon, a rock. Taeho rushed over, hugged his daughter tightly, shouting, Min die. He quickly removed the gag from Min. She broke down and screamed hysterically. After a while, the police arrived and dealt with the kidnappers. The officers looked at the 3 kidnappers lying motionless and commented, look at these guys, this one seems to have a broken bone. That guy's jaw looks injured and this one is bleeding from the head. One officer crossed his arms, exasperated, all 3 of them are in bad shape. Another added, oh damn. Especially this one hit in the head by a rock might have internal injuries. Call an ambulance and take them to the hospital first. Taeho objected, why take them to the hospital first? What good did they do? My daughter, the kidnapped one, should be treated first. The officer rubbed his head and replied, but we can't just leave them here like this. They've been beaten pretty badly. From a glance it could take at least 3 weeks to recover. Taeho fell silent, staring at them with resentful eyes. Min Dai still held Kang-in's hand tightly and asked, Dad, did the guy selling food from the truck get taken too? The little girl looked up at Kang-in and asked innocently, Sir, will you go to jail for saving me? Kang-in sat down and patted Min's head, answering, don't worry. Just like your dad saved you, your dad will help me too. Taeho turned to look while Kang-in pretended to glance elsewhere. The system spoke, if the host intends to flee the police, now is an appropriate time. But Kang-in thought to himself that it wasn't necessary. If Min's father is smart, he'll surely use his influence to get him out. Taeho looked at Kang-in, his eyes shimmering with guilt, thinking, no way, I've just claimed Dad came to save you in front of Min, making myself look heroic, when in fact Kang-in was the one who saved her. He stepped up to an officer, pointed at Kang-in and shouted, Mr. Na Kang-in is the hero who saved my daughter. Even if he dies, Mr. Na Kang-in is completely innocent. The officer sighed and asked, do you have any evidence of self-defense? Taeho wondered, what? The officer continued, we can't just take your word for it, we need proof like footage from a security camera or something similar. Taeho replied sadly, but we're on a mountain, there are no cameras here. Taemin stepped forward and whispered into Taeho's ear, sending a chill through him, there are. Taemin brought his laptop forward. Taeho was startled and instinctively touched his chest to calm himself. The officer looked at Taemin in surprise, aren't you a film director? He answered, exactly. And this is my footage. I have something even better than security camera video. Wanna see? He opened the laptop, the screen lit up, and he looked extremely confident. The footage of the two henchmen leaping to attack Kang In appeared on the screen. The officer asked, "Wait a second, what is this? Don't tell me." Min replied, "What else could it be? It's the video from just now, pretty clear, right?" The image of the leader pressing a knife to Min's throat showed up, and the officer said, "The kidnappers' faces are recorded very clearly. These three definitely threatened the child and Mr. Na Kang In, right?" Ho replied, "That's right. The camera angles are perfect." The officer asked in surprise, "How did you film these shots?" Min answered proudly, "This place is full of cameras for filming. When something happens, the cameras swing right onto it." He looked toward Kang In. "Mr. Na Kang In is the hero who saved us." Others echoed, "He's completely innocent." The system announced escape mode off. Kang In asked softly, "You just breathed a sigh of relief, didn't you?" Ho stepped forward and told the two officers, "Now, even if the kidnapper dies, don't mention punishing Mr. Na Kang In. If anyone deliberately causes trouble for him after watching the video, I'll show them how capable my legal team is." The two officers wondered, "But isn't the P unit not exactly a legal team?" Ho replied, "That just means the officers will get a lot of complaints if they don't handle it right." Hearing that, the two officers sighed. Kang In turned his back and led Min away, saying, "It's almost dinner time, let's go outside." "Don't worry, I'm not running," an officer replied, "All right." Cut to nearby eatery. A gorgeous pastry was placed on the table. Kang In asked, "Want to try some?" Min died curious, "Did you make this?" Kang In replied, "Yeah, I know you're not really in the mood to eat right now, but take a bite. Even a little disheveled, you still look adorable." Kang In's system chimed, "Desserts boost morale. Visually appealing food can replenish energy and inspire warriors, but if things get grim, it could be the last meal." Kang In urged, "Try it, it's delicious." Min didn't hesitate and ate. Min exclaimed, "It's really delicious." Ho excitedly said, "Min, give daddy a piece." After tasting it, he praised, "It's even better than the fancy pastries I've had before." Min Dai added, "Everything you make is so tasty." Ho wondered, "How do you make it? I want to try making this for Min at home." The uncle with Kang In brushed his hand and said, "I've watched him make it all the time, but honestly you can't recreate that in a normal place." Ho, surprised, why not? He recalled watching Kang In bake and said, "First, he needs a lot of strength to mix and shake the ingredients very fast, plus the seasoning. It's like a work of art." Ho sighed, I guess I can't replicate it." He asked Kang In, "Are you a professional baker or a restaurant chef? Otherwise I can't explain why it's so good." Kang In smiled helplessly, "I'm just a part-time worker at the internet cafe food stall." Ho, surprised, an internet cafe. Suddenly a voice called from behind. He glanced back. The girl stepped down from the car and shouted, "How can you still be sitting here eating right now?" That was Mi Dung, Ho's wife and Min Dai's mother, accompanied by manager Jiang Hajin. Ho ran over, "My love," but he immediately got a few punches from his wife. "Our daughter was just kidnapped and nearly killed, and you can still sit here and eat." Min Dai hurried to stop her mother. "Mom." Mi Dung quickly hugged her daughter. "Sweetheart, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" The girl replied, "I'm fine." Mi Dung worried, "Look, you're all dirty." She glanced at Ho, eyes flashing. Ho stammered, "I know I look odd, but I have a reason for that." Mi Dung snapped, "Get over here, you're dead meat today." Ho pleaded, "I'm sorry." Kang In and Min stood and watched. Min cheerfully said, "Seems like today we've seen every side of the boss." Hajin ran up to hold Mi Dung back. "Ma'am, calm down." Mi Dung replied, "How can I calm down? Could you stay calm if it were you?" Hin whispered, "There are a lot of people watching." Mi Dung froze. "What?" Hin pushed up his glasses. "Let me handle it, no need for police or witnesses." Ho thought silently, "Please have mercy on me." A while later, Mi Dung turned to Kang In and said, "Thank you so much for saving our daughter." He replied, "It was the right thing to do." She continued, "I saw everything in the video of how you rescued her. You even jumped onto the speeding car and fought the man with the knife. You were willing to risk your life to save our daughter." Kang In hesitated and looked away. "Is that so?" The system said, "Rescue protocol activated, so the agent cannot be endangered." Kang In replied softly, "It's all under control." Mi Dung marveled, "That's so cool." Min Dai ran up and said, "Hey, don't forget your promise to tickle my armpits and the dessert too." Kang In replied, "Okay, remember to call me before you come because I'm not always at the shop." Mi Dung turned and led Min away, turning back to her husband. "Honey, we'll head home first. Min still has a lot of homework." Ho replied, "All right, go ahead, I'll stay a bit to check the situation here." Min Dai waved goodbye, "Bye-bye, daddy." After the mother and daughter left, Ho spoke to Kang In. "If it weren't for you, my wife and I might not have known what to do right now." He bowed his head to Kang In. "Thank you again." Kang In scratched his head and said, "It's nothing." Ho added, "I'll treat you to a fancy meal sometime." Kang In smiled, thinking accepting the offer now would be advantageous, then replied, "Sounds good." Yu-ha, standing behind Kang In, called out, "Chairman Lai Ho, come over here for a moment." He moved that way and whispered, "What's going on?" Yu-ha tilted her head and said, "Hey." Kang In turned to look at her and continued, Excuse me, from what I've seen today, you can cook, perform action scenes, and even take down kidnappers. The rumor that you work at an internet cafe isn't a lie, is it? Kang-in replied, it's not fake. She pulled out her phone. Really? No way, where's that cafe? Give me the address and the phone number. Kang-in took the phone, dialed the number, handed it back to her, and said, save it as Nong-in. Yuha happily took the phone, thanks so much. Seeing Kang-in turn away, she hurried to explain, don't get me wrong, I wasn't trying to ask for your number. It's just that the internet cafe is so famous. I wanted to try it once. Kang-in replied, then save it. He turned back to look at her with a cold gaze, thinking to himself, anyway, I don't even know her number, just another customer. The girl blushed and said, what? If you keep looking at me like that, I'll get embarrassed. I'm an actress, you know. Suddenly T-ho shouted, startling Kang-in and Yuha. Suddenly T-ho shouted, causing Kang-in and Yuha to jump and look over. T-ho barked, what do you mean this got posted online? Who would dare upload it? Who posted this? Manager Kim hurriedly replied, Chairman, there's a call from the head of public relations. He answered. The voice on the line said politely, sir, is Min Dai okay? Tae-ho shouted angrily, of course she's safe. A hero saved her, but for now take down all the videos immediately, there's no time to waste. Shocking news came from the head of public relations. It's hard to stop because it's spreading rapidly across social media and the internet. Tae-ho, face dark, held his forehead, then find who leaked it. The head of public relations replied, yes, I'll do my best. The call ended and the shock passed. The film director screamed, who was it? Confess and I'll spare you. Manager Kim tried to intervene but to no avail. Calm down, director's son. Then came Tae-min's furious howl. Cut to a moving car, the woman picked up her phone. Hello, what's up? The voice on the line stammered, me Dung. This beautiful woman is Tae-ho's wife. Beside her, Min still trembled, clutching her mother's arm. She asked, what else did you ruin now? Tae-ho answered fearfully, it's not like that. Listen, don't be angry. What's wrong? The video of rescuing Min was leaked and spread all over the internet. They couldn't take it down in time. Tae-ho's wife shrugged, oh that. The more casually Mi Dung reacted, the more panicked Tae-ho became, sweat pouring down his face. But she continued, wait until they find the leaker. Min is right here. He blinked in bewilderment. Huh. Tae-ho's wife explained, earlier when Min watched the video, she was delighted. She said the snack vendor looked like the hero in the film and posted it online. I told her it's fine. Tae-ho seemed to realize, so that's it. I told her it's fine. Tae-ho seemed to realize, so that's it. Tae-ho's wife asked again, what is there a problem? Over there, Manager Kim rasped two words, director. Tae-min, face black with anger, shouted at the staff, I'm truly disappointed in you all. Tae-ho rushed forward to stop him, director son, please listen to me. But director Tae-min showed no sign of stopping. I thought at least you people could tell right from wrong. The staff bowed their heads, thinking this is unfair. Tae-ho continued to explain, stop, this has nothing to do with that. Please stop. Cut to the next day, on the computer screen played an incredibly cool action clip of Kang-in. Someone exclaimed, that's insane. In front of the screen, A and Zeong-hoon enthusiastically discussed. He wondered, is this a promo for an upcoming film? Zeong-hoon, leaning on a mop, immediately gossiped. Of course it is, how else would it exist? Today's meal was great. A Daeom agreed, right? If someone jumped into a moving car like that, they'd definitely die. I saw it on a science YouTube channel, that's just how it is. Yuseo excitedly said, a Daeom, when this movie comes out, let's go see it together. A Daeom happily replied, I want to too. Zeong-hoon eagerly chimed in, can I come along? Seeing the guy in the video looked familiar, a Daeom said, by the way sis, doesn't this guy look like Kang-in? Yuseo watched the clip seriously, the video quality is too low to see clearly but the build looks similar. Zeong-hoon flailed on the side, hey, why aren't you answering me? I don't care that much about him. Oh my, why would Kang-in appear in a video like this? A Dae-am and Eol continued to chat excitedly. Even if it's Kang-in. Fine, fine, Zeong-hoon kept whining, take me with you. A Dae-am went on, by the way, when will Kang-in be back? I miss him so much. Zeong-hoon asked, I wonder if Kang-in has seen this film. Elsewhere, Kang-in, wearing a white shirt, a backward cap and a black mask, eyes sharp as blades, stared straight at his target. Kang-in unleashed a thunderous 360-degree spinning kick, easily taking down three opponents who lay sprawled on the ground. Quick and agile, after taking down the three men, Kang-in hid behind a pillar, his keen gaze continuing to watch for the next prey. Choosing the right moment, Kang-in delivered a direct kick to the target's jaw, successfully knocking him out. After the skirmish, Kang-in turned back. By the roadside sat Yi, beautiful in a pink dress, weakly slumped to one side. Witnessing Kang-in take on four opponents, Yuha was moved, her big eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed as he approached. Just then, a terrified shout rang out from somewhere. What? Duchan and Kang-in immediately adopted identical poses to swap places. Cuts, the director signaled everyone to get ready. Duchan pulled his mask down, revealing his handsome face, gently lifted Yuha's chin and looked at her with affection. Princess, are you hurt? I'm so sorry for you. Then the director called out, cut, thank you everyone. Director T-min observed, Kang-in's action scene was perfect. But when Sun Hai looked at Du Chan, her expression seemed confused. What's going on? When she shifted her gaze from Kang In to Du Chan, there was a noticeable change in her look. Yu Ha worriedly wondered, maybe the director is exhausted from staying up all night. The director looked stunned as Yu Ha's scene wrapped. The director hurried over to Kang In. Kang In, you acted very well today. Thanks to you, the shoot wrapped smoothly. Kang In didn't reply, he just quietly turned to director T Ho. Am I finished for the day? Director T Ho cheerfully, yes, the next action scene will be shot tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work, Kang In. Kang In asked about the earlier incident. What's the situation with the video of rescuing Min? Director T Ho's face showed worry. The video has spread both domestically and internationally. Articles have appeared. If negative news about the kidnapping leaks out, it will badly affect the film. But luckily or strangely, the shot of you landing on a moving car looked so badass that people assumed it was a promo for the movie. We kept the witnesses quiet and agreed on the story that it was just a promotional video. Kang In asked anxiously, are you alright? Director T Ho said sadly, how would you feel if a video of your daughter nearly being kidnapped was viewed around the world? But this was the best option. Director T Ho continued optimistically, thanks to you, Kang In, we got through this like a movie. The film director also praised, that's right, because of you, Kang In, we finished 2 days ahead of schedule. The director didn't forget to compliment the actress. Yu Ha was only a supporting actress in our film, but the script changed and her role has nearly become a lead. Yu Ha tossed her hair haughtily. Oh, thank you. Director T Ho cheerfully told Kang In, with that spirit, I'd love to buy you a drink. Are you free? The remark about food and drink drew reactions from the three behind. Wait, just Kang In. Director T Ho laughed. Yu Ha and Kim Du Chan worked hard too. Let's all go. The director has to edit the footage. We'll invite him next time. Yu Ha and Du Chan happily high-fived. Director T Min was fine, just a little disappointed. A system reminder to Kang In. It seems this is the feast we promised yesterday. Kang In accepted, smiling brightly, thinking to himself, sounds good. On the dining table, many delicious and luxurious dishes were laid out. The system in Kang In chimed. This place seems expensive. The drinks are good too, feel free to drink. Kang In thought to himself, this Genjin really knows how to surprise people. Someone reached for a bottle of liquor, preparing to open the banquet. Yu Ha held the bottle casually. Here, Du Chan grabbed in too. I'll pour you the first glass. Yu Ha wouldn't yield. Hey, give it to me. I'll pour for Kang In. Du Chan shot back, why do I owe him a personal debt, you know that. The two of them bickered. Yu Ha said, Kang In not only saved you, he saved me too. If I'd been hurt then, my career and the whole film would have been ruined. Director T Ho quietly poured wine for Kang In. Let me pour for you. Kang In politely thanked him. After that, Ter Ho poured himself a glass and began to confide. Since college, I've always dreamed of becoming a film director. I wandered through the film industry and even shot a few independent films, but all of my films failed. After many attempts, I realized I lacked talent. Hearing this, Ha and Du Chan stopped bickering and listened seriously. Ter Ho continued, my father told me to come work for his company, but I didn't want to leave cinema, so I switched to film producing. Kang In comforted him, in any case, you're successful in the film world now, so stay positive. Director Ter Ho went on, having wealthy parents helped me solve many financial problems, that's why I'm successful. If this film fails, my production company will be in danger, and my parents and older brother will put a lot of pressure on me. Kang In asked, is it because you didn't work for your father's company and then opened your own film company which failed? Ter Ho denied it. No, it's not like that. He remembered his father's stern face, Mr. Dong Min, and explained, my father's company is a manufacturer, mainly producing military and police equipment. They operate not only domestically but export a lot. The company is very well known in the industry. Director Ter Ho bowed his head and continued, my father even gave me some shares in the company. Of course, my shares are friendly shares, meaning I am not allowed to sell them. They fully support my father and my brother. But actually, I invested more than 10 billion gun into this film. When I raised funds, I used the company's shares as collateral. Ter Ho asked, your father's company shares? Director Ter Ho answered, yes. If the film fails, I'll have to beg my father for help. But if he finds out I used the company shares, he'll probably grab his golf club and beat me. Ter Ho, shocked, covered her mouth. What? He'd hit you with a golf club? He's over 40. Director Ter Ho helplessly, yes, the company shares are never to be touched. Du Chan, part charming, part serious, said, you're reckless. What if the film fails? Director Ter Ho countered, Du Chan, do you think our film will fail? Du Chan replied, of course. If it weren't for that drug addict, we'd already have at least 5 million views. Director Ter Ho raised his glass, calmly answering, that's why I made a big gamble and invested my own money. Just thinking about that addict still gives me chills. Du Chan asked curiously, what's your father's company's name? Is it one I know? Meanwhile, Kang In sat to the side, taking advantage of the conversation to try each dish. The tuna here is really good. Director Ter Ho finally said the name. It's called Colin Engineering. Kang In froze. The system inside him chimed, Agent, My initial data contains information related to Colin Engineering. Colin Engineering produced outdated combat equipment that was still used in some regions in 2082. However, my data shows the final model was manufactured in 2024. Kang-in had more questions and asked the system to explain. 2024 was the final model. Explain further. Yuha quietly watched Kang-in, murmuring, "He's drunk." The system continued. Although obsolete, this equipment remained primary gear on some battlefields. Unused units sometimes trade at high prices. Colin Engineering is a high-end military equipment manufacturer. Kang-in processed the data further. How could such a successful company stop production after 2024? Could they have gone bankrupt this year? Kang-in frowned. Could it be? He looked toward director Tae-ho as a sudden thought occurred. The drug issue, the collapsed set, and Min's kidnapping, they all clearly seem connected. Kang-in fell into reflection, his handsome face growing more serious. Director Tae-ho called repeatedly, unable to reach him. "Now Kang-in, you seem a bit upset. Is something wrong?" Kang-in solemnly, "I'm fine. The problem lies with Mr. Lai." Director Tae-ho was stunned. "What?" Kang-in folded his arms and continued analyzing. "If the film fails, Mr. Lai's stock will drop. That would risk the family's succession. Right?" Director Tae-ho answered with a complicated expression. "But that only happens if I lose the shares. If I tell my father, I'll be kicked out of the house. But the company's stock itself will remain safe." Kang-in shook his head. "I don't think the situation is that simple." He connected the events. "I've been suspicious for days. On the first day back at filming, the Gang G set collapsed. Someone might have tampered with it. It wasn't an accident." Director Tae-ho nodded. "Right. I heard that after you mentioned it, the police launched a thorough investigation. Some traces are still being analyzed by forensics." Kang-in continued, "They'll say this. There's a possibility this was intentional, but there's no evidence." One of the three sitting there froze. "What?" Kang-in didn't stop, and a week earlier, the lead actor was arrested at a drug party. "Isn't that too strange?" Du-chan stunned. "Huh, but that was." Kang-in explained, when investigating the arsonist arrested in Kao, the police accidentally uncovered the drug party. It was an unplanned incident, arson, murder, investigation, all entangled. Du-chan innocently, "What does that have to do with the film?" Kang-in smirked. "Exactly. That arson was an incident nobody planned for." The three of them echoed, "What, a plan? An unforeseen incident?" Kang-in calmly analyzed. "They raided the drug party. The production had to pause and return to filming. Within a week, Tae-ha and Du-chan went pale." Kang-in continued, "But what if that hadn't happened last week? What if the scandal broke right before the film's release?" Director Tae-ho was stunned. "What if they waited until the film was ready to hit theaters before reporting it? Then." Du-chan and Yuha trembled. "The film would never reach theaters, or it would be pulled immediately." Kang-in turned to director Tae-ho. "If the film fails, the plan is for you to ask your father for help, right?" Director Tae-ho broke into a cold sweat. "Yes. He said he'd lend money to protect the shares." Kang-in concluded his thought. "If this is someone's plan, then after the film fails, your father's company would become a target. Colin Engineering would be left unable to support Mr. Lai's film company." The only image in director Tae-ho's mind was an irredeemable scenario. Director Tae-ho hurriedly said, "Even if that happens, I'll use all my connections. Even if I have to sell the company, my father's shares will remain safe." Before he could finish, Kang-in cut in. "What if Min was kidnapped that day?" Immediately, director Tae-ho went pale with fear. Kang-in gritted his teeth and continued, "I wonder whether Mr. Lai could still focus on his shares." Complex thoughts kept flashing through the director's head. He was so frightened, sweat poured down his face. Not only would he lose over 10 billion gun if the film never screened, but if his daughter were kidnapped, he would be too distracted to care about the film company's collapse. If bonds got entangled, even Colin Engineering's stock could vanish instantly. Du-chan sitting across was also flustered. "So why did those people kidnap Min?" Kang impatiently answered, "Because if Mr. Lai is distracted, it's easier to target Colin's stock." Director Tae-ho panicked completely. "But I hadn't planned to go to the studio that day. I was supposed to be at my daughter's photo shoot." Kang-in replied, "Did you go to the set after hearing it had collapsed on the first day back?" Director Tae-ho stammered, recalling that he had indeed rushed to the scene. "Yes." Kang-in affirmed, "They knew for sure you'd come to Min that day. They planned it that way." Tae-ha angrily slammed the table and leaned toward Kang-in. "So someone tried to sabotage the film to pressure me?" Kang-in answered, "Maybe they targeted the incident itself rather than hurting Yuha. If someone gets injured, chaos follows. Even if no one is hurt, the chaos still happens, making Min's kidnapping easier. They may have thought it was a fail-safe plan in any scenario." Grasping something, Yuha clenched her fists and spoke passionately. "So if we investigate starting from the kidnapper, we can find who's behind this." Kang-in grabbed another bite, chewing as he said, "Would it be easy to uncover?" Cut to the police station. The three kidnappers have been arrested and are being questioned. An angry officer barked, "Those bastards know nothing. All they can say is All three had various fresh wounds across their faces. The officer continued, "So they say they only heard a rumor that the girl would be at the set that day and decided to grab her." Another officer standing by replied, Yeah, her father is a billionaire and he dotes on his daughter, so they thought it would be easy to get ransom money if they took her. The detective at the computer added, and because this is a mountain area with no surveillance, they thought they wouldn't be caught. Seriously. The other officer snapped, then who fed them that rumor? The irritated officer pulled off his hat. No one remembers clearly, they just said they heard it at some bar. The station erupted into chaos. Which bar? Investigate it now, but there are no cameras there either. I'm going crazy. Kang-in smirked. Of course this is the scenario if the film fails. He casually took another bite and said, consider it an intriguing story. Yoo-ha pondered, I'm completely hooked. Even Du-chan admitted in admiration, not only are you great at action, you're good at writing scripts too. Unlike director T-ho, who was in a panic, Du-chan and Yoo-ha began bickering. I want to be the male lead in your film. This time I'll be the protagonist, so you have to be the supporting role. The party was winding down and they lamented. The first set ended too soon, should we go out for more drinks? Du-chan waved goodbye to director T-ho. Goodbye, sir. Yoo-ha stood aside, displeased with Du-chan. Du-chan oppa, aren't you going home? The car rolled away and Kang-in watched it recede, thinking, I nearly lost big this time. I won't bet Colin stock like that again. A leading man aura radiated from him, just standing and thinking he looked handsome. The business must grow, otherwise they wouldn't take such risks. Eliminating all unlikely scenarios, at least things seemed safe through the end of the year. At that moment, Yoo-ha pulled Kang-in out of his thoughts. She, pretty and gentle like a bashful princess, asked, would you like to go eat with me? Kang-in, not catching her meaning, replied, sure, the three of us. Yoo-ha was deeply annoyed, you uncultured brute. Cut to a lavish room where an angry man yelled, hey, you good for nothing. He was the CEO of Colin, Ly Tu's father, Ly Dong-min. How could you use company shares to fund a film? Director T-ho sat with his head down and explained, this time the film definitely won't fail. This movie will be a hit, I'm sure of it. T-ho's father cut him off, shut up. The Colin CEO, Ly Tu's older brother Ly Tung, was already in a bad mood. Then Mr. Dong-min asked, bad mood. T-ho kept trying to persuade his father and brother. I heard the company just launched a fantastic new product. Export negotiations for the equipment are going well. T-ho's brother pressed his palms together and said, that's why there's talk of efforts to infiltrate rival markets. They say someone is trying to destabilize the company to disrupt overseas bids. Our stock is very solid, so it seems like they're giving up. What? That remark made everyone else in the room startle. Suddenly T-ho leaped up, shouting, so could one of those people have initiated Min Dai's kidnapping themselves? Mr. Dong-min grabbed his forehead and T-sung warned, hey, is this the time to speak up? T-dung continued, one of those companies might have taken action, but brokers aiming to take over and resell our company are even more suspicious. Mr. Dong-min sat back inside. First, let's clarify everything. Are you sure this time the film won't fail? T-ho silently reassured himself, of course, father. Director T-ho proudly, it's even better than the original. Mr. Dong-min, astonished, really? Thanks to that actor who saved you before. Director T-ho explained, yes, like that Kang-in fellow, I can shoot the film faster. The matter with Min 2 today's developments are thanks to Kang-in sharing the story. T-dung sneered, good at repeating what actors say. T-ho defended himself, he's not an ordinary actor. Mr. Dong-min looked at T-zung, if T-ho's company is stable, we're fine even if someone attacks from outside, right? He replied, yes, father, we can defend against most attacks, but knowing this, we'll need to bolster our defenses further. Mr. Dong-min, satisfied, good. He called out T-ho, he rubbed his hands together, listening with grave attention. Mr. Dong-min said, if you dare touch your shares again, I'll strip you of your division, I'm going to bed. With that, he stood, turned toward the bedroom in Ly T-zung's house and said, good night, father. Director T-ho bowed politely, certainly I won't touch them again. He both bade Mr. Dong-min farewell and silently thanked Kang-in. Thank you, Kang-in. Mr. Dong-min turned his head back. That action actor give him a role with more lines. When someone helps you, you should repay them. Director T-ho was stunned, but by then Kang-in was already elsewhere. Kang-in stared ahead. He and director T-min and other actors were attending a premiere. He seemed beyond the level I could entrust with a role. Yu Seo blushed shyly at the invitation. Would you like to go see the premiere of A Sunny Day Tonight? She hesitated, trying to sound aloof. I'm not sure, I don't have much time today. Kang-in turned away, not too concerned since the invitation was casual. It's fine if you're busy. Realizing her slip, she backpedaled quickly. Will many people go? Then I have nothing planned tonight. A Dai-om excitedly pointed at herself. Kang-in, what about me? Zeong-hoon scratched his head, asking for a ticket too. I'm free as well. Kang-in asked, what about your part-time jobs? Don't you have the night shift? A Dai-om winked, it's fine. A few new staff joined a few days ago. Besides, the kiosks do everything now. Zeong-hoon chimed in, yeah, the cleaning robots even clean better than we do. Kang-in, puzzled, so what exactly do you guys do there? They didn't answer and changed the subject, but surprisingly, the promo video I saw recently includes Kang-in in A Sunny Day. Yu Seo gushed, Kang-in is so cool. A Dai-om admired Yoo-ha. Zeong-hoon exclaimed, Kim Du-chan is really handsome. Kang In at a loss for words, so that's it. Thinking of that heroic rescue clip, they marveled. No wonder it looked so much like Kang In. Since this is Kang In's debut piece, I'll definitely go even if I have to skip my shift. Kang In whispered, I'm just a stunt double. The trio of internet cafe staff, fans of Kang In, chimed in, right, loyalty first. Kang In realized, were they just trying to get out of their shifts? Someone asked, anyway, are we going to meet a celebrity tonight? That afternoon at the cinema, the crowd buzzed. Who's coming? Look, it's Kim Do-chan over there. At the premiere, the lead actor stepped up to pose with the promotional poster. Below, someone called out, Yuha, can you do a heart gesture? Yuha cheerfully made an adorable heart gesture. Audience members at the cinema gasped in amazement. So many celebrities and even celebrities came to watch the premiere. Kang In led his 3 fans along. EU asked, is that Kang In? Kang In replied, my face won't actually appear in the film. Standing up high, Do-chan happily saw Kang In. The die-in system announced, Kim Do-chan has noticed, and Kang In slightly nodded back in greeting. Do-chan waved at Kang In, signaling, Kang In is here. A die-om excitedly slapped his shoulder and shouted, then blushed and deflated. See? Kim Do-chan waved and smiled at me. Zeong-hoon dampened the enthusiasm. He's probably just doing that for the reporters. On stage, Yuha had also seen the person who saved her several times. She beamed to herself, Kang In. It seemed the girl was smitten with him, slipping into a less formal tone, and kept waving over here. He's down below, and Zeong-hoon, thinking it was for him, shouted loudly. The goddess Yuha is waving at me. A die-om pouted, not sure it's for you, it's probably for the reporter. A die-om and Zeong-hoon then turned to bicker, poking fun at each other. Kang In looked around. After we watch, let's go inside. But where's Yunil? Finally, they found Yunil and Yuha standing and talking. Oh my, she's over there. A die-om ran over to start a conversation. Yunil, are you getting an autograph? Yunil Seo turned and greeted them. A die-om and Zeong-hoon were both excited and nervous to speak with the goddess. What, you two know each other? Yuha looked surprised. Yoon just gently called out to Kang In. What, you two know each other? Yuha looked surprised. Yoon just gently called out to Kang In. Zeong-hoon interrupted. How does Yoon know Yuha? Don't tell me they're sisters. Yu Seo laughed, but we're different from them. She revealed a bit more. Yuha and I used to live in the same neighborhood when we were little. I know all her embarrassing stories. Yuha went pale and immediately covered her mouth. Yuno, you're so lucky. While Yuha had Yuno's neck in a playful hold, Do-chan stepped forward and waved. Kang In, I waved so hard my arm hurts. Kang In puzzled, why act like you two are close? There are so many reporters here. Do-chan replied, I just wanted to use this chance to help the teacher get noticed. It's fine. A die-om, stunned, covered her mouth. Kang In is speaking on equal footing with the great Do-chan. Zeong-hoon, astonished. What, Do-chan? A die-om added. Yoon is even chatting like she's the emperor of Trung-mu-gong, please, Yuha. Zeong-hoon flashed a confident smile. Should I try acting? Turning around, he saw a die-om pout contemptuously, which made him a little sad. It really hurts, that expression. From afar, Min ran up excitedly. Brother. Kang In steadily picked the little girl up and asked kindly, Min Dai, how have you been? She smiled brightly and answered, very well, sir. You talked to me so I wasn't bored at all. Ti-ho and his wife arrived. Mi Dung said, we've saved a seat for Kang In. A die hugged excitedly. Master actor Jiang Mi Dung is here too. Truly the supreme emperor Trung-mu-gong. Zeong-hoon complained, a die-om, stop using those cheesy internet nicknames. Kang In declined, but I already have a ticket. Ti-ho smiled, leave that seat empty. Kang In is the lead actor. A die-om looked so thrilled she could work 7 days straight but feigned sadness in words, so sad. She shouted excitedly, Yunil, should I learn to cook and get a part-time job? I want to sit near celebrities so badly. Yoon smiled sheepishly and pulled a die-om away. Kang In, I'm heading in first, see you later. People filed into the theater, and the auditorium was nearly full. Director T Min, sitting nearby, invited, it would be great if Kang In could come up to greet on stage. Let's go out back together. He declined. I think I'd be exhausted if I were recognized when I'm not supposed to be. The director replied regretfully, yeah, that's true. After all, this film only has one premiere, and without Kang In it might have been hard to get screened. T Min bowed in thanks again, and Kang In bowed back, no problem. The screen lit up and the director said, the film is about to start. Kang In turned to sit properly, ready to watch the film he had a part in. The trio of Kang In's fans at the internet cafe watched attentively, bright and joyful, enjoying the movie. Outside the theater corridor, a janitor walked past a screening room. The audience's collective shouts carried all the way out into the hall. Although screening rooms are usually well soundproofed, the 2 staff members still jumped. The female attendant gasped, what's going on? The entire audience reacted in surprise. The male attendant answered, they're usually very quiet, it must be a really good film. Inside the theater, no lights were on except for the projector. After a moment, the lights came up, signaling the film was over. A round of applause broke out. A spectator stood and applauded loudly as a heartfelt recognition of the film's success. Immediately afterward, the audience in the theater rose and applauded in unison. The die-in system sounded in Kang In's head. Without your help and mine, this film would have been ordinary. Thanks to both of us, the quality was significantly elevated. Kang-in smiled with satisfaction. The film really was good. Audience members murmured. 2 hours flew by. Is this a romantic action film? Amazing. No one is leaving yet. The host stepped to the mic and announced, next is the stage greeting and an interview with director Sun Tae-min and the cast. Please give them a big round of applause when they come on stage. On stage, the director offered thanks. Thank you all for coming and watching the film. He decided to be candid. Actually, I have something to confess to the audience about this production. Director Tae-min said the set collapse scene was actually a real accident. The room buzzed. He continued. If people knew, some audience members might say that no matter how important a film is, it shouldn't be like that. Below, the trio of internet cafe staff were also surprised. The director's voice continued, but I assure you we did not cause the collapse for the sake of the film. We only used footage of accidents with everyone's consent. Kang-in sat seriously, listening to the director's heartfelt words. Fortunately, no one was injured. If someone had been harmed, we certainly would never have used the footage. Though had warned you beforehand that public opinion could turn negative, but that's something the company's PR team would handle later. You nodded thoughtfully. I told you so. A reporter raised a hand and stood. I'm Kim from the new paper. I have a question for Ms. Zin Yu-ha. Did you receive any treatment after that incident? In the film you looked genuinely shocked. Were you psychologically affected? Yu-ha winked and smiled. No, I'm fine. They saved me. The reporter asked again, was it Kim Do-chan? This time Do-chan laughed and replied, if I had done it, I'd probably be gone by now, right? The reporter pressed, then who was it? Do-chan answered, the guy who sells food from the film crew's food truck saved me. That reply made Kang-in frown, thinking displeased. Guy, he's my age. On stage, Do-chan scanned the theater and cheerfully explained, because the food truck guy had a similar build to me, I asked him to be my stand-in and he worked very hard. Below, Kang-in sulked. Don't look over here. He clarified, he's just an ordinary guy, that's all. After the screening, the premiere was a success and the audience filed out. Before long, a forum post appeared. Has anyone seen A Sunny Day? I heard there were shot many scenes within a week after casting. Predicting this will be director Sun Min's embarrassing flop. Everyone at the premiere praised it but said the leads were just part-time staff. One commenter, I'll go see it myself today and report back. Many agreed. Below, of course, they're staff. How could they finish editing in 1 week? Insulting to assume the audience is stupid. I think so too. Another said, feels like a waste of money. I heard there was a real accident in the film. Goodbye. But not long after, a new post appeared. I take back all the arrogant things I said before. Now I'm recommending this film to everyone I meet. It has become my favorite action movie. I felt like it was truly a 4D experience. The immersion and impact were incredible. I never thought director Sun Tae was this good at action. I tried not to cry but tears fell during the romantic scenes. I think the person beside me saw me. How embarrassing. Director Sun Tae-min is a god of cinema. Director Sun Tae-min is a god of cinema. Director Sun Tae-min is a god of cinema. Seeing the poster's username, some netizens were surprised. This person usually only leaves complaints. What's going on? Isn't this just a scheme to get our money? Another agreed, I just watched it too. That review is real. You absolutely must see it. It will make your dry heart soften. This is a divine film. Director Sun Min is a god of cinema. 2 days later, a Dae-om pulled out the box office chart to show off. Kang-in, look, our movie is ranked #1. Kang-in didn't care much about rankings. He was wiping a pan and more focused on how she put it. Why do you call it our movie? A Dae-om laughed loudly, because you're like family to me. What my family does is mine too. Kang-in soberly asked, since when are we siblings? A Dae-om whined, oh Kang-in, come on. She asked again, why don't you become an actor? You'd be great. He replied, one film is enough for me. A Dae-om lamented, what a pity, I thought I might meet a celebrity again. Kang-in said curtly, I'm busy with other work, you wouldn't believe it. Aren't you always free? Not at all. A Dae-om put her hands on her hips, really? Besides being the cafe cook, what else do you do? Kang-in looked at her seriously and answered in a joking tone, special missions for the Earth Alliance. A Dae-om was stunned for a moment by his seriousness. A moment later, someone in the internet cafe responded, probably so. Tae-ho couldn't stop smiling, tears of joy streaming down his face. He raised his hand to celebrate the success. We did it. In CEO Then's office, the director was also beaming. See, I told you everything would be fine. He gave a confident thumbs up. There's no way our film can attract an audience. I'm certain this film will reach 10 million views. Tae-ho laughed with delight. Of course, of course. He stood up to praise. At this rate, the number will certainly hit 10 million. Director Sun Tae-min, a director who bites 10 million. The director loved that line and puffed up with a smile. 2 cups sat on the table as Tae-ho shared his imagination. The opening night was so bad I nearly cried. The theater was nearly empty and I thought we might not even break even. Now I feel so happy I could cry. Director Tae-min smiled and planned the next film. I'm considering making an action movie. Tae-ho was slightly surprised and hesitated. But aren't you a specialist in romance films? Of course the action in this film was excellent. But the director shouted, "Na Kang-in, yes, yes. If we have Na Kang-in, I'll start writing the script right away." Tae-ho realized the issue, and his eyes and face turned serious. Director Sun, why don't you sign that film with us? We'll sponsor infrared so it will be an action picture. The director immediately gave a thumbs up. Deal. CEO T-ho was pleased, but you've already spoken with Na Kang-in, right? The director casually, I'm only bringing it up now. T-ho paused for a few seconds. Huh? The director beamed with confidence. Na Kang-in would never turn down such a great opportunity. Since we're only discussing it now, I'm calling him now. Suddenly a phone rang. Kang-in held the phone and looked at the caller ID. He thought it was a strange number and pressed reject. We are bringing 2 special guests from A Bright Tomorrow. Meanwhile, inside the studio, friendly voices chimed greetings. Hello, I'm Kim Do-chan. Very pleased to meet you all again, I'm Yuha. The host held the question script and began the show. A Bright Tomorrow is really blowing up, isn't it? Do you feel that way? Do-chan answered, yes, I've received a lot of interview requests and advertising offers. I'm very grateful. The host congratulated them, that's wonderful. She continued probing during the interview, Yuha, I heard the set actually collapsed. That surprised me. Tell us, was that collapse filmed? Yuha scratched her head and laughed, yes, but there was someone very reliable there, so I wasn't in any danger. The stunt performer tried to protect me from injury. He laughed. Do-chan, the simple, naive one, then grinned foolishly. He said he threw me far away just before the accident happened. It isn't in the film because I flew out too fast. Opposite him, Yuha frowned inwardly, thinking, don't say that, people might misunderstand. The host exclaimed, that stunt performer is amazing. It seems he calculated everything and reacted in an instant. Do-chan confirmed, exactly, he's not even a professional actor. He's just a guy who sells food from a truck. And he's incredible, right? Hearing that, Yuha didn't hesitate to praise Kang-in. Do-chan eagerly added, he even jumped onto a moving car without a harness and stopped it with a single strike using a metal pipe. The host, sensing juicy news, asked, wait, what? I watched A Sunny Day, but there's no scene like that in the film. Those words drained the 2 guests. Realizing he'd slipped up, Do-chan immediately covered his mouth with his hand. Yuha scolded inwardly, why say those things? She quickly changed the subject. Did you know? He's not only great at stunts, he's also a wonderful cook. The host looked at the screen and read a newly submitted question to the show. Is the car stopping clip we thought was promotional actually real? Do-chan went pale, all the color drained from his face. Yuha's heart jumped too. This is live broadcast and comments exploded. What? Is it real? That can't be true. Why did he stop the car? What's going on? In the office, T-ho was watching the show and boiled with rage. He roared, Kim Do-chan, you idiot. The marketing lead sighed and slapped his forehead. Damn it. T-ho slammed the table and barked, where's the manager? We need a new strategy right now. I'm just afraid the team is as dumb as pigs. That's right, I'm just afraid the team is as dumb as pigs. The marketing lead said wearily, I think we'll have to reveal things 20 days earlier than planned. T-ho tried to hold on, is there any other way? The other replied, we need to seize the momentum from this issue. If we stall, controlling it will only get harder. Realizing the problem, T-ho could only nod anxiously. He picked up the phone, dialed, and waited nervously. After the first ring, the other side answered. Hello, hi na Kang-in, this is Lo. After hearing the director's explanation, Kang-in calmly asked, is that so? Because the truth was revealed later than expected, you couldn't report it on the actual day of the incident? I'll consider that lucky. On this end, T-ho felt a weight lift and thought, always put on the hero's bright face. Anyway, we only have one way to handle this situation. Kang-in, washing dishes as he listened to the explanation, heard, we'll make everyone feel that the video is something impressive, not something serious. Instead of focusing on how Min panicked then, we should focus on how cool you looked. Does that work for you? Under a clear blue sky from the other end, Kang-in replied, go ahead, just don't mention my name. T-ho rejoiced, great, thanks, thank you so much. On the live set, the show paused for a moment. Let's take a break and return with part 2 shortly. That's White Eagle's sign off, the theme music played. In a corner of the room, Do-chan, drained of energy, listened to the phone, his voice trembling like a mosquito. Yes, I'm very sorry, very sorry. Do-chan dejectedly pressed his face against the wall as punishment. If there's anything I can do right now, tell me. I'll do my best at everything except quitting showbiz. The voice on the phone replied, reveal everything. Thinking he misheard, Do-chan picked up the phone. Sorry, what did you say? The person on the line was displeased. What are you saying? I told you to talk about that incident on the live broadcast in the most attention-grabbing way possible. Do-chan asked again, is that okay? The marketing director reminded him, we plan to announce it in 20 days, but now we have to announce it immediately. Do-chan apologized, I'm sorry. The other person emphasized, the CEO has agreed, just finished by saying the food truck guy handled the situation brilliantly so people won't remember it as a serious accident. In the studio, Yuha opened the door and whispered, hurry up, it's starting. Do-chan signaled he understood and replied, yes, I won't mention Kang-in's name. The live show resumed. The host looked at the screen admiringly. That video has drawn an unbelievable amount of attention. Comments are about to explode. Do-chan forced a smile and began, then let me tell everyone what happened, something I didn't have a chance to explain earlier. This is a true event that happened on the first day we resumed filming on set. While we were shooting, some people tried to kidnap our child actress Lim Min. The host gasped, really? So that's why he jumped in without a harness in such a dangerous situation? The host gasped, really? So that's why he jumped in without a harness in such a dangerous situation. Sitting quietly while Du-chan told the story, Yuha forced a smile and thought, I guess they decided to drop this bomb. Du-chan winked and pointed at the camera. The food truck guy caught all the kidnappers and rescued Min safely. You all saw that when you watched the video, right? Comments kept popping up. Is he even human? How did he survive? Did he really risk his life? Is he an agent for some bureau? It's like a scene straight out of a movie. Online comments exploded. Topics revolved around the story, everyone talking about the professional cook's skills, saying he's no different from an action star. Not just a cook, Kang In was hailed as a hero. Amazing. Who is he? Kim Du-chan's food truck guy, muscles trained from cooking, revealed in the viral promo video. Really? The food truck guy rescued Min. An analysis post even appeared. For all the analytic fans out there, check this out. The analyst self-labeled and posted 285 views and 3 comments below. I calculated speed and distance and concluded it's faster than the Olympic sprint record. Incredible, but that slope is downhill while the Olympics are on flat ground. Still, it's impressive he could run that fast without falling. My god, if it were me, my knees would be shredded. Another post from the White Eagle fan group dissected details. In the kidnapping video, did you see how he threw the stone? He throws like a pro ball player, the distance is really far. His accuracy is terrifying, his running speed no joke. If he were a spy, no one could catch him. They also talked about Kang In swinging that metal pipe in the film. If that's a real skill, he could be a great fighter. Our team needs a hero like him to climb out of last place. Sign him up now. Kang In's internal system expressed concern. That video is spreading very quickly. Kang In read the posts and comments, then reassured it. It's okay, my name and face weren't revealed. Sitting on the small bed in the warehouse, Kang In asked the system, Die-in, can I compete in the Olympics? It coldly replied, the host won't pass doping tests. He lamented, what a pity. What about baseball then? The system said, professional baseball also tests for doping regularly. Kang In lay back on the bed and sighed, forget it, I won't do those things. The system offered a suggestion. Also, we need to move from this temporary base to a more stable one. Looking up at the ceiling and the clutter in the warehouse, Kang In nodded. Yeah, this place is a bit rough. The system observed, anywhere would be better than the rest bed in that internet cafe. The host needs rest to maintain combat effectiveness. Food and clothing still matter. Kang In mumbled, but can we find a new base with the current budget? The system checked income and expenses and reported back. Payment for the host's recent film role has just been transferred. Kang In asked, how much? Is it a lot? The system reported 5 million gun has been transferred into the account. Kang In sighed, that's it. At the internet cafe, a Die-am proudly said, let me tell you something. From the moment I watched the video, I thought that was Kang In. I mean it. She bragged, I guess my eye for people is pretty good. Zeong-hoon marveled, I didn't expect someone so talented. I can watch it over and over and it's still amazing. Still watching the kidnapping video. Incredible. A Die-am grinned, right? Zeong-hoon deadpanned, cutting through the fantasy, isn't that Kang In? A Die-am curiously asked, have you ever met anyone like Kang In before? Zeong-hoon propped against the mop. And thought, remembering the mysterious masked person who had beaten the kidnappers to save him. Yeah, the person I met was very skilled too. A Die-am, blinded by fandom, said, well, whoever it was, they can't be better than Kang In. Lying on the bed in the room, Kang In picked his ear and muttered, my ear's burning. The system replied indifferently, is that so? Footsteps approached outside and a staff member greeted, hello. Wearing sunglasses, walked up to the internet cafe's reception desk. She asked, excuse me, is this the gaming room where Kang In works? Zeong-hoon stood at the counter, blushing when he recognized the visitor. Yes, that's right. Luckily, Yoon Seo quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. She cheerfully welcomed her. Why did you come all the way here? Have you been busy lately? Zeong-hoon at the counter was swooning like a turkey, muttering, you actually... Yuha said, I came to talk to Kang In and I heard the food here is really good. ENL replied happily, oh I see, he's in that room. Yuha surprised, huh? ENL asked again, he lives here. This news stunned Yuha, what, he lives here? Doesn't he have a home? ENL thought, I'm not sure, but it seems he's staying here temporarily. I even thought about letting him stay at my place. But thinking of something, Yoon Seo blushed. Living together with a man and a woman is kind of awkward, right? Yuha objected, no way. Yoon innocently, you're worried about me, right? I'm touched. Yuha darkened, saying coolly, of course he wouldn't do anything. ENL puzzled, huh, what do you mean? Yuha, embarrassed by Yoonal's naivety, said, never mind. ENL pointed at the storeroom door. Anyway, come in, he's in there. A knock on the door made Kang In sit up. Who's there? Yuha opened the door and stepped in. He asked in surprise, huh, why are you here? She replied, I came to apologize. Kang In was more puzzled. For what? Yuha explained about what Kim Du-chan had said on the radio show. Kang In, embarrassed, said, but you didn't say those things. Yuha sat down beside him, but I was on that same program. Anyway, he really needs to learn to keep his mouth shut. She agreed, exactly. Maybe he's getting lectured by Mi-dung's son right now. She pictured Du-chan's current plight and the two burst out laughing. Mi-dung angrily swung a baseball bat, pounding Du-chan and scolding, you idiot. Du-chan just held his head and cried softly. Min-dai watched and sighed. Du-chan must be having a really hard time. Kang In, hearing this, asked, so you came here just to say that? Yuha blushed and hurried to make an excuse, that's part of it. I also heard this gaming room is famous for its snacks, so I wanted to try them. Kang-in just listened in silence, then stood up and said, I'm not serving food today, I have things to do. Yuha surprised, where are you going? Kang-in looked around and said, as you can see, this place isn't great. I'm looking for somewhere to live. She wondered, oh right, you're living here. Why are you living here? Someone like you? Kang-in answered shortly and coldly, I have my reasons. Yuha felt stunned. What? Kang-in thought to himself that explaining would be too troublesome and let it go. His cold expression and terse answers made Yuha even more curious. Truly a mysterious man. She told herself that and confidently insisted on coming along. Then let me go with you. It's nice to have someone help choose. Kang-in refused. I can go on my own. But in the end, she still went along. The two stepped into an apartment. It was simple and fairly small. Yuha jumped. Kang-in looked around. A fridge, a sink, an old AC. Everything was there but very worn. Yuha was stunned. This studio apartment is S studio. You already got paid, right? Kang-in answered, that's right. She grew more puzzled. Then why pick S studio? I can't understand why someone as talented as you lived in an internet cafe and now is looking at S studio. You were paid well for that film, weren't you? Kang-in, expressionless, looked at her. Is that so? Yuha eagerly, how much did you get? Let me help you find the best place with that money. Kang-in replied, 5 million gun. Hearing Kang-in's fee, Yuha froze for a few seconds, dazed. Without saying much, she pulled out her phone and dialed. The person on the other end answered. Hello? Yuha smiled brightly. Oh yes, this is Zin Yuha. Mi-dung took the call. Oh Yuha, what's up? Don't tell me you're going to beg leniency for Kim Du-chan. Over there, Du-chan was kneeling on the ground wearing a yoke, loudly begging. I'm sorry Yuha, please save me. Yuha didn't pay much attention to her co-star and replied, well, how I handle him is up to me. Kang-in froze, thinking, what the Mi-dung said, I'll let him live, what's going on? Yuha prepared to get to the main point, which wasn't about Du-chan. She said, it seems Na Kang-in only received 5 million in pay from CEO Lo. The news hit Mi-dung like a thunderclap. She immediately switched to vengeful mode, smiling with veins bulging. What? Looks like another matter for me to handle. Yuha explained, I just thought Kang-in wouldn't speak up, so I'm reporting it for him, don't get me wrong. Mi-dung understood and softened. Got it, he saved the film and more importantly, he's my daughter's benefactor. I'll contact Lai Ti-ho and Kim Du-chan, who allowed him to rest. Get up now. Hearing the desired result, Yuha smiled happily. Yes, thank you. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. After hanging up, Yuha winked and flashed a V sign in celebration. While we wait for a response, let's look at a few better places. The street was crowded and people hurried by. Kang-in received a call. Na Kang-in, this is Lai Ti-ho. On the pedestrian lane, Yuha tried to cover her face. Kang-in noted, hiding only draws more attention. On the phone, Ti-ho said, I've looked into it and heard you only got 5 million for the fee. I'm quite surprised by that. They stopped in front of a real estate office and read rental flyers. Director Ti-ho added, Director's son was busy with the film's release and didn't check closely. The payments were processed as usual, but considering your contribution, this is unacceptable. After outlining the issue, he proposed a solution. I've recalculated it, officially crediting you as the action coordinator rather than just a stuntman. At that moment, Kang-in and Yuha stepped into a bright, well-kept house. Ti-ho said, right now I'll transfer 100 million gun. So 100 million gun went into the account. As the two of them stood admiring a lovely, well-appointed home. Yuha excitedly, the deposit is 5 million gun and the rent is pretty reasonable for that. Kang-in praised, you're pretty savvy too. She smoothed her hair confidently. I'm the kind of woman who's very helpful to have around. You know, do I make your heart flutter? Kang-in looked out the window. The view was nice. The system spoke up. I've ensured a clear line of sight to watch for approaching threats. Now we can observe from a distance. If we install blackout curtains, it will block an enemy's view. Watching Kang-in stare intently out the window, Yuha thought to herself confidently, this guy is so sweet, just because he got 100 million. She asked, what are you going to do with the rest of the money? The system said, we need to ensure mobility. I suggest buying a car. Kang-in nodded in agreement. I need to buy a car. Yuha volunteered, let me recommend somewhere. I know a good place. But with 50 million, it's hard to get a luxury car. Kang-in called out unexpectedly, but Yuha. She startled and turned to look at him. What? Kang-in stepped closer, hands in his hoodie pockets, pressed Yuha against the wall and asked, why do you keep trying to help me? Yuha froze. Kang-in leaned in close and asked bluntly, do you like me? Yuha flushed, panicked at the thought of her feelings being exposed, jumped up and denied it frantically. What are you saying? Why would I like you? Kang-in turned away. I just wondered because you stick to me everywhere I go. Yuha snapped, what the hell? Cut the delusions of grandeur. I'm an actor, okay? My schedule was free and I just happened to pass by your place. I'm helping you as a friend, got it? Kang-in rubbed his ear. Fine then. If not, why shout like that? God, my eardrums are about to burst. I was just joking. Thank you for helping me. The unexpected thanks left Yuha stunned. Oh, how embarrassing, I didn't help you just to hear something like that. The system chimed in, please send your thanks to me too, not just Zin Yuha. Kang-in snapped, shut up. Yuha surprised, what, are you editing my words? Wasn't she supposed to thank me? Yuha slowly confessed, actually about that day, if that metal bar had hit me I could have been badly injured or worse. You were the one who saved me. Kang-in listened in silence. Yuha lowered her head and twirled her hair, voice dropping. Because of that accident, I might not be alive now. To be honest, I thought I was okay, but when I got home, the house was pitch black and lifeless. When I was alone, I began to realize everything. I was terrified of the darkness in my own home. The two-story house always pitch black, waiting for its owner to return each night. When I arrived at that dark house, I always thought of that moment and my heart raced. Since then, the lightless house has made me very anxious. Some nights I curled up under the blanket on my bed and couldn't sleep. That accident keeps replaying in my dreams. So being near you makes me feel safer. If you don't mind, could I come by often? But Kang-in seemed indifferent, which irritated Yuha. Hey, are you listening? Kang-in stretched by the window. The view here is really nice. Cut to scene at an old parking lot. The two stood before an old car. Yuha worried. Are you really going to buy this thing with the remaining money? There are plenty of used cars in good condition, so why this crappy one? Kang-in admonished. That's rude to the seller. She embarrassed. Ah, I'm sorry. The seller scratched his head awkwardly. You're right. Actually, everyone told me to scrap it because repairs cost more than its sale price. Yuha advised again, sir, there are many nicer cars, don't buy this one. Kang-in ignored it and asked the seller, can I inspect the car's components? The seller agreed, go ahead. Kang-in opened the hood and stared pensively at the aged engine, and asked the system, can you repair this? The system replied, of course, I even have field manuals for vehicle repair. Kang-in, surprised, even with an old car like this, you come from 2082, so this must be ancient to you. The system replied, don't worry, I also have manuals for cars from 100 years ago. Just fix the electrical and power systems and everything will be fine. Kang-in looked pleased and closed the hood. I like this. Kang-in looked pleased and closed the hood. I like this. The seller was surprised too. You really want to buy it? The engine's weak. It could stall any time. I'm not responsible for that. Kang-in calmly, I know, sell it to me cheap. The seller shrugged, fine by me, but don't come back blaming me. Yuha held her head from behind. This can't be real. Cut to the men's restroom. Kang-in asked the system, Jin, is it safe to repair the car in the new apartment parking lot? The system answered, doing that would make the neighbors suspicious. Kang-in washed his hands and thought, then we need to rent another place. The system reported, I found a recently closed scrap metal workshop that's perfect. Kang-in surprised, how did you know? The system reported, I found a recently closed scrap metal workshop that's perfect. Kang-in, surprised, how did you know? The system showed a flyer plastered on a utility pole as the car passed by. I collected the information while accompanying the owner. Good, very good. Kang-in praised, take parts and do the repairs there. At the remote scrap yard, a tow truck delivered the car Kang-in had just bought. He thanked the tow driver, thank you so much. Kang-in carried the tool bag inside. Yuha followed and asked, where is this? Why did you drag that junk car here? Kang-in corrected her, don't call it junk, it's my baby. The place was remote and deserted. Yuha whimpered in fear, you secretly signed up for a horror movie without telling me, right? Is that why you brought me here? Kang-in entered the access code and replied, no. The lock opened successfully. The rusty metal door rolled back with a screech, and inside it was surprisingly bright and tidy. Kang-in stepped into the workshop and dumped the pile of tools he'd prepared onto the workbench. Yuha curiously asked, so what's this, are you? Watching Kang-in arrange his tools, she confirmed, you plan to fix this car here? Kang-in answered briefly, yeah. If you can't help, just sit nearby and keep me company. Do you know how to fix cars? Don't you need a mechanic's certificate or some license? The system answered inwardly, but only Kang-in heard. I have repair manuals better than any certificate. Kang-in came up with an excuse. YouTube teaches everything. The system competed. I have resources far better than YouTube. Yuha couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Kang-in dryly, disassembly is just the reverse of assembly. Yuha worried, what if the car explodes? Are you trying to reclaim the life you saved? Kang-in countered, why do you assume you'll come with me? She was speechless and angry. Looking at the metal cutter on the table, she returned to her original question. But what's this place? Kang-in replied curtly, it's a metal fabrication shop. The owner retired, so I rented it for a year. We've been together all day and you didn't know this? Yuha surprised, when did you decide to rent it? For a whole year. Kang-in didn't answer. He opened the engine cover and put on gloves to prepare for the repairs. He turned to look at the girl standing behind him. Yuha, not understanding why she was being stared at, asked, what? Kang-in nonchalant, you're still here. Why have you been trailing me around all day? Yuha stunned. What? Who's trailing whom? You're the one who brought me here. Kang-in froze for a few seconds, then asked again, me. Yuha was speechless, annoyed as she started to walk away. Fine, I'm leaving. Don't stop me. Even if you're bored, it's none of my business. Idiot, you're turning down a chance to hang out with an incredibly pretty girl. Kang-in said coldly, delivering a harsh truth. We're out here in the middle of nowhere, there's no transportation. This made Yuha anxious. What? She nervously pulled out her phone to call. But when she turned it on, there was no signal. Kang In's voice rang out. We're deep in the mountains, so there's no reception here. Yuha tensed. What? We're stuck here. Kang In teased. At night this place is full of ghosts. That comment gave Yuha goosebumps as she looked around the dilapidated workshop. Kang In's face went serious. I already planned everything. His unusual attitude made Yuha even more worried. He asked, why do you think I brought you here? Yuha trembled, unable to believe it. In the abandoned metal shop, her whimpering didn't stop. I'm not ready for this. Kang In ordered, take it. Yuha shut her eyes, sweat pouring like a shower, her face flushing without knowing why. What? Kang In said, be quiet. Somehow Yuha's hands were already gloved and holding repair tools. Kang In shouted, help me fix the car. She really didn't want to, but she complied despite getting dirty. In instructed Kang In, first, remove the armor in the specified order. Yuha said, you're just stalling to keep me here, you could do it yourself. Kang In replied, funny idea. She propped her chin on her hand and asked, but shouldn't you number the parts when disassembling? In case it's easy to take off but hard to put back on. He confidently, don't worry, I remember all the steps. Ignored, Diane immediately spoke up, I'm the one who remembers every step. Yuha admired, really? Your memory is amazing. Diane praised himself too, my memory is amazing. Hearing that, Kang In snapped, stopped narrating everything. Yuha switched to flattery mode, also your hands move so fast and precise like a machine. Kang In paid no attention, focused only on the work. Is that so? Kang In pointed at her. All right. She sat in the driver's seat and yelled, no way, is this why you brought me here? Kang In said, relax, I fixed it perfectly, try getting in. Still full of doubt and worry, she finally opened the door and climbed in. This thing won't break down on the road, right? Kang In, confident in the system's skill, trust me. After test drive, she was amazed. What is this? So smooth, the engine is quiet too. I thought you only knew cooking and martial arts. Turns out your car repair skills are great too. Kang In was used to people's surprise. Yeah, I know a lot of things. The system protested. I'm the one who knows the most things. She asked shyly, but why did you rent this place for a whole year? You fix cars so fast. Kang In thought of his plan. If the CEO apartment we found earlier is the living base, then this place will be the production facility. I plan to build the equipment needed for the mission here, so both locations are important. He still answered absent-mindedly, making Yuha angry, her face scowling. You don't need to explain details. So where are we going now? Kang In replied, I'll take you home since you don't have a car to get here anyway. Yuha asked in surprise. Really? I have something I want to ask. Do you know how to install a smart lighting system that can be controlled by a phone? Could you install it at my place? Kang In replied coldly. Have your parents get it done. She said shyly, my home is pretty far from here and my brother doesn't know anything about it. Kang In stayed composed and replied quickly, you can call the manufacturer to come install it. Yuha persisted, please help me, I'm really scared. She tried to persuade him and then told him about her troubles. Lately I've been dreaming about that collapsing scene and can't sleep. At that moment, Jae-in explained to him, that's a common symptom in soldiers from war zones, like how discharged soldiers keep dreaming about their time in the military. It could be a form of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Kang In suddenly said something that puzzled Yuha. Rescuing civilians is a basic duty of the Earth Alliance military. He remained cold but spoke words that were unexpectedly warm. I'll help you. Kang In and Yuha arrived at Yuha's home. As soon as they arrived, Kang In set to work fixing the lighting system. It didn't take long. In a moment he finished. Done, she exclaimed in surprise. That fast? Kang In checked it and said, try turning the power off and on. Yuha nimbly went to turn off the lights, then used the remote control on her phone. The lights came back on. She looked up excitedly and blurted out, it works. Yuha thanked him bashfully. Thank you. Kang In replied, it's nothing. After finishing, Kang In immediately wanted to leave. All right, I'm going. Yuha tried to hold him back to keep him a little longer. Wait. She hinted, are you hungry? I'll treat you to a lavish meal. Kang In asked in surprise, you can cook. Yuha immediately shifted direction. Let's eat out. Kang In was also surprised by how quickly she changed pace. She explained shyly, actually I went to that internet cafe because I wanted to try a dish you cooked, but since I already owe you twice, I couldn't ask you to cook for me again. There's a restaurant I know that cooks really well. The head chef there is Ju Chi on, he's been on TV. He asked casually, is that so? The Dian system immediately offered an opinion, analyzing local entertainment culture to ease integration. While nodding, high-end restaurants are currently over our budget. This is a good chance to gather information. Kang In realized the system's intent, rolled up his sleeve, and silently talked to it, leaving Yuha standing there puzzled. You just want to eat, don't you? Kang In suddenly changed his expression to a more cheerful one. I hope it's better than the dishes I've made. I also like good food. He and Yuha arrived at the restaurant's entrance. We're here. Yuha stepped out of the car, closed the door, and excitedly told him, this place is pretty famous, have you heard of it? Kang In kept his expression unreadable, which made her even prouder. He asked, "It's not easy to get a reservation, not just anyone can get in. Did you make a reservation?" Yoo-ha answered proudly, "Yes, last night." Kang In said in surprise, "I thought we were just planning it." She confidently flipped her hair. "Hey, I'm Zin Yoo-ha, the trending hot actress." Seeing his attitude, she got angry. "Want to die? What's with that reaction?" Leading Kang In into the famous restaurant, she proudly boasted about her credentials. "I filmed a show here with the chef and got his number. When I asked yesterday, he said he'd save a table for two. This place is hard to get into. It's only because of me." Kang In, sensing the key issue, turned and asked, making Yoo-ha break into a sweat, "But who did you say you were bringing when you made the reservation?" She immediately grew flustered as she recalled her perfect plan. "Tomorrow I'll eat at Bitch Cafe and pretend my dinner plans were cancelled. That won't matter." She quickly changed course, led Kang In to the table. "Don't pay attention to it, come on." Then at Jiadu Cafe, Kang In sat with Yoo-ha. He asked, "Wait, I thought we were going to the restaurant. Why a cafe?" Yoo-ha replied proudly, "You've never been on a date before. We'll chat at the cafe until we get hungry, then head up to the restaurant on the 7th floor. Kang In listened intently and nodded. He thought to himself, is this really a date? Could I live a normal life like other people? Why am I in this era in this place instead of with the Earth Alliance forces in 2082? Seeing Kang In look away, Yoo-ha spoke up. "I should ask if we can get a seat by the window." She called and the person on the other end said, "Hello, this is Benelip." Yoo-ha cheerfully replied, "Hi, I'm Zin Yoo-ha. I'm calling to confirm the dinner reservation." The line was silent for a long moment, then suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention in the cafe. She panicked. Kang In looked at her, puzzled. "What do you mean it's not reserved?" She snapped angrily, "No, that can't be. I made the reservation yesterday. If it's cancelled, they should have told me." She slammed the phone down on the table in fury. Yoo-ha was so upset she started to cry. Between sobs, she protested, "Someone more important than me came, so my reservation was cancelled. If they cancel bookings that easily, why did they even ask me to pick a table?" Kang In observed, "It seems you're the easiest person to bump." Hearing that, Yoo-ha got even angrier. "Whose side are you on?" Kang In waved his hand, feigning indifference, and said, "Whoever lets go to Guba pie or whatever, or I can cook myself. I know how to make a mean salted fish." Yoo-ha snapped angrily, rejecting his offer. "No." She reapplied her lipstick, ready for battle. "Sit here and wait. I'll go handle this. I want to see with my own eyes who their VIP guest is." Kang In watched in surprise as she strode off confidently. People around noticed the commotion and recognized her as Zin Yoo-ha. While waiting for Yoo-ha to return, Kang In leisurely sat in his chair, enjoying a steaming, aromatic cup of coffee and chatting with Jae-in. "How's the coffee here?" It replied, "Good." While Kang In was calmly sipping his coffee, a major incident was unfolding nearby. A security guard looked out the window and wondered, why is the window? Before he finished, he spotted a group breaking into the building. Alarmed, the guard shouted, "Wait, who are you people?" Seeing the strangers, dressed head to toe with their faces covered and carrying suitcases, the guard answered himself, "Robbers." No sooner had he spoken than one of them lunged forward and struck him straight in the gut, rendering the guard unconscious. A masked man said sternly, "The target is BL letter 1ED1P on the 7th floor. From now on, we'll monitor every floor and control everyone one by one." On the 7th floor, Yoo-ha was complaining to the head chef. "How could you do this to me? You were the one who said you'd reserve a table for me yesterday." The head chef, a man with a shiny bald head, awkwardly scratched his head. "Miss Yoo-ha, I'm very sorry. This was an unexpected important reservation request." Standing across from the chef, Yoo-ha couldn't look him in the face because his scalp reflected the light so well. Even with sunglasses on, she had to shield her eyes and whisper, "It's so bright, good thing I brought shades." She continued, "But why was my reservation cancelled? How important was that guest? I'm supposed to be special too." He replied apologetically, Miss Yoo-ha, you were the last to book, so there were no other options. Actually, your seat was a last-minute arrangement, not an official reservation." Yoo-ha was not satisfied with the answer. "Then you could have informed me beforehand. I came all the way here." The head chef bowed deeply and apologized. "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I thought the staff had notified you, but there appears to have been a mistake. If you come back tomorrow, I promise I'll take good care of you." Yoo-ha bit her nails anxiously, unhappy. "I have no reason to come back tomorrow. If I invite him, he might even refuse." The head chef asked curiously, "Who is this person?" She replied coldly, "Never mind." Meanwhile, inside the Benlop restaurant, at a two-person table by the window, a man was on the phone. "You told me to book here. I nearly couldn't get a reservation last night. Now you can't make it?" On the other end was T-Zung, who explained, "I'm almost there, but there's an urgent issue at the company, so I have to turn back. I really can't do anything about it." The man snapped, "So you expect me to eat here alone?" T-Zung suggested calling his wife. The other replied, "She's tied up with her schedule." The call ended. The man was T-Ho, who sighed tiredly. "Eating alone isn't my thing." Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure talking with Chef Gucci on outside. He stepped out. "Oh, Zin Yoo-ha," Yoo-ha gasped. "Oh, my CEO lied to." T-Ho asked, "You're here alone?" Yoo-ha snapped, "No, I came with Kang In, but my reservation was cancelled." Chef Gu-chi-on said sadly. I'm very sorry to hear that. Ti-ho proposed, how about this? Yu-ha raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Ti-ho smiled brightly. Not only was my booking cancelled, I was worried I'd have to eat alone. Now I can join you in Kangin. He held up 3 fingers. 3 is better than 2, right? Yu-ha, irritated by his cheerful face, thought to herself, 2 is still better than 3. She asked the chef, but is that okay? The chef nodded, of course. After all, this was your booking, Ms. Ha. Hearing that, she asked again, what's going on? Gu-chi-on, realizing he'd misspoken, quickly covered, it's nothing. Back at the cafe, Kang-in sipped his coffee. The system commented, the coffee here is quite good. Kang-in set the cup down and murmured, maybe you should run a chemical analysis to see what's different from the internet cafe's coffee. The system said data entry can only be done via the agent's body. He complained, my tongue isn't sensitive enough to tell. The system replied, then shut up and drink. Kang-in scowled, that's not exactly what I meant. The system mocked, don't be sarcastic, I know. Kang-in checked his phone and saw Yu-ha's message, wait, I'll handle this quickly and be right back. Kang-in replied with 2 messages, it's fine, go ahead, instead let's have soup. But he got no response. The system asked, host, do you really prefer beef soup over dishes at a fancy restaurant? Kang-in put his hands behind his head. No, I'm just being polite. The system taunted. I didn't know you were that polite. Kang-in snapped, you must be malfunctioning. Don't pretend you don't understand. Looking at his watch, Kang-in wondered, why is Yu-ha taking so long? It's been 20 minutes. He suddenly grew serious when the system warned, host, an anomaly has been detected. Kang-in frowned. What? People around began fussing over their phones and laptops. The system announced, no signal. The internet has been cut. What, you too? Kang-in asked. The system continued analyzing. All smartphones near the host have lost signal. Anything else? The rolling shutter on the first floor is closing. I'm analyzing ambient noise to predict the fire door status. Just then, at the entrance, the rolling shutter closed completely. Kang-in ordered, listen to what's happening on the ground floor. The system used Kang-in's auditory input and reproduced 4 different voices saying aloud. What? Why is the shutter closing? Is there a fire? But why aren't we hearing alarms? Is it malfunctioning? Kang-in stood up, I have to go down and check. The system immediately warned, armed individuals detected on the 2nd floor. Kang-in jolted. Through his sight, he saw 3 masked figures approaching the cafe. Armed, detected suppressed gunfire. Guns in Korea. He set his face. The enemy will arrive in 10 seconds. Host must retreat. Kang-in looked around. I only have 1 exit. Where to go? Break the window and jump out. Kang-in glanced at the window skeptically. You're telling me how to die quickly, right? The system replied matter-of-factly. You are on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, the masked robbers had appeared. One of them kicked the door hard, raised a silenced gun, and fired several shots. A bullet shattered the liquor rack, causing everyone to scream in panic. They've got UNS. The curtains were pulled down immediately. One of them put the gun to his mouth. SHH, silence. Anyone who screams will be shot. Move into the corner. Everyone went pale, raised their hands, and moved. Director Ti-ho trembled. What's happening? Is this for real? They looked at the head chef, who was shaking like a leaf. He nervously swallowed. Is this real? Yu-ha stammered. CEO lie. What should we do? Stay calm. Do as they say, Ti-ho said. Everyone moved in unison to one side. As they moved, Yu-ha whispered, but Kang-in, he's also in this building, isn't he? Then she calmly took out her phone. That's right. If I call, he'll come to rescue us. A robber pressed a gun to her head. Hey, are you blind? Phone signals are blocked. You trying to call the police? Yu-ha shaking through her phone and flailed. No, of course not. What's the police number again? Mute it and get over there. Yu-ha and Ti-ho ran off immediately. In the corner, Yu-ha trembled and prayed, Kang-in will come, right? Ti-ho said seriously, no matter how strong he is, everyone is equal before a gun barrel. If I were him, I'd find a way to get out of here now. On the 2nd floor, Kang-in stood in front of the window, silent. After a few seconds, he asked, break the door and run. He muttered, rescuing civilians is a basic duty of the Earth Alliance. He turned his gaze resolute. Retreat is not an option. The 3 masked men burst in, brandishing guns and shouting, don't move, hands up. But the people in the cafe showed no fear at all. They looked at the robbers as if watching a show, filming, surprise live stream. Is someone about to confess their love? The robber was furious. He fired straight at the pastry case. Crack. People panicked and screamed, oh my god, it's a real gun, shut up, hands up, the robber roared. Kang-in studied the gun. A 9mm semi-automatic pistol with a high-performance suppressor attached. Subsonic rounds. Not ordinary robbers, the system said. Opponents are heavily armed. The host is unarmed. Firepower gap is too large, must withdraw from the area. Kang-in raised his hands as the robbers demanded, but whispered, retreating is not a tactical decision. I have other reasons. Kang-in looked up at the masked men, causing chaos. His gaze pointed toward the 7th floor, the direction where Yu-ha was being held. In the corner, Yu-ha whispered to Ti-ho, he'll come up here, right? If he comes up, he'll get shot immediately. So, what will happen to us? Ti-ho looked at the line of people being controlled by the robbers, his expression heavy. The masked men split tasks. One guarded Scarrett, another stood watch with a gun. They paid no attention to the others. Clearly, that woman was their target. Seeing Scarrett, Yu-ha frowned. No one in her circle looked like that, so she asked T-Ho, who is she? Some foreign minister or something? T-Ho introduced. Scarlett Kelly, CEO and head of research at Omegate, a very famous American military tech company. Yuha asked excitedly, like that bitten apple company or that search glass company. T-Ho broke into a sweat. No, Omegate develops military weapons. He added, my father, Lee Dong-min, is CEO of a company that makes military and police equipment. My older brother, Lee T-Dung, is a director. When my brother learned Scarlett Kelly was dining here today, he asked me to book a table in advance. My company, though entertainment, is well known in the entertainment industry, so I contacted Chef Gilchin to reserve a table. All T-Ho could think, my brother didn't come, and I'm being kidnapped. Yuha spoke up, if that woman is the target, then this is a dispute between arms dealers, right? So why are we being detained like this? The two spoke too loudly, irritating the masked men. One aimed his gun and shouted, hey, you two, shut up, make another sound and see what happens. At the click of a round chambering, the two flinched and went silent. The barrel was pressed to Scarlett's face. The masked man snarled, give me the access code and I'll spare you. He kept up the threats, but Scarlett remained chillingly calm. She asked directly, how much were you paid for this job? I'll pay double, no one gets hurt, end it here. The masked man laughed with contempt. Double, I refuse, this isn't a job for pocket change. Scarlett did not back down either, I refuse as well. Even if you torture me, I won't give you the access code. The masked man ground his teeth and shifted the gun to someone else. Let's see how long you can stand. A gunshot rang out, everyone screamed in terror. He sneered, there's plenty more, I can kill them one by one. Scarlett frowned. On the second floor, Kang-in was analyzing sounds. I detected two unusual noises from above. Could be shots from a suppressed weapon, and glass breaking. He frowned, the first shot was a warning, what was the second for? The system replied, the broken glass creates a threatening effect. The seventh floor is intimidating the hostages. Suddenly a woman screamed. The masked men seemed jumpy. At any little noise, they pointed their guns up. A woman sat down to soothe a crying child. The child screamed again, mommy. A masked man barked, shut you pee. Anyone else makes noise and I shoot. He raised his gun, preparing to pull the trigger. At that moment, Kang-in suddenly stood on a chair to draw attention. Police. A masked man startled and spun around. Police, where? Kang-in swallowed nervously. Kang-in pretended to pose for a photo. Sorry, I'm not used to this much attention. Everyone in the cafe thought at once, who's this crazy guy? But Kang-in continued, the kids are crying out of fear. Shooting someone just because they cry, that's not what humans do. He glanced at the man's mask. Ah, right, you're not human, animals wearing human skins. The masked man went mad. Shut up, I'll kill you now. Another whispered, boss, he's behind the glass. He barked, you think standing behind glass makes you immune. Subsonic rounds don't pass through people, but they won't break the glass either. He squeezed the trigger, die. But before he could fire, Kang-in charged and using the very pose he'd struck, ramming straight into him. The masked man, not understanding, was kicked by Kang-in. Wah, what? He screamed in pain as bones cracked audibly. Kang-in gave him no time to react and continued a flurry of follow-up moves. Another man panicked and opened fire. Shoot HIM. But the cafe's glass was bulletproof. The subsonic rounds couldn't penetrate. Kang-in slipped aside to dodge the burst, then sprang up. Kang-in ducked behind a table to avoid the bullets. The rounds whizzed but hit nothing. The masked man could only curse in frustration. Damn, he dodged. Suddenly, Kang-in shoved two tables hard, sending them barreling toward the masked men who couldn't react in time and screamed in pain. Taking advantage, Kang-in unleashed a series of kicks, flattening the masked men who lay groaning in pain. One masked man tried to force himself up, trembling as he aimed his gun at Kang-in and yelled in anger. You crazy bastard, die. Kang-in glanced at him, just as a shot was fired, streaking straight toward him. The system sounded, displaying the bullet's predicted trajectory, allowing Kang-in to dodge in time. Everyone stared at Kang-in in astonishment. The bullet skimmed his arm, tearing his shirt but causing no injury. Kang-in flipped and sprang up. The masked man gaped in shocked disbelief. One of them fired continuously at Kang-in, and Kang-in dodged every round. Kang-in kept tumbling to evade. Kang-in summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful kick to the masked man's body. The surrounding air was chaotic, tables and chairs shattered. Onlookers gaped. He did it. Everyone shouted in unison, thank you for saving us. Kang-in glanced back and saw people still buzzing about his strength. Kang-in's pupils suddenly dilated as the system warned something was approaching the host. The kids who were crying earlier now happily ran over to Kang-in, excitedly asking, sir, you're a hero, right? You dodged all the bullets, didn't you? Another child said, no, he got hit in the arm. A little girl ran up, worried, does it hurt? The masked man lay motionless on the floor, blood pouring from his mouth. That scene was not good for the children's mental well-being, so Kang-in quickly used his hand to cover the wound. A red pair of underwear appeared. At the same time, he grabbed the red underwear's waistband on the masked man and pulled it up over his head. Everyone stared in bafflement. The stretchy underwear pulled up over his head and the kids looked at Kang-in and asked, sir, what are you doing? Kang-in smiled reassuringly, it's okay, don't worry, your arm doesn't hurt. The masked man in pain could only mutter curses. It hurts so bad, damn it. Kang In checked the pile of weapons on the floor. 3 semi-automatic pistols, 3.5 magazines. How did they get this many guns through security without being detected? He assessed silently there might be another group waiting outside. Escaping through the windows would be very dangerous, especially for civilians. The system confirmed, escaping via the windows does not ensure everyone's safety. Must defend in place. Kang In nodded. Ha is probably on the 7th floor. The enemies up there likely don't know what's happening here. We need to turn this place into a defensive line before moving up. He consulted the system. Making noise could endanger the 7th floor. We have to act very carefully. The system agreed. That's the wise decision. Kang In looked at the 3 masked men sprawled out, their 3 hats thrown into the air. He removed their masks and found all 3 were foreigners, though they spoke the native language fluently. He surmised they came here to take something and plan to flee the country. He speculated they came to steal something and intended to escape abroad. The system reminded firepower is insufficient. Arming civilians is the best option. Kang In nodded, picked up a gun. Arming civilians is one of the standard defensive tactics of the Earth Alliance. It's better than sitting and waiting to be wiped out. He loaded the magazine and asked while doing so, has anyone here ever used a handgun? I need 2 volunteers. 4 men raised their hands. Me, I know how to use one. Me too. The system warned to be careful, there may be a spy. Kang In asked about backgrounds. I once commanded tanks in an armored brigade. I was discharged as a lieutenant. Kang In observed carefully and chose the 2 in navy and olive. I'll entrust this to you too. The other 2 asked, why pick us? Kang In calmly explained, neither of you have children. Terrorists won't let a spy go with kids, so you're safer. Those not chosen sulked, consoling themselves. Kang In instructed, I'll check the other areas. You 2 guard this area. Do not hand guns to anyone except the police and don't let anyone in unless identity is confirmed. The 2 shouted in unison, we'll defend this place with our lives. There may be snipers outside, so don't attempt a reckless escape. The 2 listened seriously and complied, understood. Kang In held the radio in his hand and said, I need to take the radio from this rabbit-masked guy. He examined it closely and realized it wasn't a military radio, but showed signs of modification. It could be a short-range communication device. Noise from the upper floors made everyone in the cafe startled and worried. What's happening? Someone asked. Kang In whispered to the system. Die in. Do you remember the rabbit-masked guy's voice? Adjust the voice to match the target. He cleared his throat, practiced, and prepared to modulate his voice for the impersonation. Sitting beside the masked men, Kang In growled, threatening, I'll teach those ignorant fools a lesson. Everyone around buzzed with conversation, hearing his voice and thinking it was the rabbit-masked guy. What's going on? That voice sounds exactly like him. Still as hurried as ever. Kang In signaled for silence and spoke into the radio. We need to make them think there are more than 3 of us here. I'll go upstairs for a bit. The other side replied, okay. At that moment, Kang In stood up and asked the women, does anyone have a handheld mirror? A short-haired woman blushed and handed Kang In a mirror. Oh, I have one. He smiled and thanked her, making her even more embarrassed. As he walked, Kang In told the system, they've even disabled the elevator. These guys are really dangerous. He began walking up the stairs because the elevator was out of service. A voice rang up from below where Kang In stood. How can you control those people when you tell me to bring more people upstairs than us? He readied combat mode, suspecting enemy presence. Kang In stood still, focusing his eyes and ears to listen. See, these aren't professionals. I'll go up first to check. Another voice answered. It sounded like 2 masked men arguing on the 2nd floor, one angry, the other confused. In the 1st floor lobby, the 2 clearly didn't know whether their teammates were amateurs or pros, which showed they weren't a long-term cooperative group but assembled just for this mission. Kang In thought to himself, there's definitely someone important behind this, the same kind of reason Xin Yuha's placement was cancelled. Kang In gently stepped down the stairs, and at the same time a figure was coming up from below. From the footsteps he located the opponent and suddenly leapt up, launching a punch at the masked man. The man had no time to react, only managing a pained cry before collapsing right on the stairs. Kang In quickly ran down to the lower floor. He opened a door and used the borrowed mirror to check behind him. In the mirror he saw a man walking and humming. It was the building's security guard. But the guard couldn't escape Kang In's punch either. He took a full hit and lay on his back, not yet understanding what had happened. The guard lay motionless. The system asked, why does the host think they're enemies? Kang In replied, they're using modified radios like the guys on the 2nd floor. That voice earlier was his. The system noted if the host's strike hadn't been precise, the opponent wouldn't be unconscious. He whispered, want praise? Fine, you're excellent. The system proudly, I am a modern combat support AI, perfectly integrated with the host. Back in the cafe, people looked toward the knocked out victims. In alarm, he already took down 2 people. Kang In replied calmly, it's fine. Someone asked, by the way, who is this person? There's no rope here. Kang In explained, that's the building's guard. He was attacked and knocked out. Leave him there, he'll come to on his own. Two others discussed, so is there no one left on the ground floor? Let's run outside. Kang-in warned, don't rush. They may have set traps or positioned people out there. I tried pressing the alarm button in the security room, but it did nothing. They've disabled it. That's why I'm going up to the control room to handle things step by step. The two answered in unison, okay, awesome. Kang-in used the mirror to check the hallway outside, hearing no movement on the third floor. The system reported all the rooms here are offices, and since it's the weekend, no one should be here. Arriving at the fourth floor offices, there was also no sound. Only a spark snapped from behind the door. Carefully opening the door, Kang saw inside the space flash with stuttering arcs of electricity in the dim room. System report, I have located the control room. Inside the control room, everything was a mess. Chairs overturned, equipment smashed, completely wrecked. Kang-in observed and realized they had sabotaged the system so the surveillance cameras and phones could not be restored. Even the internet lines were cut off, crippling the building's eyes and ears. These guys were no amateurs. The first floor is the lobby, the second floor the cafe. They only deployed armed forces to the second floor, leaving other areas unguarded. Their target wasn't Yuha, and they didn't expect someone like him to show up, Kang-in judged. The system replied, of course Zin Yuha holds no strategic value. Kang-in laughed, hey, Yuha is just a supporting actor, you know that. Outside, the atmosphere remained very quiet. Night fell and it looked peaceful, but in truth it felt suffocating. A man in a hat and cloak sat in the observation chair. He anxiously watched the police car that had just arrived. He was restless, unable to sit still. Why are the police here? Communications were completely cut. How did anyone call the police? He immediately contacted his accomplices. We have visitors, a patrol car. He observed two officers inside the vehicle. The person on the other end asked, what? He reported, there are police on the second floor. At this point, Kang-in already had their radio. A voice asked over the radio, did anyone in the cafe call out? Are the police there? Hearing that, Kang-in smiled with satisfaction at the new information. He thanked silently, then immediately changed his voice to the second floor commander, communicating with the robbers over the radio, impersonating one of them. In fact, the robbers thought they were talking to real accomplices on the second floor, but the one replying was Kang-in. While taking control here, a few people had called or texted out. The other end might have assumed an incident and reported it when contact was abruptly lost. The robbers on the floors considered, then asked, ground floor, respond, but the remaining radio was also in Kang-in's hands. System alert, intruders are using different channels for each floor. Kang-in whispered, you heard the voice coming up from the ground floor, right? The system helped him alter his voice to impersonate someone on the first floor. Kang-in spoke on the radio, this is the first floor, there are victims upstairs. Seventh floor here, I hear the police are outside and aware of the situation. The robber replied, tell them the building is under renovation and all visitors have been asked to leave. The doors are locked because the security system is upgrading. Kang-in answered briefly, copy. The man on the other end asked, what? Kang-in replied, nothing, confirmed. At this point they were quite confident in their plan, believing that even if the police arrived, without a search warrant they couldn't enter the building. By the time they had a warrant, the robbers would be gone. A robber pointed his gun at the victims, including Scarrett. Now about the access code, let's continue, he threatened. Scarrett asked nervously, who are you people, really? The masked boss replied, if it were easy to know, I wouldn't be wearing a mask. Anyone who sees my face must die, do you want to see it? Scarrett shook his head in fear. No, I'm not curious at all. He said coldly, at least you know to value your life. If you want to live, give me the access code, say it now while we still wear our masks and you and this woman are still alive. Scarrett broke out in a sweat, trying to hide his fear, looking away. At that moment, a girl below, tied up, spoke, Scarrett, I'm okay, don't tell them anything, no matter what happens. She was Scarrett's secretary, Kelly Jessica. Scarrett pressed his lips together, embarrassed and unsure what to do. After a moment's thought, she spoke up too, confessing everything to protect her secretary. That's the 3-step access code I told you, now release us. He leveled the gun and threatened, verify it first. Scarrett panicked, what? She flinched, worried that contact had been lost. The robber said, my men outside aren't just for show, if that code is fake your friend dies. Scarrett began to panic, trembling and stammering, wait, check it. A verification tone crackled over the radio. Scarrett kept breaking out in sweat. Access denied. Hearing that, the robber immediately pulled the trigger. Scarrett panicked. Secretary Jessica collapsed on the floor in a pool of blood. The horrifying scene unfolding before him left Scarrett stunned and struggling to breathe. He went pale and cried out while the robber sneered in satisfaction. You idiot. He declared coldly, this game stops here. At that moment, there was still no movement from the police outside. One officer asked his partner, are you sure this isn't a hoax? The other replied, yes, I'm sure. Both hesitated, still unsure what was happening. Suddenly, they both looked up and exclaimed in unison, huh. Messages on the windows had been arranged to form a complete sentence. There is a terrorist here, please call the police. The two officers looked at each other in astonishment. One said, "Are you kidding me? Come on, let's go back." But the other still thought it was a malicious prank and muttered, "Who would call in something like this? Ruins my night." Still, they shot a skeptical, worried glance at the building and then drove off, paying it no more mind. They got in their car and left. The robber outside, watching the police leave, breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, they just left. Well, what a relief. He couldn't resist grinning smugly, pulling out his radio to scold his comrades. "You idiots. The police on the first floor have left. Everything is going according to plan." He ordered his men to keep watching. Inside, Scarrett collapsed beside Jessica's body, and the robber pressed a gun to her face, threatening, "You're trembling now, aren't you? I'll give you one more chance. Next time it better be true." He clamped his hand over Scarrett's mouth, continuing to threaten coldly. Behind them, the witnesses who had been forced to raise their hands whispered to each other, I think this time it's real. It's not like when they only shot at the wine bottles. That woman seems to have fainted from shock." The robber released Scarrett. She sweated, sat in a daze, and said nothing. By then, the police car that had left earlier had reached the main road. One officer asked, "Why did we have to leave?" The other answered, "That's exactly why we had to withdraw. The ground floor is completely blocked. Who knows how many men are waiting outside?" He continued, "If we act freely, things could get worse." The other nodded. "Ah, a diversion. That's why we pretended nothing was happening and left to call for backup." A short while later, a 7-seat vehicle sped toward the scene. Inside the car, they discussed, "We have a list of everyone inside the building, right?" "Yes, we narrowed it down using credit cards, phone location tracking, and video. It would be troublesome if a celebrity were here." One officer checked the victim info and blurted out, "Scarrett Kelly, CEO of Omgech. Oh, sorry." The other, hearing the name Yuha, shouted in disbelief, "Don't tell me it's actress Zin Yuha. I'm a fan of hers." Another cop added, "Not only that, there's the CEO of Thor Entertainment and MTE Holly. It does seem to be Zin Yuha. Unbelievable. Why would so many celebrities gather in one place? Maybe it's to eat food prepared by Chef Ju Cheon." One officer worried, "If a celebrity is taken hostage or killed, do you think the media and public will let it slide? We need to handle this smoothly." When they arrived, they moved to the building across the way and checked the rooftop situation. "Captain, I'm on the roof." "Damn, they've covered all the 7th floor windows and there's explosive material at the main entrance on the 1st floor. Everyone fall back, do not approach the building." An officer asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" The commander replied, "Terrorism is the special forces domain. We'll hold position until they arrive. Ready your weapons, secure the perimeter, and don't let anyone escape." However, the robbers also realized the special forces had arrived. "What, thought the police left already?" One replied, "The police left, but the special forces are here." He was irritated but not afraid. "Tusk, proceed with plan E. This is the farthest we've gone yet." After hearing that, the robber continued with the new plan, pointing his gun at others. "You, come with me." Called upon, Tiho panicked, "Huh, me, why me?" The robber aimed the gun at both Tiho and Yuha. "You will go down the stairs to deliver the message unless you want to see your girlfriend's head blow up." Hearing that, Yuha trembled, stammering, unable to speak, while Tiho hurriedly explained in panic, "Ha ha, you're mistaken. This woman isn't my girlfriend. We just happen to share a table. I'm married." The robber glanced over and said, "Boss, this guy's useless." The leader replied, "Leave him, he'll fall in line." Yuha raised her hands, face pale, mind a blur. What the hell is happening? She closed her eyes and prayed in fear, "Kang-in, save me." Meanwhile, on Kang-in's side, he was trying to rescue everyone. "Oh my god, what time is it now?" The system reported, "The 5th laser beam detected. The clay charge has been neutralized." Kang-in tossed the neutralized bombs aside. From the 5th floor up, they'd planted explosives everywhere. "Without us, people would surely have been hurt." The system protested, "I was the one who neutralized them." Kang-in replied, "We can't let our boss succeed alone." Just then a voice rang out, "Do exactly as you're told. If you say anything unnecessary or try to run, your girlfriend dies, understood?" It was T-Ho's voice over the loudspeaker. But T-Ho still protested. "Zin Yuha is not my girlfriend," the robber barked. "It doesn't matter." He ordered, "You go out and say exactly what we tell you. Say everything's fine." The system in Kang-in's head identified the voice. "That's though enters CEO Lai T-Ho." He whispered, "Got it." The robber continued, pointing his gun, warning, "There's a trap set on the stairs, be careful." T-Ho flinched. "What?" The other robbers had lost patience with T-Ho and yelled, "Shut up and move quickly if you don't want to get shot." T-Ho, trembling, dragged his feet down the stairs, sweating profusely, and finally reached the bottom. T-Ho shouted in relief, finally made it down. Below, a voice called out, "Oh my, isn't that Director Lai?" T-Ho peered inside, bewildered. He caught sight of something and immediately froze in his tracks. The robbers were surprised. "Huh, what, is that a woman?" They gradually moved down toward T-Ho. "Is anyone left on the lower floors? But where did all the traps go?" Nice voice though. Over here, Kang-in signaled for everyone to be quiet and explained, "Director Lai, what's going on here? I was taking a nap in the office, and when I woke up the elevators and phones were dead. Is something happening in the building? This is terrifying." T-Ho still stood with his mouth agape, speechless. What? It's definitely Kang In, but it's a woman's voice. Watching Kang In's gestures, T-Ho judged that his expressions and movements were completely different from before, making him suspect Kang In was acting. At that moment, Kang In spoke, startling T-Ho. Observing the group's movements below, Kang In concluded, they can't escape anyway, so what does an ordinary woman count as? The robber outside edged closer, saying, take her out and then move on. The system immediately warned that enemies would arrive in 1 second. Instantly, Kang In sprinted toward the door, charged out and leapt at the robber. The robber couldn't react in time, and Kang In kicked him in the mouth, sending him sprawling. He accidentally squeezed the trigger, firing backward and hitting a comrade. But the comrade was unharmed because he wore a bulletproof vest. Another man behind cried in surprise, what the hell is he doing? Kang In quickly rushed over, snatched the gun from the man he had kicked, and aimed it at the others, then shot their thighs and arms, making them cry out in pain. He then jumped to the corner of the wall, raising the gun and firing rapidly at the remaining men. The robbers were too stunned by Kang In's speed and agility to react. After that, he leapt up and landed, each foot coming down on a robber's head. T-Ho could only stand with his mouth open, astonished at the scene that had unfolded. The robbers were all knocked out and lying scattered on the floor, while Kang In was unscathed. T-Ho cried out, Zin Yu-Ha, could you be Kang In's girlfriend instead of me? The system and Kang In answered in unison, denied. The masked men lay motionless, trembling in pain. Kang In turned and asked, what about the others? Why haven't any additional threats been detected recently? T-Ho praised excitedly, amazing, Kang In. But Kang In, unfazed, asked, the directors on the 7th floor, right? Yes. He probed further, I need information on the 7th floor. What's the current situation? Kang In stripped the robbers for loot while talking with T-Ho. They changed plans when the police appeared and tried to have him guard a car. Right, pathetic. I apologize for using civilians like that. Are you talking about me? Suddenly, a voice came over the radio. Jack from the 7th floor, I heard screams from below. Report the situation. T-Ho panicked, thinking he was about to be taken away. Contrary to that panic, Kang In calmly imitated the voice and replied, understood. He pretended to report, there are 2 people on the 5th floor. We escorted them out, no casualties. The voice on the radio snapped. I thought we checked the floors thoroughly, you missed an escape route. Keep moving, there's no time. T-Ho asked Kang In, puzzled. Why does your voice sound like theirs? Earlier you imitated a woman's voice so naturally. Keep moving, there's no time. T-Ho asked Kang In, puzzled. Why does your voice sound like theirs? Earlier you imitated a woman's voice so naturally. What about T-Yu-Ha? T-Ho stammered. She was fine when I went down, but it seems they gave her a special watch. Kang In heard this and closed his eyes to think. A special watch because she's a celebrity, she has higher value as a hostage. That's not good. Quickly, he grabbed a gun, turned and said, I'll go back. T-Ho, surprised, pointed at his face and shouted, alone, I'm armed too, I will fight with you. Kang In asked coldly, can you handle it? He replied confidently, I served in the military, I'm a reserve sergeant. Kang In asked again, what's your role? He stammered, I used to work in the Public Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense. Kang In said icily. Then stay put. Keep an eye on those unconscious men, that's all I need you to do. T-Ho forced a worried laugh and asked, but what if they wake up? Kang In answered without hesitation, shoot them in the head, 1 shot will kill them. He wailed, I only dare shoot the body. At that moment on the 7th floor, Jack loudly threatened, tell me the code now. Scarrett was backed into a corner, a gun at his head, but remained defiant. Even if you kill me, I won't say a word. The robber's eyes reddened, furious he moved to strike. But at that moment the henchmen were slammed and sent flying. Jack and Scarrett both stared back in astonishment. Inside, Scarrett secretly breathed a sigh of relief at narrowly escaping death. With a single punch, Kang In had taken out 2 henchmen, sending them flying 10 meters. Chaos erupted inside, people shouted, what police? Another masked man immediately grabbed a girl as a hostage and warned forcefully. He shouted, shoot her, what are you waiting for? Immediately, a rapid volley of gunfire rang out, ear-piercing. With agile movements, Kang In flipped and dodged the bullets with ease. More startlingly, he planted his foot on the wall, then pushed off and shot forward like a lightning bolt. The masked man was the first target. Kang In grabbed his wrist to control him, then used the momentum to swing him in an arc, sending 2 others flying as well. For his final move, Kang In slammed the robber to the floor and realized the masked men were all wearing standard bulletproof vests. He quickly pulled a pistol from his jacket pocket, instantly understanding why he couldn't be complacent, then fired suppressing shots, knocking them out. The staff around them panicked, exclaiming in shock, is that the police? That speed and strength don't seem human, like a superhero. Kang In glanced around and heard someone shout that Zin Yu-Ha had gone missing. He immediately asked, where are the others? A man replied, the masked men took Zin E and a foreign woman out through the escape route. Kang In ordered, everyone go down the stairs, and while you do, look for the man who was dragged away earlier, Lai T-Ho. There may still be civilians trapped in the 2nd floor cafe, bring them down with you. On the robbers' side, they had taken 2 girls to find an escape route. A henchman wondered, boss, I don't think that guy was a cop, but whatever he was, our goal is to escape with the hostages and avoid the police as long as possible. Lower the rope. On the robbers' side, they had grabbed 2 girls and were looking for an escape route. A henchman wondered, "Boss, I don't think that guy is a cop. But whatever he is, our goal is to get away with the hostages and avoid the police as long as possible. Lower the rope." The leader explained, "If the police pursue us, we'll throw her to create a distraction. Also, she's the perfect threat to force Omega's access code out of them." Tiyuha still didn't give up, shouting to get Scarrett's attention. "What are you saying? Stop speaking that strange language." At that moment, Kang-in delivered a kick that smashed the door and burst inside, seeing the gang holding hostages and preparing to flee. Two henchmen angrily lunged forward with knives. "That bastard, boss, you go first." Kang-in closed his eyes. The trajectories of the knives appeared in his mind as he anticipated the attack vector, his eyes flashing alertly. He leapt backward past the two robbers, while quickly firing two shots that dropped them in pain, rolling on the floor. The hostage holder saw him launch into the air and sneered as he fired. "You idiot. Shoot all you want, it won't help." But every bullet was easily dodged by Kang-in, his movements as agile as a dancer. He shouted, gun raised in a signal, "Yuha, get down." She immediately ducked, catching the robber off guard. In an instant, in front of Yuha, the robber was shot down by Kang-in. All eyes turned to Kang-in in astonishment. Another bullet grazed a robber's shoulder. He clutched it and cried out in pain. Seeing his men fall, Jaek-ko angrily leveled his gun, keeping Scarrett as a hostage and warning, "Let go." His gaze focused. The muzzle pressed against Scarrett as a threat. "You're not going to sit still, are you?" A gunshot rang out, blood spraying and shocking Kang-in and Yuha. This time, Jaek-ko pointed the gun straight at Scarrett's head, causing her pain and terror. He kept threatening, "Come on, drop the gun or I'll shoot." As a man of honor, Kang-in immediately tossed his gun aside. Scarrett stared at that series of actions, stunned and speechless. At that moment, the police had arrived, surrounding the entire building. The main entrance on the first floor had been opened. Agents sealed off every area, guns raised forward, about to take aim when someone shouted, "Don't shoot, they're civilians." Everyone inside urgently begged for help. "Someone help us." The tactical agents replied, "Yes, yes." A civilian recounted the incident to the police. "Armed terrorists burst into the cafe and tried to shoot us. I thought we were going to die there, but then a man appeared. He was even more terrifying than the terrorists." The other girls excitedly described Kang-in like a superhero. He dodged every bullet and took down all the bad guys in the blink of an eye. Two officers asked in surprise, "A hero or a ninja?" Everyone confirmed in unison, "Yes, without him we would all be dead." People said that he could dodge every shot and single-handedly take down all the terrorists. Some others still didn't believe it, thinking everyone was panicking or hallucinating, even suspecting they'd inhaled chemical weapons. It might really be happening. Prepare the suppression team and order them to wear gas masks. Inside the cafe, Yako had a gun pressed to Scarrett's head. Turning to warn Kang-in, "If you move, she dies, drop the gun." Kang-in immediately complied, tossing his gun to the floor. Scarrett was stunned and moved by the gesture. Tiyuha shouted, "Opa, are you crazy? Why did you drop your gun?" The system protested too. "Is the host mentally unstable?" Kang-in shot back, "Would you rather he just let him shoot?" The terrorist leveled his gun at him and demanded, "How did you get up here? I was told the lower floors were secure." Kang-in slowly peeled off his jacket and a cluster of radios fell to the floor. He answered casually, nonchalant, "This." Then he immediately impersonated one of the henchmen. "It's me, boss." He deliberately taunted, joking, "Boss, you satisfied? It's me, you idiot." The man was so furious he lunged to punch him. "It's you, you bastard." He cursed and opened fire relentlessly at Kang-in. Quickly, Kang-in grabbed a table knife. Then, while deftly dodging bullets, kept a calm expression. After that, he hurled the knife straight into his head. Jaek-ko screamed in pain. As he threw it, Kang-in thought, "I predicted his movement and hit the target precisely." Jaek-ko, in agony, was forced to let go of Scarrett, who nearly fell if Yunha hadn't caught her in time. Kang-in immediately ordered the two, "Use me as a shield and slowly back away." Yunha asked anxiously, "What about you?" Kang-in replied briefly, "I'll finish this." The leader, furious, pulled the knife from his head and shouted, "You're crazy." He tore his shirt and advanced on Kang-in, voice full of rage. "Where did you crawl out from? What's your nickname?" Kang-in bowed his head, adopting a mysterious pose. Placing a finger to his lips to signal silence, "I'll say it once. Listen carefully." Immediately after, his first punch slammed into the man's stomach. The man flew backward. Another fist followed in rapid succession. The second punch landed square on his face, breaking two of his teeth. Then a powerful kick from behind struck his face. His body rocketed into the air. Kang-in took momentum and delivered another kick to his stomach, sending him flying away. After putting him down, Kang-in casually introduced himself. "I'm K. Pa." The dying robber croaked in pain. "K. Pa, what is that?" The system immediately announced a reminder. "The hostage has a gunshot wound to the arm. Immediate first aid required." At that moment, Liu Chi-on ran in, holding a first aid kit as if radiating light. "Doctor, are you all right?" Kang-in stepped forward just in time. "I secured this area, it's my responsibility." Yunha squinted. "So bright, you've been watching from afar, haven't you?" Kang-in bent down and opened the first aid kit. Inside was a suturing kit. Scarrett stood frozen, astonished. The system's quick assessment: the wound isn't deep. The bullet didn't travel far, major bones and blood vessels are intact, not life-threatening. Kang In quickly stitched the wound. Done, it's not a deep wound, but you should still go to the hospital right away. Scarrett moved, thank you for saving my life. Yoonha next to her, astonished. Oh, so you don't speak Korean? Opa, did you know? Scarrett explained, my grandmother is Korean. Yoonha immediately angry, you can speak Korean, so why were you speaking English the whole time? Scarrett, in a daze, continued. He must be a Secret Service agent assigned by the US government to protect me. He speaks English better than Korean. Kang In blankly. I'm just a food truck vendor in Korea. At that moment, tactical officers climbed the stairs. Everyone instantly became on guard. An officer shouted, stop, who are you? An officer shouted, stop, who are you? It turned out to be Ly T-ho. He burst into tears of relief. Finally you got here, the police ordered, drop your weapon. T-ho forgot he was holding a gun and stepped forward, making the agent back away in alarm. I was about to faint waiting for you. Drop, T-H-E. Weapon. Ly T-ho's identity was confirmed. They asked, are the terrorists here? T-ho hesitantly, yes, how did you take them down? T-ho immediately reenacted. That guy ran in and bam bam, then foo-hoo, and they all fell. The officer frowned, so it was bam bam foo-hoo. Just then someone shouted, trap found, everyone get down. T-ho didn't understand what was happening. Looked at the object on the floor, picked it up, this thing. There, that's a trap, shut it. Liu Chi-on appeared like a chef stepping out into the spotlight. Welcome, this is Benelope. His shiny bald head made the police recoil in surprise. Too dazzling, one officer recognized him. Huh? Chef Garuchion. People panicked. Quick, quick, quick. Garuchion smiled calmly. Haha, you all recognize me. A cop barked, now's not the time to laugh. The building is still under attack. He pointed to one side. Oh, don't worry, everyone is safe. The officers looked and saw Kang In, Scarrett, and Yoonha all unharmed. Yoonha shouted, wow, the police are here, we're saved. The officers gasped, that's Zin Yoonha, she's been rescued. Finally, they spotted the people bound nearby. These are the terrorists, right? Yoonha jumped up proudly to confirm, yes, we dealt with them, there are many more out there. The police stared, unable to believe what they were seeing. Everyone, including Yoonha, beamed and admitted, yes, all the terrorists in this building have been captured. The officers looked at each other, sweating, unable to believe what had just happened. They laughed at themselves, haha, why were we worried coming here? Another officer chimed in, exactly. Outside, crowds gathered around the building as police forces hurriedly carried out their duties. The terrorists may be disguised as civilians, check everyone thoroughly. In a shuttle van in the parking lot, an officer earnestly said, thanks to you, we avoided a major disaster. He excitedly handed a hot cup of coffee to Kang In, and we also identified the ringleader quickly. Here, have some. Kang In took it and replied softly, thank you. The officer continued, handing Kang In a report on the terrorists' identities. The ringleader's alias is Old Jack, an international criminal involved in terrorism, robbery, and kidnapping for profit. He's even on Interpol's red notice list. The officer asked in surprise, you really took down a man like that with a single blow? Kang In calmly sipped his coffee and replied, yes, about that level. The officer astonished, you recognized him too, that's right. He explained further, Old Jack only had 3 true lieutenants, the rest were mercenaries, some even fluent in Korean. Meanwhile, Scarrett and Jessica were being questioned by the police. Kang In looked at them and silently judged, if so, then someone must have lured the American woman here. An officer confirmed, yes, one of her staff recommended the Benelope restaurant. He assured them, US investigators will handle this. Kang In quietly observed the crowd, thinking to himself, I understand. The officer suddenly asked suspiciously, but how did you dare face them alone? Kang In answered very casually as if it were obvious. It was the right thing to do. The officer fumbled, sweating, yes, of course, admirable. But not easy, even the police had trouble confronting armed terrorists. He pondered the criminal's injuries, then added, I noticed no one was critically wounded. Even those shot weren't hit in life-threatening areas. At that moment, Dian suddenly spoke up, I calculated everything. Kang In frowned in irritation, here we go again. The officer looked at Kang In suspiciously and asked bluntly, how did you acquire skills like that? I heard you're not part of the special forces. Dian's system immediately produced a long list of reasons, 1 born with innate talent, 2 parents are martial arts masters, 3 born under a lucky star, 4 fortunate to receive training, 5 trained on a mountain, 6 learned from a master, 7 and it refreshed the list. The endless roster left Kang In speechless. Are you serious? He bowed his head and answered the officer, for the past 2 years I haven't had contact with the outside world. The officer suddenly remembered and confirmed, oh right, there's no record of you for the past 2 years. Kang In recounted, I spent that time training by myself on the mountain, sitting under a waterfall for 7 days straight, not eating anything, climbing T-Bitch Mountain to practice, developing a private martial art that incorporates the use of water guns. The officer blinked in confusion, huh? Kang In folded his arms and continued, that martial art is called gun fist. The officer, even more stunned, repeated, gun fist. Kang In rambled on passionately, training with water guns actually helped a lot when using real firearms. It's the power of natural talent. The officer remarked, impressive, but it also sounds hard to believe. Cut to St. Hart Hospital at Forsyth University, W. Here doctors were astonished by the sutures on Scarrett's arm. The stitches are perfectly even like embroidery. One doctor recalled and exclaimed, "That's the person I heard about before." The image of him sewing wounds with practiced skill. He hurriedly asked who stitched this wound for her. Should I ask in English who did this? Scarrett hesitated and, puzzled, asked back, "Why do you ask that?" The doctor smiled and replied, "I'm just curious because the sutures are so beautiful." Scarrett frowned, unwilling to give Kang-in's name. "I can't disclose that to you." The doctor showed displeasure and loudly asked again, "Why not? I'm hardly suspicious. I'm just a doctor." Jessica, outraged, snapped back, "Doctor, we just went through a terrorist attack. You can't disclose information like that carelessly." Jessica's firm stance temporarily quelled the doctor's curiosity. "All right, I understand." Moments later, a loud conversation rang out from Surgeon Lee Dung-ho's clinic. Surgeon Dung-ho casually responded to someone, "What is it?" The young doctor hurriedly reported, "I found someone who stitched wounds as if using a sewing machine." Dung-ho, astonished, shouted, "What, the person you mentioned earlier?" The doctor confirmed, "Yes." Dung-ho pressed on, "What's that person's name?" He broke into a sweat and, troubled, answered, "I still don't know." Dung-ho, not angry, gently asked, "Really? How did you notice?" The young doctor explained, "While I was operating, a gunshot patient was brought in. The suture technique matched exactly." Dung-ho sprang up urgently, "Were they our patients? Go check right away." The young doctor stopped him, They left after first aid." Dung-ho, somewhat irritated, shouted, "What? Why let them go? You should have held them." He hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, they said they were victims and had to leave urgently." Dung-ho scratched his head in annoyance, trying to suppress his frustration. "Fine, the important thing is who did this. Did you ask the police?" The doctor replied innocently, "The police said they didn't know either." Dung-ho couldn't hold back and snapped, "If no one knows, then why not call and ask them directly?" At the same time, at the police station, an officer handed a file to his subordinate, Kai-dung. "The investigation team only allows one person to view this file." He teased with a smirk, "Not even I get to see it, only you." Kai-dung hugged the file, annoyed, grumbled, "They always make me do all the work. That's too much." The team leader laughed, "I assigned this to you because I trust you the most." Kai-dung retorted angrily, "Please stop trusting me so much." The leader continued teasing, "If you were a little less stubborn, you'd be great." Kai-dung hadn't time to react, when his eyes suddenly widened in shock at what he saw. "What?" The leader, curious, asked, "What's in it?" Kai-dung protested, "Didn't you tell me not to disclose it?" He replied nonchalantly, "That's exactly why I'm asking you directly." Kai-dung hinted, "Boss, you know the movie A Sunny Day, right?" The leader answered, "It stars Zin-ha. It's been popular lately." Kai-dung clenched the file and continued, "The hero of that terrorist incident is said to be the action director from that film." The leader was stunned. "Really? My daughter keeps praising the action scenes. Seems this person isn't ordinary." Suddenly, Kai-dung said solemnly, "But the most shocking part is we know this person." The team leader frowned, his expression turning serious and a bit cold. "Is he a criminal?" Kai-dung went pale and hurried to explain, "No, not like that. I just recalled a scene I'd witnessed before." He added, "Do you remember the high wire performer?" The leader breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. He helped us catch a murderer before with a composite sketch and boosted our case stats." Then he realized something. "Wait, is that the same person? It can't be. A high wire artist, an action director, a martial arts master. What should we even call him?" At the meeting at the Gangnam Central Anti-Terror Investigation Headquarters, the atmosphere was in turmoil. "What? A chef? Does that even make sense?" Another added, "Not a regular restaurant chef. He cooked from a food truck and worked in internet cafes. That's even more absurd." Someone angrily snapped, "Are you looking down on food truck and internet cafe workers?" The other hurriedly explained in a panic, No, I didn't mean that." A police officer quickly reassured, "Our main investigative target is old Jack." Another countered, "But we can't ignore Kang-in. He handled the whole situation single-handedly." Someone reviewing footage of Kang-in said, "I also saw him carrying someone past the burning building. I've seen that video too." They split into two camps arguing, he might really just be a food truck chef who also films, but what kind of chef can shoot like that? The meeting grew noisy. "Drop the condescending tone. Don't talk like that you aren't that much older than me." An outsider calmly marveled, "How can he be good at so many things?" The chair, exasperated, said, "I don't know either, I just want to go home." He turned and asked, "Have you verified his military background?" The sweating officer replied, "Yes, I thought he might be in some special unit, so I checked thoroughly." He clarified, "It turned out he was honorably discharged as a sergeant from an administrative unit." Those words shocked everyone in the room. "What?" The officer continued, recalling information from the military. "Maybe that record was meant to cover things up. I even received a photo from his former commanding officer confirming it's real." The chair grabbed a bottle of water and was about to take a big gulp, sweat beading on his forehead. "So the military used to combat specialists like this as an administrative clerk, someone who can take down an armed team alone and only did paperwork." "Why?" The reporting officer admitted frankly, "I don't know." He went on, "I asked Kang indirectly about his 2 years of inactivity. He said he just trained alone on the mountain, living in tune with the wilderness, eating, sleeping, and resting as one with the forest. The chair was so shocked he spat water out. The person beside him angrily scolded, "What are you doing? Water's all over." The chair was so shocked he spat a mouthful of water out. The person beside him snapped angrily, "What are you doing? You sprayed water everywhere." The chair, somewhat annoyed, said, "Why bring such ridiculous jokes into a tense meeting like this?" The officer stated seriously, "I'm not joking, sir." The chair suddenly remembered another issue and asked, "Oh, what about his explosive disposal skills? I heard he only triggers mechanisms with absolute precision." "Yes, he learned that under the waterfall," the officer answered calmly. "Probably learned it from YouTube." The chair couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding me?" "I'm serious, sir," he retorted angrily. "Do you even watch YouTube now? How old are you?" 2 days later in the office, everyone was focused on their work. Yo-ha was stopping a visitor from going inside. "Welcome, sorry, but you can't enter this area." The visitor spoke in a familiar voice. "Hey, it's me." Yo-ha, wearing dark glasses, cheekily replied, "Oh, Sister Yo-ha." Diane subtly signaled Kang in. Hearing Yo-ha, Kang in looked over in confusion. Yo-ha stepped in and timidly greeted, "It's me." Kang in asked cautiously, "Why did you come here?" That prompted Yo-ha to snap angrily, "You show no sincerity at all." Suddenly she handed him a large bag. "Here." Kang in took it and asked curiously, "What's this?" Yo-ha blushed, her face turning red, and replied, "Remember last time we couldn't eat together? This time I brought food so we can eat together." Kang in opened the bag and asked in surprise, "Ingredients?" Yo-ha stammered, Yes, cook for me please, I heard you're a great cook." Kang in turned away, coldly refusing, while Yo-ha tried hard to persuade him. "Come on, I'm about to starve." He still protested. "Why not eat out instead of bringing ingredients here?" Then he asked sternly, "Tell me the truth first and then I'll cook." Those words froze Ha, her face flushed and sweat broke out. She bowed her head shyly, and after summoning all her courage, whispered, I just want to be near you. Just being like that makes me feel safe and stop having nightmares. That's why I came." Kang in said nothing. He just rummaged through the fridge to check the ingredients. That infuriated her. He didn't even listen. Kang in looked at the ingredients she brought and said, "You picked some really interesting items. I'll make a few seafood dishes." Yo-ha gritted her teeth, secretly upset, but sat and waited. After a while of hard cooking, the delicious dishes were laid out on the table. Yo-seo couldn't help but praise them, and Yo-ha exclaimed. Yo-seo tried a bite, then burst into tears of joy because it was so good. Yo-ha also gasped, "Oh my god, how is it this tasty?" Kang in only thought to himself, "Just eat." Suddenly someone asked, "Can I try some?" Scarlet appeared, surprising Kang in. Yo-seo looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" Yo-ha also exclaimed, "Oh, the American woman from last time." Scarlet smiled and greeted, "Haha, lucky I found the right place." Kang in asked curiously, "How did you know about this place?" 2 burly bodyguards stood behind Scarlet. She replied, "I have some friends in Korea." Kang in frowned, showing he didn't like being investigated. Scarlet hurried to explain, "I'm just looking for your name and workplace, so don't be mad, okay?" Diane spoke firmly, "The government will also check the host's background." Kang in nodded, "They certainly will." Diane spoke firmly, "The government will also check the host's background." Kang in nodded, "They certainly will." Those words made the 2 bodyguards behind her flinch. Diane warned, "If the host accepts, their other activities will be restricted." Kang in pondered for a moment and replied, "I refuse." The 2 bodyguards sighed in relief. Scarlet persisted, offering attractive pay and benefits, but Kang in still refused. "I'm not having financial difficulties." Diane sighed, "What a shame." Scarlet didn't mind and smiled, "Then I'll just buy some food. I'm hungry too, aren't I?" Some time passed at the eatery where Kang in worked. The dishes on the table were all eaten clean, and everyone praised them without reserve. "Amazing." Scarlet, astonished by the taste, exclaimed, "It's better than anything I've had at the finest restaurants." Yeehaw was annoyed, muttering, "It should have been mine." Scarlet approached Kang in, grateful. "Thanks for the meal. I have to go now. I've got a flight today." Kang in replied perfunctorily, "Safe travels." Scarlet produced a business card with information about Omega Technology, and in a wink continued to pitch, "If you can't be a bodyguard, could you work as a part-time chef? I'm hosting a yacht party in Korea soon." Diane kept urging Kang in about possible future financial troubles, saying taking her number wouldn't hurt. Kang in fell silent to consider, then took the card and replied, "I'll let you know when I decide." Scarlet smiled and said, "Thanks, text me, I'll save your number." Yeehaw, annoyed, raised her voice, "What? You gave away such a valuable number." Scarlet suddenly remembered her presence and hurriedly recovered. "Oh, that." Yeehaw grew angrier, "Now you notice me, even after we ate together." Scarlet quickly apologized, "Sorry, I was too focused." Yeehaw pointed at herself, asserting confidently, "Make sure you remember me too. I'm part of the film with him. I'm Zin Yo-ha, the hot actress from A Sunny Day." Scarlet thought for a moment and laughed, "Oh, that's the movie. Okay, I'll remember." Right after, Scarlet left the eatery and got into her luxury car. Jessica beside her asked with concern, "How did it go?" Scarlet leaned back on the seat and replied, "As expected." Jessica, understanding, said sadly, "So it didn't go well." Seeing that, she asked curiously, "But you seem pleased. What's up?" Scarlet cheerfully shared, "I got some new information." Jessica eagerly asked, Oh, did you find which special forces unit he's from? Scarrett exclaimed, no, he's an amazing chef. Jessica was stunned. What? Scarrett blushed and explained in detail. His cooking skill really surprised me. I'm really looking forward to the next time I meet Kang In. Upon arriving at the quiet airport, T-Sung had been waiting. Oh, Miss Scarrett Kelly. Scarrett, surprised, asked, who are you? He quickly introduced himself. I'm T.C. Ong Lai, leader of the Sat Kui Gong unit. Scarrett replied, oh, Sat Kui Gong, nice to meet you. He gently asked, I heard you had an incident. Luckily, it didn't get worse. Jessica, confused, snapped, what are you talking about? My boss just strained her wrist, she said. He panicked, I heard it was a terrorist attack. Jessica immediately demanded, my boss being there is classified information. Did you investigate beforehand? T-Sung fidgeted, sweating, and explained, no, that's not it. My younger brother was there too, caught up in the incident while having dinner. I heard it straight from him. Jessica asked, your brother? He's the guard who watches the stairwell between the 5th and 6th floors. Didn't you see him? Everyone recognized him. Oh, that person. He hesitated inwardly, thinking to seize a business opportunity, but then shifted topics. My brother runs an entertainment company for film and performance. Jessica chuckled with delight. Ha. The head chef at that restaurant is also an online celebrity and knows my brother. Scarrett smoothed her hair, expressionless. Really? Sensing the atmosphere turn chilly, he pressed on. My brother recently invested in a film and it became a big hit. Jessica asked, you know the movie A Sunny Day, right? Director Scarrett was also surprised. A Sunny Day, that film stars the actress Jin Yo-ha. Jessica adjusted her glasses coolly and said, Scarrett, it's boarding time, sorry, we should end this conversation here. T-Sung bowed his head. Yes, here's my card, hope to meet again. Jessica, give him your business card. Scarrett smiled, sorry, I can only use one hand right now. He stood there stunned. Oh, that's fine, I'll call later. Early the next morning at the hospital, a voice sounded while reviewing x-rays. Look at these two images, the suturing technique is exactly the same. A doctor sitting next to Dong Ho kept commenting, clearly done by the same person, the spacing, the knot style, everything is identical. Dong Ho nervously stared at the results while the other doctor continued analyzing. The precision and speed of these stitches, no doubt about it, it's the same person. After a while he pondered whether to report they'd found a lead. We don't even know that doctor's name. The police refused to provide information. Hearing that, the other doctor angrily shouted, you're not giving up, are you? We need that doctor for Genji's surgery. With a grim expression, Dong Ho said worriedly, I will never give up. Even if I have to use every connection, I'll find that doctor's identity. At that, he clenched his palm in anger, creasing the paper. Whoosh. He looked up and sighed, wondering what that doctor might be doing now. Cut to Kang In's workplace. Teo-ha walked in, hands behind her back, casually asking, Kang In, what are you doing? He answered as he worked, fixing some broken equipment. She leaned in, puzzled. What kind of equipment? Kang In explained plainly, a cutter and metalworking machine. I need to fix this before I can repair other devices. Hearing it for the first time, Teo-ha curiously asked, so you work with metal now too? No sooner had she finished than the cutter suddenly collided, producing a terrible electrical bang, which startled Yo-ha and set her screaming. What was that? Are you okay? Yet Kang In remained calm. Trust me, I'm really good at fixing this stuff. He shouted, look alive, rise up, cutter warrior. After turning the screwdriver a few times, the saw suddenly belched black smoke, leaving both of them frozen. Immediately he asked the DIY system, you said this could be repaired, right? The system replied, the device is completely broken. Kang In snapped, what did you say? You told me it was fixable. He kept trying to communicate with the system, while Teo-ha, reading his expression, guessed, oh no, is dad angry? The system continued. The device is more damaged than expected. The host needs to buy additional tools and materials. He muttered a curse under his breath. That damn thing. Teo-ha was startled when she saw him glare at her and asked, what? Why are you glaring at me like that? She stared blankly and continued, it's not my fault it broke. I'm upset, this is so unfair. Kang In replied, I'm not glaring at you. I'm glaring at the crazy part of me that broke the machine. The system admitted blame too. It was Die-in, okay? Teo-ha caught his meaning. Oh, you mean that deep down madness everyone has? I have it too, sometimes thoughts just pop into my head. Quickly, Kang In changed the subject. Whatever, let's go shopping. Her mood shifted like an actor's. Hearing that, Yo-ha jumped up excitedly. Shopping? Since when do you like shopping? So you shop when you're stressed too? That's amazing. They both walked into a hardware store filled with every kind of tool, equipment, and soundproofing material. As soon as they entered, Yo-ha looked around puzzled. What is this? Not a mall, but a hardware store? Kang In squinted as he picked items and replied, this is my mall, not your taste. She reluctantly said, fine, I'll wait here. Just then Yo-ha's phone rang. She answered, hello. The voice on the other end asked, Yo-ha, where are you? She said, just out for a walk. It was seen enters manager, excited, and also Yo-ha's representative. He warned, don't drink alcohol, take care of your health. She replied, are you my mom now? The manager announced the schedule. You've just received an offer to shoot a commercial. Yo-ha's face didn't show a smile. She only said, yes, manager. I mean mom. No sooner had she spoken than she started jumping for joy. Really, mom? Thank you, I'll take it. Definitely taking it. What kind of commercial is it? cosmetics, contact lenses, shampoo. But this time it's a beverage commercial and you won't shoot it alone, Kim Du-chan will join. On the other end, Gyuok B, holding the phone after Yoha agreed, said, great, sign the contract immediately. But I don't have Na Kang-in's number. We need Kang-in's number. The advertiser wants to add spectacular action moves to the CF. They want our action director from A Sunny Day to stage it. She asked again, a beverage commercial with action scenes. Kang-in, standing inside, looked out in confusion. The two continued on the call. Yeah, they're inspired by the action in our film. Well, action is the highlight of the movie, then give me his number. Teo-ha turned to Kang-in. He's right here, let me put the call through. They're already being impatient. What? Where are the two of you together? Teo-ha snapped. Why are you yelling? There's nothing weird going on. He softened his tone, but if there was, that wouldn't be bad either. Kang-in raised his hand and asked, looking for me, who is this? Gyuok CB, annoyed, shouted, if a scandal breaks out right now. Teo-ha explained, there's no way a scandal will happen. We're just at a hardware store. As Kang-in picked up, the voice on the other end changed tone. Na Kang-in, right? He replied, I'm Na Kang-in, I'm at a hardware store, not on a date. Yoha just happened to come along. She stood outside yelling too, no, that's not true, I only dropped by chance. At that moment, Yoha's manager also introduced himself. Sorry for the late intro, I'm Yoha's manager and the director of SA Entertainment Busp. I'd like to discuss the beverage commercial. Kang-in answered briefly, yes. The system inside him reported, host, expanding equipment at the production facility will require a larger budget. Kang-in looked at his phone screen and thought to himself, so they want us to take this CF, aren't we supposed to be on an infiltration mission? At that moment, still thinking, he put the call on speaker. The system said, as long as your face isn't shown, it's fine. He nodded at that. Oh, right, this guy really is a money-making genius. Kang-in suggested, if my face isn't shown, it should be okay. Gyuok Seobi said happily, don't worry, like in the movie, you'll just choreograph the fight scenes while the actors perform. But as soon as he finished, he frowned, sweating, reconsidered, and added, but the costumes are a bit unusual. Yuha stood watching curiously and asked, what are they talking about? What's going on? Gu Dokbi continued, your face won't be shown, but you'll have to wear a reptile suit. At the SA Entertainment cafeteria, Yoha cheerfully greeted, Mr. Ub, I'm here. Kang-in trailed behind with a less than enthusiastic expression and also greeted everyone. B rushed over excitedly and shook his hand. Oh, Na Kang-in, welcome, great to meet you. Yu-ha, standing behind and ignored, snapped angrily, what about me? He scratched his head awkwardly, if I'd known you arrived early, I wouldn't have eaten already. Kang-in shrugged it off, it's fine. Seobi added, next time I'll host you properly. Yo-ha, still being snubbed, grew increasingly exasperated. What about me then? Then his face brightened as he introduced himself to Kang-in. I'm B-Ub, director of SA Entertainment and Yo-ha's manager. Ub clasped his hands, eagerly awaiting Kang-in's approval. I hope you'll help with this ad project. As discussed, you won't show your face, so don't worry, please. The system hurriedly reminded him, accept it, you need the equipment upgrade. Kang-in nodded in agreement, all right. Suddenly, Yo-ha threw up her hands and shouted, I'm starving, let's eat first. Ub led them to the food counter and introduced it. Our company's food is quite good and high quality. If you like it, drop by any time. And you, Na Kang-in, it's always free, I'll make sure of it. Kang-in's face didn't change as he replied, oh, thanks. Diane chimed in, the food looks delicious, I'll come often. Then Ub carried the plates away and said, Yo-ha, you two eat, call me when you're done, I'm heading upstairs. Yo-ha startled, just the two of us. Outwardly feigning reluctance while blushing, inwardly she was delighted, a triumphant look secretly pleased. Yes, eating alone. Suddenly Zeong-hon appeared from nowhere. Recognizing Kang-in, he called out, Kang-in. Why are you here? Yu-ha grumbled, annoyed that someone was intruding on her private meal with Kang-in. What the someone else crashing this again? The three sat at the table and Zeong-hon said excitedly, Goddess Yo-ha, you're with SA Entertainment now. His face flushed with excitement as he kept saying, I'm a hardcore fan, it's an honor to eat with you. Yo-ha stammered a casual reply, yes, yet inwardly seethed, why does someone always have to gate crash whenever it's just the two of us? This must be a conspiracy. Kang-in quickly asked, Sung-hon, what are you doing here? He answered immediately, oh, I'm here to check the server security system. Another company was recently hacked, and SA Entertainment heard about it and called me in. Yo-ha reacted in alarm, what? Is this company crazy? That's serious, you should hire a specialist, not be stingy and call in some part-timer from an internet cafe. Zeong-hon looked hurt, none know what you said stings. Realizing she'd gone too far, Yo-ha quickly softened, sorry, Sung-hon. He was putting a bite of food to his mouth when Kang-in said, Sung-hon is a white hat hacker, he's very skilled. Teo-ha was surprised, really? Why would someone so talented work at an internet cafe? Kang-in, chewing, replied, yeah, why, I don't know either. She suspected a hidden agenda, that internet cafe is suspicious. First in Opa, a super talented guy works there and now a brilliant hacker too. Who exactly runs that place? Kang In asked blankly. What are you talking about? Zhang Hon was surprised that Kang In knew his identity. He stammered, wait, I never said I was a hacker. Kang In, how did you know? The system answered Kang In after saving Sung Hon. Logically, he and that agent would have first met at the internet cafe. He exclaimed, oh right. Kang In said little, scooped food into Sung Hon's mouth and said, I just have a good feeling. Sung Hon, try this, it's delicious. Seeing that, Yoha laughed happily. What are you doing? Suddenly a voice called from behind, Sin Yoha Sunbi. 1, 2, 3, 4 beautiful girls stepped forward to greet them. Yoha, hello, we're BPGS. Zhang Hon stared excitedly without blinking, tongue-tied and unable to speak. The 4 girls chimed together. Hello, hope you enjoy your meal. Yoha replied cheerfully, thanks, you too. Zhang Hon blushed and gushed. None, no, you're amazing, you're able to chat so naturally with BPGS. She fumed, propping her chin in anger. I'm famous too. You say you're my fan, but you react completely differently. Taken aback by the reproach, Zhang Hon pulled out a lightstick BPGS's lightstick and launched into a monologue. I really am a fan, actually a hardcore BP stan. When I got the hacking request and learned it was from BP's company, I was thrilled, but I couldn't meet them and was so disappointed. Seeing them in person before I leave is perfect. I can die satisfied now I even brought the lightstick. Yoha burst into tears and sniffed, I hate you. Kang In thought, a genuine superfan, but one of them looks strangely familiar, similar features, though they're not sisters. Then he turned and asked, Sung Hon, are you done here? Zhang Hon cheerfully, oh yeah, I came early this morning and finished everything. Luckily there were no hacks, I just need to reinforce security. Kang In nodded, is that so? He asked again, now that I think about it, why are you here? Sung Hon replied nonchalantly, to film a commercial. Zhang Hon was surprised, oh, shooting a commercial right after the movie? Yoha explained. Actually, I'm shooting the commercial, I need Opa for the action scenes. He grinned slyly at Kang In and asked, can I be your temporary manager today? Kang In, still eating, replied, no need, just watch if you want. Zhang Hon cheered happily, thanks man. Yoha, upset she couldn't be alone with Kang In, sulked inwardly, another date ruined. At the commercial set, the producer greeted them warmly. Oh, what a beautiful day. The stunt director, nice to meet you, I'm the PD for this beverage commercial. Kang In greeted them back. Ho also greeted Yoha. Yoha, welcome, she returned his cheerful greeting. Suddenly the producer was so relieved he nearly cried, grabbing Kang In's hand. Our previous stunt director was injured, we almost had to cancel the shoot. I'm so grateful you accepted at the last minute. Kang In asked in surprise, starting today, why do so many people in this line of work get hurt? Looked at Kang In with a pitying expression. I thought the shoot was tomorrow, but the schedule was tight so we had to do it now. I'm really sorry for the sudden request. He raised a pleading finger and stammered, is your schedule okay? Please help us this time. Kang In whispered to the system, okay. It answered immediately, no problem, make the money first, fix the equipment later, that's a sound strategy. Hearing that, Kang In didn't hesitate, I have the time. Yoha dragged the manager aside to speak privately, what you had to tell me first? Scratched his head and stammered, sorry, I didn't know either, but this is a good opportunity for you. Besides, you don't have other commitments. The producer led the way, this way please. Zhang Hon was curious, I have to watch this. Stood behind, smiling, Kang In, I'll handle the contracts while you film. And I'll oversee everything to make sure they don't take advantage of you. With that, Dian hurriedly added to his list of good people. Kang In, surprised, there's a list like that? Then announced, all right, please change into your costume. At the costume and makeup room. After changing, Kang In stepped out with bluish-green legs. He couldn't believe they'd forced him into a bright, full-body green suit, sealed like an alien. Standing before the mirror with a helpless look, Kang In whispered to the system, this is even more ridiculous than I imagined. It's 2082 and we still have to wear this, Dian exclaimed. With technology this advanced, why are we stuck with these embarrassing suits? Kang In hurriedly asked, did you say embarrassing? The system smugly replied, the host should be the one embarrassed, he's the one wearing the tight green suit. But Kang In replied ingenuously, in this situation, the one who should feel embarrassed isn't us but someone else, right? Later, Kang In, Yoha, and Du Chan stood outside ready and waiting. When Du Chan saw Kang In the dowdy outfit, his face went slack like a monkey's. Then he suddenly snorted with laughter but forced himself to stay silent. Kang In innocently asked, are you laughing? Du Chan held back his laughter until tears came to his eyes. Stifling it, he sneered, sir, you look amazing in that skin-tight suit. Yoha, embarrassed, covered her face with her hand and glared. Opa, are you stupid? Why would you go out wearing only that tight suit? At least put on blue shorts over it. Kang In looked, then put on an even tackier pair of blue polka dot shorts and asked, you two done? Yoha turned away in shame, I don't know anything. Du Chan couldn't hold it any longer and burst out laughing, losing all composure. Those shorts make no sense, it isn't underwear. Kang In, exasperated, today's shoot is going to be rough. Du Chan, still amused, covered his mouth and said, is the skin-tight suit uncomfortable, starting already and you're suffering? Kang In replied coldly, no, but his eyes flared bright with murderous intent. The ones who'll suffer are both of you. Du Chan, frightened, hurriedly apologized. We're sorry. Yoha squirmed. I wasn't laughing. Go easy on me. Kang In stood with his arms crossed and asked, hey, is this really everyone's costume? It doesn't suit the big action scenes. Without explaining, the two of them took off the outer cloaks. They too wore outfits no less tacky than Kang In's. Du Chan said confidently, actually we have to wear these too. Yoha, embarrassed. I hate this so much. Kang In thought, dogs complain about cat's fur. Suddenly stepped forward. Kang In, I've finished the contract, just sign electronically right here. Then he suddenly looked panicked. Wait, the Wi-Fi just dropped. What? It was fine a moment ago. Ziong Hon from behind asked, Director, is your laptop offline too? He sat down to fix the computer. Exclaimed, oh, security expert friend, you installed that security program on my laptop earlier, right? Check it. Ziong Hon worriedly said, this isn't good, looks like that security program just cut off the internet entirely. The manager panicked, didn't you tell me to install it? You asked, so I installed it. What's wrong now? What did you install that's so weird? Ziong Hon hurried to explain, why would I do that? I didn't. The program detected a cyber attack and immediately severed the internet connection to stop it. Was horrified. What are you saying? A hack. The staff behind experienced the same. Someone upstairs shouted, wait, my laptop's offline too. A lower-level employee panicked. Same here, the entire network's down. Elsewhere, the hacker was breaching their systems, grinning slyly and philistinely as if he'd achieved his aim. A sharp shout rang through the commercial set. What do you mean? The executive director asked in panic. All our computers got hacked. Dear God, this is the director of the CF production company. Ziong Hon awkwardly explained. The manager's laptop lost internet, so I checked and found every computer here was disconnected. Lately, there's been a hacker targeting artist management companies, and now they're even hitting CF production companies. The director grabbed his face and yelled, what? No. He couldn't believe it and tried to verify repeatedly. Are you sure this is a hack? Really? Ziong Hon trembled as he confirmed, but the last thread of reason in his head seemed to snap. The director grabbed Ziong Hon's shirt and screamed in despair, which lunatic did this? Aren't you the hacker? Answer me. Ziong Hon, terrified, I don't know that much either. The director, furious, you're a hacker and you don't know? Are you kidding me? Ziong Hon whimpered, I'm specialized in defense, not tracing the odd. Du Chan also trembled as he whispered to Yoha, damn it, this is bad. Yoha turned pale, what do we do now? Kang In fell silent and watched the situation. At that moment, the director shouted, do something. If this is about money, I'll pay you 10 million gun, take my money. Hearing the money mentioned, though expressionless, Kang In thought to himself, 10 million gun, huh? Ziong Hon wept, tracing isn't something just anyone can do. It requires cooperation from investigative agencies. With that amount, it's better to hire a professional firm. The system spoke up, host, no wonder you're tight-fisted, mention money, and even I can't stay still. Kang In asked it, I recognize your tone now. You're planning to pocket that money, aren't you? The system replied, I'll immediately demonstrate the strong hacker defense capabilities of a military-grade combat support entity. Kang In stepped up to Ziong Hon and the director and said confidently, leave this to me. Ziong Hon jumped. Kang In, are you joking? The director, surprised, what? Ziong Hon advised, if you said stuff like that in this situation, people would actually believe you. Kang In replied, I'm serious. Ziong Hon was stunned. Even I couldn't do it, how could you? The director, clutching at a straw, yelled, that damn hacker. You can find their location, right? Oh my God. Kang In answered calmly, possibly. 10 million gun is more than enough. The director urgently pressed, then please check it right now, immediately. A laptop was pushed over to Kang In. He plugged in a USB, thinking to himself that luckily he still had the tracing program from last time. His nimble fingers danced over the keyboard. The system, guiding Kang In's hands, said, the trace won't take long. Remaining time for tracing, 240. Ziong Hon stared at the screen in astonishment. Yoha, clueless, just peered in curiously. Kang In kept a calm face, thinking, 10 million gun for 240 minutes, easy money. The system began counting down, 239, 238. Kang In thought, startled, wait, that fast? Lines of complex code appeared on the screen. Ziong Hon kept exclaiming in surprise, what, wait, how are the results already showing? How did it penetrate the security layer so easily? Kang In kept typing away. Yoha stood wide-eyed watching. Ziong Hon asked in admiration, how did you do that? Kang In replied indifferently, I don't really know either, my friend. After a moment, Kang In stopped typing, turned, and announced, his current location has been identified. The director was stunned that fast. He stared at the laptop in disbelief. Found already, are you sure? Can we call the police and start an investigation? Call the police. Ziong Hon's admiration for Kang In grew. Amazing, Kang In said nonchalantly. If you don't trust me, verify first and then transfer the money. The director, worried and puzzled, how did you trace the hacker in just 4 minutes? Am I charging too much? My money? Kang In turned and glared at him. You think it's expensive? This could decide your company's fate. If you want to get hacked again, don't pay me. Hearing this, the director, afraid of losing face, loudly said, tracing a hacker is cheaper than a pair of shoes. At some apartment complex, 2 police officers stood at the door of an apartment. Officer Kai Dung knocked and waited. Inside, someone came to open the door for the two of them. Looking anxious, "What's going on?" Kai Dung flashed his police badge and introduced himself. "We're the police. There's a report of a cyber attack, so we'll do a brief check." With that, he and the captain stepped quickly into the apartment. "Permission to enter." The suspect whimpered in fear. Kai Dung approached the computer. It's still in its original state. The hacker was sweating and panicking. "I didn't mean to use it for anything bad." Kai Dung sighed, watching him panic. The hacker kept trying to justify himself. "I was just curious, so I only took the phone numbers, I swear." Officer Kai Dung muttered a curse under his breath, then asked, "What were you planning to do with those phone numbers?" "Hacking phones to steal photos, eavesdrop, then sell numbers." Hit right in the nerve, the hacker fumbled. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to try if I could hack a phone. It was just a joke. I only hacked one." Kai Dung took out handcuffs and asked, "Captain, cuff him." He handcuffed the hacker, escorted him away, and said, "You have the right to an attorney now when you learn this lesson by heart, okay?" The hacker wailed, "I'm sorry." Kai Dung showed no mercy. "Go apologize to the Jade Emperor." He handed the hacker over to another officer, tucked his hands into his pockets, and asked the captain, "Captain, how did that company know the hacker was here?" "They're not a big firm, just a CF production company." The captain, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, "They said they hired an expert to trace it." Looking up at the clear blue sky, Kai Dung sighed, "Must be some crazy skill." Back on set, the producer burst in, elated. "Boss, the hacker's been caught." He recounted the incident. Some lunatic hacked in just to dig up celebrities' info. Ub, standing nearby, exclaimed, "Kang In, no kidding, you do martial arts and now you're a killer hacker. Is there anything you can't do? Just asking." But Kang In replied seriously, very confidently, "The only thing I can't do is fail." Over here, whatever Zeong Hon told Yoha had her gushing. "Was what you did really that impressive?" Zeong Hon corrected solemnly. "Impressive? No, it's crazy." Hearing that, Yoha turned to look at Kang In, face flushing, heart racing. What the? Is he the ideal husband material? After everything was handled, the studio lights were turned back on. The producer said, "Okay, thanks to the fight choreographer, we got a little extra time. Let's start." The crew responded in unison, "Yes," he told himself, "we can't delay any longer." The producer walked over to Kang In. "Kang In, we want to finish shooting today. Can you do it?" The system, eyeing the costume and embarrassed for him, said, "I can't wear this ridiculous outfit again tomorrow." Kang In muttered, "He's embarrassed to make both of us wear it." Then he declared firmly, "By any means necessary, it has to be done today." His eyes flashed determination, "But we'll turn on ultra-violent mode." The producer beamed, "Perfect," but Du Chan and Yo Ha cried inside, "We're doomed." The beverage commercial begins. Set in a video game, Du Chan walks out in a blue outfit. Slicking his hair and smiling confidently, Player 1, Du Chan. Opposite him, Yoha steps out gracefully in a tight pink outfit. She licks her lips playfully. "Hello there, Player 2, Yoha." Round 1, both assume their ready stances. Above their heads are health and mana bars, and between them is the soda can. The countdown for this round is 99 seconds. Fight. Player Du Chan charges in, throwing a righteous punch. But the punch hits empty air as Yoha ducks and counters with a jab right to Du Chan's stomach. He steps back to gather momentum and throws another punch, but it's blocked by Yoha. She raises 2 fingers to her lips and blows. A burst of flame erupts, forcing Du Chan to somersault backward. Unluckily, his pant leg catches fire, and Du Chan starts hopping around like a cha-cha dance. Player Yoha breaks into a cold smile, then takes a fighting stance to launch an attack. A straight kick to the stomach sends Du Chan flying, a straight punch to the chest, finishing with a stunning combo of kicks. Game over. Du Chan is defeated, sprawled on the ground. Then Yoha steps forward to claim her prize, the strawberry-flavored soda can. Pops the can open, takes a hearty sip, and doesn't forget the ad line, delivering it with full expression. "So refreshing. When you want refreshment from the inside out, choose B." Everything was quickly resolved, thanks to Kang In's golden touch. After watching the footage and the slick effects, the director couldn't help but marvel. "Hey, this is insane." He was so thrilled his nose practically grinned, thanking his savior Kang In for a clear save. "Having shot over 50 commercials, I declare Na Kang In a god." Everyone in the editing room stared at the ad in awe. I can clearly see where and how to apply the CG effects, even the flames coming from the hand. Is that an illusion? You can even see the scene's background. In everyone's eyes now, Kang In was nothing short of a descended hero. They shot 2 victory scenes for Zin Yo Ha and 2 for Kim Du Chan in just a few hours, a staggering achievement. The fight director was amazing. After finishing his stunt work, Kang In asked for feedback. "How was the shot?" Everyone replied, "If it's Kang In, there's nothing to criticize, it's beyond perfect. You really worked hard, Na Kang In. Let's review the takes." And now, the final step was the most satisfying for them. Even in the shot where Zin Yo Ha executes a kick, as Kim Du Chan throws the prop, as Zin Yo Ha soars into the air. And not stopping there when Kim Du Chan leaps high. Na Kang In's touch was everywhere. Du Chan confidently raised the chilled strawberry juice can to his lips, as if about to unleash the ultimate refreshing move for the audience. The moment the sip slid down, his face lit with bliss, energy surging as if instantly recharged. His health and inner power refilled, making Du Chan ecstatic as if he'd found a healing potion. Huh, my health's full again. All thanks to the garden fresh juice can. Du-chan pointed straight at the camera with perfect ad star poise. I'm the miracle when you're completely exhausted. When the director shouted cut, the set erupted like a beehive. Done, filming's complete. Thanks for everyone's hard work. Finishing on time is the best. While everyone left the set full of energy, Du-chan and Yo-ha were wiped out. Thanks, you two really worked hard. After the two completed the commercial segment, Yo-ha checked on Kang-in. Oppa, aren't you tired at all? Kang-in replied coolly, a teacher can't show fatigue. Hearing that, she couldn't help admiring his stamina, incredible endurance. Yet after rapping, they both felt like they'd lost a decade of life. I feel completely duped. I thought this shoot would be as quick as a film. I thought so too. Unable to work with aching, sore bodies, Yo-ha asked for time off. My muscles will kill me tomorrow. Manager, can you clear my schedule for tomorrow? But he refused outright. At that moment, Zhang-hon brought a can over to Kang-in. Kang-in, you really worked hard. Thanks to you, I witnessed something amazing. He refused politely. I already drank. However, right then, a strange sensation suddenly ran through Kang-in's body, freezing him for 5 seconds as he stood there dazed, not understanding what had just happened. Before Kang-in could pull himself together, Dian spoke to him. Host, based on my observations, sound technician Kwak Ko-syan is about to have trouble. Immediately reported the shocking news, detecting a risk of electric shock. Sure enough, the sound rig was being electrocuted. Someone was about to be electrocuted. From Jae-in's quick observation, the power source was 220V and the control unit was unsafe. The only way to save her was to immediately cut power to the device. As soon as he heard that, Kang-in didn't hesitate and grabbed the utility knife nearby, hurled it toward the sound rig like a rocket, hoping to cut power in time to save her. But he was still one step too late. Rusi-in still touched the power source and was shocked on the spot. Immediately after the cut wires fell to the floor, the power was temporarily cut and the danger was over. But Si-in's condition was still unclear. Seeing her collapse, everyone ran over in panic. What's wrong? Are you okay? Kwak Ko-syan has fainted. Every second of delay could be life-threatening for Jae-in. Kang-in sprinted to her side, and Jae-in reminded him to check the victim's condition first. After confirming the power was cut, Kang-in dared to place his fingers lightly on her neck to check for a pulse, then opened Jae-in's eyes to check her pupils. After a brief preliminary check, he could finally breathe easy. She was electrocuted, but the contact time wasn't long enough to be fatal. Her bodily reactions were normal. When the director ran over, he was wide-eyed and dropped his jaw. What? Are you sure she's okay? Kang-in reassured him. She's alive. This level of shock isn't lethal. Hearing that, the director relaxed, though his heart had been racing. I was terrified. He still wanted her to get better care and suggested, even so, she should be taken to the hospital. It was dusk by then and they didn't hesitate to call an ambulance. Of course, call 911 now. Recalling the moment later gave the director goosebumps. What is happening? If something had gone wrong in that final minute, we'd all be done for. But he was curious and asked, Kang-in, how did you know someone was about to be electrocuted? If you hadn't detected it in time, it would have been a disaster. Of course, Kang-in couldn't reveal everything and only replied, I just had a cold shiver of a premonition. Like a marksman severing a wire with a single throw, the director skeptically asked, could you really cut it with a throw? Du-chan then slung an arm around Kang-in's neck, acting familiar. Our teacher always has amazing skills. During filming, he even dodged a falling prop before it hit us. Thanks to him, we're still alive. Teo-ha looked at Kang-in with admiration. Is he even human? Are you in love yet? Caught off guard, she bashfully denied it. No way, I'm not. Truly, the director never gets a break from disasters. A while later, someone else came running, out of breath. Director, there's a problem. What's wrong now? The equipment Kwak Ko-syan was in charge of is no longer working. Well, of course, its wires were cut, didn't you see? But not only that equipment, the computer we were working on also burned out. Hearing that, the director panicked. What? Wait, does that mean all the edited footage is lost? The client is very superstitious and obsessed with luck. If they learn there was an accident, they might move the project to another company. We can't let all our work go to waste. Just then, amid the chaos, the director heard a melodious sound coming from somewhere. He immediately turned around and stood there, stunned. In front of him, Kang-in was holding a guitar, softly humming the line, when you want to feel refreshed. And that was exactly the ad line for the strawberry fruit can from earlier. His handsome profile and immersive performance held everyone's gaze. So Kang-in sat and played while the two others stood frozen like statues, unable to take their eyes off him for a single second. The next second, Kang-in continued to play and sing with full cheer, as if the rest of the world didn't exist. The junior staff all shouted in unison, shaking the place. Director, do you really want to replace the original song with the live version from the martial arts scene? The director answered excitedly without pause. Who said we'd use the untouched original? First, we'll sync the visuals to the audio, then edit it to match the original. Of course, we'll also record Kang-in's vocals separately. Still, better to be a bit careful. His voice grew more determined. The director said In's voice has to sound good first. Who knows, the live version might even sell better than the original. The junior staff erupted into chaos, voices drowning each other out. The director fretted but decided to try. The two actors had just finished removing their makeup. Yuha curiously turned to Du-chan and asked, "Is Kangin Oppa's singing really that good to make the director react like this?" Du-chan awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck and replied, "I haven't heard it either. I was busy changing." Yuha excitedly called out, "Kangin, can you play the commercial song from start to finish on guitar?" Kangin was still wearing that green outfit, picking a few notes on a pink guitar. He leaned in and whispered to the J-in system, "Play it perfectly from start to finish and add guitar." The system replied instantly, "Affirmative, activating guitar performance program to boost team morale." Kangin added, "I'll sing, you adjust the pitch to fit. I'll handle all the guitar parts." The system answered, "Understood." Suddenly, the atmosphere turned into a real concert. The system screen displayed modern vocal ranges, separated male and female parts, and showed the commercial lyrics. Kangin complained, "Feels just like a karaoke screen." The system replied, "Personal karaoke mode for the battlefield." The screen counted down 3, 2, 1, begin. Kangin opened his eyes wide, ready and raring as if about to fight. He strummed the strings without even touching them, yet sound still rang out, purely Canadian magic. He sang in a clear, honey-sweet voice. "When you want to refresh your mind, be in bang. When your energy is drained, be in bang. When you need the finishing blow, be in bang. Strawberry bang sweet and tart, grape bang juicy, gaptrang bang crispy outside, soft inside." Everyone was stunned, mouths agape at that melodious tune. Dach ban bang spicy and chewy, 59.1 different flavors including the roux flavor. Some slapped their own faces at the emotional highs, others rolled their eyes like they were high. Kangin ended the song with an expression that couldn't be sexier. Everyone erupted into cheers, chanting his name like a famous idol, "Na Kangin, Na Kangin." Those surrounding him marveled, "Are you really a singer? But why do I suddenly feel hungry?" Perfect synchronization, the rhythm is almost exact. The system played a celebratory tune and scored a perfect 100-100. Perfect singing skill, Kangin, correction, praise, die-in, wonderful. The system boasted, "The robot's performance mode is so natural it makes you forget the ugly costume." An excited junior staffer told the director, "The pitch accuracy is so pleasing to the ear. I got goosebumps on my legs, exactly as expected." The PD's plan faltered mid-sentence. Seeing the PD not respond, he called out, "PD." The PD stood rooted to the spot, motionless, tears of joy streaming down his face as if he'd witnessed something deeply moving. The director clenched his fists and raised them with resolve. "We have to use Kangin's version for the commercial." A nearby staffer asked in surprise, "But what about the original?" The director beamed and gave a thumbs up. "If the live version is this good, imagine how great a studio recording would be. We'll use both the original and Kangin's version." They chatted a bit more, saying the variety would please advertisers and that this would be a big hit. "All right, we'll pull an all-nighter tonight." "No way." A week later, Adai sat hugging herself watching the YouTube video. Suddenly suspicious, she asked Zeong-hoon behind her, "This singer's voice sounds so much like Kangin." Zeong-hoon pushed his glasses up and grinned mischievously. "Why do you think that?" He leaned back laughing, showing off a deem, "Don't you know, that's really Kangin's singing. I even heard him perform live." Adai AM shouted in surprise, "Really? Next time take me with you." Euseo walked in, not knowing what was going on. After watching the video, Euseo giggled, "Seriously? Kangin Oppa is so talented, he's so cool." She bent closer to study the video, then said, "Yuha Uni is really showing her true colors." Adai AM asked curiously. Euseo was about to explain when, out of nowhere, Yuha appeared behind them and sweetly called, "Eu." Euseo didn't dare turn her head, her body frozen, face drained pale, her lower jaw nearly dropping. She immediately raised a hand to her head like a soldier saluting the captain, stammering in a trembling voice, "I was just going to tell some of your legendary stories." Yuha, like a scolding old lady, threatened, "Choose your words if you want to stay safe." Euseo answered crisply as if at roll call, "Of course." Loyal, the other two just huddled in the corner, too scared to utter a word. Yuha asked, "Where's Kangin Oppa?" "He went out to a meeting and hasn't returned yet." Yuha sounded a bit disappointed and only replied, "Is that so?" She pouted inwardly, grumbling, "What the heck? I was going to invite him to lunch to celebrate his debut as a singer. He won't even pick up. Where could he be?" Cut to a rather upscale restaurant. Kangin sat across from a woman. She said gratefully, "Thank you, really." She tucked her hair behind her ear, still pouring out sweet words. "I'm so grateful you saved me, and I'm touched that you let me treat you to this meal." Kangin replied indifferently, "Anyone would have done the same." The woman covered her mouth with a charming smile and teased, "Modest, but only you saved me." Kangin asked, "But is this place okay? It seems a bit pricey for a sound engineer's salary." She politely answered, "You saved my life, this meal is nothing." As she spoke, she flashed a shiny black card. "My brother's paying today." Kangin thought to himself, "Oh, thank fate." The system urged, "I rarely get to enjoy a fancy meal free of charge these days. Eat, don't keep talking." Kangin thought, "Dai wants delicious food because we share tastes." He lifted a piece of cake to his mouth and politely said, "Then I'll indulge." Midway, Du Chan approached, recognized his master, and called out loudly. He ran to Kang In's table, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. "Master, you eat here too." The chef came over and Du Chan greeted him. "Chef Ren Dongxian, we get to enjoy your cooking again today." Du Chan turned to greet the woman. "You're the sound engineer who lost control the other day, right? Are you feeling better?" The woman, shy and bashful, replied, "It's an honor that actor Kim Du Chan still remembers me." Du Chan joked, "I just have a good memory." He continued, "So you invited him to thank him for saving you?" The woman nodded. "Yes, I heard this place is delicious." Du Chan praised the chef. "It really is. Chef Ren Dongxian cooks wonderfully." The chef smirked and growled, "G letter 1 edd raw s letter 1 edd yer." Du Chan went on babbling, "I thought you came here to gather research on dishes as a chef." Then he corrected himself, "Oh right, you don't need research to become one of the best chefs, right?" The chef pulled his hands back after placing a plate down, his face losing the polite, customer-friendly look and turning arrogant. He demanded bluntly, "Are you a chef?" The chef frowned and glanced at Kang In, silently appraising him. "Did he come to scout my restaurant? This kid's just trying to steal my secrets." The system said. The chef doesn't seem pleased. "He thinks we came here to steal recipes." Kang In frowned and explained directly, "I think you misunderstood. We're not spies." The chef snapped, "Who would believe that? Where did you learn to cook?" The system piped up too. Battlefield tactical cooking was developed by top chefs, scientists, and engineers of the Earth Alliance. Kang In replied coldly, in other words, self-taught. The chef curled his lip in contempt, arrogantly raising his chin. "So that's it, remember this, Kim Du Chan is just flattering him. What supreme skill, he's just an amateur." Du Chan clutched his stomach and sighed, "I'm hungry. I really want that dessert and the meal from the food truck last time. It was amazing." The chef snorted when he heard food truck. Du Chan corrected him, "Yes, he drives a food truck to the set." The chef laughed loudly, almost crazed. A food truck. He looked down at Kang In and condescendingly offered unsolicited advice. "So you're an ambitious young cook who wants to succeed? If you want success, start with your attitude. Put your ego aside and be honest. Say you want to learn my secrets." Kang In looked at him with indifference. At that moment, Chef Gu Chi-an appeared from somewhere, waving cheerfully. Dongxian. The chef, who'd been standing at the pinnacle of his culinary pride, immediately turned awkwardly. "Gu Chi-an, you're here too?" The other replied, "I heard there's something delicious today. I'm really looking forward to it." The chef bowed 90 degrees, "You're too kind. Compared to you, I'm nothing." Then he suddenly froze and shouted, "Impossible, look who's here." He immediately dropped to his knees on the floor. "Hello, Chef Na." Chef Gu Chi-an teared up with emotion. "I never expected to meet you here." The other chef was rendered speechless, forcing a crooked smile, his face full of question marks. Kang In asked in puzzlement, "Since when am I a chef?" Gu Chi-an explained, "The other day CEO T-Ho told me about it." Gu Chi-an recalled. He approached and asked T-Ho, "Are you okay?" T-Ho replied happily, "Of course, thanks to Na for saving me." Gu Chi-an welled up with tears, just as expected. "He's truly amazing." T-Ho rubbed his chin and pondered, "What should we call him? At first I thought he was a great chef, but he's also excellent in action scenes, impersonations, and fighting. Why not just call him a god?" Gu Chi-an gaped. "You mean, he's also a good cook?" T-Ho nodded. "No doubt. To be blunt, he might be on the same level as Chef O." Back in the present, Gu Chi-an respectfully bowed as if greeting a king. "I don't know what dishes he cooks, but I'd love to try a meal by Chef Na Kang In once. And thank you for saving me from dozens of terrorists." The other chef was stunned, pointed at Kang In and stammered, "That brat, I mean, the food truck chef, saved you from terrorists." Gu Chi-an replied with a radiant smile, "Yes. If you had seen the scene, you'd be amazed." The sound engineer added, "He saved me too." Du Chan pointed at himself as well, "And me too." A big, loud-mouthed guy suddenly cut in, "And he saved me too." The chef nearly toppled backward at the shout from behind. "Who are you?" An embarrassed voice rang out, "Nice to meet you." The man introduced himself, "I'm composer Kwak Ko Chanks, older brother of Kwak Ko Jian." Kang In was surprised. "You composed that commercial song?" Chanks replied warmly, "Yes. Du Si-in was also the sound engineer for that commercial shoot. She said she wanted to treat you to a meal, so I thought we could meet. Though honestly, I wanted to see her alone. Also, you rearranged my song, didn't you? It sounds pretty good. In any case, you saved my precious little sister's life. I'm truly grateful." System assessment. Despite appearances, he seems to love his family very much. Kang In mumbled, "You shouldn't judge a person by appearances alone." Jian eagerly held out her phone. "Mr. Nong In, can I have your number?" Kang In agreed and took it. "Sure." Du-in squealed with delight, "Thank you so much." The doting older brother leaned in and reminded in a low voice, "Do see, if you're going to text him, make a group chat and add me too. I just want to know what you two are talking about." Du-in immediately resisted. "No way, I'll text him privately." Kang In stared, thinking to himself, "This is exactly someone you can judge by looks." Du Chan glanced at the laughing table beside them and spoke up. "Na Kang In really saved everyone's lives. Yo Chi-on smiled brightly and told the chef, that's right, you should have seen it then. He took down a whole group of armed terrorists in the blink of an eye. Vion asked Han in surprise, Dong Zan, are you okay? You look pale. Dong Xian stammered in reply, I'm fine. He sneakily glanced at Kang In, thinking, is he really that formidable? I almost got torn apart. Kang In noticed his gaze and turned to look back. The predatory look he'd been hiding suddenly flared up, a killing intent that made the chef feel threatened. Just as Kang In was about to compliment the food, the chef, startled by his twitch, darted over to the table and loudly declared the formal line, it's on me today. Du Chan looked on admiringly, treat us too. At the Eagle Ironworks, Kang In babbled, now that we're full, let's get to work. The system added, the new equipment and machinery have arrived. Kang In probed, are you excited? The system said bluntly, by my standards these are models already obsolete by 60 years, so I don't expect much. Kang In didn't believe it and teased, but you sound more enthusiastic than usual. Alright, let's start by cutting some metal. The keyboard clattered, and he pressed the cut button on the control panel. Kang In watched thoughtfully, the cut is pretty smooth. You know how to use these machines too? The system replied, I learned to use them through online research. He wondered, I want to make some personal gear, what should we make first? The system reminded him, the host currently has no weapon, we need one. Kang In came up with an idea, a sword. If we cut metal the right way, we could make a blade. The system objected, no, a gun is better, make a gun first. Kang In was taken aback, a gun in Korea? Do you want us to get arrested? The system, brazen as ever, said, as long as we aren't detected, it's fine. Kang In cleared his throat warningly, watch your words. He continued, make armor first, that's not illegal. With this equipment, what kind of armor can we make? The system analyzed, given the current situation, I suggest a custom-tailored dragon armor. Kang In asked, what's that? A bulletproof vest. The system explained, it's a ballistic vest that protects the shoulders, chest, and abdomen. Kang In evaluated, it looks like 100 thin armor plates pieced together. He examined it closely, why does each plate have a slightly different shape? The system elaborated, they're precisely calculated to disperse impact forces based on an individual's body structure, so they must be assembled with extreme accuracy. Kang In concluded, so basically it's a high-end custom masterpiece. The system corrected him, more accurately, a personalized ballistic vest. Kang In hesitated, can we make it thin enough to wear under clothing without being noticed? The system explained, thicker types offer better protection, but they can be made thinner. The host can choose the suitable type. One type can completely disperse impact force and stop a sniper round of 5.56 or 7.62. The other type can withstand multiple hits from a 9mm handgun. Kang In picked up the gear and decided, surely no one in Korea uses sniper rifles, right? Range gangs are a special case, so just go with the handgun-resistant type. The system suggested, should I calculate based on the host's body dimensions? Kang In suddenly remembered, measure them. Wait, people's bodies can change over time, right? What if our muscles increase after making the armor? The system responded, minor bodily changes are accounted for in the design, but if the host's body changes significantly, protection will decrease. For example, if the host gains weight, defensive capability will drop sharply. Kang In snapped, did you have to put it that bluntly? So if someone orders custom armor and then loses a lot of weight, the armor won't fit anymore? The system confirmed, exactly, major changes can greatly reduce protection. That's why dragon armor is considered personalized equipment. Kang In pondered, they must be expensive, right? Can we make it with the current equipment? The system answered, we can cut ordinary metal plates to fabricate it. The issue is the budget. With the current balance, we can only cover about 15% of the cost. Kang In wondered, didn't we make a decent amount of money? The system deadpanned, I saved it. Saving isn't setting money aside, it's forgetting it exists. Since I forgot, we can't spend it. Kang In blew up, give me my money back right now. Just then CEO's call appeared on the phone screen. Kang In answered, Kang In, it's me. I heard you're good at finding hackers. Kang In thought rumors spread fast. He replied that was just a rookie. T-Ho explained the situation over the phone. We've heard many hackers are targeting entertainment companies. So we've beefed up security with professional firms and firewalls. Kang In clicked his tongue, I guess it's not just that one guy. T-Ho asked, can you check our upgraded systems? Kang In fell silent for a moment, set the phone aside and whispered to the system, J-In, can you handle it? The system replied, my hacking skills are limited to identity spoofing and certain tasks. Kang In whispered, if we do this well, we might get paid. The system immediately flipped, Thor Enter's system is high-end, so we can test it by hacking their defenses. Kang In was speechless. You're the reason I'm actually fine. The next day at Thor Enter's headquarters, CEO T-Ho came down to the lobby to greet the honored guest. Welcome, na Kang In. Kang In stepped forward to greet, and Zi Ang-Hon, who accompanied Kang In, also returned the greeting from behind. Hello, sir. T-Ho explained, and this is Kang In Yu. This friend previously checked security for the EHA management company's servers. He's a white hat hacker. Thanks to him, the CF production company quickly detected a hacker attack. Ziong-hon shyly introduced himself. I'm Ziong-hon, nice to meet you. T-ho led them on, praising, you're young and very talented. Please this way. The receptionists clustered together, whispering, no way is that Nong-in, really, he made our film successful and helped us get a bonus. I heard he used to be Kim Do-chan's stunt double and his physique is just like a celebrity's. He's totally my type. Does he have a girlfriend yet? The system shamelessly chimed in, she's nothing special, don't like her. Kang-in threw up his hands, I don't like her. T-ho led Kang-in and Ziong-hon to a room. This is the company's IT room. We've recently strengthened our firewall, but hackers keep attacking. Although IT staff are in charge, we lack security specialists, so we have to hire an outside company. Kang-in wondered inwardly, why am I even here? Two external security experts standing nearby reported to T-ho, today we detected unusual traffic again, but they still haven't breached the system. Our latest security patch can block most attacks, so don't worry too much. Kang-in asked T-ho if the experts have it handled, then why call me in? T-ho hesitated a little and explained, even with the firewall reinforced, I still feel something's off. I trust people more than systems. The two outside company experts grimaced, speechless, thinking to themselves, why does that sound so worrying? He just said that right in front of us. They chimed in to reassure him. Since the patch was just installed, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Exactly, do we really need to inspect a perfect patch? They smirked, mocking, sorry, but even if you look, all you can do is stand and watch. Our system could never have a vulnerability. T-ho remained adamant, turning to Kang-in as the two experts froze. Kang-in, run the checks again to be sure. The system began to speak up, May-in, no, I mean it's best to follow T-ho's advice. Kang-in wondered, did it just try to call him a money printer? Before Kang-in could finish, T-ho waved happily and cut him off, thanks. Kang-in focused on the code on the laptop screen and began entering commands on the keyboard. Ziong-hon timidly stepped up to Kang-in's side and whispered to the system, find anything. The system detected, there is a vulnerability known within tech circles, but it hasn't been publicly disclosed. Kang-in concluded, then it's understandable they didn't detect it. Kang-in, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? The system continued, some hackers have exploited this vulnerability. Fewer than 10 people worldwide know how to leverage it. Meanwhile, the two experts, still arrogant, challenged, try to break in then, I dare you. The system replied succinctly to Kang-in, of course. Kang rolled up his sleeves seriously. We can't ignore this vulnerability. Are you ready? This is only a penetration test. Don't touch anything else. Just leave a message after you get in. I'll write the content myself. The system complied with his instructions. Lines upon lines of code flooded the computer screen. Ziong-hon couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, wait, you're really in? Your typing speed is insane. I can't follow. The two experts, skeptical, shouted, it can't be that easy. T-ho turned to them with a threatening look and a harsh warning. We spent a fortune and it's being pierced this easily. Under his gaze, the two backed down, shrinking, afraid to say a word. Kang-in explained, it's not the security firm's fault. I exploited an undisclosed vulnerability. I mean, fewer than 10 people in the world know how to use it. T-ho asked in surprise, really? The two experts eagerly interjected, so can you explain how you did it? If we understand why it was breached, we can fix it. Kang-in hesitated a bit. But T-ho quickly cut in, wait, are you planning to ask for that for free? The two were stunned into silence. T-ho demanded, do you know how much I paid for this firewall? Does anyone here have enough money to pay him that amount? The two experts mumbled and bowed their heads. Sorry, I'll report this to the company to consider compensation. After saying that, they turned to Kang-in, anything else unusual? By the way, since you mentioned it, if you can share more, that would be great. The system advised, he has many other vulnerabilities, but revealing them all could impede intel gathering. Stay silent. Kang-in replied coldly, these kinds of vulnerabilities aren't common and I never said I'd disclose them. The two immediately turned sour, sneering and muttering, what a cheapskate. After the staff left, T-ho kindly offered advice, Kang-in, you could sell that information for a lot of money. Kang-in replied, I'll publish it for free. T-ho was so moved he cried, nah Kang-in, please. Kang-in wore a huge question on his face. Please what? Ziong-hon was stunned. If you make it public, what if other hackers exploit it? Kang-in quickly added, that's why I'll only share it within the security community you frequent. Hand me the laptop. What's that community called? Ziong-hon hesitated but handed over the laptop. There are still a lot of anonymous hackers over there. Kang-in asked further, you talk to the admins there often, right? Is there a way to contact them? Ziong-hon replied quickly, just become a full member. Once recognized as a full member, you get access to an admin-only board where you can report issues. All the admins are IT experts, so they're trustworthy. The requirement to become a full member is to correctly answer 10 user questions. T-ho was surprised, that's hard, even professionals don't know everything, it'll probably take quite some time. The system spoke up, easy. T-ho and Ziong-hon both gaped as Kang-in said confidently, it should only take a few minutes. He began typing on the keyboard, fervently pounding the keys like swatting flies. What is this? A robot? A genius hacker appears, how can it be this effective? Who on earth is Do Rabbit? The screen displayed odd exclamations, crazy, he can even solve this. Someone must be hiding the answers because this is valuable info. If done like do raw bit, resources and costs drop drastically. Unbelievable, a single person answered all these questions. Xianghong watching beside him couldn't stop praising. I've never seen anyone type this fast. Behind another monitor, a curious voice asked, do raw bit, who is this person really? The admin team of the HMO security community said decisively, we have to approve this person. Should we approve do raw bit as a full member? A notification announced a new full member of the HMO community. The system reported, the host has just become a full member of HMO. Kangin said, I'm officially a member now. T-Ho and Xianghong were so excited their eyes nearly popped that fast. Kangin quickly continued, then submit the report. He clicked into the vulnerability report form. Xianghong hesitated. Are you sure it's okay to make this public? Kangin was indifferent. It's fine. Building relationships with security experts is beneficial too. Xianghong asked, so you're planning to network now? Kangin, without looking up, replied slowly. The admin team on the other end received the notification and hurriedly opened it. It's been a while since we've had a security report. Urgent security report, vulnerability report for the Mo website. Hello, I'm Doabit. I'm posting this to inform the site's administrators and security experts about an important issue. Please check and fix it immediately. The flaw needs to be patched quickly. Thank you. The admin stirred. Wait, this the person from earlier. He rushed to become a full member just to report this. If so, this is serious. We need to inspect it. The clatter of keys echoed through the room. He gaped in shock, thinking words he couldn't say out loud. The firewall installed by the security firm was pierced far too easily. If not fixed quickly, it could be a disaster. If information leaks, more than 1 or 2 servers will be compromised. He called someone. Hello, have you checked the vulnerability report? The system offered an opinion. Sharing information with IT experts will benefit your operations. That decision was wise. Kangin replied, I know, that's why I made it public. T-Ho looked at the calm, handsome Kangin and marveled. If you had sold this information to the security firm earlier, you could have made at least a few thousand, and you just gave it away. You're really generous. Kangin opened his eyes at the word, a few $1,000s. The system excitedly shouted, with that money, I could buy brand new equipment. Hurry, get it back. Kangin stood up and admonished, Die-in, have some self-respect. How can you do that? He almost wavered. He told himself, connecting with IT experts is important for the future. Kangin spoke up, if only one security firm knows about the vulnerability, hackers will keep exploiting it. Making it public was the right decision. The system counseled, but don't reveal every vulnerability. Undisclosed flaws can be useful in emergencies. They watched Kangin's retreating back with shining eyes, praising him. Amazing, Kangin. They looked at Kangin like an embodiment of Buddha. Now Kangin, what kind of person are you, really? Handsome Kangin stood with his back to them. Fok Dong thought to himself, but losing a few $1,000s still stings a bit, doesn't it? The system reported back to Kangin, I've confirmed an emergency security patch has been installed on the server. It's very likely the patch we notified them about. Kangin showed he understood, murmuring praise. The admins of HMO are doing an excellent job. The system continued reporting. Also, the performance testing rig for the bulletproof armor has been completed. Kangin carefully evaluated the device as he tried it on his arm. He observed it doesn't feel uncomfortable. The system added, it's designed with usability in mind. The host's muscles flex and the armor flexes with them. Kangin moved his hand, examining it. It's made of metal but has good elasticity, really effective. Jae-in explained. Instead of welding, it uses an armor assembly method that allows gentle body shape adjustments by controlling segments. Kangin asked, but if the shape changes, wouldn't defensive strength decrease? It replied, considering combat scenarios, I set the standard based on moderate muscle tension. It can withstand a shot from a scoped pistol. After reflecting, Kangin questioned, wait a minute, shouldn't it withstand multiple handgun rounds? Jae-in gently explained, to disperse impact and strengthen defense, you need wider coverage with more components. That it can stop a handgun round with such a small area already proves my technique. Kangin understood, then added, you sure are quick with your boasting. He asked further, so we're making the armor now, right? Die-in responded, the design is finished, but with current resources, production errors would waste components. Kangin didn't understand and asked, what do you mean? It replied, buy better equipment. Kangin put a hand on his hip and calculated, if we combine the remaining money, the CF shoot payment, and the security check fee, that should be enough to buy the high-end gear you want, right? Die-in disagreed, no, we need to make more money. Kangin had nothing more to say. Determined, he said, from now on I'll call you Pure Money. Just then Kangin's phone screen lit up with a call from CEO Lai T-Ho. Die-in said in a lucky tone, perfect timing, the money source just contacted us. Kangin was speechless. You're treating him like an ATM. Die-in egged him on, try saying, dear client, investment is love. Kangin discarded the idea. The voice on the other end said, Kangin, it's Lai T-Ho. Kang-in replied, yes, Mr. Lai, calling every day, is something wrong? T-ho on the line laughed awkwardly. Kang-in steered the car while listening to his explanation. My family runs a company called Yan Enzing. My older brother is the CEO there, and after hearing what happened at our company, he wants you to check Yan Enzing's servers as well. Can you come now? Kang-in hit the gas and sped off. I'm on my way. At Yan Enzing's company, Lai T-ho briefly explained. Izan Enzing mainly produces equipment for the military and police, so their security systems are extremely stringent. The system suggested, host, if we get a few guns, we could boost our firepower. Kang-in muttered a reprimand. Cut it out. T-ho, thinking he was being spoken to, asked back. He changed the subject. Never mind, what do you need me to do here? T-ho then remembered. Yan Enzing has a separate research server, different from the common, easily accessible servers. We need you to check that server. Kang-in closed the matter, so like the firewall check for Thor Entertainment the other day, T-ho twisted slightly, conveying his trust. Exactly, I'm counting on you. Besides Lai T-ho, he introduced. I heard you inspected Thor Entertainment's firewall a few days ago. This is the IT security team lead in charge of Enter Tinmun. Kang-in replied politely to the greeting. Hello. The team lead sniffed arrogantly and pointed his thumb at himself. Yan Enzing has applied the latest security patches. Kang-in didn't bother to look at him and answered, yes, I've verified that. The team lead continued boastfully, it seems you knew about that vulnerability before the patch was released. Is that how you got in? Do you know any of the developers? Kang-in answered tersely, no. The man kept nagging, so where did you get that information to focus your search on the vulnerability? Jae-in reported, host, the current firewall here can't be easily breached by modern hacking techniques. By today's standards it's rated A. If we reinforce 3 areas, defense will raise to A+. Kang-in whispered, these are all known weak points. Jae-in confirmed that was correct. He decided, then let's write it down, I can't explain everything. Dayan signaled he understood. Kang-in told the two, security here is pretty solid, security level A-. The team lead puzzled, why the minus? Kang-in replied gently, because there are a few weaknesses. The team lead urged, tell me what the problems are. He pointed to the computer, I've written it here, read it. The team lead glanced at Kang-in and thought, I told him to explain and he just handed me a paper, so rude. Kids these days only write a few lines, what is this? He looked at the computer astonished. He widened his eyes, pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly, wait, there's a weakness like this. Kang-in kindly advised, if you want to fix all these issues, you'll have to work overtime for a few days. He punctuated his remark while the man stared. The team lead, unembarrassed, forced a smile and asked for help. Can you help us? Kang-in was blunt. Are you seriously going to dump this on me when we just met? Lai T-ho told the team lead, maybe we should hire Kang-in instead of your company. The team lead stammered and bowed, sorry sir, I'll get everything sorted. Kang-in thought to himself, what a shameless move. Moving to another spot, T-ho called Kang-in. He voiced his concern about Yan Enzing's security. Is it dangerous to postpone the work? Kang-in reassured him, not immediately. T-ho breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. Then he added, by the way, since you finished so quickly, there's a place I'd like to take you. If you have time, Yan Enzing has a shooting range for external guests. The system spoke up, host, testing different weapons will provide valuable data and this is the closest opportunity for hands-on experience. Go try shooting. Kang-in thought inwardly, Jae-in's excited again. At Yan Enzing's test shooting range, T-ho introduced, Yan Enzing specializes in producing weapon accessories like scopes and also bulletproof vests. They keep test firearms on site and of course they have government approval. Kang-in curiously asked, does Yan Enzing manufacture guns? T-ho elaborated, we recently developed a type of gun, but it's still a prototype and hasn't been delivered. My father's dream is for the military to be equipped with weapons and accessories we produce, but we still have a long way to go. Kang-in watched his surroundings seriously. The system answered itself without being asked. This area is monitored by CCTV, no blind spots, you can't take weapons out of here. Kang-in didn't bother to react, only muttered, don't go ahead of me. He picked up the rifle. T-ho put on headphones and cheered, Kang-in, you're pretty good with a rifle too. Kang-in replied, who knows, let's just give it a try. T-ho said the sight might need adjustment. Kang-in answered, that's fine. He went on to suggest, static targets might be too easy for you, let's switch to moving mode. Kang-in checked the equipment and then pulled the charging handle. He readied himself in firing stance and tersely said, okay. The range manager signaled T-ho with body language to start at level 1. But T-ho immediately raised his whole hand, indicating level 5. The range manager gaped, stunned. The sight's speed test is normally level 4, he's trying level 5. He guessed for sure that Kang-in was a professional shooter. The one static targets now darted back and forth like lightning, so fast that even onlookers couldn't visually track them. Begin firing, activate weapon test mode. Kang-in sprayed rounds at the targets as if firing indiscriminately. But actually, when he aimed at a target, even tiny deviations were automatically corrected by Jae-in. The test phase ended and gun smoke curled hazily. Bullets struck precise vital points on the dummies, the head, and the heart. Kang In commented, "This gun handles well." The two observers outside gaped with their mouths open, practically drooling. For Kang In, testing this gun was a piece of cake. "I'm not sure about durability, but it hits targets solidly." Yet T-Ho stood open-mouthed, staring at him. Unbelievable, I thought that was impossible. He was witnessing such a surreal sight for the first time and couldn't trust his eyes. "You really hit all 30 rounds, and in just 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Kang In glanced at another person shooting nearby. The dummy that person was shooting wasn't a standard model. It had an integrated bulletproof jacket. Seeing that, Kang In was a bit curious, testing a bulletproof jacket, but the next second T-Ho denied it. That jacket wasn't made by Yan Enzing. An individual brought their own vest to test. An individual. Seeing Kang In still puzzled, he elaborated on this DIY approach. There are occasional people who build such equipment themselves. Each has their own theory and crafts gear by hand. However, based on what he knew about the country's laws, Kang In was even more baffled. Isn't it really difficult to use guns in this country? T-Ho didn't hide anything and replied directly, "That's why they come here. We keep this place running so people can elevate their testing experience. My father had many hardships testing equipment before, so now we provide rentable test space to make it easier for others. If they register, they can rent guns, target models, and the testing area." Faced with the range's diverse services, Kang In couldn't help but admire it. And of course, as a slave to capitalism, money is T-Ho's primary motive. There are fees, of course. Ammunition and target models aren't cheap, those dummies cost a lot. While talking with T-Ho, Kang In received an unexpected notification. A request was made shortly after. "Agent, we also need to do live fire testing on the dragon armor." Kang In immediately asked to confirm, "You don't trust your product? Is the manufacturing quality so poor that we need to verify its performance?" Although Kang In wasn't keen on this, after some back and forth he had to agree. "Do we really have to go that far? Does the host want to get shot through? All right, we must test it. You keep making mistakes anyway." After accepting the task, Kang In turned to T-Ho with a weary expression. "Can I see it?" Unlike Kang In, T-Ho was very excited. "Of course, let's go." Next, Kang In and T-Ho walked over to the owner of that bulletproof armor to talk further. "Hello." Kang In gawked at the high-end piece before him, his face frozen like a malfunctioning signal. "You made this yourself?" He didn't hesitate and confirmed immediately, "Of course." Without waiting for more questions, he calmly introduced his product. "The dragon armor I built can perfectly withstand 7.62 rounds. Hearing that, Kang In froze for 5 seconds. "What?" After regaining some composure, Kang In queried the system as if about to uncover a national secret. "Die-in, what's going on? That bulletproof vest has the exact same name as ours." After observing, the system revealed, "That's a prototype of the dragon armor." Kang In was stunned to the core and formed a staggering hypothesis. "What? So that's the original developer?" But the system quickly dismissed it. "Sir, many people have made similar things before. The name dragon armor is fairly common. Is that so?" Looking more closely, Kang In noticed differences. "It looks a bit different from ours, more like thick plate armor." Die-in wasn't surprised by the design he saw. Early versions often look like that. After picking up the rifle, Kang In decided to give them a demonstration that would open their eyes. "Run the test. Watch closely." The muzzle of that man's gun quickly erupted in a continuous burst of rounds, the sharp crack echoing across the range. The dummy wearing the armor in front of them began to tremble violently after the volley, as if struggling to stay upright in a storm of metal. "Look, despite being hit with that intensity, the armor still performs well. It completely stops the rifle rounds. See, the model didn't even break." He laughed triumphantly at his prized top-tier gadget. If that were a real person, they'd probably have broken ribs. As long as they don't die, it's fine. Having watched for a while, Kang In wanted to get involved. "Can I sign up to test it too?" T-Ho enthusiastically supported him. "Kang In, you're free of charge, no question. We owe you anyway. Bring any vest or helmet you want, you can test them all." But the thing Kang In most wanted to try, he didn't have. "I don't have a vest." He then noticed the small armor piece around Kang In's arm. "Oh, what's that?" Kang In, not wanting to explain, answered tersely, I just made it for fun. A bulletproof glove, for now, let's call it that." With 749 scenarios running through his head, T-Ho couldn't help but speculate. "Don't tell me that thing both stops bullets and shoots out spider silk. Then I could be Tom ISBURF. Kang In quickly squashed that idea. "No, it doesn't do that." Putting small talk with T-Ho aside, Kang In stepped forward and strapped the little armor onto the dummy's arm. Because everyone's proportions differ, he had some trouble getting it to fit. Resourceful, J-In suggested, "The model's arm shape is different from yours. If we adjust it with silicone tape, we can get valuable data." Kang In followed the idea, pulled out a roll of tape, and prepared to reshape the dummy. While he carefully worked, T-Ho leaned in to watch. "Will this work? You're molding it to your arm, using silicone tape?" "Yes." As a craft enthusiast, he couldn't resist asking about Kang In's little plate. "Tell me, what did you make it from? Titanium alloy, thin metal?" But Kang In's answer made him spit out his glue on the spot. I used a layered composite structure of aluminum alloy and stainless steel. What? Kang-in elaborated. The alternating structure of those two materials absorbs impact energy by fracturing. He listened and gaped. Wait, stainless steel is hard, but how could something as thin as cookware stop a bullet? And there's aluminum too. Seeing the man's derision, Kang-in didn't say much. We'll find out through testing. Although he hadn't seen the results, the man mocked. There's no way that thing can stop a bullet. Just fail a bunch of times and learn from it. I've already gone through that stage and produced a finished product, he added, laughing smugly as he held his pride and joy. Though Kang-in was calm and unbothered, Jae-in bristled. Even the Earth Alliance's logistics troops won't use that. By today's standards, it's expensive and heavy, with no competitive edge against modern body armor. Jae-in seemed wounded in pride, but when it came to their own gadget, it swelled with pride. Our dragon plate armor is thin, flexible, and light, not hindering combat. Kang-in recalled something and asked, so I'm going to wear armor from 2082? Jae-in immediately denied it and switched to capitalism mode. No, with current manufacturing, we can't make such advanced protective gear, so go make money. At T-Ho's urging, Kang-in put on headphones to prepare to blow everyone's minds. Jae-in suggested a suitable option, Glock 17, a 9mm pistol very suitable for testing, I know. After getting ready, Kang-in aimed the muzzle at the dummy's arm, his gaze resolute. Fully trusting the quality of the piece he made, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. T-Ho and the other man stood nearby, eyes unblinking, as if watching a world championship they had bet everything on. But unexpectedly, the result wasn't what Kang-in hoped for. Damn it, the armor was completely destroyed, its components were pulverized. After the irrecoverable test, the other man was even more smug. See, I told you mine's stronger, it didn't break. But on closer inspection, there was a small crack where the bullet struck. T-Ho, removing the armor from the dummy, suddenly froze. Wait, why is this like this? The man asked, what's wrong? T-Ho widened his eyes, the dummy's arm. It's literally not over yet. After a careful check, the result left both men astonished. The arm remained intact with no damage at all. The man stammered, of course the glove stopped the bullet. No, I mean, it's undamaged. He gaped, speechless. Meanwhile, Kang-in remained utterly calm, as if he'd anticipated the outcome. It absorbed the impact completely. You saw the sparks, right? The bracelet shattered, but it still stopped the pistol round. To make the result more convincing, Kang-in spent a full 3 minutes explaining to the man. But the man stubbornly refused to believe the Canadian magic-like spectacle happening before his eyes. That thin bracelet did that? How? Faced with the opponent's seething resentment, Kang-in offered no further explanation, merely smiling in satisfaction at the test result. After the meeting at the range, Kang-in strolled alone down the crowded street. He walked humming, looking utterly relaxed. The 1 million gun from today's security test had been transferred. The profit was pretty good. When Kang-in finished a mission, Jae-in immediately pushed, I've saved a list of good restaurants in this area, perfect to stop by on the way back. After a brief quarrel with the system, Kang-in reached an insight and decided, you don't like home-cooked food? I'd rather eat someone else's cooking than my own steak. Jae-in nodded, sounds reasonable. Now that we've earned money, let's go eat something good. Scene change, T-Sung sat at his desk, sulking like a dragonfly. When his subordinate came in, he fired off a question, 1 hour of testing for 10 million gun. 10 million per hour. Based on what he'd overheard, the subordinate quickly reported, but he pointed out 3 issues in the security system. T-Sung's face twisted as if he'd bitten into an unpeeled lemon, and you say, it's not urgent, right? Even seeing his boss's expression, the employee spoke up boldly, but it's really worth more than 10 million gun. With no choice, T-Sung relented. Fine, pay him. But it didn't end there, the employee continued. And there's something odd at the public range. Someone brought in a novel device. He pushed a tablet forward and said, sir, you should take a look. In CEO John Tekup's office, Junin asked about T-Ho's side. So did you treat actor Na Kang-in well? T-Ho had followed his father's orders and pampered Kang-in like a king. I let him run a security test for us yesterday. Pay him 10 million gun. Dungmin disliked that move, a security test. If you want to reward him, give him a good role. Don't make him do security work. After meeting Kang-in, he had to respect him a bit. I introduced him because you asked. Kang-in is great at fighting, but his hacking skills are even more impressive. Just as they were talking, T-Sung barged in angrily, startling both of them. Oh my god, again, don't you know how to knock? But this flurry had a reason. Father needs to see this. He played the footage of Kang-in testing the armor's toughness. T-Ho watched, totally excited. Oh, that, from yesterday's test, I was there too, still impressive. The sparks looked like a movie effect, but T-Sung stared at T-Ho with a skeptical look. A movie effect, that's all. T-Ho was puzzled. What more should I notice? It stopped the bullets pretty well. T-Sung rewound the video. He pointed at the screen when the rounds hit. Look closely. T-Ho strained his eyes but still saw nothing unusual. They struck different spots, chest and arm. The arm should have convulsed violently when hit by a bow rifle round, but it didn't move. T-Ho jolted, heart pounding, his face frozen like a paused frame. T-Sung explained from his experience, J-pistol rounds and bow rifle rounds have different power. They hit different locations, chest and arm. The arm should have convulsed violently when hit by a bow round, but it didn't move. Ti-ho goggled as if snow had ambushed him from Mars. What's going on? Dongmin grew serious. You saw it with your own eyes, so you should know better than anyone. What kind of glove is that? Ti-ho, an ordinary guy, still couldn't understand. I don't know. It stopped one round and then shattered. Ti-ho, an ordinary guy, still couldn't understand. I don't know. It stopped one round and then shattered. Dongmin pondered, then guessed, so it disperses the impact across the whole device. After a moment of analysis, Ti-sung partially understood. So the impact isn't just absorbed at the point of contact, but spreads across the entire forearm. Even Ti-ho hadn't expected the small, shabby-looking plate to be so formidable. Who would have thought such a thin structure could absorb force so well? Dongmin fell into thought. After a while he made a decision. Ti-sung, yes. Seeing the obvious potential in the device before him, he couldn't ignore it. Find out where that technology comes from. If possible, buy the whole thing. If not, acquire the license. As a slave to capitalism, Ti-sung immediately backed him. I'll get on it right away. Not wanting the prey to slip away, Ti-ho immediately called Kang-in. Kang-in. My brother is Lai Tung, director of Yontech. He wants to see you today. However, the plan didn't go as they hoped because he immediately declined with, I'm busy on a project. I can't leave right now. Father and son were determined to see it through, so they invested in a car to bring him over. Then we'll come to you, drive us there. But Ti-ho ended up driving instead of Ti-sung. Why should you drive? Remember, your driver is available. Do we really need to be this careful? To avoid ruining things, they had to be careful with every move. If we don't trace where that technology comes from, the rivals won't know either, so we must keep it under wraps. Wasting no time, they floored it like chasing a flash sale. The car roared toward Kang-in, screeching to a halt as if avoiding a banana peel in the street, stopping right in front of him. As soon as they stepped out, the scene caught Ti-ho's attention. We're here, yeah. But right in front of them was a ridiculously odd sign, like a Martian accidentally shipped temperature to Earth. The sign read, Earth Alliance Workshop. What is this? An Earth Alliance Workshop? Is Kang-in into movies too? Seeing them arrive, Kang-in courteously stepped out to greet them. You two are here. Oh, Kang-in, hello, I'm Ti-sung Lai from Yont, please come in. To make conversation easier, Kang-in invited them inside. As they walked, both of them glanced around, looking for anything interesting. Everyone was overwhelmed by the variety of equipment there, old and new mixed together. I didn't know you had a hobby like this. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Now we know, so what brings you here? Ti-ho answered immediately like he'd been triggered, about the bulletproof wristband tested at our range. But Ti-sung couldn't wait and cut in, which company makes that product. Kang-in handed them 2 cups of coffee as he replied bluntly, oh, getting straight to it, it's something I made myself. Ti-sung didn't expect it to be that simple, so he asked again, wait, you mean here? Since Kang-in wasn't exaggerating, he pointed to the armor on his back for them to see. Ti-sung dashed over like he'd found a treasure, his eyes blank in a stunned moment. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, so what company's technology is this based on? Jae-in eagerly suggested an answer for Kang-in to use. I used the shock absorption gear from Naru's Roboxer. It's used when equipment is about to be severely damaged and resupply isn't possible, so we had to use improvised devices. Despite the detailed prompt, Kang-in answered briefly, I made it myself. Still unsatisfied, Ti-sung pressed, yeah, I get that you made it, but what technology did you use? Kang-in's reply remained the same, I developed that too. Hearing that, Ti-ho and Ti-sung's faces froze. Their expressions read, what the hell, did I mishear? You invented it yourself. The meeting suddenly turned into a grilling session. Do you have any credentials? I didn't go to school. Then where did you learn? His brother saved Min's life, don't interrogate him. Seeing Kang-in reluctant to answer, they stopped beating around the bush and made an offer. We want to buy that technology. An awkward silence fell over the room. Of course, before going any further, Kang-in needed to know their intentions. What do you intend to use it for? They answered at once without thinking, mass-produce bulletproof gear, sell it on the market, sell to foreign militaries, police, and civilians. We'll sell it overseas too. Worried he might be unsure, Kang-in asked the system for input. Jae-in, is this feasible? It understood the nature and disagreed. This deal won't work. Dragon plate armor is bespoke. With current technology, it can't be mass-produced. Kang-in explained to Ti-sung, bespoke, if gear doesn't fit properly, it won't stop bullets. Mass production won't cut it. Hearing that, he stammered, bespoke. Kang-in continued, because this is a proprietary product, it's personal and requires high precision. We take exact body measurements and handcraft each component, then assemble the armor. Ti-sung understood but remained firm, so it's a high-end handcrafted product. Exactly. Then sell us the measurement and calculation method. We'll use it to develop a mass production process. Kang-in refused to change his mind, no. They assumed he was also a slave to capitalism and made an enticing offer. What, why not? We'll pay you handsomely. Kang-in kept his sharp gaze and said bluntly, that's a secret I want to keep to myself. When Ti-sung proposed buying the handcrafted method from Kang-in, he replied, I won't sell the measurement and calculation method. We'll study the technology thoroughly and find a way to mass produce it. He was a bit flustered and asked Jae-in for help on pricing. The calculation method? Jae-in, honestly, I don't know. Even the system was at a loss. What, you don't know? You were the one who made it. Jae-in explained, with Naturobotics' computational skills, I can now create the product. I can teach the host how to use that skill. It turned out Jae-in had limits. That computational skill exists in an independent library, so I can use it but can't express it as a formula. Most of the skills I've referenced so far are independent modules. He was speechless but still had to ask, so what exactly are you? It answered, after all, I'm just an artificial intelligence product. I think and decide like a human. Reproducing human-level cognitive ability is a completely different level from independent modules. Growing increasingly annoyed, it seemed Kang-in would have to stand on his own this time. He summed up, in short, you don't really know anything. To avoid inviting trouble, Kang-in issued a refusal. That's my private secret. I don't want to share it with anyone. I rely on intuition, so it's hard to present it as formulas or theory others can understand. T-Sung didn't expect such a vague line from the creator. What did you just say? Wait, are you saying you actually invented and developed the bulletproof band yourself? Alone? I mean, how did you pull that off? Although the band was made by Jae-in, Kang-in still tried to stay calm to avoid exposing the truth. I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks that. You even built a shooting range. Shouldn't you understand it better than anyone? He was stunned by the awkward situation. True, but no one had ever tested such technology solo. For someone born with a silver spoon like T-Sung, he always assumed money could buy anything. Is there really anything impossible in this world? With enough budget, there's always a way to learn it. Does he really not want to share the technology, or is he trying to drive up the price? Would he sell if we offered a huge technology transfer fee? While T-Sung was still confused, something caught his attention. It seemed someone was calling Kang-in at that moment. What made T-Sung freeze was the caller's identity, Scarrett Kell from Omgat. He put their conversation on hold and picked up the phone. Hello Kang-in, it's Scarrett. What's up? It turned out she was calling to tell Kang-in, I'm coming to Korea soon. Do you want to meet? Do we need to meet? Hearing the voice on the phone, T-Sung began to break into a sweat. It really was her. But Scarrett's voice on the call reminded him of an event. I'm talking about the yacht party I mentioned. We're planning a grand event. Come help Lur prepare the food. Kang-in, an introvert, refuses any invitation. No, thanks. Undeterred, she continued to persuade him. I'll pay a generous consulting fee. She's the real deal. Just give advice and you'll get paid, plus good food. Come on, agree. After a moment's consideration, Kang-in finally nodded. Should I agree? Since Jae-in asked me to. All right, send me the schedule. T-Sung couldn't hear the conversation, so he could only imagine. What is he saying to that woman? Omgat is famous for robots and military tech. Does that company really have bulletproof materials? We need to get ahead of Omgat. Give it a shot, and if it doesn't work, drop it. Don't let someone else grab the chance to get rich. T-Sung pressed Kang-in. So what do you plan to do with the technology from that wristband? Clearly, he still wanted to snatch some of Kang-in's tech for himself. Obviously make bulletproof vests. Just as I thought, so the design is already finished. After failing to persuade him, T-Sung abandoned the mass production idea and proposed a more flexible plan. Then do this. Instead of mass producing, make high-end handcrafted bulletproof vests. We'll find clients and take body measurements. You design based on those and we'll handle production. The equipment here is pretty good but can't compare with Istek's facilities. The performance will be in a different league. At this, Kang-in began to consider. Yeah, even making a single forearm plate takes a lot of time. Is it okay to just take the design and handle the rest ourselves? Jae-in, when asked, gave his view. Istek will need to test and adjust many times, but that's not our problem, so it's fine. Seeing it think things through like that, Kang-in commented, you've become quite human. After persuading Kang-in completely, the two of them got back in the car to return. This time T-Ho rode shotgun and celebrated with T-Sung. Congrats man, it's not official but consider the deal closed. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, isn't Kang-in a stuntman? He confirmed and listed Kang-in's side jobs. Yeah, originally, but now he's also an action director, a cybersecurity expert, and a chef. In T-Sung's eyes, Kang-in now seemed like an alien. Is there anything he can't do? But why would someone like that be talking to Scarrett Kelly? Seeing him act like he'd just come down from a mountain, T-Ho enlightened him. What you don't know, in that flat tire incident, Kang-in was the one who took out the robbers and saved her. T-Sung's smile vanished when T-Ho slammed the wheel so hard he nearly lost half his soul. Are you crazy? Why steer like that? You almost crashed us. Why didn't you say anything until now? Not letting silence settle, the two then argued like performers fighting for the spotlight. Top secret, police told us not to spread it to avoid retaliation. Even so, you should tell me. I just told you. Yuha held her phone like a ticking bomb, eyes glued to the screen while her mind spun through every possible scenario. Her face showed clear irritation, as if she'd heard Kang-in had vanished into space without sending a signal. She then smashed the bed in a fury when handed a huge pat of butter. What? Seriously, how could you do that? Because I didn't text first, you didn't bother to send any message. Am I not worth your attention? Her face was plainly sulky, as if each second Kang-in didn't reply carved another scratch into her wounded pride. After waiting, tense as a drawn bowstring, her phone finally buzzed. The reply was simple, working, so brief it felt like a joke after her long wait. What? Iyuha sprang up, immediately activated by the sudden emotion, mouth open in astonishment. What the? He answered right away. Oh my god, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, Iyuha's mother scolded her. Why are you muttering to yourself? Cut it out. But the next moment, Iyuha hurried out the door and said, Mom, I'm going out to eat. Have dinner with Dong X, okay? Seeing that, her mother asked, Who's he? Some boy. He's not a stranger, is he? Don't let him stay over, okay? Facing her mother's wary look, she hurriedly explained, It's not like that, we're just having dinner. But her mother painted a dark scenario in her head. Just dinner? Iyuha was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts scrambling to justify herself. I already told you it's not like that. After explaining until she was nearly out of breath, she finally made it to Kang-in's place. Iyuha walked in and stared around in awe. What is this? This place has totally changed. Looks like a secret base. Seeing she had arrived, he went out to greet her. Ah, you're here. But before anything else, Iyuha shot Kang-in a bitter look. What's with that tone? Like you knew I'd come. What are you doing? Kang-in didn't hide it and said bluntly, working on ballistic armor. Iyuha was a little surprised. Ballistic armor? Because you almost got shot last time, right? First you fix cars and now you're making armor. Kang-in didn't hesitate to reveal his business to her. I signed a contract. I get paid for this design. Iyuha immediately understood, so it's not a hobby anymore. No. Suddenly when she looked at him, she thought of an onion, peeling more layers the longer you go, and the more layers she found. Since Iyuha had made the effort to come, Kang-in let her admire his finished piece. It's done. What is it? Iyuha reached out to touch it lightly, curious. Oh my, this doesn't look like ballistic armor, it's more like a sleeveless t-shirt. Can you really wear this in wartime? Slightly exasperated by her curiosity, he patiently explained, This is the standard version. It's designed to be worn with clothing. So what exactly did you come here for? Seeing he finally paid attention to her, she pouted. You're only asking now? Ah, I'm here to eat. What else? Who expected Kang-in to hand her just a pack of instant noodles? I have a cup of noodles. Do you want some? Having trudged all that way only to be offered this, she was furious. No way. Do you think I came all this way just for instant noodles? You said you're getting paid for the design. Buy me some grilled ribs. Faced with her demand, Kang-in immediately refused. Do you think I'm a wallet? And grilled ribs will make you fat. After they yelled at each other, Iyuha had to fend for herself. She wasn't the heroine of a romance novel. Grilled ribs won't make you fat. That's cult leader logic. If ribs don't make you fat, then it's a modern miracle. Fine, go buy them yourself, okay, it's a deal. Trio Lining Company began producing ballistic vests based on Kang-in's design. Although many initial trials failed. Thanks to his guidance, the work gradually progressed smoothly. Kang-in kept explaining to everyone it's not like that. A week later, 2 prototype ballistic vests were completed. The secretary came in and quickly reported, the new custom sample can withstand up to 5 handgun shots. The first shot was completely stopped, subsequent shots hit the dummy. Hearing this, the director glanced with suspicion. What about the 6th shot? The secretary continued. The vest was completely destroyed. The 6th shot inflicted direct damage on the dummy. He seemed to realize something, so it can withstand up to 5 rounds. She nodded in confirmation. Correct. He then asked, was it tested with a rifle? She nodded firmly. Yes. It stopped 1 round perfectly, but the 2nd round penetrated the vest. However, even the 2nd round lost power enough to avoid a fatal injury. The director's face turned thoughtful as he did the math, so it can stop a 7.62 round. Even if penetrated, it can prevent serious injury. The secretary nodded in agreement. That's right. He quickly asked, have you figured out how such a thin vest can provide such high protection? The secretary sighed and shook her head. I'm sorry. I understand the defensive mechanisms of each component, but applying them to the whole and doing the calculations is beyond my capability. Hearing this, he tried to hide the anger on his face. Someone out there is making these bulletproof vests with only a metal workshop. Why can't we do it? Even with the design and prototype in hand, are they just exceptionally skilled or are we truly incompetent? The secretary thought for a moment, then slowly replied, I think maybe our laboratory. He quickly warned, watch your words. The secretary stammered an apology, I'm sorry. Shortly after, the scene shifted to Incheon Airport. Scarlett's voice rose, carrying a feeling of being home. The secretary asked in surprise, but this isn't your hometown, is it? She replied irritably, my hometown is my hometown. The secretary probed curiously, when was that? Scarlett didn't answer, just kept walking forward. After all the preparations for the party had been finished since noon. The secretary hurriedly nodded. The yacht rental has been arranged for a long time, so there's plenty of time before the cruise party starts. She kept asking, what about the food? Scarlett nodded in report. We've contracted a top catering service. All invitations have been sent. Kang-in declined. Those words made Scarlett thoughtful, just as expected. What's his deal? Why? The secretary quickly replied. He said he's too busy to enjoy it. This drove her nearly mad. Enjoy it? He was invited to be the guest chef, not just an attendee. Wait, did I really only invite him as a guest? The secretary began to explain. He's someone we don't fully understand yet. We couldn't just invite him casually. Scarlett stubbornly insisted, call him back and invite him as the party advisor this time. The secretary sighed, a bit weary. You're hopeless. All right, you mean you want him to handle the food that day and then subtly invite him to attend the party, right? Scarlett smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, Jessica, you get it. At that moment, a voice spoke from behind. Miss Set saw Lan standing there motionless and was a bit startled. The director of Trio, Lian Nin, Jang L, suddenly asked, you come to Korea often, don't you? She replied coldly, I have some business here. Train Nian asked further, didn't receive an invitation? He nodded in confirmation. Of course, we will send a representative. Scarlett asked curiously, a representative? Tyn continued to explain, my younger brother will go in my place. As you can see, I have to travel abroad. Hearing about his younger brother, Scarlett involuntarily remembered the man mentioned, that guy. She kept running into him. Got it. The story was told, Lzong left the country to attend a bidding event for specialized equipment for Southeast Asian governments. Jin Enning was competing against 3 foreign companies, and today was the day to present to senior officials. Tesser Yan turned back solemnly and reminded, we really owe you a favor. Manager Bosser asked you, and that's how we could participate in this presentation. The government official, Manager Bosser, smiled gently and replied, this is the least the government can do to support private enterprises. I did help, but I wonder whether this might cause extra trouble for your team. There's a rumor that Thang Thao Company has already been pre-selected. Tyn's expression showed little concern. I know, but I still believe our efforts won't be wasted. Results often come from the least expected places. At that moment, a woman slowly stepped out of a luxury supercar. Everyone around immediately started buzzing. She's here, Sheer, hurry up. An announcement sounded, S5 from Diaz has arrived. A woman with white hair appeared. She was the daughter of a powerful government figure, an MIT graduate and extremely capable. She also had decision-making power in this tender. Tyn smiled with delight. Welcome her. Suddenly, a group of people rushed forward. She's coming. The crowd continued to swarm around, leaving him momentarily frozen. The harmonious scene between her and the crowd suddenly drew his attention. She seems particularly close to one person. Could that company actually win? At that moment, a sound from behind drew everyone's attention. At the same time, another supercar appeared here, leaving everyone baffled. What is that? Someone in the car immediately pulled out a gun and aimed straight ahead. TCO Yan's face instantly turned serious. Is anyone hurt? S5 on one side was startled, sensing that something was wrong. The gun suddenly aimed straight ahead, freezing everyone. What is that? Immediately afterward, people around scattered, running everywhere. Terrorists, run. The scene left TCOYN rooted to the spot, unable to move. What? Terrorists? Why are there terrorists here? Their target is S5 from Diaz. Their target is S5 from Diaz. At the same time, her face grew pale with fear. Seeing the situation go south, he rushed forward. As the bullets flew, his expression turned utterly confident. S5's eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Not wasting a second, TCOY immediately pulled her in another direction. At the same time, police vehicles were already rushing toward the scene. Seeing the situation, the terrorists could only drive off. After assessing the situation, S5 from Diaz worriedly asked, are you okay? Call an ambulance. Tyan gently placed his hand on his body. I'm fine. He slowly opened his vest. It turned out he was already wearing a bulletproof vest made by Kangin. TCOYN silently thought to himself, bulletproof vest? I never imagined I'd test this vest in a real shootout. I didn't expect its performance to be this impressive. I knew it could stop most rounds, but I didn't expect it to hurt so little. Why? Because it fits perfectly. At that moment, police cars slammed into the terrorists' vehicle, bringing it to a halt. Meanwhile, black cars continuously boxed them in, preventing the terrorists from escaping. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, and the people around kept talking among themselves. The terrorists have been neutralized, well done. The bodyguards hurried over to Jia. Are you all right? She suddenly turned to Seo Yan and said, thank you. You're from Cheolian and Zen, right? Seeing her attention on him made him jump, bewildered. He quickly placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. I'm Lur Yan, director of Colin Enning. She laughed in surprise. His movements were unusual, as if he'd been a special forces operative. He shook his head and recounted. I'm familiar with this gear because I test it regularly. Her face immediately brightened with anticipation. You tried it yourself? Then can you explain that bulletproof vest? Seeing his chance, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of TCO Yan's mouth. He stepped forward before everyone and introduced, this product is called the Dragon Platter. This is our company's latest bulletproof vest model. So let me begin the presentation. Jessica pointed to the clip of TN and asked, Set, have you seen this? This part here when Lur Yan of Colin Enning was shot, he took 3 hits but was completely unharmed. She nodded in understanding. His movements were very natural. And this outfit was the one he was wearing at the airport. Which means this ultra-thin bulletproof vest can provide that level of protection. If it hits the market, current bulletproof vest manufacturers will have to shut down. Jessica nodded in agreement at his side. According to the information, it has a weakness. Scarlet, curious, asked, "What weakness?" She pondered, then shared what she knew. It has to be custom designed to fit each person's body precisely, so it can't be mass-produced. Those words caused everyone to fall silent and think for a moment. I see, so then. Will Na Kangin come to the yacht party? Jessica turned in surprise to look at her. Why did the topic suddenly switch to Na Kangin? She excitedly explained, I decided it would be hard to get him to come, so we're going to go to him right now. Though a bit helpless, she declared, I've got his address, I'll do your makeup properly. Scarlet screamed with delight, that's Jessica. Sometime later, seeing the two women standing before him left Kang-in completely puzzled. What brings you here? I don't recall giving you my address. Scarlet hurriedly explained, you kept refusing, so I came to ask in person, at least invite us in for tea. Jessica beside her looked a bit exasperated, truly shameless. With no other option, Kang-in had to invite the two of them inside for tea. Kang-in lifted his cup of tea to his lips and asked, so what's going on? The system screen suddenly spoke, too hot. She began to explain, I came to invite you to the yacht party. The system kept whispering in his ear, the sea helps heal, but he paid little attention to that and said, I'm a bit busy, I hope you can find a good chef. Even though Kang-in declined, Scarlet wouldn't give up. Of course, we've hired the best event service. Kang-in, I know you won't mess up, but please just check the food. Right then, the system suggested again, the host needs to eat the best food to recover strength and learn more cooking techniques. Looking at the situation, he could only sigh and think. If you want to eat, fine, with no other choice, he said, if it's just to taste the food. Scarlet nodded excitedly, exactly, and while you're at it, attend the yacht party too. But what is this? Am I some cosplay enthusiast or what? Time moved to the next day, the day of the yacht party. On the ship, wealthy guests were still happily chatting with one another. Kang-in walked while looking around. The system suddenly praised, this place is full of famous faces. At that moment, a voice called out Na Kang-in. He turned around in surprise and saw Yoha appear, leaving him bewildered. What? Why did you follow me here? She replied sheepishly, sorry, I should be the one asking that. Just her presence raised the party's prestige. Get it, you're an A-list star. Kang-in stared at her in astonishment. Aren't you ashamed to say that out loud? She snapped angrily, whatever, why are you here? He explained seriously, I came to check if there's any problem with the food. I'm off now, if we run into each other at the party later, see you then. Those words left Yoha frozen for a moment. Her face suddenly flushed, but she still nodded in agreement. After a while, Yoha moved closer to the railing and said to herself, coming out here really shows how beautiful the Western Sea is. Cool breeze, great for having fun. Kang-in also. At that moment heard someone call from behind, Yoha, she hurriedly warned, forget what I just said. At this point, everyone will think we're trying to set up a date. Du-chan, surprised, asked, what are you talking about? CEO Ha was there too. Seeing this, she turned around in surprise. And seeing her appear made the CEO very astonished. So the film's entire main cast is here. Looks fun. She snapped angrily, watch your words. Du-chan cut in, right, I'm the lead, you're the supporting, let's be clear. She was so angry she froze. Should I punch him and send him to jail? Senior actors Jeong Mi, Dae-ong, and Min were there too. CEO Lai laughed and recounted. They said they could bring family along. At that moment, a little girl seemed to realize something. The little girl ran excitedly toward Kang-in, brother in. He looked gently at the girl, Min, long time no see. The girl nodded and glanced at him, I'm fine. He gently reached out to pat her head. Good girl, I'm about to get some delicious desserts, I'll go fetch them. Kang-in's face brightened immensely as he talked with Min. The sight left Yoha frozen for a moment. Noticing her odd expression, Du-chan suddenly teased, I was wondering why you were staring blankly at the sky. Turns out it's because of Kang-in, that little stray cat. His remark made her extremely embarrassed. What are you saying? That's not it. He still wouldn't give up and kept asking, weren't you the one who invited Kang-in? She shook her head and hurried to explain. Mr. Kang-in came as a culinary advisor. See. After a while, Kang-in carried a tray of fragrant pastries forward. Little Min watched in awe at the sight. She pointed excitedly at the sweets. Hey, what is this? He answered gently, a variety of cakes and mixed candies, try them. Driven by curiosity, the girl took a bite. The flavor spread and she immediately widened her eyes. So good, crispy and rich, soft and sweet. Seeing that, those nearby immediately paid attention to the new dessert. They swarmed around Kang-in's food cart. Where did this come from? Give me some, give us some too. Everyone ate with delight, whispering, this is really good. Which company made this? It doesn't look flashy, but the taste is top-notch. People chatted merrily with one another. They forgot all their worries and fatigue. A cheerful atmosphere filled the yacht. The sea waves began to grow larger. Beside the massive yacht, a small boat rocked that could capsize at any moment. The man on that boat was the pirate leader Nak Gui. He stared coldly at the luxurious yacht ahead. On the yacht's deck, a sailor grabbed a rope, swung it a few times, then threw it straight toward Nak Gui. He held the rope tight so his comrades could climb up. Seizing the opportunity, the pirates climbed aboard. Moments later, Nak Gui's foot stepped onto the deck. His face became deeply contemplative. His gaze was ice cold as he scanned the area and then headed straight for the wheelhouse. Up above, people were still laughing and joking as if nothing were wrong. Suddenly, the ship trembled slightly, drawing Scarlet's attention. Is our ship stopping out here in the ocean? What's going on? Jessica shook her head. No such event is in the plan. She checked her phone and flinched. No, signal. Scarlet sighed, we're already pretty far from shore, but I have a bad feeling. With no other option, she took out the radio. After calming herself, she warned, attention, there's no plan to stop at sea. Someone head to the control room to check the situation. At that moment, strange noises came from the yacht. People began to worry. Everyone panicked. It sounded like gunshots. What's happening? A frightened man shouted, look, there's someone suspicious. They saw a man standing there holding a gun. His voice was chilling. Everyone get down, move and you die. Even his eyes seemed as if they wanted to devour them. But as soon as he finished speaking, one of the men beside him was shot. A nearby guard had opened fire and brought him down. The remaining pirate yelped and cursed, hey, you said they didn't have guns. I didn't know. A firefight erupted immediately. 2 guards returned fire, but one was hit in the arm and fell down in pain. The remaining guard was also shot down. Everyone screamed, please spare me. The pirate shouted, losing his temper, shut up, whoever yells again I'll shoot. Everyone fell completely silent. Over here, Kang In also had a bad feeling that something was wrong. In the kitchen area, Kang In heard the gunshots. He frowned. Gunfire. The system immediately spoke. Someone just fired a gun on the ship. Kang In, puzzled, what? The head chef called back, what was that loud noise just now? And where's the extra help? The cook replied, panicked. He said he went to the bathroom. The head chef called back, what was that loud noise just now? And where's the extra help? The cook replied, panicked. He said he went to the bathroom. Kang In nodded, probably, let's go. He immediately turned and left, ignoring the curses behind him. Where's he going again? Isn't he just a part-time worker? The system warned further, wait, there are quite a few enemies. We need weapons. Kang In turned back full of confusion. Where do we get weapons now? The system answered, no guns in sight, but there are plenty of knives. At the same time on the deck, Nakgui roared in anger. This is Korea, why do the guards have guns? A henchman hurriedly dropped to his knees. Sorry, boss. Nakgui growled, prepared this sloppily, you want me to throw you into the sea? The henchman trembled, please spare me. Someone nearby whispered, the Matrak government is involved. Nakgui sighed, communications with the control room have been completely cut. Those on the ship can't call out anymore. After thinking for a moment, Nakgui gave a direct order, put them on now. The subordinate nodded, about to say more. The original plan was to handle things here and escape by boat, he began, but Nakgui cut him off. But we've lost the target. The situation has changed, so the plan must change too. He continued, once we pass the territorial waters, Korean planes, warships, and helicopters won't be able to intervene. Order the ship toward the area where Chinese fishing boats gather. Once we blend in there, we can escape. The henchman immediately nodded, understood. A flicker of thought crossed his eyes. He glanced down, but before that, we need to capture the target. He looked around, irritated that he hadn't found anyone yet. Suddenly, he gripped his gun tightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke coldly, do it the old-fashioned way. Until the target shows up, pick them off one by one and toss them into the sea. His smile grew increasingly terrifying, causing Min to panic. She began to wail miserably, I'm so scared, I hate those ugly old men. C beside her was extremely worried, trying to calm Min. But a terrorist pressed a gun directly to the little girl's head. The terrorists held Min tight and reported, we've captured the hostage, boss. Everyone around was extremely worried, screaming out in terror. Yo Ha and Du Chan were also driven into a panic, not knowing what to do. Seeing the situation, Nakgui coldly ordered, if the target doesn't appear within 10 seconds, throw the girl overboard first. The subordinate immediately replied, yes, boss. At that moment, Scarlet suddenly shouted loudly, wait. Everyone turned in surprise to look at her. Without hesitation, Scarlet took deliberate steps toward them. Nakgui laughed with delight when he saw her appear, staring at her with a smug look. Using a hostage to threaten people is always the most effective method, right? Omega Tet. Saying that, he slowly stepped toward the railing. Scarlet's face remained tense, unsure of what would happen. Then she saw something. But just then, while Nakgui was laughing in amusement, a henchman behind him was suddenly shoved down from above. He flinched and turned around. Below, a succession of objects were fired up, catching the terrorists off guard. Scarlet gaped in astonishment, while Min Dai now broke into a joyful smile. Everyone knew the important figure had arrived. Nakhui's voice faltered, desperate as he saw Kang In appear. Who are you? What the hell is that? Shoot him. Kang In's gaze was icy as he looked toward them. When the bullets flew in, he quickly leaped up, deftly dodging them, and then landed smoothly. Kang In's speed was so fast that he took down each attacker in turn. Sensing something was wrong, Nakhui whispered, that guy, who is he? His expression shifted from confident to terrified and desperate. The opportunity came, and Kang In directly hurled 2 knives forward. The knives quickly struck the terrorists' weak points. Kang In coldly twirled the knives in his hands. His eyes, remaining fearsome, hit the crowd for real. The system reminded, the number of enemies isn't up to a company. It's hard to call this a large group. Police are preparing toward the station. A kidnapping on board a domestic ship. What is this? Pirates. Now we have to add an emergency shift outside today's plan. Inside the police station, everything was in chaos. Emergency, where are the Coast Guard units? They'll be here in 30 minutes. Full throttle go, the captain snapped. We'll coordinate with the Air Force. He continued. What about information on the ship? The officer replied, the ship is heading toward Chinese waters. He shouted, damn it, we have to stop them at all costs. Sir, we found the guest list for the party, the captain shouted. Check if any VIPs are aboard. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. The officer stared at the computer screen, startled. Nakangin is also on that ship. He froze for a moment. What? How is he there? Those around whispered, don't tell me he was in the Gangnam rescue. Yes, that's Nakangin. Back on the yacht, Nakhu was furious, thoughts racing. 3 men had been taken down in an instant, not with guns but with kitchen knives. He barked orders, you handle that girl over there, and you take care of the woman next to him. The henchman flinched and stammered, isn't he the guy with the knives? Nakhui snapped, he's the Korean agent who took down the Gangnam gang. I heard he even dodged pistol fire. Seeing the situation, Kang-in quietly calculated, I thought it was impossible, but it can pierce even a bulletproof vest with a kitchen knife. Nakhui shouted, shoot them, make them panic, and then finish him off. Immediately the robbers opened fire. Roger. Bullets flew straight at Kang-in, but at the same time Yo-ha and Min-dai were standing right beside him. Kang-in's eyes widened as he realized the targets weren't him but them. Min-dai watched the bullet fly toward her, terror on her face. But in that split second of danger, Kang-in lunged forward and pulled the girl out of the line of fire. Seeing his daughter in danger, Mi-dai-sai also quickly rushed out to shield her. Mi-deong hurriedly cautioned, wait, Kang-in signaled us not to move, we have to trust him. At that moment the robbers aimed at Yo-ha, making her scream in fright. Fortunately, Kang-in's knife appeared just in time, preventing him from injuring her. She urgently pulled Min into her arms as if to protect the little girl. On the ship, Kang-in continued to take down the robbers from multiple directions. His speed was incredibly swift, leaving them no time to react. Things not going to plan made Nagui so furious he ground his teeth. Damn it. Realizing his intent, Kang-in's eyes flicked sharply to one side. And without hesitation, he spun to act. 2 shots came, but he successfully shielded Yo-ha and Min. His face turned serious as if nothing had happened. But that scene left Yo-ha and Min frozen for a moment. Then they grabbed each other and screamed. Before anyone could recover, Kang-in suddenly raised his hand high into the air, decisively slammed it down onto the table, sending every tool flying. It all happened in an instant. Kang-in quickly surveyed, and knives and other sharp objects vanished from sight. He grabbed everything and hurled them straight at the pirates. Their numbers steadily dwindled. In a short time, the intruders' bodies were strewn across the deck. While Kang-in was still thinking, the system suddenly announced, Agent, we can't find the enemy commander. We think he escaped. Hearing that, he immediately stepped toward Yo-ha and asked. Yo-ha and Min looked at him anxiously, eyes full of doubt. You were shot. Kang-in quickly pulled off his outer layer, revealing the bulletproof vest underneath. The sight left Yo-ha stunned. She asked blankly. What is that? He answered seriously. A bulletproof vest. Hearing that, she suddenly remembered what he had said about the armor he was making. That thing you said you were building, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Her voice faltered suddenly. I actually thought you were really shot. I was so worried I thought I'd die, you know? Kang-in was speechless and only reminded her, calm down, you're making me dizzy. Mi-dai beside her looked at him with admiration. Oh my, thank you, so cool. But why didn't you dodge the bullet? My dad said you could dodge it. The system suddenly displayed an explanation. If he had dodged, both Zindu Chan and El Minji would have been shot. Kang-in smiled. Today I just chose not to dodge bullets. Min's eyes lit up. You're really strong, so you can pick the mood you want to. At that moment, people around began to chatter excitedly. What just happened? Did he take down those gunmen with just a fork? I even saw him use knives. Did you all see that? Anyway, we're alive, we survived. While people were still hugging each other in relief, Scarlet stepped forward and called out loudly. Kang-in, thank you, I owe you again. Kang-in glanced at her in bewilderment. They were aiming at you. Scarlet laughed and nodded. Yes, they want access codes to the top secret server. Those words surprised Kang-in. Top secret? Scarlet sighed wearily. Yes, the company's top secret server. I can't disclose it. There are confidential files inside. Yo-ha beside him looked confused. What are they talking about? The system continued to notify there may be information we need inside. Kang-in's eyes grew skeptical. Isn't that speculation a bit vague? The system replied, Nadek's implanted hatred will develop through experience. While Kang-in was still pondering, Scarlet suddenly suggested, want to know more? There are too many eyes here. Let's meet privately later. Hearing that, Yo-ha spoke up. Why meet privately later? Scarlet looked at her in surprise. Aren't you the rising actress from A Beautiful Sunny Day? Yo-ha snapped angrily. Call me Yo-ha. More importantly, why do you two need to meet privately? The two of them kept arguing. Kang-in saved me, he saved me too. Their exchanges left Kang-in standing to the side, exhausted. Yo-ha pointed at him. He even took a bullet to save me. Scarlet surprised. What? A bullet? He was shot while I was being evacuated. It must have hurt. Where? His chest. Oh my. Seeing the two of them fighting over inspecting the bulletproof vest made Yo-ha tremble with anger. The bullet still lodged in there. It's that hard. How fascinating. Seeing them fight over checking the vest made Yo-ha shake with anger. Stop touching Kang-in's chest. I haven't even had a turn. Kang In was speechless, thinking how did this even happen? Scarlett's gaze regarded Kang In thoughtfully. I'm not exaggerating, his body is really as hard as steel. Could he be a robot? When she lifted the shirt, she gasped in surprise. Could this be the dragon powder? Kang In nodded in confirmation. Yes, now please put my shirt down. Yoha beside him kept scolding. Just because you're a foreigner doesn't mean you can flaunt yourself in public. The system reminded, please don't misunderstand. Kang In nodded. I'm not misunderstanding. Scarlett grew interested in his armor again. This is the Yonka prototype, right? Kang In quickly pulled his shirt down. You know a lot, but the mass-produced Yonka models are a bit different. Scarlett's eyes lit up talking about it. Does it work by dispersing impact forces when the metal structure fractures? Suddenly Yoha called out, hey, sorry, but there are a lot of people watching here. She touched the vest. I'm the type who gets obsessed with something and can't stop. Hearing that, Yoha angrily shouted, just the two of you, what the hell? The system kept reminding, it's not over yet, get back, you don't know what to say in this situation. Amazing, now you're jealous too. The pirate captain still hasn't been caught. Kang In quickly moved toward one of them and grabbed a gun. Scarlett, curious, asked, where do you think he is? He replied, he's probably running to the bridge. I'll go there, everyone here, please hide in the safest place you can. Yoha's face grew worried. Can't you stay here? It's dangerous, it's not safe. Kang In paid no heed to that. They've accelerated. At this speed, the ship will soon leave Korean waters. Surely they don't intend to dock anywhere safe. We have to stop them before their plan succeeds. After a moment of silence, Yoha suddenly shoved a tray of chopsticks in front of him. Then at least take this. A weapon, I mean earlier you were fighting with chopsticks. Kang In explained seriously, that's for when I'm far from the target. In tight spaces you don't need to use it. She nodded in understanding. Oh, I thought it would help. Her face immediately fell sad, which caught his attention. With no other choice, he picked up a chopstick and said, I'll take this as a backup, it should be useful. I'll be back. Those words made Yoha blush at once. She hurriedly nodded yes. After that, Kang In calmly walked down a wide corridor. This must be the bridge. The system confirmed, according to the ship's layout, this should be it. Sensing something was wrong, he suddenly glanced to one side. The system detected an anomaly too. There are enemies on the motorboat. They're fleeing out to sea. The remaining men were trying to escape. Kang In quickly brought the gun to bear. Wasting no time, he fired directly. The system continued. If the cruise ship keeps running at this speed, the Chinese Navy will seize it. We need to turn the ship back. He snapped irritably, deal with those guys first. Bullets quickly sprayed toward the motorboat trying to flee. The system didn't fail to remind him, hitting a fast-moving target at sea from this distance is not easy. Kang In hurriedly turned and ran for the bridge. The Coast Guard will act as soon as they hear gunfire. It warned, don't fake a miss, hitting them is part of the plan. On this side, the gunfire made Yoha start and pay attention. She worried, I just heard a lot of shots, could Kang In have been hit? C comforted her, no, don't worry, the ship is changing course. It was heading toward China, now it's turning back toward Incheon. You need to get to the bridge to help steer the ship. Mi-dai, puzzled, asked, can't Kang In handle it himself? He nodded in confirmation, right, I also want to see for myself. Those nearby then offered, I'll go too. Jessica, come on, are we going? A crowd quickly ran toward the ship's bridge. While everyone was still dazed, a familiar figure appeared. Before Yoha could react, a hand suddenly yanked her forward. Nakhui seized her as a hostage and screamed wildly, back off. Anyone with a weapon, drop it now. Seeing the situation, everyone was terrified. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. So the ones who escaped by boat were your men. Hearing that, Chan was startled. Seeing Kang In standing there unruffled, he snarled, bastard. Kang In slowly jumped down from above. Landing perfectly, leader who lets his men run ahead, how pathetic. Those taunts drove Nakhui into a frenzy. Shut up. Take one more step and I'll blow this girl's head apart. Kang In exhaled once, quickly thrust his gun in front of him and asked, or trade the girl for my gun? There's still ammo in it, want to check? He shouted, push the gun over here first. His voice calm but suspicious. Kang In said, suspicious, fine. Without hesitation, Kang In threw the gun forward, startling Nakhui. You really mean to give the gun? He hurriedly grabbed the gun from the deck, confirmed it still had rounds, and his face split into an evil grin. Idiot. Move, it's not just this one, all of you are going to die, understand? As he prepared to fire, suddenly a chopstick shot through, completely shattering the gun, making him scream in anger. Crazy chopstick, damn you, I'll kill you. Yoha screamed in fright, but no matter how Nakhui tried, the gun fired not a single round. At that moment he realized a truth. Kang In had silently attacked from behind. He decisively stamped with force, flipping him forward. Before he could react, Kang In lunged and grabbed the collar of his shirt. Time seemed to stop. Everyone held their breath watching the fight between the two. Kang In's gaze looked as if he wanted to tear his opponent apart. If the magazine were empty, the gun's weight would feel different. Not recognizing him, Kang In coldly pinned him down, ignoring his desperate explanations. But you clearly said you'd loaded it. He paid no attention, keeping him held tight, which made him scream in fear. No more beating around the bush, who sent you here? Kang In repeatedly forced Nakhui down against the railing, making him more desperate. He asked coldly, so who sent you here? His voice was pleading, I don't know, please save me. This annoyed him and he shoved him back. If you don't know, then fall into the sea. He hurriedly began to tell the story. The broker said they'd pay a lot if I got the access codes, so I did it. I don't know anything else. He continued, actually I do know. If you spare me, I'll tell you who the broker is, okay? Sounds tempting, right? While Kang In was still considering, the system suddenly displayed a notification. He's lying. Immediately, he slammed the man's head hard onto the deck, making Nak Hui breathe a sigh of relief thinking he'd survive. But before he could react, he was rendered completely unconscious. Everyone stood frozen. That scene allowed Kang In to effortlessly foil Nak Hui's pirate plot. Meanwhile, the chefs remained unaware, focused only on cooking. The Coast Guard had arrived, but the passengers on the yacht were still happily enjoying dessert, which surprised the officers. They're drinking champagne and partying. Wasn't there a pirate attack? What happened here? Quickly, the scene shifted to the police station. The pirates were swiftly loaded into ambulances, and police reported that those who looked like pirates had all been subdued, none of them unscathed. The captain calmly asked, were all of them stabbed? A young officer shook his head and explained, sir, many were knocked out by chopsticks. That made the captain suspicious. Really? Are you kidding me? Weren't some actually stabbed with? Meaning too, the officer nodded in confirmation. It's true, some were. While the police were still discussing, a man hurried over and called out, Miss Kelly, this is the second time. If this keeps happening, you might need more bodyguards. He was an employee of the U.S. Embassy. The embassy. Scarrett stepped forward and replied seriously, I've already hired them. He added a reminder, I mean you should hire more. We're lucky this time ended well, but what if next time is a disaster? Scarrett suddenly turned his head and looked back, his voice firm as he realized Kang In was still standing there. Don't worry, I have special protection. I'll always be safe. The embassy asked curiously, are the injured bodyguards okay? Scarrett nodded, yes, fortunately the wounds weren't fatal. He nodded in understanding, I can request permission to use weapons, but we need more manpower. She shook her head, it's fine. We've raised the security level of the lab's top secret servers by 2 tiers. Now even with access codes they can't do anything. Even if they capture me, they can't access it from outside. The embassy was surprised, so why did they target Ms. Kelly? Scarrett chuckled and asked gently, if you don't know, how would they know? Could you send a message out for me? Capturing me now won't gain them anything. The scene shifted to a meeting at the Interagency Terrorism Investigation Headquarters. A senior official spoke up, the ancient relic case isn't even closed, and now we have Nak Hui the pirate. First robbers, now pirates, seriously. What's next, warriors or mages? Why do these things keep happening wherever Nuk Hang In is? Is there any chance Nuk Hang In is behind all of this? Another person quickly replied, sir, both incidents happened because of Scarrett Kelly. The person across from him nodded and added, Scarrett Kelly hired Kang In as a baker. The senior official took notice, not a bodyguard but a baker. He immediately nodded, yes, Nuk Hang In was hired to inspect the food at the party. The senior official, hearing this, seemed to piece something together, so Kang In disguised himself as a baker. Those in the meeting discussed, not a disguise, his cooking skills are genuinely impressive. I heard the food was excellent. Investigation reports confirmed Kang In culinary ability is quite outstanding. I've seen that report too. So why would someone like him be selling food at an internet cafe? He has a lot of connections in the entertainment industry. Lately he's been dropping by internet cafes occasionally to check things out. Is that relevant right now? Anyway, according to witnesses, Nuk Hang In was wearing a bulletproof vest. Right? Even worn underclothes, it's hard to notice. The senior official's face showed puzzlement. Where did you get that from? The secretary answered quickly. It's Yontech's new product, a custom-made, very expensive piece. Mass production isn't possible. This made him wonder, so why does Nuk Hang In have such an expensive item? Someone else chimed in. The report says Lai Teo, CEO of Tho Entertain and also the son of Yontech CEO Lion Min, gifted it to him. Jealous, aren't you? Indeed. Staring at the armor before her, Yo-ha couldn't hide her surprise. So your brother actually made this himself and you trust this handmade piece enough to use it to protect me? Kang In looked away and nodded in confirmation. I guess so. He really trusts his brother. Her face suddenly flushed and she stammered, thank you. Just then, a woman entered and asked, is this the production room of the Earth Alliance? Both of them turned in surprise to look at the strange girl. Their faces became utterly bewildered. Who are you? After a moment, she quickly introduced herself. I'm Cha Dai-hai from Yontech's design team. Hearing that, Yo-ha asked in confusion, is Yontech the family company of CEO Light Ho? Kang In explained, I work there part-time. She grew more puzzled and looked at Dai-hai. What, really? You cook there too? Cha Dai-hai calmly announced, Mr. Nong In is our team leader. This left Yo-ha stunned. Team leader. Kang In remained sitting still, showing no reaction. And after a moment, he slowly opened his eyes and looked toward Dai-hai. I had no idea about that. Why am I the team leader? She recounted seriously. Yesterday, a detective came to headquarters asking about the dragon platter. At that time, T-ho informed everyone that Nuk Hang In was our design team leader. Dai-hai added, that's what led to your promotion yesterday. Kang In thought for a moment then replied, but I'm not an official Yontech employee. She nodded. Right. The team members are company employees and you were hired externally to serve as team leader. Curious, he glanced at her. Then why are you here? Daihai turned to look at Yoha, who looked puzzled, and then answered. Understanding Daihai's meaning, Kang-in spoke up. She can sit with us, she won't understand anything anyway. But Daihai remained calm and said, I'm sorry, but I can't let you sit here. If internal company information leaks, that will be a major problem. The new prototype of the dragon platter uses a different material. You can come with me to Yontek to verify. Yoha, hearing this, looked surprised. You need to go? After a moment's thought, Kang-in decided we don't have anything else to do, so let's go. This left Yoha extremely disappointed. Oh my god, can't you let me and Kang-in be happy? The scene shifted to CEO Jontek's office. T-Ho stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, Nongin, he replied politely. Hello. T-Ho smiled and announced, we just received an order for 9 more the dragon platters. Please have a seat. You proved the dragon platter's effectiveness on the East Asia trip. Because of that, the chances of securing a contract with the police have increased significantly. We really appreciate that. Kang-in shook his head. No need to thank me. Just then, the lead developer rushed in. Excuse me. CEO T-Ho, slightly annoyed, asked, what's the matter? He hurriedly replied, I heard Nongin is here. I've heard a lot about you, a proven combat shooting expert. If you plan to test fire today, could you try this? He handed over the gun. Kang-in looked puzzled. What is this? The system immediately chimed in to analyze. Agent, this is a prototype spit stack from the Earth Alliance. It's an early test model of the Spate Sta, a scope the Earth Alliance used in 2082. Seeing Kang-in engrossed in examining the weapon, T-Ho was at a loss, but we're in a meeting. No matter how relaxed company culture is, this should wait. He quickly explained, I'm sorry, I'm just impatient. The meeting will finish soon, please wait outside. Hearing this, the lead developer nodded. Yes. A confident smile crept across Kang-in's mouth as he pondered a new lead related to the Earth Alliance. The scene moved to the live-fire weapons test range. Seeing Kang-in arrive, the lead developer greeted happily. You're here, go straight into the test. He was surprised. Are you sure this is okay? I'm just an outsider. The developer didn't care. Outsider what? You're the team leader even if part-time. And I've heard you're an excellent shooter. And since you're reputed to be a great shooter, you'll of course be paid. Participants in the firing test get 1 million gold. The system then reminded him, this is a great chance to both gather intel on the Earth Alliance military and earn extra money. Kang-in nodded, warning the system, I know, don't be loud, you idiot. This is an early 2082 generation scope used by the Earth Alliance military, which means Yonka must have ties to the Alliance. The system replied, that's wrong. From my memory, this isn't Ison's, it belongs to another company. Hearing that, Kang-in flinched. Which company? The system shook its head, seemingly helpless. I can't find it, but it's definitely not Yonka's. Recalling something, Kang-in asked, is this device called a spear? The lead developer shook his head. No, this is a hockey stick. He quietly asked the system another name. Could the bastard who destroyed Yonka have sold this technology? The system nodded in agreement. Very likely. Kang-in, holding the gun, suggested, while testing the scope, try it on the dragon platter armor too. The lead developer nodded, yes, we'll prepare it right away. Afterwards, the armor was placed up front. Kang-in decisively aimed the gun at the armor, and without hesitation fired multiple rounds in rapid succession, until there were no bullets left. The system immediately remarked, Yonka's manufacturing and armor assembly have improved a lot. There's no obvious weak spot you can punch through on the first shot anymore, though it still isn't as good as what we make ourselves. Kang-in assessed seriously. The armor's design looks solid. As for the scope, he quickly grabbed a pen and paper and began drawing something attentively, which made the lead developer stare in bewilderment. After a short while, he handed him a sheet with detailed diagrams of the components. It works fine now, but I've marked the points that need improvement here. Do this and it'll be much better. Taking the paper, the lead's face lit up with joy. This is something we never considered before. If we adjust it like this, the hit rate on fast-moving targets will increase. He was moved. Thank you so much. Did you really sketch this yourself? Kang-in replied irritably. So what? If the armor performs worse than the test results, it's just a sizing issue. Make sure to note that when you submit the test report. He nodded quickly. Yes, I'll report it directly to headquarters. Thank you so much. With that, Kang-in quickly returned to where he needed to work. The phone rang. He picked up. Hello. A voice replied, Hi, this is team lead Cha Dai-hai. We just received an order for 10 sets of dragon armor. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, from overseas like you said. She shook her head. No, domestic. Suspicion gradually crept into his eyes, but the dragon armor lacks government certification. We can't sell it to officials. She nodded. Even so, they insist on using it and have contacted us. So someone from the government wants to meet you. Should I give them the address of the workshop from last time? Kang-in answered decisively. No, I'm busy today. Tell them to come to Bitch Cafe tomorrow. She hung up at once. Understood. When everything was settled, he exhaled. All done. The system quickly warned, providing military-grade dragon armor to civilians like Yo-ha may violate regulations. He didn't pay it much mind. She's a local collaborator. It'll be fine. The system nagged again, a collaborator with such poor combat capability. Kang In sighed, that's precisely why she needs it. The doorbell rang, he looked surprised. Who are you? One of them replied, we're here about the order for dragon armor. The system immediately sounded an alarm. These are not the people Cha Dai Hai mentioned. They need to be investigated. Kang In glared at the two standing before him in annoyance. I asked who you are, not why you came. The man wearing glasses chuckled smugly. Keep it confidential. We want that too. This is an unofficial request. Then come in and talk. He reluctantly let them in. The woman exclaimed when she saw the armor sample. You even have a women's model. Kang In repeated, I asked who you are. The glasses wearer said, we're from the National Intelligence Agency. Because this is for armor requirements, we intended to wear 2 sets ourselves. He frowned. 2 sets, then losing patience, he asked, which department are you from? He pointed and introduced, call me Manager Kim and this is Manager Lai. Kang In didn't bother, I'm asking which department. Manager Kim lost his temper, why are you so nosy? Manager Lai hurried to stop him, we can't disclose that. Kang In pointed toward the door, then get out. Both of them looked stunned. Sorry, what did you just say? His eyes turned icy. I said get lost. He continued in a judgmental tone, how do I know you're not planning to rob a bank with these armors? Manager Kim sneered, do you know who we are? You'll regret this. Kang In replied coldly, you expect me to trust you without ID? This is unofficial, don't push me to lose my temper. The atmosphere grew tense. Hey na Kang In, watch your words. Kang In's face remained calm, unafraid. Manager Lai had to step in, stop it. We give him a chance to serve the nation and he shows attitude. Kang In suddenly shouted, hey, they both turned, get out. His voice was so cold it made them shiver. If you really are the government, file through Yonka directly. Manager Kim snapped angrily, what you'll regret. But Kang In stepped forward looking like he might tear them apart. I said get out. Seeing things getting out of hand, Manager Lai dragged Manager Kim away. Don't overreact. Sorry, we're leaving now. Manager Kim kept shouting, let go of me. Damn it, you're making a huge mistake. After they left, Kang In sighed, what a nuisance. Those pests keep crawling back. Should have salted the ground to keep them away. The system warned immediately they might be imposters. Call the police. Kang In shook his head, no, they might actually be government. I think they're from a joint special ops unit, which is why they came. The system was puzzled, then why did you insist on seeing their IDs? He shut the door, cold, because they annoy me. The system nodded, fair. Outside, Manager Lai sighed, why did you pick a fight like that? Manager Kim was furious. He scared the customer off. Don't you know the customer is king? Besides, we're not ordinary customers. We're Korea's elite. Suddenly an official appeared. What are you doing? She was about to explain. But Manager Kim saw the two had returned and the senior official looked bewildered. Weren't you supposed to be getting armor measured? Why are you here? She didn't know how to explain. At that moment, Rookie Kim pretended to be a manager to hide his rank and recounted everything. Kang In treated us like bank robbers, so we argued. He just sighed. How stupid do you have to be treated like that? Wait, you didn't actually fight, did you? He quickly shook his head. Of course not, I never hit civilians while on duty. His eyes grew suspicious. Be honest, did you fight? Manager Lai was startled. We settled it before it came to that. But he became even more curious. Meanwhile, her mood plummeted. We almost fought and the order was refused. This left him exasperated. Unbelievable. You kids are lucky to be alive. Idiots. Both still didn't fully understand what happened. The senior official's expression turned serious. He warned, listen, you two. If you ever run into Kang In again, under no circumstances fight him. You could die. This made Manager Kim burst into scornful laughter. I'm an elite agent protecting the nation and its people. I may be a living weapon, but I don't kill civilians. After a pause, the senior official was at a loss for words. Let me see who trained you into this. Forget it, I'll hunt that bastard down myself. At that moment, Si Ung-hoon suddenly shouted, hey, why don't you cook for us more often? A Dae-om nodded in agreement. I want to eat it every day. Yo-ha exclaimed in surprise. Kids, do you think In is your personal chef? She glanced over, why not? I'm eating too. She laughed and said, he cooks for me, not for you kids. Kang In's gaze turned judgmental. No way. Looks like I'm out of ingredients for fried rice. I need to go buy supplies. The doorbell rang and a Dae-om hurried outside. Welcome, please order at the kiosk and choose a seat. The man shook his head. I'm not a customer. I'm here to see Kang In. She started at that, then called out loudly, Kang In. He hurried outside. You came about the dragon armor, right? The man nodded. Yes, that's right. Nice to meet you. A warning suddenly popped up on the system. Is he the one who ordered the 10 bulletproof armors Cha Dai Hai mentioned yesterday? After a brief silence, Kang In suggested, let's talk over there. The man nodded in agreement, yes. Kang In looked at the business card in his hand. Bodyguard Choi Namsu. He asked, with an escort team, is the dragon armor meant for your VIPs? The man quickly shook his head. Sir, there's no official announcement yet. Curious, he asked, then why order 10 pieces? The man said seriously, because we have real combat data. We heard you took down the Jacko group and the mercenaries at International Gangnam, and even the Nak Gui robbers at that yacht party. Also, you're the founder of the Pow Fist technique. Unbidden, Kang In recalled the martial technique he once invented. Kang In suddenly remembered the fighting method he had invented. The system immediately reminded him, if it's gone now, it's too late, admit it. He nodded in confirmation, right. Namsu continued, actually beyond bulletproof armor we're hoping you can teach Pow Fist to our agents. Kang In, surprised, said, your agents? His face turned serious. Different departments have been sending field personnel here separately. Superiors explicitly requested Pow Fist, were the national training team sent to learn it. The system warned again, ordinary people can't fight like a host. Hearing that, Kang In cut straight to the point. Pow Fist isn't something ordinary people can learn. He added firmly, our agents aren't ordinary. He was about to say more but fell into thought. I mean, it's not something achievable by mere human ability. I can't tell them the reason why it's impossible. The man's face showed confusion. But you can do it, right? That means it's possible for humans. He continued, we're not asking you to be the official trainer. We've prepared a training ground and trainees from multiple agencies. Mr. Na, you just need to show up. These privileges gave Kang In pause. The system kept reminding him, I have the skill to train security for ordinary people, connections with various agencies, and I get paid, work, and profit together. His expression shifted, seeming somewhat pleased. He quickly decided, I'll teach the basics to you. Namsu couldn't hide his joy. Really? Thank you so much. So when do we start? He replied, I'll contact you this week. He was excited. Thank you very much. Sometime later at the internet cafe, Kang In sat looking out inside. Another mission added to my list. The system immediately chimed in, I'll whip those uncles into shape. He pondered for a moment, you're under a lot of pressure, huh? Let's go grocery shopping. A familiar figure suddenly appeared from behind. Seeing Yoha appear, Kang In was slightly suspicious. You're really famous, I feel like I could run into you every day. She snapped back angrily, at least say hello first. The two of them chatted as they went to the market. Where are you headed? To the market. And yous? I'm here because I'm hungry, I hope to eat what you cook. Why is there always someone hungry around me? Yoha smiled excitedly at that. You complain, but you'll still cook for me. By chance, they spotted film director Choi Jae-wook sitting there. He kept complaining, I'm going broke. Seeing him looked familiar, Yoha immediately recognized him. Isn't that director Choi Jae-wook? He must be filming. She quickly moved forward to greet him. When the director saw her, his attitude changed at once. Oh my, isn't that Yoha? What are you doing here? She laughed and explained, I was just passing by. But why are you sighing so heavily? Jin-uk complained. I want the fight scene to look more powerful, more spectacular, but we can't capture the right angles. That's the highlight of this week's episode. I don't want it to fall flat. Yoha laughed with delight. Perfect timing, there's someone here who can handle that. Jin-uk turned to Kang In curiously. Who is he? She quickly introduced him. Na Kang In. He's the martial arts director for our film. Those words changed his expression immediately. What? Oh my, it's an honor to meet you, Director Na. I've heard rumors about you from other directors in Youngmudo. They say you're a master of fast action choreography. Kang In nodded, yes. Jin-uk's eyes lit up with hope. If you don't mind, could you help with our action scenes? We'll pay generously. He still hadn't grasped the full meaning. What would I need to do? Jin-uk continued to explain. We're filming the scene where Lai Bao's bag gets snatched. You'll stunt for the male lead, riding by on a bicycle, stopping calmly to catch the thief, then disappearing. The villain just runs away and you handle the rest. He was surprised. That's all there is to it. Jin-uk nodded. Yes, that's it. At that moment, Yoha smiled and offered, Director, can I do a cameo? His eyes brightened. Really? Sure, we'd love to have you. Yoha was thrilled, thinking, I'll be filming with Kang In again. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I don't like that. Bao Go slowly stepped forward, his face annoyed and reproachful. Yoha, please don't participate this time. The remark left Yoha stunned. What? Immediately, the system displayed a notice. Querying database. The name Lai Burr, a supporting actress in this film, has had several notable roles. She personally favors the drama A Thousand-Year Rookie Love. Kang In suddenly thought, A Thousand-Year Love. Bao Go, hearing this, was startled and bewildered. Oh my, you've watched A Thousand-Year Love, the system added. Though a small role, her performance was highly regarded. He still didn't fully understand the situation, while Bao Go's attitude shifted. Wait, you're a fan of mine, right? I'm a fan of director Na too. At that point, Yoha interjected, trying to break into the conversation. How close are you to Kang In to call yourself a fan? Bao Go replied irritably. Why, everyone in the industry knows he's #1 at martial arts and cooking. Yoha grew more annoyed. Can you be serious? Bao Go didn't forget to smile and ask, then give me his phone number. If you don't mind, he's exactly my type. Yoha snapped immediately, in your dreams. The two argued nonstop. How close are we that you talk to me like that? Who uses honorifics with an old classmate, you little brat? Do you know where you are? Kang In realized, so they were classmates. They do look alike. Just then, a voice called out, stop wasting time, let's start filming. This man was the film's villain, known as the bad guy actor. Jin-uk reminded everyone, okay, calm down, we're rolling now. Everyone nodded yes. Looking at Kang In's figure, the bad guy actor thought to himself, so I just need to run and he'll handle the rest. I can play the villain, but I'm also a stunt expert. My gut says something's off. Let's see what his skill level is. Director Uk's voice rang out, ready to roll. Bao Go quickly took his position, strolling down the street. She smiled expectantly. Once I turn this in, my life will change. This USB contains 3 years of work. If someone snatches it, forget it. That won't happen. I'll submit it quick and go home to sleep. What a beautiful day. No sooner had she finished than the bad guy actor snatched her bag. Her face froze as she realized something was wrong. Her expression went blank as she realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, she tripped. She looked utterly pathetic, bawling, "It hurts, somebody help." Bao Go cried like a child. At that moment, the familiar bicycle slowly appeared. Kang In sped forward on his bike. In no time, he nearly caught up with actor Burr's speed. The system quickly announced, "Cameras are all set. I'll assist to get the best angle." Kang In silently agreed. And his nimble speed surprised the bad guy actor. This bastard runs so fast he'll wreck the script, and he doesn't even care about the cameras. Damn, he's fast. Kang In's speed gradually closed the gap. With no other choice, the bad guy actor decided to pull out a stunt move and unleash his trump card. While everyone watched, the bad guy actor popped a wheelie and lunged forward. His skill was top tier. The sight left Jin Uk and Yo Ha momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "That's over the top." Eventually, he managed to put some distance between himself and Kang In. Why can't he catch up? The camera must have it. Kang In asked the system again, "Dai, can you see it?" The system nodded in confirmation, of course. While everyone's still worried, Kang In sent his bike airborne, even pulling a wheelie better than the bad guy actor had just done. Not satisfied, he kept flipping several times in midair, then landed solidly, stamping down on the bike. Kang In didn't bother with a wheelie onto the railing. He jumped straight onto the park roof. His bike riding skills were incredibly flashy. The bike was hurled into the air, and his body sprang high forward, aiming straight at the bad guy director who was pedaling away. Kang In's decisive punch came into view. Sensing things were off, the bad guy actor shouted a warning, "Don't imitate this, you'll smash your face." Immediately, his bag and helmet flew into the air, and his bicycle was tossed to the side. In the end, he was completely taken down by Kang In. After finishing the job, Kang In slowly turned his head. Seeing Bao Go still sitting motionless, he stepped up and handed her the bag. Kang In said little and simply walked his bike away. Bao Go's eyes lit up instantly. She'd found her type. The scene ended, and director Uk suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly pushed his glasses up and shouted, "Cut." Bao Go quickly spoke up, "Director, I'm sorry, I forgot my line. I should have said thank you for saving me." But his gaze was very pleased. "It's fine, it still fits. Your acting has improved a lot, Bao Go." At that moment, others rushed over to the bad guy actor. "Are you okay? You got thrown. Are you all right?" His face remained bewildered as he lay there. Feels like falling onto a freshly sun-dried blanket, warm and soft. Martial director Na Kang In, "I'm in awe of you." Those around him asked in surprise, "Are you out of your mind from the hit?" "I can see it clearly. The landing was so light." On the other side, director Uk was moved to tears. "Na Kang In, thank you so much. If possible, we'd like you to direct more action scenes for us. Would that be okay?" The screenwriter quickly announced, "That's a wrap." At that, Yo Ha became puzzled. What? Kang In Oppa disappeared already. Jin Uk heard this and felt very regretful. "Oh my, I wanted to edit and shoot more right away." Bao Go also felt sad. "Oh my, I didn't even get his number. Why does everyone hold out like that?" Kang In Oppa's trying to take over the world. In the blink of an eye, time shifted to the next day at the gym. Kang In stepped in, awed. "It's huge." The system announced, "Perfect for starting the role, coup program." The group seeing him cheered, "Hello, Coach Na." Nam So and everyone standing there waited eagerly. "We look forward to your instruction." He walked forward slowly. "You all came early, huh?" Everyone nodded. "Of course, we even warmed up already." 2 introductions followed quickly. "I'm bodyguard Ba Ko Zangi." "I'm bodyguard Minung Hai." On the last day, a more reserved introduction. "I'm head of department Kim. Intelligence calls me Chief Kim. That's fine." Kang In unconsciously remembered a man named Manager Kim. The system remarked in surprise, "It seems like all the Chief Kims around here are a little odd." He sighed and shook his head. "Never mind." The group quickly bowed to Kang In, hopping for his help. The system signaled immediately. "All right, today we'll roll coup." He nodded in agreement. "I assume everyone has a martial arts background. Show me what you can do." Nam So asked curiously, "So what should we do first?" He took off his shirt and tossed it aside. While everyone was still stunned, he already readied himself to attack. "That's it, any style will do, just fight." Nam So was a bit startled. "So who goes first?" He replied immediately, "All 4 at once." The 4 froze. "What?" Kang In's face was resolute as he declared, "I said all 4. Seeing him say that, everyone suddenly fell silent. Nam So was determined to follow through, thinking inwardly, "They look down on us, huh? They think this will be easy." His gaze revealed a clear determination to take Kang In down. All 4 quickly shifted into ready positions. At that moment, Dong Hai bowed his head and charged forward at blistering speed, determined to take Kang In down. Seeing Dong Hai attack, the others rushed in to join the assault. Kang In's gaze casually scanned each of them. He was able to handle Dong Hai easily in just a few seconds. When Sun Di attacked with a face full of determination, Kang In calmly blocked the strike, used a counter move, then decisively drove a straight punch into Zungi's body, leaving him unable to react in time. He crashed hard to the ground in pain. While he was distracted, Chief Kim behind him tried to throw a sneak attack, but Kang In quickly spun around and seized his body. Everything happened so fast that before he could react, Kang In had already taken him down from behind. After dealing with Chief Kim, Nam So was the last to rush in. Don't think that's the end of it. His expression had turned fiercely determined. Unfortunately, his strike had many openings, which made it easy for Kang In to evade. Kang In even gave him a punch to the gut. Years of training made Nam So fight back fiercely. A proud smile spread across his face. Nam So gripped Kang In's arm and remarked seriously, "Your wrist lock is still raw and stiff." Kang In stayed silent at that comment. The next scene froze everyone. With one hand, Kang In lifted Nam So off the ground. His face immediately went blank for a moment. "No, this can't be. I've been beaten by Kang In." While making that move, Kang In's face turned utterly serious. In a short time, all four were completely defeated by him. He stood there looking at everyone's current state. After assessing them, he slowly spoke. "Everyone, is this really your best?" There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Those words made them furious as they glared at Kang In, but they couldn't do anything. Still, they didn't give up and continued charging. Seeing that, Kang In moved into a ready fighting stance. Over the following period, the place echoed with sounds of pain. No matter how many times Kang In dealt with them, they refused to quit. Until Nam So finally spoke up with a face swollen from hits. "We can't beat you." All four quickly dropped to their knees before Kang In. "With skills like this, why don't you become a professional fighter? At this level, you could crush world champions." The Dayan system was speechless and said, "I wonder if the host could even pass a doping test." Kang In calmly explained to the four, "I'm not into those competitions. So you finished warming up, right? Now let's move on to basic training." The four looked incredulously stunned. "So what was that just now?" He replied calmly, "That was only a demonstration. Now the main part begins." Their voices were desperate. "Please spare us." Later, the scene cut to a beer bar in the city. Everyone held large mugs of beer and chatted happily. "Thanks for the meal. You should taste the beer, it's great." A Dayon beside him smiled and said, "Kang In, you're such a good guy. You even treated us to chicken and beer." Ziong Hon added, "And pizza too." "Thanks, man. If Kang In Oppa cooked the chicken himself, it'd probably taste even better." She nodded excitedly. "Exactly, next time you should make chicken and pizza for us." Kang In replied seriously, "I'll do it if you pay." Remembering something, she quickly pulled out her phone. "By the way, have you all seen this? The movie Blue Ski." People perked up in disgust. "That movie was shot right in front of our internet cafe. It's out now. They must have rushed filming." Kang In's action scene is blowing up. EU, surprised, turned and asked Kang In, "Are you acting in movies again?" He answered seriously, "I just joined because I had free time." Seeing his moves in the film left Dayon utterly impressed. "That's insane. Was that bicycle wheel CGI? He shook his head and explained, "No, the shot on the phone is real. It shows my skill." Ziong Hon seriously explained to her, the bike wheel spins on its own." Her eyes lit up with anticipation. "Amazing." He kept looking at the phone screen. "Yoha is in the movie too." Kang In nodded in confirmation. "She has a cameo." EU curiously moved closer. "Let me see." Watching that scene had everyone talking. Her argument scene with Lai Bor was so convincing. Those two actually have beef in real life. They've been at odds for a long time. Really? Back in school it blew up. It's probably not acting. I see. Seeing this, Kang In remembered something. "Right, I have something I need to give her." He quickly stood up and stepped outside. "I have something to take care of, so I'll settle up and go ahead." Everyone was startled to hear that. "What? Leaving again? Always so busy." Over there, Yoha suddenly received a call from Kang In. She hurriedly jumped up to answer the phone. "Kang In, what's up?" He answered on the other end, "I'm having chicken and beer with the others. Your name came up, so I thought of you." This made her ponder. "What? You called me because you remembered me while drinking." His face turned serious. "Actually, I remembered. I have something I want to give you." She asked curiously, "What is it?" He seemed unwilling to say and only replied, "You'll know when we meet." That annoyed her. "Tell me now, don't leave me curious." "Where shall we meet?" "Let me get ready." Kang In quickly informed her, "I'll come near your place." Hearing that, Yoha nodded without hesitation. A little while later, she rushed over to him. "Have you been waiting long?" Kang In shook his head. "No." She sighed and checked herself. "I was doing housework, so I'm a bit late." Before she could finish putting on makeup, Jae-in nearby chimed in, "Yeah, right, you did your makeup thoroughly." Kang In quickly handed her a bag. "Here, take this." She took it with both hands, puzzled. "What's this?" His face suddenly turned serious. He said nothing. While she was still waiting, he slowly spoke, "Underwear." Time seemed to stop in that moment. At SAH Entertainment's headquarters, the atmosphere was tightly focused on a new music project. The CEO of SAH Entertainment was meeting with the company's three most promising talents. He announced that the purpose of the meeting was to choose who would perform the song "Today I Move On Again," which he had mentioned yesterday. All 3 trainees had solid skills and confidence. He felt their voices suited the song's color perfectly. One guy asked why the boss hadn't just invited the person who sang the guide track, but the CEO sighed and said that person had declined. The issue now was to pick one person, and all 3 were eager to seize the opportunity. They began bickering, each promising to work hard and bring profit to the company if chosen. The CEO found the noise excessive and decided against a singing contest, opting instead to let fate decide fairly with rock, paper, scissors. And so the fateful hand battle began, rock, paper, scissors. In the first round, all 3 chose paper, resulting in a draw. After 4 consecutive tied rounds, someone finally won and leaped up to celebrate, while the others shouted that he had played too slowly. Amid the commotion, an employee rushed in breathless to deliver bad news to the boss. The draft recording of the song had been leaked online. The news hit like a thunderclap, freezing the room, and the CEO didn't understand what was happening. He shouted, asking how it could have leaked. The employee stammered that the music was so good some people secretly copied it to listen and accidentally exposed it. The situation was extremely urgent. The CEO wanted to record and release the official version immediately before it spread further. He turned to ask who would step up to sing the song now. Contrary to earlier, all 3 men now went pale and fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The guy who had won earlier suddenly changed his tune, saying he had played too slowly and would cede the opportunity to someone else. The others frantically pushed responsibility onto each other, each wanting to back out and refusing to take the song. The CEO of SAH Entertainment was bewildered, unable to understand why they had flipped their attitudes so quickly. It turned out they were scared. The guide was so perfect that if the official release sounded worse, it would be a dark chapter in their careers. So the bunch ran off like their shoes were on fire, leaving the boss shouting and threatening to fire them all. While the CEO tore his hair out, the employee could only stand there and sigh. At that moment, director Park Woo-seop appeared and asked what all the commotion was about. The employee explained that composer Kwak Chan-seok's song had been leaked, which surprised Park Woo-seop as well. The company had already signed the rights, so someone had to sing it, but no singer dared to step forward because the guide was too good. A knock on the door sounded, and it seemed Park Woo-seop had an idea. He recalled that Na Kangin himself had recorded the guide and thought it would be perfect to have the original artist debut it. Park Woo-seop stepped into the boss's office to discuss it. After presenting Shin Yoon-ha's scheduled documents to the CEO, he began to suggest his plan. Park revealed that Shin Yoon-ha was very close to the person who recorded the guide and asked if the boss wanted him to connect the two. Hearing that, the CEO was ecstatic, his face lighting up as if he'd found gold. Park Woo-seop promised to get the contact information for the boss, easing the tension in the office. At a sunlit outdoor cafe, Shin Yoon-ha was relaxing on her day off. She received a call from Park Woo-seop asking where she was. Park asked if she was with Na Kangin, which made her jump and ask how he knew. Yoon-ha hastily denied they were dating, then listened as Park told her Kangin's guide was storming YouTube. Park Woo-seop asked her to hand the phone to Kangin to discuss urgent business because the boss was in a headache over finding a singer. Yoon-ha passed the phone to Na Kangin, saying the call was for him. Meanwhile, at the office, the CEO was holding his breath, waiting for the response on the other end. Upon hearing the offer to debut as a professional singer to profit from ads and digital sales, Kangin flatly refused without hesitation. The CEO of SAH Entertainment asked why in surprise, since he knew Na Kangin as a top stunt actor and fight choreographer. Kangin calmly explained that revealing his face as a singer would cause trouble for his covert missions, so he pretended to have camera phobia. The boss couldn't bear to let such talent go, while Park Woo-seop listened intently to the negotiation over the phone. To persuade Kangin, the CEO made an extremely attractive offer to release an album and give him a full 50% of digital revenue. Sitting beside him, Shin Yoon-ha quickly chimed in asking about other income streams like ad revenue and karaoke royalties, a girl who knew how to protect her friend's interests. Hearing about fair money, Na Kangin began to waver. He thought if he could earn a lot without revealing his face, there was no reason to refuse. The deal was sealed. The CEO of SAH Entertainment rejoiced and promised to contact him as soon as a recording schedule was set. 2 days later, at the company's recording studio, the moment Na Kangin's live voice filled the room, both the boss and the sound engineer stood agape in astonishment at how superb it was. Kangin was completely immersed in the song, showcasing an emotional, powerful voice that gave everyone chills. People in the studio heaped praise on him. Some felt their souls melting at the voice. They couldn't believe his voice had improved so dramatically in just 2 days. The CEO was moved to tears. Now he understood why professional singers had been terrified after hearing Kangin's guide. He lamented that such a handsome man with such a great voice refused to reveal himself. After completing the excellent recording session, Kangin modestly said he was only trying it out for fun. Everyone began discussing a stage name. the CEO asked if he wanted to use his real name, Na Kangen. But to protect his real identity, Kangen insisted on using a completely different stage name. He proposed the simple name Giebel, meaning development. However, those around him misunderstood it as dog paw. Finding that name odd, someone suggested puppy paw to sound cuter, leaving Kangen speechless. After a comical back and forth, the name Giebel was dismissed in favor of an even cuter one. Finally, everyone settled on the official stage name Ding Ding, puppy, a name that could not be more at odds with its owner's cool image. And so the mysterious masked singer Ding Ding was born with a hilariously paper dog mask, promising to shake up the music charts soon. Shin Yoonha burst into the room, loudly complaining that she had nothing to wear for tonight's party. Her mother, busy cleaning, sympathized with her daughter's fatigue and asked what party was being postponed because of some drone. Yoonha explained it was the wrap party for the film Blue Sky by Lee Bora, someone her mother also knew. Seeing her daughter frantically choosing outfits, her mother teased that maybe she had a boyfriend. Yoonha jumped up, insisting she's a celebrity and must look proper. Shin Youngseok lounged on the sofa and joined in, adding a teasing remark about his sister having a boyfriend. Yoonha, changing clothes in her room, shouted for her brother to shut up and forbade him from calling her Nuna if he didn't want a beating. Their mother suddenly remembered and said Bora's mother had called this morning, saying she couldn't reach her daughter. Yoonha began to worry because Bora had said she was going out to get some fresh air in the morning but had since disappeared and wasn't answering her phone. Youngseok urged his sister to call again. Yoonha was annoyed because he normally called her hey but switched to a syrupy Nuna when talking about Bora. The kid casually admitted he was a hardcore fan of Bora, which was why he used that term. All they heard on the other end was a message saying the line was unreachable, which made Yoonha even more anxious. Bora might sometimes not pick up, but her phone being completely powered off had never happened before. The scene cut to Earth Union Studio headquarters, where Yoonha sat with a worried expression. She told Na Kangen about Bora's personality, punctual and very professional. Looking at the modern computer systems, Yoonha fretted because Bora should have been at the wrap party with the director and everyone by now. Kangen fell silent. He also found the simultaneous car trouble and loss of contact extremely suspicious. With a cold glint in his eye, Kangen immediately ordered JIIN to start hacking Bora's information to trace her. Although JIIN reminded him about rules for using such skills, Kangen insisted that saving someone was Earth Union's top priority. The system began to boot. Kangen granted control, his virtual hands appearing ready to operate the keyboard. The keystrokes rang out continuously. His processing speed left Yoonha standing beside him with her mouth agape. Kangen found Bora's Instagram post showing she had been getting fresh air in Yongpyong since early morning. He checked dashcam footage and saw she had left Yongpyong and was heading back toward the studio. Yoonha was surprised Bora even knew the address here and felt her worry had been a bit overblown, which made her annoyed. But Kangen pulled her back to reality, pointing out the photo was 3 hours old. Bora should have been here long ago. He ordered JIIN to filter out everyone whose travel routes matched Bora's today. A short while later, Kangen compiled a suspect list. Yoonha still didn't understand what he intended to do. Yoonha panicked when she saw her own name listed at the top with the reason, frequently argues with the victim. Kangen nonchalantly said it was a slip and deleted her name, then narrowed the list down to the 3 most likely suspects. The list included a tailing car, a suspected obsessive fan, and a male artist who had a scandal with Bora. Kangen stood up and told Yoonha they should go. She was still bewildered, unable to believe he planned to hunt someone down with just that information. Kangen explained their destination was the police station, since it's the best place to trace locations. The two quickly arrived at the police headquarters. Upon entering, the officers recognized Kangen and greeted him warmly. Kangen got straight to the point, wanting to file a missing person report with signs of foul play and requesting urgent assistance. He handed the suspect file to the policeman. The man was astonished and asked if Kangen had investigated all this himself. Kangen said he had help, while Yoonha signaled from behind that he must keep her identity secret. When they heard the missing person was the famous actress Lee Bora, the entire station went into a frenzy. The officer didn't hesitate and immediately ordered a phone location sweep for all 3 suspects. Kangen's eyes flashed green again as he focused completely on finding her whereabouts. The scene shifted to a remote, deserted suburb with a few cars parked along the roadside. Shin Munsik dashed toward the white car, calling Park Deokgu and shouting that something big had happened. Deokgu, wearing a patterned blue shirt, turned and asked if a client was suspicious. Munsik said the handover had just finished and the money was about to come in. Park Deokgu grinned with satisfaction that their land scam was nearly complete, daydreaming about a luxurious Southeast Asian vacation after a year of hard work. But Shin Munsik was sweating bullets, saying something major had happened. Dyaku barked at his brother, asking what crooked stunt he'd pulled this time. Munsik recounted that in Yongpyong he had spotted actress Lee Bora, the star their boss always watched on TV. Since it was on the way, he tailed her car from a distance for a long stretch toward Seoul. Unexpectedly, Bora turned onto a trail road. Because she was driving slowly, Munsik's car closed in right behind her. The bumpy road made him lose control and slam hard into the back of the actress's car. Dyaku flew into a rage at the news, fearing the police investigating their fraud would sniff out traces of them at the accident scene. Munsik told his boss not to scold him yet, because what happened afterward was the real problem. He said when they got out to check, Bora was unconscious and looked seriously injured. So instead of taking her to the hospital, they stuffed her into the trunk and drove her back here. Dyaku felt faint just hearing it. Dyaku cursed at his brother's pig-brained stupidity. Munsik insisted he'd hidden the victim's car deep in the woods already. Munsik stepped up to the white car, preparing to open the trunk for his boss to see the package. Inside, Lee Bora was bound hand and foot with her mouth gagged. She had come to and was looking at them with terrified eyes. Confirming she was indeed the famous star, Dyaku went crazier, furious his brother had brought disaster to their doorstep. He worried their year-long fraud scheme would evaporate if this disappearance were exposed. Bora sobbed loudly in the trunk. Munsik panicked, frantically asking how they should handle it now. Dyaku swore angrily, his mind spinning as he tried to figure out how to fix this mess. A dark idea flashed in the leader's murderous eyes. Finally, he ordered Bora to be buried alive to cover their tracks, ignoring her desperate mute pleas for help. Dinner began with a lavish grill. Everyone shouted loud cheers in unison to kick off the feast. The commercial director, extremely delighted, turned to Lee Bora and Shin Yoonha, boasting they had rented a covered venue this time to avoid the explosive accidents that happened before. Bora giggled while Yoonha still looked a bit sore. She snappishly reminded how dangerous that was and told the director to stop bragging about things that didn't concern him. Turning to Kangin, the director eagerly invited him to join an upcoming TV drama project. He didn't promise a lead role but assured Kangin of a very important part. Kangin remained modest as always, saying his acting skills were just average. The director waved that off, claiming everyone praised his acting and insisting on testing him on camera right then and there. The director's face showed he was tipsy, grinning broadly in an almost comical way. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out that froze the whole group. Shin Yoonha jumped and spun around, eyes wide in shock. Chaos erupted in the venue. Blood-curdling screams echoed everywhere as everyone panicked, not knowing what had just happened outside. Bora's female bodyguard immediately sprang into action, pulling the two women to evacuate to a safe spot. But Bora and Yoonha insisted on staying with Kangin no matter what. While everyone panicked, Kangin remained extremely calm. With his keen hearing, he immediately determined this was a very serious vehicle collision. From above, a large truck had flipped over in the middle of the street. Smoke billowed up as residents gathered around the scene. Kangin quickly arrived at the accident site. He coldly surveyed the wreckage and ordered the system to report the situation immediately. Inside the cabin, the driver was unconscious and covered in blood. Worse, part of the truck's metal frame had pierced through the victim. He judged at once that without specialized equipment, there was no way to extract the person. Trying to pull the driver out now would only worsen the injuries, so the best option was to wait for the 119 rescue team. The truck was blocking the road. Bystanders were frantically trying to rush in to drag the driver out. Kangin had to step in to stop them, warning that doing so would be killing them. Amid the tension, a man in a dress shirt ran up, shouting to check the situation. He introduced himself as a doctor and asked everyone to step back so he could examine the victim's wounds. It was Kim Jung-seok, a surgeon and also Bora's cousin. Kangin regarded him with a probing look. Jung-seok seemed to recognize Kangin as the young man from the viral video, but Kangin had no time for greetings and told him to focus on the patient first. After a quick examination, Dr. Kim agreed with Kangin's assessment. He clicked his tongue and said pulling the victim out now would ruin everything. The crowd began murmuring. Someone remarked the young man had been right. Luckily, nobody had foolishly dragged the person out. Kangin paid no attention to the praise. He stared at the pool of liquid spreading across the road, wondering what the truck had been carrying that smelled so strange. Under the chassis, plastic jerry cans lay scattered, their labels marked VTX13. Immediately, JIIN issued a blazing red emergency alert. JIIN scanned the contents and identified the chemical as VTX13. According to system data alone, this substance is harmless, but if mixed with certain additives it transforms into a bomb called November B. Kangin felt a chill when JIIN added that this chemical bomb wouldn't be invented for another year. That meant at present, people were transporting it as an ordinary cosmetic raw material without realizing they were carrying a time bomb. Kangin was speechless and complained to the system about how accidents always seemed to happen where he stood. JIIN, in a cheeky tone, said maybe his luck was just cursed. Before he could catch his breath, the system alarmed again. JIIN detected NG3 nearby, a key component for creating that devastating explosion. Kangen's eyes widened as he looked into the cargo hold. The two deadly substances lay side by side. A small jolt or a rise in temperature would blow them all to pieces. Fire and ambulance sirens wailed through the neighborhood. Extremely anxious, Kangen ordered JIIN to calculate the damage potential immediately. A simulated image of the explosion formed in his mind. If that chemical pile detonated, the area would be reduced to ashes with hundreds killed instantly. JIIN forecast an even more horrifying number. If the blast spread to nearby buildings, deaths could reach 3,000, not counting thousands more injured. Kangen's face tightened with tension. Its destructive power would be an unimaginable catastrophe if not stopped in time. He ordered the system to trace the phone number of the company responsible for the shipment. The screen displayed the company's name, Bikhansu Ryo. The Bikhansu Ryo Cosmetics Company's sign loomed like a taunt before the looming catastrophe. In the company's office, team leader Choi picked up the phone with a rather nonchalant expression, completely unaware. But immediately after, he started raging when he heard the other end mention VTX13. He shouted that it was just the company's cosmetic raw material, not for any ridiculous purposes. The old team leader Choi snorted and told his colleagues it was probably some crazy prank caller, claiming their cosmetics were bombs was unbelievable. Kangen on the line was doing his best to explain that if the two substances mixed, they would explode. He urged the company to call the police and fire department immediately, but all he got back were Choi's shouts. Team leader Choi yelled into the phone, accusing Kangen of being a fraud trying to get close to steal their proprietary cosmetic formula. Kangen sighed in frustration at the man's ignorance and stubbornness. Choi continued to threaten him, ordering him to keep the scene intact and claiming he'd send staff to check immediately. A harsh click sounded from the other end as team leader Choi decisively hung up without hearing any more explanation. Kangen stood stunned, staring at the phone in his hand. He muttered, wondering where such arrogant speech came from. Thousands of lives hung by a thread, and the man treated it like a joke. He hurried over to a nearby 119 rescue worker, who was fumbling about to issue an urgent warning. Kangen said sternly that the truck's cargo contained extremely dangerous chemicals and ordered everyone to step back immediately. The rescue worker blinked for a moment, then asked if he was with the shipping company. He explained he was just a customer dining at a nearby restaurant who happened to witness it. Hearing that, the rescuer looked at him with suspicion and became guarded. At that moment, Dr. Kim Jung-seok also spoke up, tense. He insisted that extracting the victim from the wreck now must be done with extreme care. A single mistake would kill the driver instantly from massive blood loss. The rescuer followed the doctor's advice, patted Kangen on the shoulder to push him back, and ordered his team to prepare specialized equipment to cut the truck's frame. Just then, a cracked container of VTX13 began leaking right before Kangen's eyes. He realized the other barrels were also highly unstable and could detonate at any moment from heat or disturbance. Unable to stand by, he shouted for everyone to fall back far away. If those crates were moved carelessly, the whole block would be flattened. Kangen's face went grave as he confirmed these were bomb-making components. The nearby 119 rescuer drained of color, stammering in disbelief. Another rescue worker wearing glasses immediately acted, ordering the crowd dispersed and the scene sealed off. Only emergency personnel were to remain. But a different rescuer inspecting the scattered jerry cans appeared extremely complacent. He claimed VTX13 was actually just an ordinary cosmetic ingredient. He even laughed, saying his wife was a loyal customer of the brand, so he knew well there was no way it could explode. After checking the data, the bespectacled rescuer turned to Kangen with an irritated look. He said the substance was used for skin regeneration in cosmetics and had nothing to do with bombs, as Kangen claimed. He pointed directly at Kangen and snapped that he had no right to joke irresponsibly while everyone was trying to save a life. Kangen felt helpless that no one believed his expertise. Just then, a woman in a black suit ran up from behind, calling him Master Na with reverent urgency. She handed him a connected phone, saying she'd reached Seung-kai and asking if he wanted to give direct orders. Grasping the phone, Kangen immediately confirmed with the caller the extreme danger if the chemicals mixed. Seung-kai on the line sounded deeply respectful and pledged to dispatch forces at Master Na's command. But then Seung-kai suddenly changed his tone, pleading with Kangen to go easy on him in the next hell training. Kangen coldly replied he'd consider it later. Returning the phone to his subordinate, Kangen casually agreed that Seung-kai had been slacking lately. He decided he'd give him an intensified training session when the chance arose. A voice spoke up, admitting they should apologize and promising to comply immediately. Kangen's phone vibrated wildly with an incoming call. The caller identified himself as Baek Seon-cheol, CEO of the Bikhansu Ryo conglomerate. He said he found Kangen's number in the truck accident report. Kangen strolled down the street nonchalantly. He confirmed he was the one who warned about the bomb and flatly refused any form of reward. Despite CEO Beek's earnest invitation to meet with team leader Choi, Kangin merely reminded them to handle VTX-13 carefully to avoid disaster. After receiving a flurry of submissive responses from the other end, he coldly hung up. He looked at his phone, satisfied at having repaid the slight from before. He figured team leader Choi was probably in tears by now. Sure enough, team leader Choi was getting berated by superiors for nearly ruining the company's reputation, left to plead and apologize in vain. Baekseon Cheol rubbed his tired head, admitting he might have acted just as poorly in Choi's place. He politely ushered staff out. He immediately called manager Park Woo-seop, ordering a thorough investigation into who Na Kangin really was. Park Woo-seop reported that Kangin was merely a civilian who happened to be at a party near the accident scene. But he wasn't a chemical expert. He was a renowned action director for several big films. Manager Park also discovered Kangin had sung the catchy song in a beverage commercial. CEO Beek was surprised, having heard it himself. After listening to Kangin's newly released track, the CEO grew excited, saying the timing couldn't be more perfect. He immediately decided to invite Kangin to join the conglomerate's new advertising project. Meanwhile, Kangin was at the Dedeok Research Complex. He received a call from Park Woo-seop, Shin Yoon-he's manager, to discuss the advertising contract. After hearing the offer to use his song as the soundtrack and to star as the action lead, Kangin agreed to meet after returning to Seoul. Manager Park grinned, secretly thinking he'd probably be treated to a big meal at the internet cafe in return. Kangin ended the call with a thoughtful expression. His gaze turned cold as he scanned the surroundings. The JIIN system spoke up, confirming that this reality differed too greatly from its data. All major defensive installations were gone. JIIN explained the world had shifted by 60 years, so those facilities simply hadn't been built yet. Kangin looked at the research campus, where he had hoped to find answers. The layout and locations of the research centers were completely different from his records. Kangin told himself not to expect too much to avoid disappointment. He turned his back and walked away. JIIN coaxed him to stop for Jampong before returning to base. He nodded. Eating was the only realistic plan now. The car drove along tree-lined streets at sunset. Sitting in the car, Kangin suddenly heard distant commotion. Realizing a festival was happening nearby, JIIN suggested he sample the local food before the main meal. He drove toward it, teasing his AI that it was only good at finding free food. The Greenwood Festival venue appeared with a large stage and a lively crowd. Kangin stepped out of the car and glanced toward the group gathered on the lawn. He recognized them as the P-Pew girls from SAH, whom he'd met when dining with Shin Yoon-ha. One girl in the group suddenly spotted the familiar figure and cried out in surprise. The P-Pew girls immediately bowed to Kangin politely, like greeting a senior. Their leader beamed happily to see him again, though Kangin quickly corrected that he wasn't famous. When he asked about the event, the girls explained they had to book their own gigs to earn a living and even arrange the work themselves. Choi Ji-hye laughed and scratched her head, saying the company had only one manager for too many artists, so they had to drive themselves here. Kangin thought the company's operations were reckless. She hurriedly waved her hand to clarify, not wanting him to misunderstand that they had volunteered to do it themselves. An aerial view of the festival showed it wasn't very large. These small events barely earn anything after travel and lodging costs. Judging by their appearance, Kangin guessed the group had few fans. They were the kind of idols who had to pinch every penny to survive. Seeing them do their own makeup by following YouTube tutorials, he couldn't help but feel pity for the young girl's situation. Kangin asked whether the JIIN system knew how to do makeup. JIIN confidently asserted that if it was tactical disguise techniques, she knew them precisely. Kangin needed a reference model. He decided to ask JIIN to use her criminal portrait sketch skills to recreate the girl's stage makeup. JIIN immediately searched for images of P-Pew girls performing. Kangin's eyes glowed blue as he focused intently on his phone screen. That look burned with a strange determination, as if he were carrying out a top-secret mission. He casually asked the blue-haired girl if she wanted him to do her makeup, confidently claiming he was pretty good at it. The group stared at him in bewilderment. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the blue-haired girl excitedly shouted to be done first. The other members were equally eager. Choi Ji-hye jumped in asking for makeup too, admitting she was terrible at it and always had to rely on the older members. Kangin sat down and asked to borrow their cosmetics. Ji-hye generously pulled out a suitcase and told him to use whatever he needed. With JIIN's support via AR interface, Kangin's goal was to precisely recreate the makeup from Choi Ji-hye's video. Jin guided him step by step, telling him to move his hand exactly. A moment later, under the cool shade of the tree, the surrounding space seemed to hush in anticipation of the surprise. The other members gaped in amazement as they witnessed his magical hands. The makeup brush in Kangen's hand moved swiftly and deftly, creating flawless lines as if by magic. He worked with decisive focus, not a superfluous motion. Kangen's face bore the serious expression of a true artisan. After the makeover, Choi Ji-hye looked so stunning she could hardly believe it herself. She was amazed to find it identical to the expensive makeup from a Cheongdam salon. Cheers erupted across the lawn. Nearby male idols were also drawn by the talented uncle's hands. He could only sigh at being called uncle. Ji-hye held the mirror without blinking, repeatedly praising his magical touch. The remaining members clamored for their turns. Suddenly, a new group of male idols appeared behind Kangen, awkwardly wanting to speak up and ask for help. They were the rookie group Angel Warrior Squad, from the same company as Pew Pew Girls. The group posed in greeting and earnestly begged him to help with their makeup. Ji-hye enthusiastically introduced them as sharing the same situation, no manager and relying on their leader to drive them to gigs. Kangen looked at them, feeling sorry for the poor idols struggling to make a living. Seeing those tired but hopeful faces, he ordered coldly yet authoritatively, "Sit down." Brush in hand, he declared he'd finish all 7 in just 35 minutes. The crowd's excited cheers once again energized that corner of the festival. Kangen finalized that each person would take only 5 minutes, promising to complete the remaining 7 in just over half an hour. This astonishing speed left the surrounding crowd awestruck. The idols surrounded the makeup table, still unable to believe their eyes after such a rapid transformation. Nam Jeongseok looked into the mirror, ecstatic, insisting that clients would have to queue for ages to get his level of skill. Kangen warned carefully that this makeup had a fatal flaw: it smudged extremely easily if touched. He told them to try not to sweat during performances and to find him for touch-ups if any smearing occurred. The members linked hands, resolved to harness this positive energy and explode onto the stage. Their chant echoed through a corner of the stage. Both groups readied themselves with fierce momentum. The stage lights came on, and the performance began with intense focus. Choi Ji-hye led the group with confident moves and impeccable presence. The performance ended to frenzied cheers. They struck cool poses to finish. Everyone exhaled in relief, proud to have completed their part excellently. As soon as they left the stage, the group gathered around their phones to see photos posted online. Seeing fans praise their effort despite some smudged makeup, the girls burst into tears of joy. Nam Jeongseok ran over, thanking Kangen profusely for making the whole performance go smoothly. Kangen generously treated the whole group to jajampong and sweet and sour pork nearby as a celebration. The idols went wild with joy, treating him like a benevolent angel with both heart and talent. While they were reveling, Jiyoung suddenly screamed, startling everyone. A giant wild boar appeared right behind Choi Ji-hye, its eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Jin immediately analyzed the specs, estimating the beast weighed up to 400 kilograms. The system also offered the odd note that the boar's meat would be extremely tasty. Choi Ji-hye froze, her face drained of color at the giant creature so close by. The beast growled, pawing the ground to charge for a direct headbutt. It surged forward like a whirlwind aimed straight at the girl. Nam Jeongseok shouted Ji-hye's name in desperation as the monster closed in too fast. At the last critical moment, a figure leapt out to block the animal's charge. Kangen launched himself into the air, preparing a finishing kick. A powerful kick struck the boar's crown with a dry, crashing sound. The creature was flung away, squealing in pain before tumbling over. The girls panicked and sprinted toward the truck seeking a safe shelter. The boar staggered up and, enraged, fixed his target on the operative. Jin suggested using the iron bar that had just fallen in front of Nam Jeongseok as a weapon to fight back. The beast snarled in disgust and hurled itself forward again with even more ferocity. Kangen ordered Jeongseok to throw that iron bar to him immediately. Without hesitation, Jeongseok swung and hurled the weapon hard in the direction he indicated. The iron bar spun through the air, flying straight to where Kangen was waiting. He caught the bar with a highly skilled motion right in the beast's charge. A thunderous blow struck dead center on the charging boar's head. The iron bar bent and folded under Kangen's earth-shattering strike. The boar collapsed to the ground, knocked unconscious before it could utter another sound. It lay flattened at his feet, a tragic end for the fool who dared to attack. The young men nearby gaped, both frightened and impressed by his strength. Hurt by the blow, the boar hurriedly turned and fled into the deep woods. Jin warned that if it escaped, nearby residents could be in danger again. Kangen immediately decided he couldn't let that happen. He sprinted after the giant beast with astonishing speed. With a powerful stomp, Kangen launched himself and delivered a finishing blow from above. The boar fell to the ground, no longer able to resist under the overwhelming force. The system announced the target had been completely neutralized, but Kangen said no more strikes were needed and left the rest to others to handle. The idle girls ran over to check if he was okay, horrified to see the iron bar in his hand bent and deformed. Kangen nonchalantly said he was fine, then urged everyone to hurry and grab Jampong before the meal was missed. Cut to SAH Entertainment headquarters, where the atmosphere was extremely tense. An employee burst into the boss's office without knocking, breathlessly reporting a recent accident. He reported that a video of the idol's accident at the company was spreading rapidly across the internet. The boss and manager Park Woo-seop turned pale at the names Pew Pew Girls and Angel Warrior Squad. The employee recounted the scene of the wild boar suddenly appearing and charging straight at Choi Jae-hai. The whole office erupted, the boss shouted, asking which hospital Jae-hai was at so they could prepare an ambulance. But the employee quickly reassured them that no one was injured. He pulled out his phone and showed everyone a video of a stranger who had taken down the boar and saved the group. The cold-eyed hero in the video was clearly not Kangen. A few days later, in the SAH Entertainment meeting room, a woman in a neat suit introduced herself as Beek Miso, PR deputy of the cosmetic brand Beek Hansu Ryo. Miso smiled and said she intended to approve everything in today's meeting if no issues arose. She looked at Na Kangen and said she'd heard a lot about him. Kangen wondered blankly what she might have heard. A man, the new commercial director, chimed in mentioning the beverage CF Kangen had appeared in earlier. He seemed very impressed by Kangen's performance. Kangen joked that he hoped he wouldn't have to wear tight outfits this time. The remark left the director and Park Woo-seop frozen, unsure what he meant. Getting straight to the point, the director presented concept number 1, saying the only issue was it required quite a few people to cast. He explained it was a sports cosmetics line needing a dynamic feel. 8 people were needed, but he worried the budget wouldn't cover hiring that many models. 8 people. Kangen closed his eyes and thought for a moment. The JIIN system in his head recalled the abilities of the trainees from yesterday. Their physiques far exceeded those of ordinary people. With proper training, they'd be on par with elite soldiers. Kangen suggested using 8 idols with strong athletic ability, 4 males and 4 females. The director waved him off, saying hearing idols is expensive and they didn't have the budget. But Kangen said these kids are cheap. Everyone in the meeting turned to him with puzzled looks. Miso curiously asked who he was referring to that could be so cheap. Kangen named the 2 groups Pew Pew Girls and Angel Warrior Squad. He said their recognition was rising after the recent wild boar incident. The meeting ended well. Miso said her goodbyes and left, and Kangen followed her out into the hallway. As soon as they stepped out, the trainees were already waiting, enthusiastically greeting him. Kangen turned to Miso to confirm these were the people he had recommended in the meeting. The whole group of trainees greeted Miso in unison, bowing deeply with extreme politeness, which impressed her. Miso smiled warmly in return. She thought to herself that the kids all looked cute and full of energy. After Miso left, the trainees stood there dazed, not knowing who the beautiful woman had been. Manager Park Woo-seop appeared and explained that she had come to discuss shooting a new commercial. Shin Yoonha's eyes lit up with admiration, secretly envious that someone was about to appear on TV in a CF. She didn't dare imagine it could be her. Hearing Yoonha, Woo-seop widened his eyes and shouted, "Who else but you guys?" Shin Yoonha froze, mouth agape in disbelief. Woo-seop explained that although contracts hadn't been signed, the basics were settled. They just needed the groups to report to their agencies. The kids remained stunned. It took a moment for the good news to sink in, then the corridor erupted in cheers. The kids pumped their fists and jumped like they'd won a jackpot. Woo-seop scratched his head, awkwardly admitting the pay was a bit low, only about 2 million won each because it was a low-budget commercial. 2 million won, the sum sent the poor trainees crazy with excitement. Some even dreamed of buying tons of new keychains. Shin Yoonha cried with joy, promising to treat everyone to barbecue and quit part-time jobs. Some wanted new stage outfits, others gifts for their parents. Woo-seop looked on, feeling moved. At the CEO's office of SAH Entertainment, the advertising project was being reported. The CEO nodded immediately and approved, using all 8 trainees from Pew Pew Girls and Angel Warrior Squad for the cosmetics CF. The CEO explained that pay wasn't the issue. The main goal was boosting the company's own talent recognition. They planned to use Kangen's song as the soundtrack and asked him to choreograph the action. The boss smiled broadly, remarking that the company's kids had always faced setbacks, yet somehow things had suddenly been going smoothly lately. Manager Woo-seop observed that although being around Kangen was sometimes risky, it seemed to bring luck. He was the company's good luck charm. Hearing the word risky, the CEO grew cautious and told Woo-seop to stick close to Kangen and buy him gifts, often to pamper this lucky star. The scene shifted to a judo dojo. A South Korean flag hung solemnly on the wooden wall. Kangen was training hard when Agent Buzz Cut came by to thank him for handling the bomb last time. The agent cheerfully recounted that thanks to that incident he received high praise from his superiors. He truly felt lucky that everything had been resolved smoothly that day. Another girl standing nearby, probably a trainee, laughed that if the bomb had actually gone off they'd all be gone by now. The agent broke into a cold sweat and told her not to talk about such morbid things so casually. A few other male members were jealous of Shin Yoonha and Lee Bora's group, hoping they'd soon get their own chance to change their lives. The whole crew looked solidly built. Kangin cut across everyone's thoughts, reminding them that 8 other trainees would soon be coming to train here. He instructed everyone to absolutely not mention the bomb, as it was classified state information. Agent Buzz Cut nodded at once. He knew well that revealing information about that chemical bomb would bring no benefit, especially since it had nearly caused a massive explosion. They all agreed that details about how to make it, or even its existence, must not leak out. If it fell into terrorists' hands, it would be extremely problematic. The group resolved to keep the secret. Kangin further explained that there was still no official tool to detect that explosive, but he confidently asserted that a detector for this so-called November B was actually extremely easy to find. The agent's face went blank with bewilderment. The trick was simply to use a sensor capable of detecting ultrafine particles dispersed into the air. He muttered that top-tier sensors like that were supposed to be from the year 2082, but in reality, they're not hard to come by now. He pulled up an image of a handheld device, insisting that the market already offered a model with exactly the needed function. According to Kangin, November B emits an extremely faint scent that you'd never notice unless you paid close attention. Everyone nodded at his explanation, and the agent began to admire his deep knowledge. The group clustered around to listen as Kangin gave instructions. He advised everyone to buy a detector for themselves just to be safe. He added that this explosive is not very stable. Its molecules continuously evaporate and linger in the air, so it's easy to detect with the right tool. Agent Buzz Cut found the name November B oddly unfamiliar. Kangin admitted he'd named it himself out of convenience because calling it that bomb was confusing. The agent wondered how those particles could be detected. As he spoke, Kangin pulled out his phone and tapped, searching for something online. He showed the phone screen to everyone, an odor sensor being sold on Maber Shopping for only 98,000 won. Faced with such a bargain for a device that could detect bombs, everyone froze. Agent Buzz Cut couldn't believe his eyes. Organizations had been agonizing over research while he solved it with something bought online. He asked if sealing the bomb would make the odor disappear. Kangin nodded, saying that if it were sealed tightly at the factory and the surface wiped clean, there truly would be no smell. But he added coldly, if it's completely sealed, it will explode. The remark instantly made the atmosphere serious. Everyone panicked and asked how he knew so much. Kangin just shrugged, saying he could tell from the chemical formula as if it were elementary knowledge. A guy hurriedly pulled out his phone to call superiors and order a bunch of detectors, even proposing a testing partnership with Beek Hansu Ryo, quick on the uptake. Everyone clamored to buy them, utterly convinced by Kangin. Agent Buzz Cut planned to notify his unit to buy early before prices rose, true to form for a government man, very calculating. The trainees all greeted in unison, preparing for Kangin's special training course. Park Seung-gi excitedly introduced himself as a police officer attending Kangin's course, which made the girls gush in admiration. Another bold girl, Min Young-hee, turned out to be a professional bodyguard who handles protection for VIPs. There was even a big guy who worked for the Presidential Security Service, leaving the group awestruck at such high-caliber trainees. But when it was the turn of the sunglasses-wearing uncle, the mood suddenly dropped. Everyone watched anxiously. It turned out to be Manager Kim, his face betrayed with embarrassment as he introduced himself under the trainees' disdainful stares. Kangin stood observing the group, while a few people practiced hard on the mats behind him. Choi Ji-hai held an analyzer and reported to Kangin that although the trainees' overall fitness was okay, their bodily balance was terrible. Kangin explained he'd use basic calisthenics, the kind designed to turn civilians into soldiers on an isolated battlefield. He thought to himself his pride was slightly wounded having to teach such elementary stuff to civilians. Kangin announced the main goal was to realign their body lines so they'd look as good as possible on camera for the upcoming shoot. The trainees were bewildered to hear their bodies were misaligned, but they were also curious about calisthenics. Kangin delivered a pressure-packed line. If they didn't train properly, this contract would immediately go to someone else. Fearing they'd lose their chance to change their lives, everyone shouted their determination to give their all in the training. A week passed quickly. At the commercial set in the Fountain Plaza, everything was ready. Beek Miso met Kangin and noted that in just a week the 8 trainees' physiques had improved dramatically. She joked that if they improved this fast in a week they were geniuses, though Kangin didn't agree. They greeted each other professionally amid the bustling set. Miso asked if Kangin was ready and he nodded confidently, affirming their bodies were now perfectly balanced for any concept. Watching Kangin, Miso thought to herself that he looked ordinary yet was a chemistry genius and top-tier fitness coach. Kangin began to unzip his jacket, preparing to reveal himself for the official shoot. He froze Miso when he removed the outer layer to reveal a bizarre, skin-tight, head-to-toe crimson suit. In that eye-searing outfit, Kangen asked the group if they were ready to repeat the week's exercises. The director and film crew stood at a distance, watching with curious and puzzled expressions at the coach's style. The idols lined up neatly in the plaza and began their warm-up routines under the bright sun. Their movements had become fluid and full of energy compared to before. Pairs of trainees performed coordinated moves, showcasing their athletic figures. The team synchronization was astonishing, producing a visually stunning physical performance. The commercial director couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming their movements were so precise it looked like special effects. Overexcited, the director shouted to incorporate this routine wholesale into the commercial. He explained to Miso that these powerful moves fit perfectly with the image of the sports cosmetics they were shooting. Miso smiled in agreement. The dynamic style indeed matched the company's product positioning. The director turned to ask Kangen if they could film exactly what he had just demonstrated, and he casually agreed. The roll was called immediately. The entire crew hurried to prepare for the most important official take. Decisive footsteps on the stone signaled the music starting, its rhythm extremely lively. The trainee girls beamed confidently at the camera. A cheering pom-pom was swung vigorously, creating colorful trails of motion. A trainee swung her arm, with Kangen's silhouette behind her, as if guiding every tiny movement to achieve perfect precision. The performance continued with support from Kangen's flawless model, helping the girls hold their most attractive poses. A fingertip scooped a smooth layer of vitamin cement cream, beginning the product demonstration. The trainee applied the cream to her face to prove the product's top-notch water and sweat resistance. The shoot ended in brilliant success, with the group radiant beside Baek Han-soo Ryo's latest vitamin cement line. The director's shout of "cut" echoed across the set. The shoot concluded triumphantly to everyone's amazement. The director was so moved he nearly cried. He couldn't believe every frame, the lighting, and the angles were this perfect, as if Kangen had pre-programmed everything for the camera. Baek Miso stepped forward to thank Kangen for his efforts, while he maintained his usual calm expression. Miso admitted she'd never seen a shoot where every take was approved on the first try, truly a miracle. Curious about this strange but effective routine, she asked Kangen if it had an official name. Kangen fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the distant sky. Looking at the lush green trees around them, he murmured about the tranquil beauty of nature. He settled on the name Natural Exercise, leaving Miso stunned because the name sounded improbably simple. Miso began to doubt, wondering if this chemistry genius was branching into sports medicine, especially after he named that secret bomb. Kangen recounted that thanks to his information, the government tested and confirmed that ordinary odor detectors could pick up the November B bomb. When Miso asked how he knew, Kangen casually replied that a glance at the chemical formula was enough, which made her silently admire his dominance. Kangen's deep knowledge once again made Miso see him in a completely different, profoundly admiring light. A few days later at Baek Han-soo Ryo headquarters, an important strategic meeting was underway. Miso was presenting the benefits of natural exercise for improving users' health and bodily balance. Baek Seon-cheol, the group's CEO, was enthusiastic that promoting the routine alongside the cosmetics campaign would create a massive splash. Miso reported that although not yet officially validated, many top doctors and sports experts attested to Kangen's routine being extremely beneficial to health. Hearing this, Seon-cheol was ecstatic, imagining how pairing his cosmetics with a healthy lifestyle would attract customers. He beamed as he confirmed once more that the creator of the routine was not Kangen. The CEO decided to give all the royalties from the routine to Kangen as a small token of thanks for saving the company. He didn't forget to boast to the shareholders about his talented daughter before adjourning the meeting in high spirits.